Tang Qingxi, the young mistress of the Tang sect, once departed from her clan in dissatisfaction with their arrangements, seeking refuge in the Yihua Palace, where she established her dominance in the martial world under the title of its leader. However, an unforeseen twist of fate transported her to the Douluo continent, a realm governed by martial souls and revered soul masters. With the emblem of Yihua Palace and the warrior Yihua Black Jade Plum blossom martial soul, she wielded formidable powers. The warrior Yihua in her left hand, and the Xuantian treasure record in her right, capable of unleashing myriad hidden weapons. In this land, hurls shall reign supreme. Chapter 1. Expelled from Xuantian sect. Begone, you wretched child. Were it not for your tender age, I would have slain you on the spot. At the village's entrance, a gaunt elder callously tossed the girl aside. Tang Qingxi rolled several times upon hitting the ground, struggling to regain her footing. With a frigid glare, she retorted, I am not a wretched child. Are you not? If your mother, that vile woman, had not died so early, I would have dealt with her today. The elder's face contorted with rage. My son possesses the Xuantian hammer martial soul, while your mother wielded a sword martial soul. How could a child of hers awaken a plant martial soul? The elder continued his tirade. My son perished at the hands of the spirit hall, and I had hoped for a legacy, yet instead, I find a wretched child. You deserve to perish. So does Tang Hao, the one responsible for my son's demise. Leave at once, or I shall take your life. I have stated it clearly. I am not a wretched child. Tang Qingxi regarded the elder as if he were already deceased. At merely 6 years of age and newly awakened to her martial soul, she harbored ambitions of vengeance against him. As the esteemed mistress of Yihua Palace, she had never before endured such humiliation. With that, she turned away and strode towards the mountains beyond the village. She would not utter words of provocation, but she would remember. In her previous life, she hailed from the Tang sect in Xuantian, blessed with extraordinary talent from a young age. Although not the eldest among her contemporaries, she alone bore the title of the Tang family's eldest daughter. Despite the foolishness of the elders, who had forced her out of the Tang sect, she fortuitously found her way to Yihua Palace, where her rapid progress in cultivation astonished all, leading her to ascend to the position of palace master and compete triumphantly in the legendary Wudong Sword Conference. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate had brought her to this world, where martial souls held dominion, and she had been reborn as an infant, one of the third-generation disciples of the so-called Xuantian sect. On the very day of her martial soul awakening, she had been subjected to such indignity and expelled from the sect. Tang Qingxi was acutely aware that her bloodline was intact. It was merely that her Xuantian hammer martial soul had yet to be awakened. Alas, those of the sect were not only cowardly but also foolish. Raising her left hand, she summoned a dark plum blossom, surrounded by an aura of chilling frost, manifesting her martial soul within her palm. This martial soul, indeed unrelated to her parents, stemmed from Tang Qingxi herself, representing the warrior Yihua of Yihua Palace from her previous life. Warrior Yihua in hand, Xuantian sect prepare to tremble. With a flick of her sleeve, she vanished into the depths of the forest. Seventh Elder, she is but a 6-year-old child, and there are countless soul beasts within these mountains. One of the onlookers behind the elder spoke with a hint of compassion. Let her die, she deserves it. Were it not for her youth, I would have acted sooner, the elder retorted coldly before turning away. A month later, within the grand chamber of the Pope's Hall in Soul Master City, the young Tang Qingxi was led into the hall by a bishop, who then respectfully exited, leaving her alone. In a vast chamber, silence enveloped her as she stood resolutely, awaiting what was to come. Surrounded by opulence, she remained unfazed, having encountered countless treasures in her previous life as a top-tier figure in the martial world. As the three-maternal archway swung open, a gentle voice resonated. You are the child expelled from the Xuantian sect? Indeed, Tang Qingxi responded, her gaze fixed upon the archway. To encounter the renowned Pope of the Spirit Hall was both unexpected and intriguing, and she was eager to discern the character of this individual. Soon, a woman emerged from the archway. Tall and clad in a luxurious black robe adorned with golden patterns, her long hair cascaded down her back. Her fair complexion and nearly flawless visage, coupled with an aura of noble sanctity, evoked an instinctive sense of reverence. However, Tang Qingxi remained composed, merely bending slightly to acknowledge, I greet the Pope. Bibi Dong scrutinized the youthful figure before her, seemingly still innocent but with eyes that held a depth beyond her years. A scar marred her cheek, a testament to her solitary passage through treacherous mountains. Approaching Tang Qingxi, Bibi Dong noted the child's unwavering gaze and gently brushed her fingertips across the scar. "Come, child." Her voice softened as she took Tang Qingxi's hand, leading her to a nearby seat. "Why did you leave the Xuantian sect?" Bibi Dong inquired, steering the conversation towards more serious matters. Tang Qingxi raised her hand, revealing her martial soul. "My father possesses the Xuantian hammer martial soul, while my mother wields a sword martial soul. Yet my martial soul is this." Bibi Dong regarded the dark flower in Tang Qingxi's palm with curiosity. "I have perused numerous texts within the Spirit Hall, yet I am unfamiliar with your martial soul. Is that so?" "In truth, I'm also uncertain of its nature," Tang Qingxi shrugged. She recognized it, but understood that this world might be witnessing this martial soul for the first time. There existed an infinitesimal chance that a predecessor from Yihua Palace had ventured into this realm before her. "Then let us bestow a name upon it and record it," Bibi Dong suggested, her tone imbued with gentle persuasion. "Regardless, at the time of my awakening, I possessed innate full soul power. Surely, that cannot signify a worthless martial soul. May I join the Spirit Hall and receive its cultivation? I aspire to return to the Xuantian sect one day and repay the humiliation they have inflicted upon me. In that moment, I shall guide you." Having lived 2 lives and possessing vivid memories, Tang Qingxi had gleaned the enmity between the Xuantian sect and the Spirit Hall from the conversations of the Xuantian disciples. This understanding was the very reason she had braved peril to seek out the Spirit Hall upon arriving in Tiando, Imperial City. She was acutely aware of the Pope's uncharacteristic gentleness and the intentions behind it. After a moment of silence, Bibi Dong replied, "You truly do not resemble a typical 6-year-old child." Tilting her head, Tang Qingxi feigned childlike innocence. "Is that not a good thing? It indicates I am not a fool, and with innate full soul power, you may rest assured in nurturing me." And Tang Qingxi raised her hand. A flash of black light enveloped the space as petals from her martial soul scattered around them, encircling both. "This should enhance my worth." Bibi Dong could not help but express her astonishment. "An innate domain? Your martial soul is far more formidable than I had anticipated." Retracting her domain, Tang Qingxi toyed with a petal in her hand. "I shall name this martial soul Muir Meihua." "Excellent. Muir Meihua it shall be," Bibi Dong readily agreed, standing once more and extending her hand towards Tang Qingxi. With compliance, Tang Qingxi placed her small hand within the Pope's grasp. Bibi Dong led her gently out, her melodious voice echoing within the hall. "From this day forth, you shall be my disciple." Chapter 2. Shrek Enrollment. 8 years later on the Douluo continent, in the kingdom of Barak, Sodo City, a figure gracefully traverses the bustling streets, drawing astonished glances from the crowd. She is a woman clad in a flowing black gauzy gown, tall, approximately 5 feet 7 inches, with skin as smooth and luminous as mutton fat jade, glowing even brighter under the sun's embrace. Her exquisitely sculpted features, seemingly crafted by divine hands, render her a breathtaking presence, captivating all who behold her. Yet, the aloofness reflected in her brow compels onlookers to admire her from a distance. Perched on her shoulder is a cat, its white fur tinged with a hint of pink, lazily dozing. This enchanting figure is Tang Qingxi, who departed from the Spirit Hall 2 years prior to embark on her journey of self-discovery. "Ruxi, how does it feel to inhabit this base spirit cat's form?" Tang Qingxi strolled leisurely, playfully tapping the cat's paw with her fingertip. The cat, Ruxi, gently pressed her paw against Tang Qingxi's finger, her mouth parting slightly as she softly articulated, "It's acceptable, though I would still prefer to be a rabbit." "Tang Qingxi Zito, you've been a rabbit for 100,000 years. Aren't you weary of it?" "Not at all," Ruxi replied, comfortably stretching out on Tang Qingxi's shoulder. "Will Xiaowu truly come to Shrek Academy? That institution is indeed renowned." Shrek Academy, the most prestigious Spirit Master Academy in Sodo City, boasts that graduates can attain the title of Viscount within the Empire. However, this claim is not entirely without merit. Though the Academy has only produced a mere 14 graduates over its 20-year existence. Annually, it admits only 2 or 3 students on average, with a stringent admission criterion requiring candidates under 13 to possess a spirit power level of 20 or higher, a mere threshold for application, not a guarantee of acceptance. The Academy seeks genuinely extraordinary talent. While this may suggest the Academy's greatness, Rooksy harbored reservations about Shrek. The scarcity of students and insufficient tuition income rendered the institution seemingly impoverished, with the headmaster being notably frugal. When Tang Qingxi enrolled 2 years ago, she was one of only 4 students, far outnumbered by the faculty. As the enrollment season approaches once more, she wonders how many will be accepted this time. Rest assured, based on my analysis of available information, she will undoubtedly come to Shrek. Perhaps she has already arrived, Tang Qingxi mused, stroking Rooksy's back. The academy may not be impressive, but I am here. With that thought, she quickened her pace. Before long, Tang Qingxi exited Soto City through the southern gate, following the official road southward until she halted at the entrance of a village. A table was set up at the village entrance, behind which sat an elderly man in his 60s. Above the wooden archway constructed at the entrance, a tattered sign bore the 5 characters, Shrek Academy. Indeed, this was the gateway to Shrek Academy. At this moment, a throng of young boys and girls, accompanied by numerous parents, gathered at the entrance. Tang Qingxi scanned the crowd until her gaze landed on a familiar figure, prompting her to remark to Rooksy, "Look, she has indeed come." A boy and girl stood side by side. The boy donned simple light blue attire, appearing around 12 or 13 years old, yet standing at approximately 5 feet 7 inches. Though not conventionally handsome, his lips were perpetually curved into a gentle smile, exuding an approachable aura. Beside him, the girl sported sleek black hair styled into a tidy scorpion braid that cascaded to her calves. Taller than the boy by a half-inch, she wore a pink outfit and was strikingly beautiful, radiating a hint of playfulness. This girl was the object of Tang Qingxi's attention, Xiaowu, who stood obediently with the boy, peering curiously at the registration process ahead. The elderly man behind the table, tasked with accepting registrations, appeared lethargic. A young boy approached the table to register. The old man, with an air of indifference, stated, "The registration fee is 10 gold spirit coins. Simply place them in the box." The boy's father quickly produced the coins and deposited them into a box fashioned from several wooden planks. "Extend your hand," the old man instructed the boy. The boy complied, but the old man pinched the boy's hand 2 times, shaking his head. "Your age does not meet the requirement. You may leave." The boy froze, casting a helpless glance toward his father. The father, eager to appease, implored, "Teacher, my son has just turned 13. Could you possibly make an exception? Did you not inquire about the academy's rules before coming? We only accept children under 13 who possess spirit power of 20 or higher. Your child appears to fall short on both counts," Tang Qingxi interjected, stepping through the crowd to the old man's table. "Who are you? How do you meet the standards?" The boy's father retorted, unable to suppress his anger. "You look to be over 13 yourself." Upon seeing Tang Qingxi, the old man's eyes brightened, and he refrained from speaking further. Tang Qingxi, her expression warm with a smile, replied, "Yes, I am 14 this year." "Then what are you saying? You cannot enter either." The boy protested, vexed. It was one thing to be dismissed by the academy's staff. It was quite another for an equally unqualified applicant to interject. Tang Qingxi shot him a sidelong glance before turning to enter the academy. "I enrolled 2 years ago." The father and son were left momentarily speechless. "Refund our registration fee. We will not attend such a dilapidated school." The father shouted at the old man, ignoring Tang Qingxi entirely. The old man, undeterred, replied, "Once registered, fees are non-refundable." "You are scamming us," the father exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table and revealing his martial spirit. "Return our money, or we shall not leave." But in that instant, a chilling aura enveloped him, a palpable sense of murderous intent pressing down, forcing him to kneel, sweat breaking out on his back. Tang Qingxi turned back, her gaze icy as she addressed the boy's father. "Is this a place for you to cause trouble?" With that, she tossed 10 gold spirit coins toward the old man. Reflecting on how the academy's policies seemed increasingly exploitative, she had previously contributed a substantial sum to the academy. Shouldn't they clarify the registration requirements? Perhaps they should place a notice at the entrance next time. We are leaving now." Fear etched across the father's face as he sensed imminent danger. Hastily retreating with his son, "Those who do not meet the registration requirements should depart promptly. Do not disturb the entrance." Tang Qingxi cast a glance at the crowd before continuing onward. She chose to dissuade those who did not meet the criteria to avoid further ruckus over refunds. While she was not necessarily virtuous, she had no desire to play the villain for Shrek on this occasion. A tall man approached Tang Qingxi. his handsome features complemented by flowing golden hair cascading down his back. Most strikingly, he possessed dual pupils. He unleashed his spirit power, summoning spirit rings, 2 of 100 years and 1 of 1,000. Imbuing the air with an unseen pressure, his piercing gaze silently intimidating the many applicants. The old man's voice cut through the tension, cold and impassive. Shrek is a place for monsters. Our academy is defined as a monster academy. Thus, we only accept those who are extraordinary. Anyone over 13 years of age without spirit power of 21 or higher should not waste their time here. Chapter 3. Welcome back. Sister Shi. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from the elderly man, and 6 soul rings rose from beneath his feet. Many parents present gasped in awe. He was indeed a formidable soul emperor, exceeding level 60. The earlier discontent towards Tang Qingxi and the elder's words was swiftly replaced by silence and reverence. They marveled at the strength of the Shrek Academy's faculty, realizing that even a mere registration teacher possessed such formidable power. Parents whose children did not meet the requirements could only sigh and quietly escort their offspring away. At the age of 12, even the most talented students from lower-tier Soul Master Academies had barely reached level 10. Achieving a soul power level of 20, as the elder had mentioned, truly required a monstrous talent. In an instant, the previously lengthy line of over 100 applicants dwindled to just a few remaining candidates, creating a much quieter atmosphere. The golden-haired youth retracted his soul power, donning a radiant smile as he attempted to mask his trepidation. Turning to Tang Qingxi, Sister Shi, you have finally returned to school. Welcome back. Dai Mu Bai, over a year has passed, yet your soul power has not increased as much as I anticipated. Tang Qingxi crossed her arms, scrutinizing the remaining applicants. Sister Shi, I have been trying my best, Dai Mu Bai replied, slightly shrinking back. After more than a year apart, he found Tang Qingxi to be even more formidable than before. 2 years ago, when Tang Qingxi first enrolled, she had mercilessly put him through a rigorous training. Now, he was unsure of her current soul power, but she appeared even more intimidating. Among the 4 existing students at Shrek Academy, Tang Qingxi was universally recognized as the most mysterious and terrifying monster, possessing unparalleled strength, even though she had left the academy 6 months after her enrollment. Are there any accepted candidates yet? Tang Qingxi expressed her disinterest in Dai Mu Bai's flattery. Dai Mu Bai shook his head in resignation. No, there were none last year either. Tang Qingxi nodded. It matters not. We should have a few this year. There are several promising individuals among the remaining applicants. Indeed, Dai Mu Bai agreed, gesturing toward a pair of youths in the queue. Sister Shi, look at those 2. The boy is named Tang San, and the girl is Xiao Wu. They are practically guaranteed acceptance. I have sparred with them. They are both incredibly strong, 2 little monsters. Tang Qingxi smiled slightly. She was aware that both of them would undoubtedly be admitted, and there were more than just 2. She cast a discreet glance at Dai Mu Bai, noting that the girl at the back of the line seemed to share a close relationship with him. Did he not recognize her? Suddenly, the elder overseeing admissions let out a soft exclamation, interrupting Tang Qingxi and Dai Mu Bai's conversation. They turned to see a girl standing at the desk, unaccompanied by parents. Clad in a simple white dress, she exuded an aura of cleanliness, her short hair framing a delicate face, and her skin was exceptionally fair, prompting Dai Mu Bai to gaze at her with a wolfish glint. Dai Mu Bai, you would do well to temper your enthusiasm, otherwise you may come to regret it. Though Tang Qingxi had often found Dai Mu Bai insufferable due to his flirtatious nature, she recognized they were in the same school and that he was not inherently bad. So she offered a warning. Sister Shi, what is the identity of this girl? Dai Mu Bai asked with newfound caution. Tang Qingxi had memorized the basic information of all students and teachers upon her enrollment. Upon hearing his question, Dai Mu Bai instinctively felt that this girl was someone Tang Qingxi would know and thus deemed untouchable. TSK. Tang Qingxi smacked her lips. You truly did not recognize her? The girl at the back of the line, the one with the icy demeanor, is Zhu Zhiqing, a soul master of the ghostly cat martial spirit. She is your fiancée, after all. Moreover, her identity is quite remarkable. She is the daughter of Ning Fengji, the head of one of the 3 major sects, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, known as Ning Rongrong. If you provoke her, be cautious of the title Douluo who may come after you. What? Dai Mubai's eyes widened in shock as he turned to the obscured figure of the girl at the end of the line. Sister Shi, are you serious? Tang Qingxi shot him a sidelong glance. I never jest. Both of them are certain to be accepted. You should carefully consider your actions. Do not think that just because I have been absent from the academy for over a year, I am unaware of your antics. In 3 years, the Elite Soul Master Academy tournament will take place across the continent. You had better set aside any distractions and focus on your training. If you let me down, Yuan-Ti need your family to intervene. I will be the one to deal with you. Yes, understood, Sister Shi, Dai Mubai replied, sensing the chill in her tone, and he quickly complied. As the two conversed, the girl named Ning Rongrong successfully passed the elder's assessment. Mubai, Qingxi, you two may lead the applicants inside, the elder beckoned to them. Tang Qingxi remained still while Dai Mubai stepped forward, guiding Ning Rongrong into the academy. The remaining students soon passed the elder's test, and Dai Mubai made several trips back and forth with applicants. Finally, it was time for Tang San and Xiao Wu. The white cat perched on Tang Qingxi's shoulder sat upright, its gaze fixed intently on Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged curious glances at Tang Qingxi, who was evidently a fellow student at Shrek Academy, having observed Dai Mubai's respectful demeanor towards her and her ability to subdue disruptive parents without using her martial spirit, indicating her considerable strength. Both of them successfully passed the assessment, and as Dai Mubai prepared to escort them inside, Tang Qingxi interjected, "There's one more person left. Let us wait for her to finish her assessment before we all go in together." "All right, Sister Shi." Dai Mubai hesitated, glancing at the final girl in line several times. The last applicant approached the desk, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her face tilted slightly downward, exuding an exceptionally cold aura. She effortlessly passed the assessment, and Tang Qingxi gestured for Dai Mubai to lead the others inside. Tang Qingxi had not lingered within the academy for long before embarking on her own training and was thus unfamiliar with the current testing locations. Dai Mubai smiled as he greeted Tang San and Xiao Wu. "I knew you would both pass without issue. Given your strength, the subsequent examinations should pose no problem." As he spoke, he couldn't help but steal glances at the icy Zhu Qing, who silently followed behind. Xiao Wu's gaze remained fixed on Tang Qingxi. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable warmth emanating from her. The white cat resting on Tang Qingxi's shoulder seemed to share her curiosity and was also observing her intently. Noticing Xiao Wu's unwavering attention on the white cat, Tang Qingxi smiled gently and lowered the cat. "Do you like it? You can hold it if you wish." "Really?" Xiao Wu hesitated, but unable to resist her affection. She gleefully took the white cat into her arms. "Sister Shi, you were so fierce to us before, yet you are so gentle with Xiao Wu now," Dai Mubai remarked, astonished by Tang Qingxi's newfound tenderness. Chapter 4. Sister Shi, the most terrifying monster I recall you previously claiming to be 14. Why do you refer to her as sister? Tang San inquired curiously, noting that Dai Mubai was older. "Ah well," Dai Mubai stroked his chin. "Sister Shi is recognized as the strongest monster among the current students of Shrek Academy, which is why we all refer to her as Sister Shi. Regardless, you both are practically guaranteed acceptance. Allow me to properly introduce you to Sister Shi." Dai Mubai's enthusiasm surged as he noticed Tang Qingxi did not object. And he continued, "Do you know what makes Sister Shi the most monstrous of all? It is said that she can transcend limitations without relying on soul rings. As the esteemed director remarked, she is an unprecedented entity, a true monster among monsters. 2 years ago, she was already a Grand Soul Master, and her current soul power level remains unknown, but she undoubtedly retains formidable strength. The absence of soul rings does not diminish her terrifying combat prowess, even 2 years prior. Sister She could easily overpower me." Tang Qingxi smiled faintly, as she is, after all, a foreigner who does not abide by the rules established by everyone on Douluo continent. When her internal energy hit a plateau, everyone told her that her soul power was full and that she needed a soul ring to advance. But she did not believe them. They advised her not to squander her talent and not to linger at level 10 wasting time, but she was undeterred. The truth proved that she did not waste her talent or time. She broke through the bottleneck solely relying on her internal strength. She does not reject soul rings, but she is not constrained by them. Now, upon reaching a sufficiently high level of soul power, she can directly utilize soul rings exceeding 10,000 years, which would enhance her strength far beyond that of mere century-old soul rings. To transcend without relying on soul rings? Tang San was astonished. This surpassed his teacher's theories. Could there truly exist such an unconventional individual in this world? Incredible, indeed. At first, I too found it hard to believe. Sister, she is truly formidable. By the way, what level is Sister Shi at now? Surely over 30? Dai Mubai inquired curiously. Tang Qingxi shook her head. Not quite. Her soul power hovers around level 25. Tang San was even more astonished. How could someone so impressive, as described by Dai Mubai, possess a soul power level even lower than his? Dai Mubai was puzzled. Sister Shi, have you not progressed in soul power over the past year? Yes. I spent my time in training grounds primarily enhancing my physical fitness and combat experience, which did not allow for soul power cultivation, Tang Qingxi replied nonchalantly. It matters not. After all, you still cannot withstand a single strike from me. If you doubt it, we can spar. No, I believe in Sister Shi's perpetual strength, Dai Mubai replied, hesitant to test his luck, haunted by past memories. As they conversed, they arrived in an open area where the candidates who had passed the preliminary test were gathered. Bring forth that one called Ning Rongrong and take her directly to the 4th round. These individuals can skip the 2nd and 3rd tests, Tang Qingxi remarked, choosing not to accompany the others. Those with soul power exceeding level 25 can proceed directly to the 4th round. And Tang Qingxi sensed that these individuals had indeed surpassed that threshold, rendering further delay unnecessary. Very well, Dai Mubai nodded and stepped forward to find Ning Rongrong, while Tang Qingxi and the others remained in place. Just then, a soft voice echoed, "Sausages for sale. Come and see, Oscar S. sausages, delicious and sweet. Only 5 copper coins, a bargain with ample quantity. Consuming Oscar S. sausages guarantees an easier passage through the entrance exam." Tang San and his companions turned to see a vendor nearby, pushing a cart. The aroma of meat wafted from the cart, and several students had already lined up to make purchases. The vendor, clad in gray attire with a full beard, bore a pair of large, charming eyes that seemed rather incongruous. His gaze drifted toward the girls in line, and upon noticing them, his expression shifted drastically as he called out, "Sister, she is back." "Hello, Sister Shi, I must take my leave." With that, he hurriedly pushed his cart away. Tang San had intended to buy breakfast for Xiao Wu, but now the vendor had vanished. Tang Qingxi offered an explanation. Oscar, despite his unkempt appearance, is merely 14 years old, the same age as I. But he entered the academy a year earlier. He possesses an innate food-type martial soul and is also a little monster. However, unless in dire need of recovery or detoxification post-battle, I do not recommend consuming his sausages. Food-type martial souls must pair with various soul skills. Yet his soul skills are rather unrefined. Dai Mubai, and I generally forbid him from selling sausages within the academy, particularly as I tend to be rather formidable when he crosses my path, which is why he fled upon seeing me. I believe I heard Xiao Ao's voice just now. Is he selling sausages in the academy again? Dai Mubai, having caught the sound, marched over with a fierce demeanor alongside Ning Rongrong. He has already fled, Tang Qingxi casually replied. Oh, Dai Mubai paused, realizing that with Sister Shi's return, the boy had already vanished. Indeed, Tang San nodded, reflecting on how swiftly he had run away. The sister she mentioned by Dai Mubai seems to hold considerable esteem among the academy's students. They appear quite intimidated by her. Xiao Wu looked at Tang Qingxi curiously, sensing her warmth and gentleness. In response, Dai Mubai chuckled wryly. It's not so much fear as it is deep respect for Sister Shi. If we're to speak of fear, it is Ma Hongjun who is the most afraid. He is the last of the students. Back when Sister Shi first enrolled, that boy Ma Hongjun foolishly attempted to tease her, and had I not fortuitously intervened, he might have lost his life. He truly fears Sister Shi. What has become of Ma Hongjun now? Has he taken the medicine I left for him? Tang Qingxi inquired further about Ma Hongjun. This prompted Dai Mubai to regard her with even more admiration. Despite Sister Shi's occasional stern demeanor and slight ferocity, she genuinely cares for them. That little fatty is doing much better now, thanks to Sister Shi. That is good to hear. Let us proceed, Tang Qingxi beckoned, leading Dai Mubai and the others to the assessment site for the 4th round. Soon, they arrived at another open area where a middle-aged man in his 50s sat dozing in a chair. Teacher Zhao, I have brought candidates for the 4th round assessment, Dai Mubai announced. urging Zhao to awaken and see who had returned. We have candidates for the 4th round this year? The middle-aged man opened his bleary eyes, incredulous at the sight of 4 young individuals before him. His astonishment grew as he recognized Tang Qingxi. Little girl, she has returned. Have you made any advancements during this past year? I have enhanced both my physical capabilities and combat experience. And I have also acquired a new innate domain that harmonizes with my original innate domain, Tang Qingxi replied. Goodness, you returned from your journey with an innate domain? Is this of little significance to you? Zhao Wujie exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Hold on. Let me see your domain before we proceed with the assessment. Very well. Tang Qingxi nodded, stepping forward and raising her palm, unleashing a dark red radiance. A chilling aura enveloped Zhao Wujie, overwhelming him with a formidable killing intent, accompanied by swirling dark petals that seemed to harbor an enigmatic power. Zhao Wujie stood up suddenly. Girl, what domain is this? How can it exude such a potent killing intent? Though Zhao Wujie recognized the domain, he was somewhat hesitant to acknowledge it. Chapter 5, 4th Round Assessment. Tang Qingxi remained silent, showcasing her domain briefly before retracting it and stepping aside. Let us proceed with the assessment. How will the 4th round be conducted this year? The assessment for the 4th round is not always identical, and Tang Qingxi was quite curious about how it would unfold this year for the 4 candidates exempted from the 2nd and 3rd tests. Oh, Zhao Wujie refocused his attention, his eyes brightening. All 4 have surpassed level 25? Excellent, quite impressive. This year boasts many little monsters. This is the final round. Passing my assessment will officially grant you membership in Shrek Academy. However, this trial is not so easily passed. Practical experience is essential for every soul master. What I am assessing is your capability in this regard. Zhao Wujie smiled gently as he glanced over Tang San and his companions, introducing himself. I am Zhao Wujie. Since you have all successfully passed the 2nd and 3rd assessments, I shall personally accompany you in this endeavor. You now have a stick of incense as time to familiarize yourselves with one another and strategize. After that, the test will commence. The challenge is for the 4 of you to withstand my attacks for the duration of the incense. If even one of you can endure until the end, you shall pass. I must warn you, it is impossible to withstand my assaults alone. Your only chance of success lies in your mutual coordination and cooperation. Teacher Zhao. This doesn't seem quite fair, Dai Mubai hesitated. Tang Qingxi added, Teacher Zhao, this feels a bit like bullying children, faced with the doubts of his own students. Zhao Wujie's expression darkened. How is this bullying? I cannot possibly unleash my full strength. It is merely an assessment. Besides, the dean is not here today, so I hold the highest authority. Now, I shall light the incense. You should prepare yourselves. Turning to Dai Mubai and Tang Qingxi, he instructed, explain to them the nature of my abilities. With that, Zhao Wujie produced a stick of incense, ignited it, and planted it firmly into the ground. He then returned to his seat, closed his eyes, and feigned sleep. Tang San and his companions did not feel discomfort regarding this method of assessment. Rather, Dai Mubai wore a serious expression. Come closer. Tang Qingxi, indifferent, was not overly concerned about the others. Should Xiao Wu encounter any mishap, she would intervene. However, sensing the lively atmosphere, she joined the group, curious to see how they would strategize. Dai Mubai remarked gravely, I hadn't anticipated Teacher Zhao would take matters into his own hands. This complicates things significantly, even more than having you face Sister Shi. It will be better to face Teacher Zhao. His skin is thick, so you likely won't inflict much damage. And he has indicated he is willing to play for half a stick of incense. Tang Qingxi completely disagreed with Dai Mubai's assessment, in my view. Facing 4 united individuals is still somewhat troublesome. If I hold back, I might suffer injuries and can only swiftly resolve the situation. That is true. Let us not dwell on it. I'll inform you about Teacher Zhao's situation. Tang Qingxi raised her hand. Allow me to explain. Teacher Zhao's full name is Zhao Wujie, the immovable King Zhao Wujie. Perhaps you have heard of him. He is a level 76 soul sage, and his martial spirit is the mighty golden bear, a powerful beast martial spirit. His soul rings enhance both attack and defense. While he may not excel in speed, the disparity in soul power renders him effectively without weaknesses in your eyes. This is the basic information. I advise you to first understand each other's abilities and then discuss how to cooperate. Do not overthink it. The primary focus should be on showcasing your combat capabilities, which is of utmost importance. Level 76. The pupils of Tang San and the others contracted slightly. Such a level of soul power is truly daunting. Ning Rongrong gasped. He is indeed the immovable king Zhao Wujia. I heard that he once broke through the siege of 16 bishops, leaving the spirit hall helpless against him. That is an exaggeration. There were only 10 bishops, and the conflict was not significant enough for the spirit hall to bother with him. Tang Qingxi interjected. Being a disciple of the spirit hall's pope, she understood the details. At that time, the spirit hall was on the brink of internal conflict. Who had the leisure to attend to a little soul Emperor Zhao Wujia who was only over level 60? Everyone felt a surge of tension, but it was Tang San who remained the calmest, stating, I am Tang San, my martial spirit is Blue Silvergrass, a level 29 control system soul master. Let's first familiarize ourselves with one another. Xiao Wu, noticing Tang San had spoken, chimed in. I am Xiao Wu, a beast martial spirit rabbit, a level 29 assault system soul master. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment before introducing herself. I am Ning Rongrong, with a 7-treasure glazed tile, martial spirit. A level 26 support system martial spirit. Zhu Zhuqing, beast martial spirit ghost cat, level 27 agile attack system soul master. Zhu Zhuqing stated coolly. Once the 4 had introduced themselves, the attention of the other 3 turned to Ning Rongrong. Aside from Tang Qingxi and Dai Mubai, who already knew her identity, the 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit was traditionally passed down only to direct descendants of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Tang San, astonished, inquired, the 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit? So, you hail from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect? Ning Rongrong stuck out her adorable little tongue. No need to look so surprised. It doesn't make much difference. I ran away from home, and I'll deal with this challenge first. I can enhance everyone's speed and strength by about 30%. Enduring for a stick of incense is absolutely no problem. Dai Mubai thoughtfully remarked. Your team's composition is quite good, with no overlapping martial spirits. How you choose to withstand Teacher Zhao's attacks is up to you. Tang San pondered for a moment and proposed. Ning Rongrong will handle support. Xiao Wu will take the lead in offense. And I will do my best to restrain Teacher Zhao while assisting Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing, please engage from the side to create distractions. How does that sound? Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, while Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at Tang San, slightly inclining her head in agreement. Given the limited time, they could only devise such a simple strategy. Have you reached an agreement? Zhao Wujia's booming voice resounded. The 4 turned to see that the incense had nearly burned down. Teacher, we are ready to begin. Dai Mubai and Tang Qingxi stepped aside to observe the battle. Dai Mubai was eager to witness Zhao Wujia's prowess in action. As for Tang Qingxi, she relished the lively spectacle. Before preparing to strike, Xiao Wu returned the white cat in her possession to Tang Qingxi. The feline settled on Tang Qingxi's shoulder, its gaze fixed intently on Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujia then stood once more, clasping his hands together and stretching his wrists. The sound of cracking bones created a palpable pressure for the 4. Chapter 6. Zhao Wujia underestimates his opponents. Zhao Wujia ignited another stick of incense, prompting Ning Rongrong to take the initiative. 7 treasures glazed tile. Her body twirled gracefully in place, radiant hues emanating from within her, coalescing into a 7-treasure pagoda in the palm of her right hand. The luminous aura, exuding nobility, made Ning Rongrong appear ethereal. 2 rings of yellow soul rings emerged, swirling around her. The first treasure of the 7 treasures, strength. With a gesture from Ning Rongrong's left hand, 3 beams of colorful light erupted, enveloping Tang San and the others. Instantly, they felt a warm energy surge within, filling them with vigor. Zhao Wujia looked at Ning Rongrong with mild surprise. Well, there happens to be a member of the 7-treasure glazed tile family among today's candidates. Not bad. Old Man Flender will surely be thrilled. Hearing this, Tang Qingxi smirked slightly. These students certainly boasted impressive backgrounds. The second treasure of the 7 treasures, speed. 3 more beams of colored light floated forth as Ning Rongrong unleashed her second soul ring ability. The lightness of their bodies made everyone feel as though they were weightless, silently marveling at the 7-treasure glazed tile's reputation. At that moment, Zhao Wujia made his move, not charging towards the 4, but rather crouching low. both fists striking the ground simultaneously. Tang Qingxi exchanged a glance with Ning Rongrong upon witnessing Zhao Wujia's action. Tang Sen recognized Zhao Wujia's intent. His target was Ning Rongrong. However, this attack was evidently not directed solely at her. Its purpose was to disrupt the auxiliary effects of Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile. A long, blue-black vine lashed out, lightning fast, wrapping around Ning Rongrong's waist. Tang Sen leaped up with Ning Rongrong. With a resounding roar, the ground trembled violently, releasing a wave of earthy energy towards the onlookers. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were quick to react. Xiao Wu jumped straight up while Zhu Zhuqing darted in from the side, both evading the shockwave. Xiao Wu go. Tang San and Xiao Wu leapt almost simultaneously, reaching similar heights. Tang San called out softly, raising his hands in preparation for a push. Xiao Wu didn't need to see. She instinctively knew where Tang San's hands were. After 6 years of acquaintance, they had developed an unspoken understanding. With the tips of her toes pressing against Tang San's palms, she propelled herself like an arrow towards Zhao Wujin. Seeing that his punches against the ground had no effect, Zhao Wujin wore a smile instead. As Xiao Wu lunged at him, he did not evade, even placing his hands behind his back, appearing to invite her attack. Xiao Wu activated her martial spirit mid-air, planting her feet beside Zhao Wujin's neck. 2 dull thuds echoed as her feet landed on his shoulders. Yet Zhao Wujin didn't even flinch, grinning, "Seems like you lack strength." Xiao Wu snorted coldly, retracting her toes and striking the sides of Zhao Wujin's neck, twisting her body with all her might in the air. While her strength alone could not budge Zhao Wujin, she was not the only one attacking. Vines bristling with thorns wrapped around Zhao Wujin's body, tightening fiercely and releasing potent paralyzing toxins. Simultaneously, the vines pushed his body upward. As Zhao Wujin's feet left the ground, he began to spin in the air, finding it quite amusing. However, just as he spoke, Xiao Wu felt her rapidly spinning body freeze, unable to continue moving her opponent beneath her. With a loud crash, the vines around Zhao Wujin shattered, and his feet regained solid footing on the ground. At that moment, Zhao Wujin's expression shifted slightly as he let out a low growl, his body suddenly swelling. His muscles expanded nearly double, his height increasing by a meter, transforming him into a remarkably imposing figure. 7 radiant spirit rings rose simultaneously. A series of crisp sounds erupted. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu lightly tapped Zhao Wujin's shoulder, flipping off him, while her scorpion tail coiled around his left leg, pulling with force. The series of sounds came from Zhu Zhuqing's attack from behind Zhao Wujin. Her timing was impeccable, coinciding with Zhao Wujin's moment of distraction after shattering Tang San's blue silver grass and momentarily relaxing his power. However, once Zhao Wujin activated his martial spirit, Zhu Zhuqing's assault proved less effective, merely tearing his clothing. Xiao Wu's agile techniques also faltered, failing to make any impact on Zhao Wujin. Tang Qingxi observed closely. Xiao Wu's agility was countered by Zhao Wujin's overwhelming strength, rendering her efforts futile. Meanwhile, as the blue-silver grass was broken, Tang San's complexion turned pale. Nevertheless, he charged forward, the vines reappearing around Zhao Wujin. Utilizing his second spirit ring's ability, Parasitic, he momentarily hindered Zhao Wujin's impending strike. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Tang San approached Zhao Wujin while Zhu Zhuqing, from behind, employed the claws of her martial spirit to grasp his throat and ears, vulnerable points on the human body. Tang San then swung a punch towards Zhao Wujin's chest. Zhao Wujin laughed heartily, not hurriedly attempting to break free, puffing out his chest to gauge Tang San's strength. However, his laughter abruptly ceased as he realized that Tang San's seemingly full-powered punch was, in fact, featherlight. Concentrating his spirit power at his chest, he felt an odd sensation of misplaced strength. Neither Tang San nor Xiao Wu's strengths were sufficient to shift Zhao Wujin, but if it was his own power, the outcome would differ. Tang San's right fist suddenly morphed into a palm, executing the controlling crane catching dragon technique in an instant, causing Zhao Wujin to stumble forward. Tang Qingxi froze at this sight. Controlling crane, catching dragon? Simultaneously, Tang San thrust his right foot forward, kicking at Zhao Wujin's toes. Even with Zhao Wujin's formidable spirit power, he could not maintain his balance at that moment. Up! Utilizing the cleverness of controlling crane, catching dragon, Tang San shouted, lifting Zhao Wujin off the ground entirely. With Zhao Wujin suspended, Xiao Wu found her opportunity to act. Her long legs coiled around his waist, arms gripping his ankles. Her first spirit ring shining brightly as she spun Zhao Wujin 3 times in the air, positioning his head downward for a heavy impact against the ground. Although Zhu Zhuqing's attack did not yield destructive results, it distracted Zhao Wujin enough to enable this maneuver. Just as Zhao Wujin's body was about to crash into the earth, Xiao Wu was lifted by Tang San's blue silver grass, elegantly descending with a twist. Boom! Zhao Wujin's massive form slammed into the ground, his head sinking into the dirt. Xiao Wu landed on Tang San's shoulder, resting one foot on his right shoulder, panting heavily as she had exerted all her strength in that previous attack. Tang San, did we go too hard? Xiao Wu asked nervously. Tang San shook his head. Teacher, Zhao has yet to use his soul skills. Meanwhile, the incense on the ground had only burned 1/3 of the way. Chapter 7. Tang San, disciple of the Tang Clan. Yet, the combined assault had nearly exhausted him. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, Zhao Wujin extracted his head from the earth. For a soul sage like him, several spirit masters in their 20s were far too weak. He simply wished to play with the children. However, underestimating the opponents often comes with a price. And their cooperation had caught the unmoving king off guard. Zhao Wujin dusted off the dirt from his head, irritatedly remarking, Damn, I feel like an 80-year-old mother who has collapsed under her child. Clearly, he realized he could not afford to be careless. Xiao Bai, why are you laughing? Come find me for a practical lesson tomorrow. Observing Zhao Wujin's disheveled appearance, Dai Mu Bai, who had been chuckling, suddenly fell silent at his words. Tang Qingxi smiled faintly and declared, It seems the 4 students we received this time are quite exceptional. Indeed, let us continue. Zhao Wujin strode toward Tang San and Xiao Wu. Seizing this chance, Tang Qingxi discreetly observed Tang San, eager to discern whether the similar techniques were mere coincidence or if he, like herself, was an outsider. Xiao Wu, meteor hammer. Tang San called out softly. Xiao Wu leaped forward once more, aiming a kick at Zhao Wujin's head. Simultaneously, dozens of blue-silver grass vines surged forth from around Tang San, entangling Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin raised his hand to strike at Xiao Wu, but just as she approached, she abruptly changed direction, causing him to swipe at empty air. Xiao Wu darted past him, landing a kick on his shoulder. The meteor hammer technique is quite intriguing, Tang Qingxi whispered with a smile. What did you say, Sister Shi? Dai Mu Bai, who had caught a glimpse of her words, asked but could not hear clearly. Nothing, Tang Qingxi replied, shaking her head. In the midst of the fray, Tang San utilized the entangling blue-silver grass to guide Xiao Wu in her agile aerial maneuvers to launch attacks. Unfortunately, it proved ineffective against the formidable defenses of Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin, momentarily stunned by the kick, finally resolved to take things more seriously. These children will eventually become his students, and if this continues, he will lose all face. How can he instruct them? Zhu Zhuqing was not idle either. 2 yellow soul rings illuminated, and she leaped into the air, spinning rapidly as she charged towards Zhao Wujia. At the moment Zhao Wujia was struck, Zhu Zhuqing's soul skill, Spectral Claw, collided with his back, slicing through it with swift precision. A furious roar escaped Zhao Wujia as his first soul ring glowed brightly. A blinding golden light erupted instantaneously, sending Zhu Zhuqing flying. Upon seeing the soul ring glow, Tang Qingxi swiftly dashed forward, a flash of black and red light flickering as Zhu Zhuqing staggered. Although she was knocked back, the golden light did not fully impact her. Dai Mu Bai, with remarkable speed, caught Zhu Zhuqing, who gasped for breath, sensing a painful throb in her arms, and looked gratefully towards Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi's domain was a fusion of 2 realms, the god of slaughter's domain and her innate talent, which could disrupt enemy attacks and enhance her evasion capabilities. Had it not been for the timely coverage of her domain, Zhu Zhuqing would have sustained far more severe injuries, potentially dislocating her arms. Simultaneously, Xiao was also in peril, but as the black-red light enveloped them, Tang Qingxi, being closer to Xiao Wu, swiftly guided her to safety, her figure flickering and leaving a trail of afterimages. Tang San let out a muffled grunt. However, being the farthest away, he was less affected by the domain. Xiao Wu, he was more concerned about her condition. Brother, I'm fine. Xiao Wu, having been rescued by Tang Qingxi, had suffered the least. while Zhu Zhuqing bore the brunt of the assault. Zhao Wujia had only utilized the first soul ring skill, the unmoving king body, directly dismantling the combined attack of Tang San and his companions. A furious cat's growl erupted as the white cat perched on Tang Qingxi's shoulder bristled, its body seemingly on the verge of expanding. Tang Qingxi pulled Xiao Wu behind her while restraining the white cat on her shoulder, saying, "It's nothing serious. Your intervention isn't necessary just yet. This is an assessment for the four of us. Your involvement would be unwarranted. If you're upset, I'll help you vent later." The assessment isn't over. Xiao Wu cast a furtive glance at Tang Qingxi. She had noticed that the white cat was indeed a soul beast, and its age seemed considerable, yet it appeared to possess some concealment techniques that even she couldn't penetrate. The fact that a soul beast willingly followed someone made Xiao Wu even more curious about Tang Qingxi. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's speed suddenly accelerated, seemingly closing the distance to Tang San in an instant. Tang San quickly employed Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to evade Zhao Wujia's attack range. Tang Qingxi's gaze grew increasingly playful. Ghost Shadow Misty Steps had emerged. Who was this young man from the inner sect of Tang sect? She pondered whether she knew him. Zhao Wujia refrained from executing his strike. He had no desire to truly harm these children. Ning Rongrong glanced at the incense that had only burned halfway, feeling a bit anxious. Zhao Wujia chose not to pursue Tang San further. "Do you need me to strike again? You cannot possibly last until the incense burns out. It will be better to concede." Before Tang San could respond, Tang Qingxi interjected, "Moreover, Teacher Zhao, you said yourself that as long as one remains standing before time is up, it counts as a pass. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were saved by me and Mubai. Had I not intervened, they would have lost their combat ability, which means they cannot participate further. There are still 2 remaining on the field." Zhao Wujia burst into hearty laughter. "Only 2 remain. How can you continue to fight me?" "Not necessarily," Tang Qingxi replied lightly, casting a glance at Tang San. "Your name is Tang San, right? Do you dare to continue the battle? As a disciple of the Tang sect, a touch of pride would serve you well. Show me all your abilities." Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu, then returned his gaze to Zhao Wujia, his expression growing cold. If not for that person, the sister she that Dai Mubai spoke of, Xiao would undoubtedly have suffered significantly. "Please take care of Xiao Wu," Tang San said to Tang Qingxi. Zhao Wujia was momentarily taken aback. "What? You still wish to continue? You likely cannot withstand even one of my attacks." However, Zhao Wujia would not truly deny these children admission due to the incense not having burned out. He was quite impressed by their displayed strength. To cooperate so harmoniously without prior practice indicated immense potential. Compared to the current academy students, they were undoubtedly strong, save for the peculiar Tang Qingxi. This girl could indeed endure a full incense stick under her own assault with remarkable ease. His words were somewhat harsh, meant to prevent these children from becoming arrogant due to their talents. Tang San was eager to test his limits and see if he could continue the fight. He was not one to easily concede. He also wished to avenge Xiao Wu. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's condition made it clear that had it not been for Tang Qingxi, Xiao would have faced grave injuries. His fingers subtly moved, and his entire being began to gather strength, preparing to unleash his full potential. Hearing this, Tang Qingxi smiled inwardly. She was indeed curious about the true extent of this Tang sect disciple's prowess. Chapter 8. The hidden weapons of the Tang sect. Tang San vividly recalled a line from the Tang sect's ultimate skill. The Xuantian treasure record. Never attempt to play the pig to eat the tiger, or you may very well become the pig. Now he fully grasped the meaning of this phrase. Had he faced an enemy rather than a teacher from Shrek Academy, and without Tang Qingxi's presence, Xiao would have likely faced dire consequences, while he had barely tapped into his true strength. At this moment, Tang San resolved to no longer hold back. He wanted to ascertain the extent of his current abilities. Ning Rongrong, meanwhile, focused solely on enhancing Tang San, which made her task considerably easier. Tang San's hands gradually took on a pale hue, as white as jade. Only Tang Qingxi noticed this detail. It seemed he had trained the Xianyu hand quite well. Zhao Wujia distinctly sensed a shift in Tang San's aura. Although he felt no increase in soul power, an inexplicable sense of danger washed over him. Zhao Wujia was incredulous. How could a mere 29th level child instill such a feeling of peril? Thus, he activated his first soul skill, the unmoving king body. and steadily advanced towards Tang San. "Teacher Zhao, be careful." Tang San suddenly raised his head, his eyes glowing with a purple light. Startled by the sight of those violet orbs, Zhao Wujia momentarily faltered. However, he quickly recognized that the purple light in Tang San's eyes was not an attack. Only then did Tang San launch his assault. 10 beams of cold light erupted from his fingers, each aimed at Zhao Wujia's vital points. Given Zhao Wujia's formidable defensive capabilities, Tang San naturally held nothing back. The sharp sound of air splitting sent a shiver down Zhao Wujia's spine. Agility was his greatest weakness. In that moment, he could only raise both palms to shield his eyes, the most vulnerable area, while channeling all his soul power into defense. Unbeknownst to everyone, Tang Qingxi's eyes also glimmered with a hint of purple light as she activated the purple extreme demon eye, tracking the trajectory of Tang San's projectiles. 10 beams of cold light targeted vital points. Impressive work. After releasing the hidden weapons, Tang San immediately activated Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, swiftly retreating. All 10 beams struck Zhao Wujia, but were deflected by the overwhelming golden light. Tang San silently marveled at Zhao Wujia's extraordinary defense. However, if one concealed weapon proves inadequate, then let us change it. I am unconvinced that it cannot be breached. Zhao Wuji felt an overwhelming headache. Tang San's projectiles were not only precise, but simultaneously targeted various vital points, rendering evasion extremely challenging. These weapons possessed formidable penetrating power. Without fully activating the immovable king's body, he risked injury. Zhao Wuji radiated the golden light of the immovable king and charged towards Tang San, determined not to endure this relentless assault any longer. As Zhao Wuji bore down upon him, Tang San remained unperturbed, swiftly retreating with the aid of Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, while simultaneously allowing the blue-silver grass to extend and obstruct Zhao Wuji's advance. Though it could not entirely halt him, the blue-silver grass, enhanced by its soul rings, had become remarkably resilient, providing a moment's delay. In this dynamic interplay, although his speed was inferior to Zhao Wuji's, Tang San evaded several attacks, which landed in empty spaces. He maneuvered freely within the arena, dodging Zhao Wuji's strikes. With 2 allies absent, his room for evasion expanded, free from the concern of inadvertently harming teammates, allowing him to perform with greater ease. The onlookers, including Dai Mubai, were filled with amazement, and a shiver ran down their spines. If it were not for Zhao Wuji's formidable defense, they would have already been hit. Tang Qingxi smiled slightly, appreciating the boy's proficiency in the martial arts and concealed weapons from the Xuantian treasure record. Unbeknownst to them, the incense was burning low, now reduced to a quarter of its length. The other 3 were secretly exhilarated. They were on the verge of passing. Frustrated at his fruitless pursuit of Tang San, Zhao Wuji muttered with a chuckle, "What a slippery fellow." Yet prolonging this contest would not be so simple. He activated his 3rd soul skill, Gravity Enhancement. Tang San had successfully compelled Zhao Wuji to utilize his 3rd soul skill. The purple 1,000-year soul ring on Zhao Wuji expanded dramatically and descended, directly sinking into the ground. Suddenly, Tang San felt as though he were mired in quicksand. His body became heavy, and every step was arduous. "Zhao Laoshi, this is excessive." Dai Mubai could not help but comment. "Using your 3rd soul skill against a mere level 29 child is rather unfair." Tang Qingxi, however, was not concerned. It may not be sufficient yet. Tang San's mastery of Ghost Shadow Misty Steps was commendable, and Zhao Wuji was not fully activating his 3rd soul skill. Noticing Xiao Wu's anxiety, Tang Qingxi tucked the white cat back into her arms, hoping it would provide some comfort. Under the influence of gravity, Tang San indeed felt the pressure, narrowly dodging Zhao Wuji's attacks multiple times. As Zhao Wuji saw the incense nearly extinguished, a sense of urgency arose within him. The esteemed, immovable king could not be bested by a mere 12-year-old. That would be utterly disgraceful if other teachers discovered it. Time was running out. This examination needed to conclude. With this in mind, Zhao Wuji's 4th soul ring began to glow. Amidst the purple light, the soul ring flew up, appearing as if it possessed eyes, and pursued Tang San, ensnaring him. Confused, Tang San felt no discomfort from the purple soul ring. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. This should be the end. As soon as he spoke, he exerted his legs and leapt into the air. Tang San hastily shifted his position, only to discover that Zhao Wuji, airborne, adjusted his trajectory to continue descending towards him. Unbeknownst to Tang San, Zhao Wuji's fourth soul ring ability was tracking. Once locked onto a target, he could close the distance within 100 meters through a leap. Realizing he could not evade, and glancing at the almost extinguished incense, Tang San steeled himself for a final desperate attempt. He ceased his evasions, watching as Zhao Wuji descended upon him, and immediately activated his second soul ring skill, Parasite. The parasitic seeds had been quietly sown during their earlier exchanges, and upon activation, the blue-silver grass ensnared Zhao Wuji tightly. At that moment, just before Zhao Wuji landed, he could not initiate an attack immediately. Tang San raised his hands, and the sound of metal rang out as 6 icy arrows sprang from his sleeves. The powerful crossbow bolts, accompanied by a piercing whoosh, surged directly towards Zhao Wuji's face. Startled by the sudden appearance of the arrows, Zhao Wuji activated the immovable King S body. With a tremendous crash, the golden light expanded. Not only did Zhao Wuji break free from the blue-silver grass's grasp, but he also deflected the 6 bolts aimed at him. Tang San's forte lay not in throwing weapons, but in mechanical traps, and he finally unleashed them. Zhao Wuji, taken aback by Tang San's unexpectedly fierce offensive, found that while the immovable King S body deflected the bolts, the impact still stung his face. As Tang San executed his crane catching dragon skill, leveraging the force from Zhao Wuji's immovable King S body, he leapt back, narrowly avoiding Zhao Wuji's descending palm. Chapter 9. Tang Qingxi intervenes again. Tang San drew his arms in, his chest muscles rippling as a plume of glimmering steel needles, shrouded in mist, erupted from his chest. Meeting Zhao Wuji's charge with the Tang sect's concealed weapon, hidden sand-shooting shadow. The tea-scented mist momentarily disoriented Zhao Wuji, diminishing the defense of the immovable King S body. In that instant, Zhao Wuji felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a cluster of steel needles had pierced through his defenses, embedding themselves in his torso. The sensation of paralysis and excruciating pain surged into Zhao Wuji's mind. Poison. He quickly expelled the needles from his body, but the toxin had already infiltrated his system. Time's up, Tang San exclaimed, seeing his attack succeed and charging toward Zhao Wuji. Suddenly, a figure appeared between them. Tang Qingxi's expression remained calm as she raised a hand and pointed at Tang San's chest, halting his advance. Time's up. Tang San suddenly came to his senses, glancing at the now extinguished incense. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi observed Zhao Wuji, who was channeling his soul power to combat the spreading poison, and casually picked up a steel needle from the ground. Be cautious. It's poisonous, Tang San warned urgently. Zhao Wuji possessed formidable soul power, and this minor toxin would merely hinder him. But Tang Qingxi was a different matter. She could be at risk. This is the poison of the mandala snake, Tang Qingxi replied nonchalantly, sniffing the needle delicately before addressing Dai Mubai. Mubai, summon Oscar. Although she could easily neutralize the toxin herself, Oscar's second soul skill had detoxifying properties, so Tang Qingxi preferred to refrain from intervening. She then turned to Tang San, saying, "Rest and recuperate for a moment, and don't forget to clean up the area." At that moment, Xiao Wu rushed over. Tang San's earlier exertions had drained much of his energy and spirit, and as soon as he relaxed, he plopped down on the ground to rest, crossing his legs to meditate. What a formidable array of tactics Tang San possesses, Dai Mubai remarked, surveying the chaos around them, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Except for Sister Shi, no one else dares to touch this. It's poisonous. He quickly dashed out, calling for Oscar. Oscar, Oscar, come quickly. We have business. His voice, amplified by soul power, could be heard by nearly everyone in the academy. You little rascal, are you a hedgehog? Zhao Wuji grumbled, returning to his seat with a defeated expression, his chest still aching and the constant need to suppress the toxin within him causing great discomfort. Tang San offered an apologetic smile. Teacher Zhao, you are too formidable. I had no choice but to employ all my means. Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow at his words. Was that truly all he had? It seemed he still had a long way to go. Tang San's identity was well known to Tang Qingxi, and she was somewhat taken aback. She merely intended to investigate the individuals surrounding Xiao Wu. To her surprise, her inquiry unveiled the whereabouts of the long-missing Xuantian Douluo, Tang Hao, revealing that Tang San was indeed his son, Or rather, in this life, he was Tang Hao's progeny. Given Tang Hao's extraordinary talent, coupled with the exceptional nature of Tang San's mother, it was likely that this young man possessed a Xuantian hammer martial soul, unless he shared a fate akin to her own. Moreover, the Tang sect's hidden weapons were plentiful, indicating that their trump cards had yet to be revealed. This was precisely why Tang Qingxi intervened. The situation had escalated sufficiently, and there was no need to expose further secrets. Being a member of the Tang sect and having a favorable relationship with Xiao Wu, she felt compelled to lend assistance. "Where's the business? Where's the business?" Oscar's distinctive soft voice, tinged with excitement, echoed as he approached. He could sense Dai Mubai's urgency and hastily abandoned his cart to rush over. However, upon seeing Tang Qingxi, his expression faltered, and he instinctively recoiled. "Xiao Ao," Tang Qingxi beckoned, gesturing towards Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhao Wujing, requesting 3 recovery sausages, plus a detoxifying sausage for Teacher Zhao. Afterward, she casually tossed a golden soul coin to Oscar, saying, "No need to search." "Ah, thank you, Sister Shi. You're so generous." Oscar's eyes sparkled as he accepted the golden soul coin, then began to chant his soul incantation. "I have a big sausage." As his words fell, a fragrant sausage materialized in his hand. Initially, the group had only heard Tang Qingxi remark that Oscar's soul incantations were somewhat lewd, but they were unaware of the specifics. Upon hearing this incantation, all 4 grimaced, with Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing instinctively leaning back, their bodies conveying their refusal. "I'm not seriously injured, just a bit fatigued." "A short rest will suffice." Tang San waved his hand in rejection. Usually, he would avoid eating unless necessary, dismissing it as distasteful. However, having sustained injuries, he knew he had to comply, as the recovery effect was quite beneficial. Tang Qingxi was not one to be polite with the two. She seized the sausage from Oscar's hand and thrust it into their palms. "You have passed the assessment. From now on, we are all students of the same academy, and there will undoubtedly be times when we fight side by side, with only one food system soul master among us. It's better to acclimate to this sooner rather than later. There is no need for excessive reactions. It tastes quite good." Since they had arrived at Shrek Academy, they were indeed formidable, but no longer pampered young masters or mistresses. They should eat when required. While Tang Qingxi did not intervene with Zhu Zhuqing, the latter, having sustained more severe injuries, promptly consumed her portion. Tang San hesitated somewhat, but under Tang Qingxi's icy gaze, he felt an inexplicable urge to comply, silently consuming his sausage. Oscar then presented the remaining sausage and the detoxifying sausage to Zhao Wujing, who eagerly accepted them, his complexion improving considerably. "Teacher Zhao, have we passed?" Ning Rongrong inquired from the side, seeking confirmation. "Of course, you have passed," Zhao Wujing grunted, already envisioning how the academy's instructors would mock him following today's events. Reluctant to linger, he turned to leave. "Teacher Zhao, wait a moment," Tang Qingxi called after him. "What is it, girl?" She attempted to display a kind smile while stroking the fur of the white cat nestled in Xiao Wu's arms. "It seems my cat has taken quite a liking to Xiao Wu, and you nearly injured her earlier. Had I not intervened, Xiao Wu might have suffered significantly." Zhao Wujing observed Tang Qingxi smile, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "My cat is a bit irritable, and you know how difficult it can be to care for such soul beasts." Just as she spoke, the white cat raised its paw and playfully swatted at Tang Qingxi. She deftly dodged, saying, "Look, I can't help it. If I don't appease her, it could lead to trouble later. So, let us keep this challenge light. Just a small test of Teacher Zhao's skills, and I can wait for you to recover." Of course, while this reasoning wasn't entirely fabricated, it wasn't Tang Qingxi's true intention. The group of students before her possessed considerable abilities and noble backgrounds. She had to demonstrate her prowess to establish her authority. Zhao Wujing, observing Tang Qingxi standing elegantly and impeccably polite, felt a shiver run down his spine. Chapter 10. The Martial Soul, Black Jade Plum Blossom. Wow! Dai Mubai and Oscar simultaneously exclaimed, filled with immense anticipation. After more than a year apart, they were eager to witness the extent of Sister Shi's strength. However, more than that, they relished the prospect of witnessing her challenge. In the academy, both teachers and students dreaded facing Tang Qingxi. While Dai Mubai and his companions could not prevail against her, the instructors were hindered by the disparity in soul power. They could not genuinely exert their full strength against the student. Moreover, Tang Qingxi's soul power was unique, possessing remarkable penetrating capability, making it difficult for even Zhao Wujing to fully defend against. Though it wouldn't inflict severe harm, it would certainly sting. And Tang Qingxi's soul power was laced with a chilling essence that was undeniably uncomfortable. Zhao Wujing shot a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai and Oscar, feeling increasingly frustrated. Girl, if you truly wish to challenge me, then as your teacher, I must assess your abilities. Not a problem, Tang Qingxi replied confidently. Come, let us step aside. Dai Mubai enthusiastically urged Tang San and the others to rest, allowing them to witness Sister Shi's prowess. Not in a hurry. Let teacher Zhao rest a bit. Tang Qingxi waved her hand, ensuring that the necessary rest was taken. Ning Rongrong, observing the hesitance, inquired, Do you require my assistance? Tang Qingxi shook her head. No need. I will challenge him alone. Having consumed Oscar's sausage, Tang San recovered swiftly, his injuries not being severe. He reassured the concerned Xiao Wu and began to curiously assess Tang Qingxi. After all, he had prepared numerous hidden weapons from the Tang sect, supplemented by Ning Rongrong's assistance, which emboldened him to confront Zhao Wujing alone. What kind of reliance did Tang Qingxi possess to engage in such a battle? First, allow me to welcome all the new students, Tang Qingxi said, her demeanor warm as she regarded them. I'm eager to see how our senior will contend with teacher Zhao. Ning Rongrong replied with a bright smile, genuinely intrigued by Tang Qingxi's approach to battling Zhao Wujing. Xiao Wu, cradling the white cat, glanced at Tang Qingxi several times, realizing that she intended to avenge her. By the way, I don't believe we've learned your full name yet, she noted, as they had only heard Dai Mubai and the others refer to her as Sister Shi. My name is Tang Qingxi. If you don't mind, you may call me Sister as well, since I am 2 years older than you, she replied, her gaze subtly fixed on Tang San. Tang San could not mask his astonishment. Tang Qingxi inwardly chuckled. It was evident he hailed from the Tang sect, and anyone from the same generation within the Tang sect would undoubtedly be aware of her name. Not only was she the Tang family's eldest daughter, but her defection from the Tang sect had also stirred considerable turmoil years ago. Yet, she was uncertain of Tang San's exact lineage within the Tang sect, and whether he was someone she recognized, as she had been away for many years. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to converse with him. What's wrong, brother? Xiao Wu, having closely observed Tang San, discerned that his expression was somewhat off. Tang San shook his head. It's nothing, merely a coincidence that my senior sister shares the same name as an old acquaintance of mine. Is that so? Tang Qingxi responded casually. At that moment, Zhao Wujing had already risen from his chair and lit an incense stick. All right, let us begin. We have the time of 1 incense stick, Zhao Wujing declared, inserting the stick into the ground. I'm ready. Tang Qingxi nodded, elegantly stepping forward to stand before Zhao Wujing. Tang San and the others retreated, creating ample space. Then I shall announce the start, Dai Mubai proclaimed loudly. Tang Qingxi glanced at the numerous concealed weapons on the ground that Tang San had yet to clear away. She stepped forward, her soul power lifting the hidden weapons at her feet, and with a swift kick, she sent one flying toward Zhao Wujing. Hey! Zhao Wujing's expression changed, and he hastily activated his immovable king body. Tang Qingxi smiled lightly. Retreating gracefully, one must utilize all available resources in battle. You girl! Zhao Wujing had been quite troubled by Tang San's concealed weapons earlier. He raised his hand, summoning his martial spirit, the Black Jade Plum blossom. Tang San and the others watched closely as Tang Qingxi summoned her power. Indeed, they sensed the fluctuation of soul power, but no soul rings appeared. A few dark petals floated in her palm, and with a casual wave, they shot toward Zhao Wujing. Tang San's pupils constricted. He marveled at her ability to manipulate petals as if plucking leaves. Although he could also perform such feats, his current strength rendered him incapable, leading him to ponder how Tang Qingxi managed it. Was this a manifestation of her soul skill? Plucking leaves and flying petals was a skill mastered by those with profound internal strength in the martial world, and it was not unusual for someone with a plant martial spirit like Tang Qingxi to develop such a technique. The petals struck against the golden light but did not bounce off. Instead, they shattered, yet Zhao Wujing still felt a chill encroach upon him. He could not fathom why a seemingly ordinary plant martial spirit, without the enhancement of soul rings, could possess such a domineering, icy attribute. Zhao Wujing, uninterested in prolonging the engagement with Tang Qingxi, sought to regain some dignity after his earlier underestimation against Tang San and the others. He activated his third and fourth soul rings simultaneously. Feeling a weight upon his body, he observed the approach of Zhao Wujuan's fourth soul ring, yet Tang Qingxi remained unfazed. Her internal power surged rapidly as she executed a series of consecutive flickers, leaving 3 afterimages in her wake, thus evading Zhao Wujuan's fourth soul ring's lock-on. The technique she employed, the celestial Xian shadows, was a skill she had acquired after triumphing at Mount Hua and obtaining the 9 manual. It was among the pinnacle of martial techniques in the world, and her internal cultivation from the flower-moving palace granted her unmatched swiftness, far surpassing the capabilities of Tang Sect's Ghost Shadow Mist. However, due to her current limitations in strength, she could only produce 3 afterimages, unable to unleash the full potential of her skill. Observing this, Zhao Wujuan felt a sense of helplessness, even resorting to his 5th soul ring. This soul ring, radiant with a profound black hue, unleashed a powerful gravitational pressure upon Tang Qingxi from all directions, compelling her towards him. The pressure surrounding her felt as if it could crush her body. Nevertheless, in terms of physical resilience, Tang Qingxi far exceeded Tang San and the others, even surpassing Daimu Bai. Tang Qingxi had never left herself with weaknesses. Her training regimen was formidable. This was also why she was permitted to leave the academy for independent training without any opposition. Her self-imposed curriculum far exceeded the academy's offerings. Chapter 11. Transmutation of Flowers. Zhao Wujuan injured even against Zhao Wujuan's 5th soul skill, the heavy gravity compression. Tang Qingxi could barely withstand it. However, she was not foolish enough to remain stationary against Zhao Wujuan's soul skill, instead choosing to close the distance slightly. Suddenly, a flash of black-red light erupted as a domain was activated. A torrent of murderous intent surged forth, and Tang Qingxi's suddenly heightened aura imposed a pressure upon Zhao Wujuan, causing him to falter. Having traversed the city of slaughter, Tang Qingxi had undoubtedly claimed a greater tally of lives than Zhao Wujuan. The city of slaughter was not a place one could enter and emerge from unscathed. In the entire world, only 3 individuals, including Tang Qingxi, had exited the city of slaughter alive while possessing the killing domain. As the gravitational pressure eased, Tang Qingxi unleashed a palm strike, the wind from her hand swirling the dark petals toward Zhao Wujuan. Simultaneously, she gracefully retreated, increasing the distance between them. This palm was Tang Qingxi's true strike, and Zhao Wujuan dared not underestimate it. He immediately summoned all his soul power for defense. The force of her palm strike did not appear overwhelming, even silent. Yet when it struck Zhao Wujuan, it created ripples. He allowed a muffled groan and shivered involuntarily. Although he sensed that Tang Qingxi's soul power level had not significantly increased, the penetration and chill of her energy surpassed that of a year prior, even overwhelming the protection of his immovable king body. This girl's strength could not be judged by her soul power level. She was a true anomaly, defying conventional assessments. As he resisted the domain suppression, Zhao Wujuan continued to employ his 5th soul skill to restrict Tang Qingxi, activating his 4th soul skill for tracking. This time, the soul ring successfully latched onto Tang Qingxi, and as Zhao Wujuan leaped decisively, she remained composed, standing still. With both palms raised, Tang Qingxi moved with elegance, almost as if preparing to dance. As Zhao Wujuan brought his palm down, she twirled gracefully, her entire being glowing red, effortlessly lifting her hand to meet his strike. Yet, Zhao Wujuan felt as though his strike had struck cotton or plunged into water, being diverted effortlessly by the flow, leaving him unable to exert control. He could only watch as Tang Qingxi moved with the grace of a dancer, her palm pressing against his wrist as if to guide him, redirecting his powerful strike in a wide arc before landing a blow directly upon his own chest. Zhao Wujuan, for the first time in his life, felt the sting of his own great strength king palm. Phew! The might of the great strength king palm caused him to taste blood, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Teacher Zhao, you are being rather serious, Tang Qingxi remarked with a hint of helplessness. I merely wish to establish my authority. The new juniors are quite formidable, and without demonstrating my strength, I cannot maintain my position as the leader of Shrek. Your seriousness makes my task quite challenging. Against Tang San It had been a matter of deploying one soul skill at a time. But now, facing her, Zhao Wujuan had nearly exhausted all 5 of his soul skills. This forced her to reveal her true capabilities. After executing the skill of transmutation of flowers, returning Zhao Wujuan's great strength king palm, he was left gasping for breath, clutching his chest, and he waved his hand dismissively. No more fighting, no more. You've become increasingly ferocious. It was evident that the match could not continue. He had only 5 soul skills at his disposal, and unleashing his 6th soul skill and martial spirit would be difficult to retract. Very well, he conceded. Tang Qingxi readily agreed and called over Oscar and Xiao Ao, instructing them to bring a sausage for teacher Zhao. All right, Oscar responded obediently, swiftly retrieving a sausage to deliver to Zhao Wuji. His admiration for Tang Qingxi grew. She was truly formidable. Dai Mubai inhaled sharply. Although Tang San had previously performed admirably, his endurance largely relied on those peculiar weapons. Neither he nor Tang San dared to directly confront Zhao Wuji's powerful Vajrapalm. Yet, Tang Qingxi not only received it, but frighteningly returned it as well. Of course, she concealed this well, and no one noticed. In reality, her soul power was significantly depleted. The disparity in soul power made it no easy feat to withstand Zhao Wuji's mighty strike, and her reserves were dwindling. At this moment, Tang San fell into contemplation. Although Tang Qingxi did not employ Tang's sect martial arts, utilizing techniques from the flower-picking palace and the Nining manual instead. These were things he had never encountered in his previous life, spent entirely within the Tang sect. However, they were ultimately rooted in the same world and martial arts, evoking a sense of familiarity. Yet, beneath this familiarity lay a conjecture that astonished Tang San immensely. He suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Tang Qingxi's, their eyes locking. Tang Qingxi wore a slight smile, and unnoticed by others, a flicker of purple light flashed in her eyes, causing Tang San to widen his own in surprise. He almost knelt in reverence, but held back, considering the implications of such an act and how it might be perceived by others. Instead, he lowered his gaze slightly, bowing his head in acknowledgement. All right, Mubai, please arrange for the 4 newcomers to settle in, Tang San reminded, recalling the weapons strewn across the floor. Zhao Wuji frowned, clearly frustrated, and without another word, turned and walked away. A twinge of guilt washed over Tang Qingxi, prompting her to decide to send Zhao Wuji a token of goodwill another day, acknowledging that he had indeed had a rough day. As Zhao Wuji departed, Dai Mubai urged everyone to leave. Let us go. I'll take you to the dormitory. He attempted to assist Zhu Zhuqing, but was met with her cold avoidance. Tang Qingxi cast a glance at Dai Mubai and approached Zhu Zhuqing, offering her support. After witnessing Tang Qingxi's strength, Zhu Zhuqing was quite impressed and gratefully accepted her help. After a brief wait for Tang San to gather his hidden weapons, the group made their way toward the dormitory area. However, upon arriving, they were left speechless at the sight of the opulent buildings that clashed with the academy's style. What's going on? Is the academy so impoverished that all the funds went into building dormitories? Noticing their puzzled expressions, Dai Mubai cleared his throat and explained, originally, the dormitories were merely a few shabby wooden huts. It was Sister Shi who found them inadequate and decided to fund the construction of these. You all are fortunate to benefit from it. That smaller building is Sister Shi's personal residence, while these 2 larger ones are for us. Each can accommodate about 5 or 6 people, which is just enough for us. The building on the left is for the boys, and the middle one is empty, perfect for you girls to occupy, although it might need some cleaning as it hasn't been lived in for a while. In response, Tang Qingxi casually tossed a gold soul coin to Oscar. Xiao Ao, go to the village and hire some people to help clean up for the girls. There were only 3 of them, and with Zhu Zhuqing injured, Tang Qingxi, not lacking in funds, arranged for Oscar to hire help. Oscar took the money and quickly dashed off to the village. Tang Qingxi retrieved her white cat, and seeing its reluctant demeanor, she playfully pinched its ear, earning a glare in return. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong assisted Zhu Zhuqing into the dormitory, cleaning out a room for her to rest. Tang San, led by Dai Mubai, entered an empty room, hesitating before approaching the door of Tang Qingxi's residence, gently knocking. Upon opening the door and seeing Tang San, Tang Qingxi welcomed him inside, closing the door behind him as she inquired, "So, what is your name in the Tang sect?" "Esteemed miss, I am Tang San," he replied. kneeling on one knee in respect. What are you kneeling for? Tang Qingxi sidestepped and stood with her hands behind her back, scrutinizing him. Since you know me, you should be aware that I have defected from the Tang sect. There is no need to adhere to its formalities. Or did you arrive in this world before my defection? I don't recall any disciple named Tang San in the inner sect. Your martial skills are commendable. You should have garnered some renown. Hesitating slightly, Tang San remained kneeling, eventually murmuring, I am an outer sect disciple. An outer sect disciple? Tang Qingxi was momentarily taken aback. Then chuckled, You've been learning the Xuantian treasure record in secret? You have quite the audacity. Stand up and tell me about your progress. Being one who had already left the sect, she was indifferent to its rules. Tang San hesitated, fearing she might not believe his words. I have managed to perform the Buddha-S Fury Tang Lotus, but for some reason, I have yet to successfully execute the Storm Pear Blossom Needle. I have learned the other techniques from the Xuantian treasure record, but my cultivation in this world is still shallow. Buddha-S Fury Tang Lotus, quite impressive. If you can perform that, the Storm Pear Blossom Needle should be within your grasp. However, this technique requires a blood sacrifice. I presume you are unaware of that. By the way, how did you arrive in this world? Tang Qingxi inquired further. Tang San, having been discovered for secretly studying the Xuantian treasure record, violated the sect's rules and committed suicide at the hands of ghostly apparition, subsequently arriving in this world. So, you came here after death. But your suicide went unimpeded by my father? How could he allow that? Tang Qingxi was astonished. If he could perform Buddha-S Fury Tang Lotus, why would he care about the distinctions between inner and outer sects? Tang Qingxi shook her head, smiling in a mix of sarcasm and exasperation. The Tang sect is truly on the verge of decline. In 200 years, only two have managed to create the pinnacle hidden weapon, Buddha-S Fury Tang Lotus. One was expelled, and the other forced to death. How ridiculous! If I were the sect master and could produce the Buddha-S Fury Tang Lotus, I wouldn't care whether you learned the Xuantian treasure record in secret. I would at least promote you to inner sect elder. If I were still in the Tang sect, I would consider promoting you to sect master. Tang San found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond, and silently stood up. Enough. What's done is done. No need to dwell on past troubles. You still have much to improve in your Xuantian skills. Practice diligently. Although Tang Qingxi had acquired martial arts more profound than the Xuantian treasure record after leaving the Tang sect, she had not neglected it. Yes, esteemed miss. Should you have any orders in the future, please feel free to command me, Xiao-san. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to remain in the Tang sect or find a place to belong. Tang San continued respectfully. Tang Qingxi regarded him for a moment. What was this matter he spoke of? She had no recollection. While she had no clear memory of Tang San, she could surmise the situation. Some had been expelled from the Tang sect due to its chaotic rules, yet many were retained by her. It was impossible to remember each detail. However, she said nothing, merely nodding. This person had decent talent. Perhaps he would be useful in the future, so there was no reason to refuse him. Very well, Tang San. I have a task for you, Tang Qingxi stated solemnly. Protect Xiao Wu well, and do not question why. Tang San blinked in surprise, bowing his head in agreement. Rest assured, esteemed miss, Xiao Wu is my sister, and I will do my utmost to protect her. Then that will suffice. With a wave of her hand, Tang Qingxi dismissed him. Yes, Tang San clasped his fists and exited her residence. In the stillness of the night, the Shrek Academy lay in complete silence. Following the day's examinations, aside from Tang San and his companions, no other candidates managed to pass the rigorous 4 trials. However, this year marked a record high for Shrek Academy in terms of enrollment. At this moment, Zhao Wujin, the vice president, found himself alone in his quarters, feeling rather disheartened. A dull ache persisted in his chest, a reminder of the day's trials. He had not only been wounded by Tang San's hidden weapons, but also suffered the impact of his own formidable golden iron palm due to Tang Qingxi's cunning tactics. The day's battle had dealt him a significant blow. He had merely intended to stretch his muscles, but nearly found himself grievously injured. In the past, both of the Tang siblings would have met their demise at his hands. Yet, his current position as a teacher at the academy prevented him from acting upon his frustrations against the students. Nevertheless, the presence of such formidable talents as Tang Qingxi and Tang San filled him with a sense of hope for Shrek's future. Zhao Wujin found solace in the thought that these students needed proper guidance, particularly Tang San, for as the saying goes, a jade must be carved to become a gem. This thought brought a hint of a wicked smile to his face. However, the mere thought of Tang Qingxi caused him to grimace. Training her proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Little did he know that her arrival had spared him from severe beating. In the shadows, Tang Hao clutched the Xuantian hammer, his expression wavering. He was unaware of the conversation between Tang Qingxi and Tang San. Yet he had secretly observed the duel earlier that day. The domain unleashed by Tang Qingxi intriguingly intertwined with the domain of the god of slaughter. How could someone so young possess such a terrifying ability? The Slaughter City was not a place one could simply enter. He had barely escaped from it himself. At his age of 13 or 14, venturing into the Slaughter City would have been tantamount to courting death. What kind of monster could obtain the god of slaughter's domain at such a tender age? And which faction had led her there? He could not discern Tang Qingxi's origins based solely on an unfamiliar martial soul. Before Tang Qingxi, only 2 individuals in the world had possessed the god of slaughter's domain, one of them being himself. He feared that Tang Qingxi might be connected to that other wielder of the god of slaughter's domain, which would pose a significant threat. Chapter 13. Deceiving Xiao Wu. After bidding farewell to Tang San, Tang Qingxi returned to her room. The white cat lounged lazily at the window, having sensed something amiss when Tang San visited and instinctively kept its distance. Tang Qingxi approached and gently stroked the cat's fur. Speaking softly, that Tang San is from the same world as I am and can be considered my subordinate. His talent is commendable. It seems sincere to keep him close to Xiao Wu, and I shall command him to protect her. Of course, if you have any objections, I can address them. The white cat slightly raised its gaze and nodded. As long as you believe Tang San will not harm Xiao Wu, it is acceptable. Additionally, I sense an unusual presence lurking in the shadows, one of considerable strength. Tang Qingxi nodded calmly, seemingly unconcerned. Based on previous research, I should be able to deduce who it is. This person does pose a slight threat to me, but having suffered a great loss in the past, I trust they have made some progress over the years. In essence, I do not consider myself their enemy. As long as I do not provoke Tang San, they should refrain from attacking me. You both must tread a treacherous path. Exercise caution, the white cat cautioned as it leaped onto Tang Qingxi's shoulder, gently tapping her face with its paw. The environment she found herself in was largely unfavorable towards the spirit hall, which was cause for concern. Very well, Tang Qingxi replied with a smile. Acquiescing, I shall be careful. At dawn, Tang Qingxi rose early, leaping onto the rooftop and exchanging a distant glance with Tang San, who was also atop another roof. After practicing the purple extreme magic eyes, she descended and advised Tang San, "Do not reveal the nature of our relationship in public, understood?" Understood. Tang San nodded in agreement. By the way, do you possess a martial soul? Tang Qingxi inquit. Tang San gazed at her in astonishment. How does the young lady know? I know your father. Given your background, it is logical that you would inherit the Xuantian hammer. I hail from the Xuantian sect myself. Tang Qingxi replied with composure. The Xuantian hammer? Is my martial soul the Xuantian hammer? Is my father from the Xuantian sect? Tang San was only beginning to speculate about his martial soul, having never received any confirmation from anyone. Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow. You truly did not know? Could the young lady tell me more about my father? Tang San asked eagerly. Your father is indeed a legendary figure. The specifics will have to wait until he tells you, or perhaps I shall share them with you when the time is right, Tang Qingxi replied, hesitant to divulge too much. She was aware that she could not provoke Tang Hao, especially since he was likely watching over Tang San. Her own situation was rather unique. Placing her in opposition to him, discussing Tang Hao's matters could lead to complications. Just remember not to use the Xuantian hammer lightly, and refrain from adding soul rings to it, Tang Qingxi advised. Upon hearing this, Tang San sighed in disappointment. My father and teacher have said the same to me. Your Xuantian hammer will bring you trouble. Avoid using it in public as much as possible. As for soul rings, you can enhance your strength through the blue silvergrass. And once you reach levels 80 to 90, you can add a 100,000-year soul ring to the Xuantian hammer as your first ring. Unlike other martial souls that start with a 100-year soul ring, at that point, your Xuantian hammer will become extraordinarily powerful. However, it is risky. If conflict arises, it could be deadly. I will do my utmost to assist you when that time comes, Tang Qingxi explained. Tang San nodded in understanding. So, is the young lady also a twin martial soul? Tang Qingxi's martial soul was not the Xuantian hammer. Tang Qingxi shook her head. I do not possess the Xuantian hammer. Or rather, I was meant to have a twin martial soul, but due to certain reasons, the Xuantian hammer could not awaken. I do not know if you've noticed, but most people awaken their martial souls in their right hand, while mine is in my left. The right hand was originally meant for the Xuantian hammer, but that martial soul has failed to awaken. I specifically asked you to see if this situation is unique to me or if others from the other world experience the same. It seems I'm simply not fortunate. Why can it not awaken? Tang San felt increasingly perplexed. Tang Qingxi's eyes flashed with a cold light. The reasons are quite complex. In any case, it does not matter. My current situation allows me to achieve effects similar to those of a twin martial soul. As my soul power level increases and I add soul rings, my strength will rise to new heights. Before Tang San could respond, Tang Qingxi raised her hand to silence him. Turning around, Xiao had already awoken and was watching them from a distance. Does she know you possess a twin martial soul? Tang Qingxi asked. Tang San nodded. She does. If she is confused about our relationship, tell her that we are siblings from the same family, Tang Qingxi instructed. She could discern that Xiao Wu's feelings for Tang San were rather special. The ages of these two were not as youthful as they appeared. The young lady seems to be quite considerate of Xiao Wu. Tang Qingxi gently grasped her right arm, offering a wry smile. There's no helping it. I owe her. The white cat perched on her shoulder stirred at her words, nuzzling against her cheek and revealing its teeth, seemingly disapproving of her statement. Tang San, puzzled by the exchange, was about to inquire when Xiao Wu approached, extending her hand to him. Xiao Wu, shall we have breakfast together? Of course. Xiao Wu nodded enthusiastically, linking her arm with Tang San's. Her gaze discreetly flickered toward Tang Qingxi, who, despite a somewhat peculiar aura, exuded warmth that Xiao Wu found inviting. However, witnessing the closeness between Tang San and Tang Qingxi, she suggested, let us go together. I'm not sure where we can find food in this school. Observing Xiao Wu's conflicted expression, Tang Qingxi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Reaching up to ruffle her hair, Xiao Wu felt a slight urge to evade the gesture, but remained still, not quite understanding why. We all share the surname Tang. We hail from the same lineage. However, Tang San's father left the family for various reasons. Tang Qingxi, unwilling to let the young girl linger in confusion, unveiled a layer of their relationship, not as a ruse, but as a truth inherent to their world. Huh? Xiao Wu blinked in surprise. Looking up at the two of them, Tang San nodded in agreement. I just learned this as well. What a coincidence. So, does that mean sister, she is your blood-related sister? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in wonder. Indeed, Tang Qingxi replied, her gaze imbued with significance as she turned to Xiao Wu. If Xiao San claims you are his sister, then you're my sister as well. The profound look in her eyes left Xiao Wu blushing for reasons she could not fathom. Let us go. Tang Qingxi waved her hand, leading them toward the dining hall. However, upon seeing the modest wooden structure, she pondered, shouldn't the dining hall be renovated? During breakfast, noticing Xiao Wu's longing gaze directed at the white cat on her shoulder, Tang Qingxi entrusted the feline to her. Observing Xiao Wu cradle it with delight elicited a soft chuckle from Tang Qingxi. Sister Shi, this must be a white knight spirit cat, right? It seems quite ancient. Xiao Wu inquired. Her curiosity piqued upon learning of Tang Qingxi's familial connection to Tang San. Indeed, it is a white knight spirit cat, over 10,000 years old. Tang Qingxi confirmed. What? Over 10,000 years? Xiao Wu gasped, a mix of astonishment and concern washing over her. Aren't you worried that soul masters might target it? I can carry it around with confidence. Those who covet a 10,000-year-soul beast are not to be trifled with. If anyone dares to act, I can ensure their demise. Tang Qingxi stated with unwavering assurance. Of course, some soul masters have formidable backing, but my own support is far greater. While she lacked the Buddha's wrath lotus, she did possess 2 rainstorm pear blossom needles, one of which she carried. In terms of individual lethality, the rainstorm pear blossom needle is the most potent concealed weapon of the Tang sect, requiring the sacrifice of human blood. Should she encounter a formidable opponent unaffected by it, she would simply reveal her identity. She was curious to see how many would dare to provoke the Pope's direct disciple of the Spear Hall. Furthermore, the true identity of the White Knight Spirit Cat was not yet suitable to disclose to Xiao Wu. If anyone were to strike, the loss would only be the cat as physical form. While what she truly sought to protect, the spirit awakened through nurturing and rare treasures within the soul ring, was not easily extinguished. If the White Knight's spirit cat perished, the spirit named a roe could merely transition to another realm. Tang Qingxi pressed her right hand, contemplating the soul bone within her arm, which served as her greatest reliance and trump card. Indeed, the Xuantian sect, renowned as one of the top 3 sects, held an esteemed reputation, making it unassailable. Tang San found himself in agreement with Tang Qingxi's words. However, she swiftly countered, the Xuantian sect is not my backing. I merely hail from there, having been expelled at the age of 6. Moreover, that timid sect, which did not dare to protect its own members and chose to remain hidden, no longer deserves the title of the foremost sect. Tang San was taken aback, turning to Tang Qingxi, whose eyes betrayed a coldness that made the truth clear to him. The young lady harbored an unfavorable relationship with the Xuantian sect. It seemed his father had also distanced himself from that sect, leading him to believe it was not an admirable place. After all, why would his father and the young lady leave, especially since she had been expelled at such a tender age? Tang San furrowed his brow, pondering, where did sister she go after leaving the Xuantian sect? She must be doing well. After all, she likely lacks for nothing. Tang Qingxi shook her head. You will learn about that in due time. The trio engaged in light conversation as they continued to eat breakfast. Midway through the meal, Dai Mubai arrived with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Where's Oscar? Still sleeping in? Tang Qingxi inquired, noting the absence of 2 familiar faces. Little Ao has always loved his slumber, Dai Mubai replied. And Ma Hongjun went out to visit his girlfriend. He should be with the villagers. His girlfriend is from the village and is named Tsuehua. Shrek Academy was rather impoverished, only renting a third of the village as its territory, while the rest was inhabited by the villagers. Tang Qingxi frowned slightly at this information, but chose not to comment, prompting Dai Mubai to breathe a sigh of relief for the absent duo. Shortly after finishing breakfast, a series of ringing sounds echoed from outside. That's the bell summoned by the dean. Come, I'll take you to the playground, Dai Mubai urged, rising to lead Tang San and the others. Tang San and the others followed suit, while Tang Qingxi remained unhurried, trailing leisurely behind. Upon reaching the playground, they found a sleepy Oscar already present, munching on a sausage he had crafted himself. The moment they spotted him, Tang San and the others almost failed to recognize him. Oscar had transformed completely after shaving off his beard. Dai Mubai regarded him, already quite handsome, particularly with those captivating eyes, yet in terms of sheer appearance, he paled in comparison to the clean-shaven Oscar before them. With his deep-set, charming eyes and a mischievous smile, Oscar resembled a dashing young nobleman. What happened to your beard? Tang San asked curiously, standing beside Oscar. Oscar chuckled, swiftly finishing his sausage, casting a cautious glance at Tang Qingxi before whispering, there are several new beauties around. I had to spruce up a bit to catch their attention. At that moment, Tang Qingxi's gaze fell upon him, causing Oscar to abruptly fall silent. However, Tang Qingxi was actually observing Ma Hongjun, a chubby boy who approached with a fearful expression, cautiously glancing at Tang Qingxi. Having heard that she had returned to the academy, he had been too frightened to come back yesterday, but he could not evade fate forever. With the dean summoning them today, he had no choice but to face her. Upon noticing Tang Qingxi's gaze, Ma Hongjun's face paled, and he timidly approached her, forcing a smile. Sister Shi, you're back. She replied, her eyes appraising him. What is your current spirit power level? Ma Hongjun shrank his neck, obediently responding. Level 29. Tang Qingxi's expression turned serious. Your progress is rather slow. Previously, you were hindered by the aftereffects of your martial spirit, but your condition should be much improved now. Shouldn't it? Ma Hongjun glanced around anxiously, a pained expression on his face as he said, Sister Shi, I have been trying my hardest. It's up to you now. Whether to cultivate or not is your own decision. Tang Qingxi waved her hand dismissively, uninterested in further discussion. Just go ahead. All right then. Ma Hongjun quickly moved to stand beside Dai Mubai. Since everyone had gathered and the dean had yet to arrive, Dai Mubai suggested, why don't we take this opportunity to get to know each other? Noticing the atmosphere had grown stagnant, he introduced Ma Hongjun to the new arrivals, highlighting Tang San. Tang San is quite formidable. He even managed to give teacher Zhao a bit of trouble yesterday. He then addressed the 4 newcomers. Oscar, you already know. This is Ma Hongjun, whose martial soul is the phoenix. Upon hearing the word phoenix, the four exchanged astonished glances at Ma Hongjun. As it was a top-tier beast martial soul. My martial soul is called Black Jade Plum Blossom. You all witnessed my strength yesterday. Tang Qingxi briefly introduced herself. Chapter 15. The Academy's curriculum after the introductions. Dai Mubai continued. We will all be living together, so there's no need to be overly formal with titles. With the four of you new here, we are a total of only 8 students. Xiao Ao and Fatty call me Big Brother Dai. As I am the oldest among the students, you may simply call me Mubai. We all refer to Sister Shi as such. So feel free to choose how you want to address yourselves. Ma Hongjun remarked that he would just call him Fatty, while Oscar could be addressed as Xiao Ao or Uncle Sausage. And Tang-san, how about I call you Xiao-san? Tang-san nodded in agreement, indicating he had no objections. Though Tang-san had not yet spent much time in Shrek Academy, it was clear that a place capable of retaining the young lady could not be lacking in merit. Dai Mubai and the others each possessed their own distinctive traits. Before he could finish, Ning Rongrong chimed in cheerfully. You could just call me Rongrong. My family and friends do so. Her constant smile effortlessly bridged the distance between her and the others. However, Tang Qingxi observed her keenly, recognizing her as a true young lady. It was uncertain how long she could maintain this facade. The name for Xiao Wu remained unchanged, while Zhu Zhuqing maintained her icy demeanor, stating simply, just call me by my name. Curiosity piqued, Tang-san asked, what are the rules and courses at the academy? Dai Mubai explained, there aren't any particularly strict rules. Simply put, no pillaging or misconduct is allowed, but combat and gambling are encouraged. The four exchanged puzzled glances at the mention of gambling. Dai Mubai elaborated. The instructors believe that familiarizing oneself with their martial soul through combat is the best way to enhance practical experience, while gambling serves as a mental exercise that bolsters psychological resilience, improving both observation and judgment. Of course, moderation is key. Fighting should not result in death, and one should not gamble away their trousers. Tang Qingxi interjected, it depends on the nature of the combat. Sparring should not involve lethal force. But if one encounters someone deserving of death, then one must act accordingly. As you grow older, you will inevitably face such situations. The world of soul masters is never devoid of conflict. Dai Mubai chose not to respond to this, and continued, as for the course arrangements, I cannot say for certain, as they may change at any time. After all, we are only 8 individuals, and the number of teachers far exceeds that of students. Therefore, the Academy will adjust the curriculum based on our personal circumstances. I didn't know today's agenda, however, involves collecting fees. The annual tuition fee is 100 gold coins, but for soul masters of your caliber, it should pose no issue. At this, Xiao Wu could not help but interject. Big Brother Dai, I've always been curious. Why is the Academy so impoverished? Even the dormitory was funded by Sister Shi. The teachers we encountered are all of such high rank. Should they receive substantial subsidies from the Martial Soul Hall? Tang Qingxi ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, explaining. The subsidies from the Martial Soul Hall are not limitless. They only extend to soul masters of the soul master rank. Once one surpasses that, at the soul sect level and above, there are no longer any subsidies. Otherwise, that astronomical sum would be unmanageable for the 2 empires combined with the Martial Soul Hall. The subsidies are intended merely to aid lower-ranked soul masters in their cultivation. Those above level 40 have sufficient strength to earn their own rewards. However, most avenues for earning will lead to a loss of certain freedoms. The teachers at Shrek Academy, mostly above level 40, value their independence and detest constraints. Hence they have little income. I see. Xiao Wu nodded in understanding. It's fine if the Academy is poor. If you need anything, just let me know. Tang Qingxi tousled her hair again. While they conversed, a middle-aged man approached from the opposite side of the training ground. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust build and a notably distinctive face. His chin jutted slightly forward, his features were somewhat flat, and he had a hooked nose that gave him a sly appearance. Upon seeing him, Tang-san and Xiao Wu visibly froze, having encountered this man before. Tang Qingxi stood beside Xiao Wu and said, Four-eyed cat, eagle, Flender. The founder of Shrek Academy, a level 78 soul sage with a flying-type beast martial soul. At least he is only level 78, Xiao Wu murmured. Does our academy have any titled Douluo level masters? No. Tang Qingxi shook her head. If we did, I would have already taken you away. That is a relief. Xiao Wu exhaled. Tang-san glanced at her, asking Xiao Wu what's wrong. She shook her head, attempting to conceal her feelings. It's nothing. Tang San felt puzzled, sensing a secret lingering within Xiao Wu, especially given the young lady's strange attitude towards her. Yet he too harbored secrets he could not disclose. Since Xiao Wu did not wish to share, he refrained from pressing her. Flinder approached the 8 students and spoke in his characteristic raspy voice. This year is promising. We have gained 4 new little prodigies. I, Flinder, the Dean of Shrek Academy, welcome you on behalf of the Academy. Remember to pay 100 gold coins each to Teacher Li, who handles the finances. Qingxi, is there something you wish to discuss? Tang Qingxi in Gui. You've made considerable progress in the years since you've been away. You even managed to injure Zhao Wujuan yesterday, Flinder recalled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Tang Qingxi smiled slightly. It was simply that Teacher Zhao did not exert his full strength. If he were to do so, it would indeed be unfair to you all. Flinder chuckled. Mubai. Dean Dai Mubai stepped forward, showing respect and a hint of admiration for Flinder. Flinder continued, with 4 new juniors joining us. Be sure to inform them of the Academy's rules. Then, rest up. Do your utmost to be in peak condition as our first class begins tonight. Oscar and Ning Rongrong. You two are exceptions. Come with me. Oscar's expression fell at this, reluctantly approaching Flinder to pay his respects. His mood improved slightly upon seeing Ning Rongrong join him. Flinder waved his hand. The rest may go and rest. Remember to achieve your best state before nightfall. Our Academy's teaching differs from others. You may even face danger. Qingxi, continue with your self-training. You may join us tonight if you wish. Tang Qingxi nodded in agreement. Tang San, however, was not in a hurry to leave. He wanted to observe how the dean conducted his teaching. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, being support-type soul masters, likely explained their absence from the evening class. Yet he remained curious as to why the instruction took place at night. Chapter 16. Leave the Academy if you don't run. Tang San remained, and naturally, Xiao Wu had no urgency to depart. The white cat nestled in Xiao Wu's embrace, and the soul, Hero, could not stray too far from Tang Qingxi, prompting Tang Qingxi to stay as well. Flinder, unconcerned, addressed Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Each individual possesses their unique method of cultivation. With different martial souls come diverse training approaches. What the Academy aims to teach you is not merely how to cultivate your martial soul, but how to wield it effectively to safeguard yourselves and assist your comrades in future battles. Oscar seemed familiar with such sentiments and lowered his head in non-committal agreement, while Ning Rongrong nodded in earnest understanding. Flinder continued, as soul masters like yourselves, it is imperative to have companions to protect you, both on the battlefield and in daily life. Survival would be arduous otherwise. Oscar, share how an auxiliary soul master can better ensure their safety amidst conflict. Without hesitation, Oscar replied, one should remain as sheltered as possible behind their companions, utilizing the terrain and structures to evade peril and steer clear of hazardous zones. Flinder nodded approvingly. Well articulated, yet you overlooked one essential point. For an auxiliary soul master, the ability to flee is a crucial attribute. A good auxiliary soul master must possess the skill to escape. This requires physical stamina. Although you have your own soul power to assist you, your physical condition must exceed that of ordinary individuals. However, the adversaries you may encounter could very well be enemy soul masters. Thus, physical training is equally vital. Taking one more step in a critical moment may very well mean the difference between life and death. Today's lesson will focus on physical training. From this moment, you're to run 20 laps around the village. If you do not complete them before lunch, you shall forego your meal. You may use your martial souls for assistance. Begin now, with Oscar leading the way. Understood, Ning Rongrong acknowledged, sprinting out without hesitation. Oscar cast a resentful glance at Tang San and the others before following suit. Though the village where Shrek Academy was located was not particularly large, as Flinder mentioned, including the farmland, a single lap spanned at least 3 kilometers. Thus, 20 laps constituted a daunting challenge, one that would surely test the mettle of auxiliary soul masters. Tang San, you must also run, without utilizing your soul power or accepting their assistance. Tang Qingxi suddenly interjected. Come with me. Meanwhile, Flinder gestured toward Tang San. Tang San glanced at Tang Qingxi, who waved him off. Go ahead. Remember to run your 20 laps upon your return. Flinder regarded the two with curiosity, wondering if they were acquainted. Tang Qingxi said nothing further. Tang San nodded, waved goodbye to Xiao Wu, and followed Flinder into the academy. What does the dean want with Tang San? Xiao Wu inquired curiously of Tang Qingxi. You should be aware of the master. He and Flinder are old acquaintances, likely catching up, Tang Qingxi replied. Oh, Xiao Wu nodded in understanding, surprised that the master was acquainted with the soul sage. I shall also run laps. Shall you join me? As a battle soul master, physical training is paramount, Tang Qingxi proposed. With your strength, even in less than optimal condition, handling tonight's lesson should pose no issue. Cherish your time. The truth lies in swiftly growing stronger. Xiao Wu hesitated briefly before nodding. Tang Qingxi then returned the white cat to her shoulder and began running alongside Xiao Wu. Flinder's office, which also served as his residence, was simply furnished with only the essentials. He sat behind his desk, a complex light flickering in his eyes as he regarded Tang San. Is a master well? He asked. Tang San nodded affirmatively. The teacher is well. Flinder appeared surprised. You were a student? No wonder he entrusted you with this belt. He once told me that he would one day cultivate a genius soul master. It seems you were his chosen one. Tang San brushed his hand over the belt and presented a letter to Flinder before departing. The teacher instructed me to deliver this to the dean once I was accepted. Upon hearing Tang San's words, a flicker of sorrow mingled with a smile crossed Flinder's face. So he finally decided to reach out to me. As he spoke, he slowly opened the envelope, extracting the letter. Tang San observed closely, noting Flinder's hands trembled slightly as he unfolded the letter. His expression shifted constantly, and he suddenly fixed his gaze on Tang San. Since you are his testament, do not disappoint him. Are you and Qingxi acquainted? Tang San nodded, indeed. However, he refrained from elaborating further, only mentioning that the young lady had indicated they could inform Xiao Wu of their origins from the Xuantian sect. Flinder, seeing this, did not press for more details. You may go. Prepare well for tonight's lesson. It will not be easy. As for Tang Qingxi's suggestion to run laps, Flinder remained non-committal. Tang San, mindful of Tang Qingxi's instructions, left Flinder's office just as Tang Qingxi and Xiao Wu completed a lap, joining them in their run. At that moment, Oscar and Ning Rongrong had yet to finish even a lap. Oscar, how far is this lap? Ning Rongrong asked, her voice tinged with resignation. Just moments before, she had been overtaken by Tang Qingxi and Xiao Wu, and now their figures had vanished from sight. Initially, she had been brimming with confidence. Despite being an auxiliary soul master, her father had always insisted on physical training at home, echoing Flinder's sentiments. Thus, she believed her physique was adequate and considered herself proficient in running. However, from the moment they left the academy, she had yet to complete a single lap, and considerable time had already elapsed. Forget lunch. Even dinner seemed uncertain. Oscar sighed. I mentioned it before. This is simply impossible. There is nothing impossible. It is merely that your stamina is lacking. Tang Qingxi retorted coldly as she surged ahead, surpassing them once more with Xiao Wu and Tang San in tow. Oscar and Ning Rongrong lamented the stark disparity between individuals. After running several laps, when Tang Qingxi caught up with Oscar and Ning Rongrong again, she noticed Ning Rongrong had ceased running, displaying a look of impatience as she walked away. What is the matter? Tang Qingxi signaled for Tang San and Xiao Wu to continue running while she halted in front of Ning Rongrong. Oscar hurried over as well. I will not run any longer. The distance is too great, and I am hungry. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, clearly displeased. Very well, Tang Qingxi replied. Then you may return to your dormitory, gather your belongings, and depart. It is far more dignified to leave on your own than to face expulsion from the academy. Expulsion? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows. The school would expel me? I have previously stated that the academy does not accept pampered young masters and ladies. The purpose of running is to enhance your physical strength, ensuring you possess a greater chance of survival on the battlefield in the future. If you cannot endure this, no matter how great your talent, it will wither away into waste. The academy does not desire individuals of that ilk. There have been students expelled in previous years. Tang Qingxi stated coldly. This is not a battlefield. It is merely an academy. Ning Rongrong retorted, a slight smirk of disdain gracing her lips. Yet this is Shrek Academy, and you do not merit the title of a monster. You may either continue running to prove your worth to remain here, or pack your belongings and leave. Tang Qingxi asserted without reservation. Due to the influence of a certain individual, she held high expectations for Ning Rongrong, who hailed from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Unfortunately, If this person continued on this path, she was destined to be a hopeless case. Ning Rongrong, however, smiled, her expression radiating an air of superiority. Tang Qingxi. Who do you think you are? Do you even know who I am? The daughter of the esteemed sect master Ning Fengji. She was fully aware of her status. Tang Qingxi's gaze turned colder, a sardonic smile escaping her lips. Ning Fengji himself would show me respect. Who do you think you are? In this academy, there are many whose status rivals or even surpasses yours. For someone like you, who is purported to be the most talented among the younger generation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, you are merely tarnishing its future and bringing disgrace to the Glazed Tower. You speak nonsense, Ning Rongrong retorted, her chest heaving with indignation. Yet, Tang Qingxi had lost interest in further dialogue. Oscar, once she fails to complete 20 laps, go find Dai Mubai and the others to help her pack and send her off. I will inform the dean of the situation. With that, Tang Qingxi turned and continued her run. Ning Rongrong was left seething, unable to catch up, watching as Tang Qingxi disappeared into the distance. Oscar remained silent for a moment, then said helplessly, "Sister, she has invested a considerable amount of money in this academy and has never asked the deans for anything. In this academy, sister, she wields real power. You should think carefully. If she says so, you will indeed be expelled if you do not comply." Oscar, aware of Tang Qingxi's formidable reputation among the senior students, had no words of rebuttal, even though he had once harbored some feelings for Ning Rongrong. After offering his warning, Oscar resumed his own run. As night fell, Flanders stood on the grand playground, observing the 8 students before him. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were already prepared for the evening classes, brimming with energy. Tang San and Xiao Wu appeared somewhat fatigued, yet their spirits remained high. Zhu Zhuqing also bore signs of weariness, having chosen to train alongside Tang Qingxi after hearing that she was running. Tang Qingxi had arranged to meet Flanders directly at the teaching venue, thus was absent from the playground at that moment. However, Flanders' attention was not on them, but rather on the 2 other students. "Oscar, have you completed your 20 laps?" Flanders' gaze was sharp, making it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. Oscar coughed lightly and nodded. "Dean, I have finished." Flanders scoffed. "I was not inquiring about you." Oscar turned to Ning Rongrong, who was looking at him with an expression of innocence in her beautiful eyes. After pondering Tang Qingxi's earlier words and Ning Rongrong's attitude, Oscar remained silent for a long while before finally stating, "You should ask Ning Rongrong, Dean." "Very well." Flanders nodded, turning to Ning Rongrong, who appeared both innocent and somewhat pitiful. "Tell me, have you completed your 20 laps?" Ning Rongrong shook her head honestly. "I haven't. The distance is too long and exhausting, and I am hungry. I could not keep going." Flanders smiled slightly. "So, despite Qingxi's prior warning, you chose to run off to Soto City for a grand feast and strolled around the commercial street before returning. Is that correct?" Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Were you spying on me?" Flanders' expression turned grave. "As dean, I must be accountable for every student in this academy. Your unauthorized departure and disregard for the academy's arrangements are not the actions of an exemplary soulmaster. Do you believe you still have the right to remain at Shrek Academy? Qingxi's decisions are mine. Now, please gather your belongings and leave the academy." Ning Rongrong scoffed. "You think you can expel me? It won't be that simple. Flanders, I advise you to mind your own business, as well as that of Tang Qingxi. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. You truly disregard my words." Having completed her tasks, Tang Qingxi arrived at the playground and laughed at Ning Rongrong's remarks. Mubai, Tang San, both responded in acknowledgement. The other students looked at Ning Rongrong with disbelief, surprised to witness her true nature. Tang Qingxi glanced at Flanders, who stated, "You all go retrieve Miss Ning Rongrong's belongings from her room and escort her out of here. If she resists, you're permitted to use any means necessary. As for the consequences, feel free to test them." Tang Qingxi added boldly, "Whether you summon Ning Fengji or those 2 titled Douluos, it matters not. Let us see who truly cannot bear the repercussions." Flanders smiled calmly. "I fear no consequences. This is my domain, and I make the rules. Escort her out." "You dare!" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, hands on her hips, exuding an aggressive aura. "No one has dared to treat me this way in my life. Your elders may hesitate to discipline you, but that does not apply to us. You are not a treasure here. In fact, every student present surpasses you," Flanders disdainfully retorted. Ning Rongrong countered defiantly. I am a support-type soul master. I cannot match these battle spirit masters in martial prowess. However, my role on the battlefield is more significant than theirs. You would merely serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield, Tang Qingxi coldly replied. Do not overestimate your value. Without protection, you are nothing. Anyone could easily end your life. With your reckless and haughty demeanor, who would be willing to protect you? Do you expect the two titled Douluos from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, who have indulged you, to abandon your father to shield you? Ning Rongrong was left utterly speechless as Flanders and Tang Qingxi exchanged words, overwhelming her with their arguments. Although their words were harsh, she understood their underlying message. Chapter 18. Ning Rongrong, the most inept in the academy. Flanders slowly approached Dai Mubai and the others. Having noticed that they had yet to retrieve Ning Rongrong's belongings due to the verbal sparring between them. Pointing at Dai Mubai, he declared he is 15 years old, with a white tiger martial spirit, a battle-type soul master. At level 37 soul power, he possesses 200-year soul rings and 1,000-year soul ring, making him the youngest student in the history of Shrek Academy to reach the rank of soul master at level 30. He achieved this at the age of 13. Do you believe you could break through the 30-level barrier at that age? If anyone can surpass Mubai, it certainly will not be you. Tang San and Xiao Wu reached the level of 29 at just 12 years old. They're the ones capable of outshining Mubai. And as for Qingxi, her soul power level may not be high, but that is because she has her own aspirations. She accomplished something no soul master has ever achieved, breaking through soul master ranks without relying on soul rings. This endeavor took her 6 years. Yet when she arrived at Shrek Academy at the age of 12, her soul power level was 23. Do you grasp the significance of this? You should also understand the gap between a great soul master and a soul sage, even if Zhao Wujuan did not exert his full strength. While Tang San required assistance, Qingxi relied solely on her own power to injure Zhao Wujuan. Qingxi also possesses the killing god domain. Currently, only 3 individuals in the world possess it, the other 2 being titled Douluos. Do you comprehend what that implies? Even I am uncertain of Qingxi's background, but I can assure you her status is at least equal to yours. Just based on her killing god domain alone, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would indeed think twice before provoking her. With her exceptional talent and distinguished identity, her efforts surpass all the students at the academy. Thus, we do not expect Qingxi to adhere strictly to the curriculum, yet she continues to attend. Instead, she engages in additional practice outside of class. These individuals are far superior to you. Flander then turned to Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun, of similar age to you, possesses a soul power of level 29. His martial soul is a variant, a top-tier beast martial soul, albeit with inherent flaws. He once had to expend considerable effort to compensate for these deficiencies. Despite this, his soul power still exceeds yours. As for Zhu Zhuqing, her soul power is comparable to yours, but unlike you, she possesses a steadfast and determined heart, coupled with immense diligence. While you carelessly left the academy, she proactively trained alongside Qingxi, completing 20 laps. By the way, Qingxi ran 30 laps, and they did so without utilizing their soul power. Ning Rongrong, can you truly compare yourself to any of them? Here, you're already the weakest presence. What grounds do you have for pride? I dare say that if you continue down this path, 20 years hence, each of them will achieve far greater accomplishments than you. Tang Qingxi added. The principal did not mention Oscar. Allow me to speak of him. In brief, he possesses a food-type martial soul with innate full soul power. Ning Rongrong's complexion paled. This is impossible. How could a support-type martial soul possess innate full soul power? Thus, Oscar is also an unprecedented existence. With limitless potential for the future, Flander remarked calmly. Ning Rongrong stood there, dazed, having grown up in care and, being a genius, had been pampered to an extreme. She had always believed herself to be the most outstanding. Yet now, every word from Flander and Tang Qingxi pierced her heart like a sword, utterly shattering her pride. Ning Rongrong's face turned pale, and suddenly she burst into tears, turning to flee towards the dormitory. Tang Qingxi maintained a serene expression, turning to Flander. It seems troublesome, principal, to speak so much to this little girl. Flander exhibited a hint of satisfaction. A 12-year-old girl is nothing I cannot handle. It is not troublesome. After all, she is a student of the academy. Moreover, he held a letter from the sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. a letter that could serve as an imperial decree. Even without Tang Qingxi's request, he would still impart such lessons to Ning Rongrong. However, why are you so concerned about Ning Rongrong, little Qingxi? Just how many connections does she have? She seems quite familiar with Tang San and Xiao Wu as well. On account of her being an elder, Tang Qingxi waved her hand, unwilling to elaborate further. Well then, it's time for class. Very well. Flander nodded. Prepare to set off. You have witnessed Ning Rongrong's outcome. If you wish to remain at the academy, you must abide by its rules and attend every class diligently. My words here are a command. Only Qingxi is exempt from this. If you desire such freedom, first defeat Qingxi, and then I shall not interfere with you. Tang Qingxi. What does she have to do with it? She never skipped class while at school. Tang San and the others shook their heads. Realizing they could not match her, one who could injure a soul sage was not to be trifled with. Next, you shall commence your first lesson. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. If your performance is lacking, you may suffer considerably. After Flander's warning, he waved his hand, signaling for them to follow. With that, he lightly tapped his toes and gracefully darted forward towards the academy's exit. The group hastily followed suit. Flander maintained a pace that was remarkably swift for them, allowing the disparities among the students to become evident. Tang Qingxi followed elegantly beside Flander, appearing quite at ease. Trailing closely behind them was the profoundly skilled Dai Mubai, followed not by Tang San, but by Zhu Zhuqing. While Tang San's ghost shadow misty steps excelled in finesse, it was not all-encompassing in terms of linear acceleration. He could not rival Zhu Zhuqing, a speed-oriented agile attack soul master. Thus, he and Xiao Wu fell to the third position, while Ma Hongjun, the last, was not significantly behind Tang San. Along the way, the group remained silent. Only Tang San, feeling a tremendous pressure from Tang Qingxi's glance, silently resolved to diligently enhance his speed. Soon, they arrived at Flander's destination, Soto City. The Shrek Academy was not far from Soto City, and before long, they beheld the southern city gate. At this point, Flander's speed decreased, allowing the students to catch up. The city gates of Soto were open around the clock, and the 7 of them entered smoothly. Although night had fallen, Soto City was even livelier than during the day, with the streets illuminated brilliantly. Upon reaching a grand edifice, Flander came to a halt. We have arrived. Dai Mubai's expression shifted. Principal, are we bringing them here on the first day? They can broaden their horizons here. Tang Qingxi in Dazet. Flander spoke in a solemn tone. What the Academy can teach you is how to better utilize your martial souls, aiding you in acquiring soul rings and developing your potential to the fullest. Among all that you need to learn, practical combat experience is paramount. Even with equal levels in strength, practical experience will determine the outcome. Only through continuous combat can you enhance your adaptability in battle. Your first lesson is practical combat. And this is your classroom. Seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu appear puzzled, Tang Qingxi explained, "This is the Great Soul Arena, a place for soul masters to battle, where many spectators gather to watch and even place bets on the outcomes." Tang San frowned. Isn't being a soul master the noblest profession? Why is there such a place, akin to a spectacle, where people watch martial soul competitions? Hearing this, Tang Qingxi shot him a frosty glance, her voice laced with iciness. "Do not let me hear such statements again or know that you hold such thoughts. There is no question of nobility. No matter how exalted the status, death reduces one to mere dust. The Great Soul Arena is currently the best place for you to gain practical experience, allowing you to face various opponents with different martial souls, and they will show you no mercy. You may even encounter life and death battles, experiences you cannot gain within the academy." "I understand," Tang San quickly replied respectfully, sensing Tang Qingxi's cold demeanor. Flander regarded the two curiously, but merely nodded. "Qingxi is correct. I assign you a task. Before graduation, you must obtain at least a silver soul badge. Initially, you will receive 1 badge. Thereafter, each victory will earn you points, and upon reaching certain thresholds, the badge level will upgrade. The badge levels are categorized by mineral quality, starting from the iron badge, then copper, silver, gold, and purple gold, with 3 additional ranks beyond that, though you need not concern yourselves with those for now. Obtaining a silver badge will be quite a challenge for you. Mubai, please explain the requirements for upgrading badges and your own record." Dai Mubai replied, "I began participating in the Great Soul Arena at level 29, with a total of 56 battles, 29 victories, and 27 defeats. My current score is 2. To upgrade from an iron badge to a copper badge requires 100 points. Each victory earns 1 point, while a defeat deducts 1 point. After exceeding 5 consecutive victories, each subsequent victory earns 10 points, and after exceeding 10 victories, it becomes 100 points. Upgrading from a copper badge to a silver badge requires 1,000 points, but the base score for each match becomes 10 points, and the points awarded for consecutive victories increase further. Regarding Dai Mubai's strength, Tang San had some understanding and was somewhat surprised. Mubai, how is it that you have only 29 wins and 27 losses? Dai Mubai let out a wry smile. The Great Spirit Arena is not easy to navigate. The matches are categorized by rank, which corresponds to the number of spirit rings. Once you gain an additional spirit ring, you must compete in the next tier. I won 4 consecutive matches at level 29, but then my strength increased to level 30, and I subsequently lost more than 10 matches. How could I, just having reached level 30, possibly defeat opponents of 38 or 39? It would have been better to pause participation after reaching level 30, allowing my spirit power to increase before returning. However, our goal is to train our combat abilities, so we cannot do that, resulting in a less than favorable record. My points are even lower than Fatty S. Ma Hongjun interjected, I have 33 matches, with 25 wins and 8 losses. What about Shijia? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Tang Qingxi replied nonchalantly, I have 11 consecutive wins and a bronze badge. Afterwards, I left the academy to train, so I Haven T returned to compete. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing both displayed expressions of surprise. The disparity in their records compared to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun was considerable. Before entering the academy, Qingxi already possessed extensive practical combat experience, and her strength allowed her to easily handle opponents in the 2-spirit ring category. Flander lamented, Qingxi, your graduation requirement has been raised to the gold spirit badge. He even suspected that Tang Qingxi left the academy because she found the practical training insufficiently challenging. This girl was fierce enough to survive the city of slaughter. Battling in the Great Spirit Arena was child's play for her. No problem. And today I will challenge the 3-spirit ring category, Tang Qingxi declared. Battling opponents of only Great Spirit Master level is indeed too uninteresting. Dai Mubai immediately stiffened, silently praying that the two would not face each other. Let's go in, Flander waved his hand, leading everyone inside. The Great Spirit Arena astonished Tang San and the others. They had never visited this area before and were unaware that Soto City housed such a magnificent structure. The entire Great Spirit Arena was elliptical, towering over 100 meters in height, divided into a main arena and 24 sub-arena. It could accommodate 60,000 spectators and featured 100 VIP boxes. As they walked further in, Flander provided some remaining information to Tang San and the others. Here, battles are divided into 3 categories. One is the game, as Dai Mubai described, primarily for mutual sparring, generally prohibiting killing. The second is life and death fights, where life and death are determined on the arena. Lastly, there are wager battles, where the victor claims everything within the bet, many of which are life and death fights. The competition formats are also divided into 3 types: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles, with group battles typically limited to a maximum of 7 participants. The group passed a giant stone tablet, inscribed with an abundance of names. Flander informed Tang San that these were the names of those who had perished in the spirit battles. Signing up for a battle is quite simple. One merely fills out a form with their name, age, and martial spirit, pays a registration fee of 10 gold coins, and receives the initial iron badge. A spirit power test is also conducted to determine each individual's level and group assignment. After registering, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others were quickly assigned to the 14th sub-arena. Flander led them to the battle area, gave Dai Mubai a few instructions, and then left. Tang Qingxi also exited, as she was not placed in the 14th sub-arena. In the Great Spirit Arena, those who achieve more than 5 consecutive victories or possess higher spirit badge levels are generally assigned to the main arena. Since Tang Qingxi requested to engage in higher tier matches, she was naturally placed in the main arena. Newcomers like Tang San, along with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, whose scores were not particularly high, could only compete in the sub-arena. Tang Qingxi's matchups were not particularly early, and rather than rushing to the main arena, she first sought out Flander, who had not yet left the arena. What is it? Do you need something from me? I plan to conduct individual training for Tang San next, and if Xiao Wu is willing to join, I will include her, so the two of them will not participate in academy courses afterward. In Tang Qingxi's view, the courses at Shrek Academy were still not sufficiently rigorous. Chapter 20. Tang Qingxi's challenge. Beyond her rank, what is your relationship with Tang San? Flander inquired with great curiosity. We share the surname Tang. Even if the Tang surname does not reveal its characteristic martial spirit, it should be quite familiar to you, Tang Qingxi replied directly. After all, the existence of Xuantian's sect, indeed, masked their true relationship. All right, Flander nodded in response, though he still found it perplexing. He had speculated about Tang Qingxi's identity, considering Xuantian's sect, but he had previously observed the bishop of the Spirit Hall in Soto City treating Tang Qingxi with utmost respect. He had heard about the conflict between Xuantian's sect and the Spirit Hall, which left him puzzled. Furthermore, entering the City of Slaughter was not something just anyone could do. He had been contemplating which of the two titled Douluo, both connected to the Spirit Hall and Xuantian's sect, was related to Tang Qingxi. After mentioning this to Flander, Tang Qingxi headed towards the main arena, but encountered Zhu Zhuqing at the entrance. Are you looking for me? Tang Qingxi asked. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated. For although Xiao Wu was very close to Tang Qingxi, she found it difficult to approach her. Each spirit master could only participate in one match of the same category per day, but could compete in different types simultaneously. Tang San and Xiao Wu had signed up for a 2-on-2 match. Zhu Zhuqing whispered, I would prefer not to team up with Ma Hongjun or Dai Mu Bai, as the difference in our strengths is too great. Thus, she sought out Tang Qingxi. Of course, Tang Qingxi responded, holding Zhu Zhuqing in good regard. She always felt a sense of admiration for those who were resolute and dedicated to becoming stronger. I will hold back a bit to give you space to improve your practical combat skills. Your opponent will be a great spirit master of bronze badge level, so be prepared. Thank you very much. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her sincere gratitude. Tang Qingxi was somewhat resigned to the situation, and although they were of the same level, Tang Qingxi's strength was significantly superior. If she fought with full force, even a bronze badge opponent would have no chance to retaliate. Thus, Tang Qingxi accompanied Zhu Zhuqing to register for the 2-on-2 match. After paying the registration fee, the staff member said, Please choose a name for your team. We need to come up with a name? Zhu Zhuqing asked, puzzled. The 2-on-2 format required teams to have a name for ease of introduction by the arena host. You think of one, Tang Qingxi said, not inclined to expend effort on such trivialities. As for naming, she would not admit to being uninspired. How about Tangzhu? Qingzhu? Zhu Zhuqing evidently was not adept at naming either, simply combining two characters from their names. Then let us go with Qingzhu. Tang Qingxi casually selected one. All right, the Qingzhu team has been registered. The names of Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing were now inscribed on their badges. In terms of order, Zhu Zhuqing's one-on-one battle was scheduled first, while Tang Qingxi simply returned with her to the 14th battle area. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an internal battle of Shrek Academy, as Zhu Zhuqing's opponent was Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing's expression instantly grew serious. Do your best, Tang Qingxi said lightly. Yes. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and directly headed towards the Soul Dual Passage. Just as Tang San was about to follow her, he was stopped by Dai Mu Bai, who grasped his shoulder and whispered, Brother, take it easy. Tang San smiled slightly and was about to nod when Tang Qingxi's voice chimed in, Ignore him. Only by witnessing the disparity can one be motivated to strive harder. Hearing this, Tang San could only glance apologetically at Dai Mu Bai. As the two ascended the stage, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. The host briefly introduced the souls and names of both competitors before signaling that the duel could commence. Please, Tang San courteously gestured for Zhu Zhuqing to begin. Zhu Zhuqing coldly replied, Please give it your all. I wish to see the gap between us. Very well. The contest was not fiercely contested, and Tang San won with remarkable ease. As a control-type soul master, he thoroughly restrained Zhu Zhuqing in this straightforward arena, where the simple terrain was not conducive to agile attack types. Zhu Zhuqing's assaults were entirely ineffective against Tang San's control. Utilizing only the skill of his first soul ring, Bind, he securely ensnared Zhu Zhuqing, and the paralysis effect of the first soul ring rendered her incapable of fighting back. Zhu Zhuqing decisively descended from the stage. Let us go. Tang Qingxi showed no surprise at this outcome and led Zhu Zhuqing to the main soul duel arena. The subsequent 2 matches of Tang Qingxi were held there. I will conduct special training for Tang San. He will train with me and will not participate in the academy's curriculum. If you're interested, you may join, Tang Qingxi suddenly remarked on their way. Remembering how Zhu Zhuqing had proactively joined during the morning's lapse, Tang San thought she could indeed use some support. Although Zhu Zhuqing's identity likely would not benefit him much, it wouldn't hurt to have her around. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brightened. She had heard more than once of Tang Qingxi's rigorous training methods. Tang Qingxi's strength also attested to the value of her training and being eager to grow stronger. Zhu Zhuqing would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. Then I shall trouble you, Sister Shi. Zhu Zhuqing sincerely addressed Tang Qingxi as Sister Shi. Upon arriving at the main Soul Duel Arena, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly had a question. Sister Shi, you've achieved 11 consecutive victories, with the Copper Badge's score base being higher. Doesn't that mean winning this match would directly elevate you to a Silver Badge? A Copper Badge's 12 consecutive victories could indeed yield 1,000 points, sufficient for ascending to a Silver Badge. Tang Qingxi shook her head. Not quite. After a badge upgrade, the consecutive wins reset to 0. There have been no victories at the Copper Badge stage yet. However, it is merely a matter of achieving 11 consecutive victories again to reach the Silver Badge. Hearing Tang Qingxi speak so lightly of consecutive victories, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but smile. Such confidence was perhaps excessive, yet Tang Qingxi possessed the strength to back it up. Soon, Tang Qingxi's one-on-one duel commenced, and Zhu Zhuqing remained below the stage, watching intently. The host's voice rang out with fervor. Next, we shall witness the 8th one-on-one duel in our main Soul Duel Arena. Entering the stage are a Great Soul Master and a Soul Sovereign. Indeed, today we shall witness a challenge across ranks. Facing off is the long-absent Great Soul Master Tang Qingxi, renowned for her 11 consecutive victories and possessing the plant soul of the Black Jade Plum blossom, against the Soul Sovereign Fong Lin, who has achieved 5 consecutive victories with the Flame Wolf Soul. Upon hearing the host's words, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but furrow her brow. She understood that Tang Qingxi's strength was formidable, yet she also recognized that fire-type souls often countered most plant-type souls. However, based on her observations, Tang Qingxi was not one to leave herself vulnerable. It remained to be seen how she would respond. Zhu Zhuqing had never fought against Tang Qingxi, unaware that Tang Qingxi's soul power bore an exceedingly frigid force. The host continued passionately. Will Tang Qingxi reclaim the glory of a year ago with 12 consecutive victories? Or will Fong Lin shatter her winning streak? Let's await the outcome. The spectators erupted in thunderous cheers. 10 consecutive victories were a rare occurrence in the main Soul Duel Arena, and even though Tang Qingxi had not appeared for over a year, many still remembered her fearsome 11 consecutive victories from the previous year. Especially noteworthy was her choice to challenge an opponent of a higher rank, the well-known Fong Lin. This match undoubtedly piqued great anticipation. Listening to the cheers that nearly pierced the heavens, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of astonishment. Such a scene had not been witnessed in the 14-Soul Duel Arena. Indeed, the competitors stepping onto the main stage were exceptional. Fong Lin soon arrived at the duel platform, sporting a wild hairstyle, his eyes fierce and sharp, emanating an imposing aura. Upon seeing Tang Qingxi approach casually, a hint of disdain flickered in his gaze. Little girl, your 11 consecutive victories do indeed showcase your prowess, but it seems you've let the winning streak cloud your judgment, daring to challenge a soul sovereign with the strength of a great soul master. Your winning streak is destined to end here. Let us see if you can say that after the match, Tang Qingxi retorted, disinterested in pre-match bravado. Fong Lin chuckled. You will soon realize the difference between a great soul master and a soul sovereign. As the host announced the start of the match, Fong Lin's seemingly contemptuous demeanor belied his true capability. Achieving the Copper Badge and 5 consecutive victories was no feat for the reckless. He immediately activated his soul, fiery hair erupting from his body, making his already strong physique appear even more imposing. Even with the legendary 11 consecutive victories, he would still show respect to his opponents in the Great Soul Master category. Harsh words aside, real combat was a different matter. His hands transformed into claws, ablaze with flames, as sparks flew from the friction, and 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, swirled around him. Tang Qingxi, however, did not theatrically display her soul, merely causing a few black jade plum blossoms to swirl in her palm. Then, with a swift motion, she dashed toward Fong Lin. Noticing that Tang Qingxi's speed matched his own, Fong Lin's expression grew serious. No wonder she could achieve 11 consecutive victories and dares to challenge higher ranks. She indeed has some abilities. Fong Lin's first soul ring illuminated, flames igniting across his body. Then, as his second soul ring glowed, he howled like a wolf, gathering flames in his mouth and launching a fireball toward Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the fireball while feeling its heat. As she approached, Fong Lin charged forward, raising his claw to strike Tang Qingxi. Although he had supplemented his long-range attack with his second soul ring, he primarily favored close combat. Tang Qingxi's direct assault played right into his hands. Going all out, he activated his third soul ring. Flames erupted in a circle around him, and he grinned with delight. His previous opponents rarely dared to come near. This Tang Qingxi was rather audacious. What surprised him, however, was that as Tang Qingxi stepped into the fiery circle, she extinguished the flames at her feet. She then raised her hand to meet Fong Lin's fiery claw head-on. The cold energy coalesced in her palm, and the flames on his claws seemed to wither before a terrifying force, extinguishing completely upon contact. Feeling the icy chill radiating from his claws, Fong Lin's eyes widened in shock. You are actually of the ice attribute. Due to Tang Qingxi's absence from the Grand Soul Arena for over a year, Fong Lin found himself unable to fully discern her martial soul information upon her unexpected appearance today. He only knew that her martial soul belonged to the plant category, which should have provided him a significant advantage with his fire attribute. However, he was taken aback to discover that she also possessed ice attributes. What puzzled Fong Lin was that, despite the mutual restraint between fire and ice, their disparity in soul power should have placed him in a dominant position. Why then? Was his flame utterly suppressed? Furthermore, as a great soul master, Tang Qingxi's strength proved to be at least equal to his own. In their initial clash, Fong Lin was forcefully pushed back 3 steps by a single strike from Tang Qingxi, while she remained firmly grounded. It was evident that he was at a disadvantage, eliciting cheers from the audience. The biting cold seized Fong Lin's hand, causing him to retreat cautiously a few more steps before unleashing a fireball. To his surprise, Tang Qingxi did not evade this time. However, as the fireball soared past her, he felt a chilling presence at his side. With a deft motion, Tang Qingxi struck his shoulder with a light touch. Although he did not sense much force, unlike the first strike that had sent him reeling, this blow rendered his arm immobile, making it difficult to repel the encroaching chill. This was inconceivable. Fong Lin shouted in disbelief. He had faced defeat before, but even those who had bested him, including soul venerates, could not incapacitate him so effortlessly. It was in that moment he comprehended why Tang Qingxi dared to challenge those beyond her level. With one arm rendered useless, Fong Lin's combat effectiveness diminished, forcing him to raise his other claw in a futile attempt to defend against her. Yet with a casual flick, Tang Qingxi directed him forward, then pointed at his other shoulder. She gently pushed him back a few steps, placing her hands behind her back and asking, "Do you wish to continue?" Fong Lin, his face flushed, realized he had lost so easily. Both of his arms now felt only the icy grip of defeat, and he could no longer muster any resistance. Bowing his head in dismay, he uttered, "I concede." Below, Zhu Zhuqing watched in astonishment, marveling at Tang Qingxi's formidable prowess. After a brief silence from the audience, a wave of thunderous applause erupted. Tang Qingxi had become a legend in the Grand Soul Arena. "You are truly remarkable," Fong Lin admitted, acknowledging his defeat as he struggled to lift his arms, a shadow of disappointment crossing his face. Tang Qingxi waved her hand dismissively, advising, "Remember to nurture your joints with soul power. As a fire attribute, your recovery should be relatively swift." At this moment, the host stepped onto the arena, excitedly announcing, "Congratulations to Master Tang Qingxi for her victory, boasting an incredible record of 12 wins in 12 battles. This is the first 12 consecutive victories in a century at our Grand Soul Arena." Chapter 22, A Duo of Battles, the showdown of cat martial souls amidst the cheers. Tang Qingxi descended from the arena and encountered Zhu Zhuqing, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. "Sister Shi, I also wish to become as strong as you," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed. Unable to contain her excitement, her usual icy demeanor softened by the atmosphere of celebration. "Becoming as strong as me is likely impossible," Tang Qingxi replied bluntly. Zhu Zhuqing's expression dimmed slightly, but Tang Qingxi continued, however, I can help you grow stronger. Would you like to train with me? I will speak to the dean about your absence from the academy's courses. Can I? Zhu Zhuqing asked, surprised by the offer, unaware that Tang Qingxi had intended to provide private lessons to Tang San and the others. Tang Qingxi nodded slightly. If you are willing. I am willing. I can accept any form of training, Zhu Zhuqing declared, her resolve unwavering. While the academy's instructors were undoubtedly strong, their soul power was so high that they did not offer a clear view of their abilities against opponents of equal or greater strength. In contrast, Tang Qingxi's strength was evident, and her training methods were clearly recognized by the academy. It appeared that the academy allowed her freedom due to the intensity of her methods. Otherwise, they would have adopted her training techniques long ago. Zhu Zhuqing was determined to grow stronger, unafraid of rigorous training. All right, I will mention it to the dean tomorrow. Tang Qingxi agreed, reflecting on how she was becoming akin to an instructor with several students under her guidance. As they awaited the pairing for the duo battles, Dai Mubai and Tang San approached, having concluded their own matches successfully. Sister Shi, did you finish your bout? Dai Mubai inquired, drawing closer to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing had been at Tang Qingxi's side, listening attentively to her explanations of the battles. Her demeanor softened, but she quickly returned to her usual coolness, responding, the one-on-one match has concluded. The outcome of the duo battle largely depends on Zhuqing's performance. Tang Qingxi remarked, since my individual match came first, I worry that our opponents may concede in the duo battle. After all, our opponents are great soul masters, and if I easily defeated a soul venerable, would any great soul master dare to challenge me in the Grand Soul Arena? After watching several more matches, it finally came time for Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing's duo showdown. The host's voice was noticeably more animated than in previous rounds. Now, we are about to commence the fifth duo battle, featuring the Qingzhou team against the cat-bear team, with one agile cat and one powerful bear. Tang Qingxi felt somewhat satisfied with this combination and assured Zhu Zhuqing, I will do my best to encourage them to engage with you. Zhu Zhuqing replied, partnering with Tang Qingxi is certainly not a wise choice. Whether the opponents dare to step onto the stage is questionable. However, the host did not provide detailed introductions of the two team's members or their martial souls. As the participants took the stage, Tang Qingxi distinctly noticed the dismay on the faces of the petite girl and the robust man opposing them. Before they could speak, Tang Qingxi interjected, let me practice with this little sister. No need to hold back. I'll reward you with 50 gold soul coins after we finish. Many soul masters attending the arena did so for their livelihoods, and their dignity paled in comparison to the gold coins Tang Qingxi offered. Originally, upon realizing they were facing Tang Qingxi, the Cat Bear team members were prepared to concede immediately. After all, if she could easily defeat a soul venerable battling them, both great soul masters would be akin to child's play. They did not wish to end up like the unfortunate Fong Lin, incapacitated and unable to fight for who knows how long. However, hearing Tang Qingxi's words, their expressions softened considerably, though her tone implied they were beneath her notice. The prospect of receiving a substantial reward made it less of a concern. All right, we accept. The Cat Bear team replied in unison. The host announced, and Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself, the purpose of coming to the Grand Soul Arena is to gain practical combat experience. But isn't a hassle to come here every day? I have no shortage of money. Why not simply hire a few individuals to train with me at the academy? Let us go, but don't lose too badly, Tang Qingxi urged. After reaching a consensus through financial means, Tang Qingxi waved her hand and stepped back a couple of paces. She held no expectations for Zhu Zhuqing to emerge victorious. After all, she was merely a young girl, and her soul power lagged 2 levels behind that of her opponents. The adversaries matched against her were significantly stronger, yet within the realm of Grand Soul Masters, they would not be weak. Given Zhu Zhuqing's current strength, facing even a single opponent of the same rank would prove challenging, let alone 2. I will give it my all, Zhu Zhuqing declared, her competitive spirit ignited by Tang Qingxi's lack of faith in her victory. The host, feeling somewhat helpless about this unusual matchup, merely announced the commencement of the battle before departing the stage. Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor hardened as she summoned her martial soul, the Nether Cat. Her eyes shifting in hue, left eye a deep emerald, right eye a clear azure. Her delicate cat ears perked up slightly as her fingers extended into sharp claws. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul manifestation up close, Tang Qingxi's gaze brightened. She had always harbored a fondness for felines, which explained her earlier decision to craft the body of the White Knight's spirit cat for Ero. Ero, perched upon her shoulder, was aware of her thoughts and bared her teeth playfully. Tang Qingxi absent-mindedly produced a small fish treat and offered it to the white cat, only to be met with a disdainful glare, prompting her to pull out a carrot instead. Ero raised a paw, her sharp claws extending from her soft pads. Silenti intimidating Tang Qingxi. This little girl truly dared to treat herself as a pet. With a slight curl of her lip, Tang Qingxi withdrew the carrot and fish treat. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing had boldly charged forward. The cat-bear duo recognized Tang Qingxi's intent, and, after gauging Zhu Zhuqing's strength, Bear Chun retreated 2 steps, leaving only the girl with the bear martial soul, Bai Ling, to confront Zhu Zhuqing. 2 agile figures collided in the central arena of the battle platform. Zhu Zhuqing's first soul ring glowed as she activated the nether pounce, instantly doubling her speed as her claws sliced through the air toward Bai Ling. Bai Ling swiftly leapt to the side, evading Zhu Zhuqing's claws, before turning back to launch a counterattack with her own claws. Zhu Zhuqing deftly dodged, and the 2 combatants momentarily locked eyes as they passed. Chapter 23. Tang Qingxi's class. The 2 faced off for a brief moment before leaping once more. Their movements were a dizzying blur as their claws clashed repeatedly. Tang Qingxi, hands clasped behind her back, observed Zhu Zhuqing's every response. Below, Tang Sen silently activated his purple extreme demon eye, scrutinizing the duel on stage. Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her second soul skill, the Nether Hunter Claws, resulting in an intensified symphony of claw clashes. However, as her opponent was also an agile attack-type soul master, it became increasingly difficult for her to find a suitable moment to strike, while simultaneously avoiding giving her adversary an opening. Due to the disparity in their soul power and physical strength, Zhu Zhuqing gradually found herself unable to withstand the pressure and began to retreat. Her opponent relentlessly pursued her, not allowing a moment's respite to catch her breath. With each exchange, Zhu Zhuqing's stamina waned rapidly. She's still holding back, Tang Qingxi murmured quietly, clearly concerned for Zhu Zhuqing, who was being steadily forced toward the edge of the battle platform, an attempt to push her off. Although both possessed cat martial souls, Zhu Zhuqing's nether cat was superior. Nevertheless, she was only 12 years old, lacking the combat experience and physical prowess of Bai Ling, who was over 20 and had long been immersed in the soul arena, facing battles almost daily. As Zhu Zhuqing's foot touched the edge of the battle platform, Bai Ling ceased her assault, stepping back. Zhu Zhuqing understood that she had lost. Her energy depleted, she bent slightly at the waist, gasping for breath. Tang Qingxi promptly awarded them gold coins, and the cat-bear duo conceded defeat, leaving the stage. Approaching the silent Zhu Zhuqing, who was glistening with sweat, Tang Qingxi patted her shoulder, saying, "There is still room for improvement. But rest assured, with my guidance, it won't be long before she is powerless against you. I will train diligently and adhere to all of Sister Shi's instructions." Zhu Zhuqing replied through labored breaths, determination etched on her face. "Let us go." Tang Qingxi waved her hand. "Get a good rest tonight. Cherish the days when you can return to the dormitory on your own. After tomorrow, you won't be able to walk back upright, so prepare yourself mentally." Zhu Zhuqing, undeterred by Tang Qingxi's words, nodded resolutely. "All right. This girl is quite perceptive," Tang Qingxi thought with satisfaction, even believing that Zhu Zhuqing might train harder than Tang San in due time. "Has no one dared to challenge you since Sister Shi took the stage?" Dai Mubai expressed his astonishment regarding the battle, having never witnessed such an event before. Tang Qingxi chuckled lightly. "Have all the matches concluded?" "Yes," came unanimous nods from a group. "Then let us head back. The dean instructed us to return directly after the battle." Tang Qingxi led the way out. As the 6 exited the soul arena, cheers echoed around them. Today's battles have been quite beneficial for Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others. "How did the battles go?" Tang Qingxi inquired on their way back, having noticed Tang San's pale complexion, which suggested he might have sustained injuries. Tang San's expression grew somber. "You saw Sister Shi the one-on-one match. In the subsequent 2-on-2 with Xiao Wu, We nearly lost due to underestimating the opponents. Hearing this, Tang Qingxi asked indifferently, "Did you learn your lesson?" "Yes," Tang Sin nodded. Reflecting on his actions, we faced a pair of brothers with hammer martial souls. I hadn't anticipated that their second soul skill would have a tracking effect. I had to protect Xiao Wu and ended up taking the hammer hit myself, resulting in a recoil. Xiao Wu, furious, nearly harmed our opponent with her silent sleeve arrows. Using hidden weapons against opponents of the same rank? Regardless of who did it, Tang San, that is unacceptable and overly petty, Tang Qingxi stated, clearly displeased with his performance. "Yes, I understand my mistake," Tang San replied, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Seeing Tang San receive a reprimand, Xiao Wu pouted, "They hurt my brother San. I was just too angry to hold back." "It's all right, Xiao Wu. It was my fault," Tang San reassured her. "With my strength, I shouldn't have been injured. If I hadn't been hurt, you wouldn't have had to use the sleeve arrows. Tang San, tomorrow you will train with me." "Xiao Wu, if you wish to join, you are welcome, but be prepared for an intense regimen." Observing Tang San's positive attitude, Tang Qingxi did not press him further and got straight to the point. Her words surprised Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. "Sister Shi, you want Tang San to train with you? Isn't that risking his life? Is the intensity of your training bearable?" "Yes," Tang San readily agreed. If he was to train with Tang Qingxi, Xiao Wu would naturally not be left behind. "Then I will join too. Both of you may come if you wish. Tomorrow I will discuss with the dean about whether to open the training course as an elective. Remember to mention it to Oscar and Ning Rongrong as well. It should be clear that the training intensity will far exceed that of the academy. It's up to you whether to attend or not. If you do, gather at the cafeteria entrance after lunch." Tang Qingxi made it clear that the training would be rigorous, but attendance was optional. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun shivered in unison, visibly reluctant. Zhu Zhuqing shot a cold glance at Dai Mubai, her disappointment evident in her gaze. The following morning, Tang Qingxi sought out Flanders once more, expressing her desire to commence her classes. Flander chose to remain silent, merely advising the students to moderate their training intensity due to their youth, before acquiescing to the plan. Subsequently, Tang Qingxi departed from Shrek Academy to prepare for the upcoming classes. She first hired several chefs from Soto City and arranged for daily deliveries of ingredients to the academy. Recognizing that the original meals provided by Shrek were inadequate to sustain the energy demands of high-intensity training, the expenditure on meals was minimal and, out of kindness, Tang Qingxi provided sustenance for all the students. She also invested in the expedited creation of several sets of training equipment at the blacksmith shop. While she intended to arrange sparring partners, she deemed it unnecessary at this moment. Her priority was to enhance their physical strength before focusing on practical combat experience. Having already experienced the grandeur of the Great Soul Arena, a period of rigorous training would allow them to witness their own progress vividly. Following this, they would endure rigorous challenges, igniting their motivation for the subsequent training. At lunchtime, the students at Shrek Academy were treated to a feast that surpassed previous meals in both quality and flavor, prompting an enthusiastic cheer. However, as Tang Qingxi entered the dining hall, the cheers abruptly ceased. Having already dined, she left a brief remark before stepping out to await the others in the open area. Shortly thereafter, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu emerged, accompanied by an unexpected figure. Ning Rongrong, dressed in a white dress, her face resolute as she glared at Tang Qingxi. "I heard you were starting classes. You are quite impressive, aren't you? I am eager to see how you will elevate my abilities. First, change out of that dress." Tang Qingxi replied coolly, "Time waits for no one." "Understood." Ning Rongrong responded promptly, hurrying back to her dormitory. As they awaited her return, the bell signifying the start of class rang. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exited the dining hall, making their way to the playground. Observing Tang San and the others assembled, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but scoff. Why is Sister Shi back and she has recruited 4 new students? In the end, it seems like it's just us attending class. What? Do you wish to be tormented by Sister Shi? Dai Mubai shot him a glance. The academy's curriculum was already formidable, and Tang Qingxi's training intensity was far more daunting. He doubted that Tang San and the others would endure for long. Zhu Zhuqing silently watched Dai Mubai leave, then averted her gaze. It was futile to dwell on those who could not be relied upon. Better to focus on strengthening oneself. Before long, Ning Rongrong returned, having changed into trousers. "Line up, stand in formation," Tang Qingxi commanded. donning her black and red training attire as she surveyed the four before her. Let me be clear, my courses are voluntary. You may withdraw at any time, for the training you are about to face will be exceedingly brutal, beyond what most can endure. However, once you withdraw, I will not accept you back. The forthcoming curriculum will enhance your physical strength, stamina, speed, reflexes, willpower, mental fortitude, combat skills, and practical experience. Your ultimate goal will be to reach level 40 and absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. A 10,000-year soul ring? Tang San and the others stared in disbelief. The typical limit for a fourth soul ring ranged between 4 to 5,000 years. Yet Tang Qingxi proposed a goal that exceeded the norm by double. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring? Ning Rongrong's face was one of incredulity. Tang Qingxi was audacious in her claims. Xiao Wu expressed her disapproval, stating, the endurance required for a 10,000-year soul ring is immense, and there is a risk of backlash. Failure could lead to death. With calm assurance, Tang Qingxi replied, if you diligently follow my training regimen, I guarantee you can achieve this, regardless of whether you are a battle soul master or a support-type soul master. However, if you attempt to circumvent the training and fail to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring, the consequences, as Xiao Wu mentioned, are severe. Those unwilling to take risks may choose to withdraw at level 40, forgoing the 10,000-year soul ring, but those who successfully complete the course will receive a valuable reward. If there are any questions, feel free to voice them now. If you wish to withdraw, you may leave. Are there any questions? I have none. Zhu Qing, who had been silent until now, was the first to speak. Tang Sen also shook his head, indicating he had no issues. Though he cast a worried glance at Xiao Wu, he did not doubt the lady's words, but was uncertain whether Xiao Wu could withstand the rigors of her training. The lady's fierce reputation was well known, having previously left many inner disciples of the Tang sect in despair. She once oversaw the training of Tang sect disciples. But due to numerous complaints, including from several elders' offspring, she ceased instructing them. However, those who had endured her training typically exhibited superior strength compared to their peers. Later, when it was rumored that she would teach outer disciples, Tang San felt hopeful. Yet, before the training commenced, a storm arose within the Tang sect, leading to her departure. The reasons behind her exit were known only to a select few within the inner circle, leaving Tang San in the dark as an outer disciple. Upon meeting Tang San's gaze, Xiao Wu smiled slightly, signaling that she, too, was unperturbed. Ning Rongrong, already reluctant to concede, gritted her teeth and declared her intent to participate in the training. Very well, Tang Qingxi nodded, raising her hand to summon 4 iron-like armors that landed before the 4 students. Put these on, and from today onward, unless you are bathing or sleeping, you are not to remove them without my permission. Due to the varying levels of your foundational physical strength, each of you has a different weight to bear. Take the one in front of you. Time is of the essence, so we will start with these iron armors. More refined weighted inner armors will be provided later. The noticeable difference in the thickness of the armors is apparent. The one before Tang San is the thickest, followed by Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu, while Ning Rongrong's is the thinnest. Without hesitation, Zhu Qing picked up her armor and donned it, and Tang San and Xiao Wu soon followed suit. Ning Rongrong, however, hesitated. Is this how you train back then? Tang Qingxi did not even glance up, simply peeling back her training jacket to reveal a golden inner armor. As the slender armor fell to the muddy ground with a dull thud, it stirred up a cloud of dust. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, then curiously approached to attempt to lift the inner armor, but found it too heavy to raise with one hand, her eyes widening in disbelief. Have you always worn such heavy inner armor? Did you think it was possible? Tang Qingxi shot her a look as if she were foolish, reclaiming the inner armor to wear it. Did she seem divine to Ning Rongrong? How could one fight against Zhao Wujin while wearing such a burden? Ning Rongrong fell silent, resolutely slipping on the iron armor, regardless of whether Tang Qingxi had worn it yesterday. The weight of the inner armor she donned today had made it apparent that she had been enduring such burdens all along, leaving Ning Rongrong speechless. Given your ages, enduring such weight over time will place a strain on your bones. Every night, I will arrange medicinal baths for you, Tang Qingxi added, preparing to lead them into training. However, at that moment, Flander approached with Dai Mubai and others. Tang Qingxi turned around and pointed to Oscar, saying, "This lad has reached level 30. Tomorrow, I intend to have Zhao Wujie take him to the Stardow Forest. This will serve as a form of training, Zhao Wujia seldom intervenes. And I hope you all can accompany them, allowing the other students to assist Oscar in hunting for soul rings. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingxi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, it would be beneficial for them to gain some experience in the Stardew Forest. After this affirmation, Tang Qingxi disregarded Dai Mubai and the others' curious gazes directed at Tang San and his companions, waving his hand to summon Tang San and the others. Let us resume our training and begin running laps around the village. With that, Tang Qingxi led the group outside. Oh my, how heavy could that armor possibly be? Oscar marveled at the iron armor worn by the four. Are we really continuing the training? Will we even be able to get up tomorrow? Dai Mubai appeared dazed, finding the training quite intense. Ma Hongjun shivered, commenting, "Those four are incredibly brave to dare train alongside Sister Shi." Chapter 25. The Rong Ning Rong Rong. How many laps do we have to run? As they were about to commence another round of running around the village, Ning Rong Rong recalled her experience from the previous day and couldn't help but inquire. Tang Qingxi maintained a steady pace at the front, and without turning back, he replied, "You can talk once you manage to finish a lap. You are permitted to use your soul power, but the other three are not. My armor is already the lightest, and I'm allowed to use soul power?" Ning Rong Rong was somewhat surprised, feeling a flicker of pride. Tang Qingxi still knew how to accommodate her. Tang Qingxi's tone was indifferent. "There's no choice. Your physical condition is simply too poor. Without this allowance, you wouldn't even be able to keep up. I am not particularly eager to take you along. The other three have comparable physical fitness and strong wills. Adding you to the mix requires additional adjustments to the training plan." Tang Qingxi did not conceal his disdain. Ning Rong Rong had been overly pampered, and without some tough love, she might remain oblivious to her limitations, likely giving up halfway. "You think too little of me." Ning Rong Rong gritted her teeth in indignation at his words. "If you want to be respected, do something worthy of respect and speak less." Tang Qingxi continued to focus ahead, gradually increasing his pace. Initially stubborn, Ning Rong Rong resolved to run without using her soul power, but soon enough, she began to struggle, finding it increasingly difficult to keep up with Tang Qingxi and the others. Stung by Tang Qingxi's comment, Ning Rong Rong felt a pang of humiliation, but no matter what, she couldn't let herself fall behind after just a short distance. She had no choice but to silently use her soul power. Ning Rong Rong pushed ahead, overtaking Tang San and the others momentarily, only to be doused with cold water by Tang Qingxi's admonition. "Do not accelerate excessively. Conserve your energy and utilize your soul power judiciously." Ning Rong Rong bit her lip. Upon completing a lap, even with the allowance of soul power, she found it strenuous, the weight of her armor becoming increasingly burdensome. Yet, seeing Tang San and his companions maintaining their composure, she chose to remain silent and continue. She was determined to prove herself, to show she was not the worst in the academy. After 2 laps, Ning Rong Rong was drenched in sweat. At the village entrance, 2 tables had inexplicably appeared, manned by chefs hired by Tang Qingxi. With a wave of his hand, he signaled everyone to halt. 3 minutes of rest. Hydrate. Tang San approached the table and picked up a cup filled with a peculiar green liquid, momentarily taken aback. "Drink, it will replenish your strength." Tang Qingxi led by example. Even though he himself did not require replenishment, he strode over and gulped down a cup. The taste was indeed less than pleasant, a muddle of vegetable and fruit flavors with a hint of saltiness. It could be improved, but Tang Qingxi did not intend to grant them such privileges at this stage. Tang San took a large sip, the flavor almost causing him to retch. Noticing Tang Qingxi's sharp gaze, he quickly covered his mouth, his face growing crimson as he forced it down, turning away to hide his grimace. The taste was strange, not entirely inedible, but overwhelmingly odd enough to induce nausea. Seeing Tang San's reaction, Xiao Wu and Ning Rong Rong exchanged bewildered glances. Zhu Zhuqing, usually reserved, silently took a cup and drank, though her hand trembled slightly as she did. After managing to finish a cup, she clenched her fist against her mouth, unable to commend the taste. Surprisingly, Xiao Wu was the most accepting, calmly finishing her drink. Ning Rong Rong, however, donned a mask of suffering, yet stubbornly pushed through, gulping it down and involuntarily gagging afterward. The 3 minutes passed swiftly. For Tang San and the others, it was tolerable, but Ning Rong Rong hardly felt rested before they had to resume running. Yet, as they began to run again, she could sense that the break in hydration had aided her stamina recovery. However, by the fifth lap, her speed began to dwindle, her legs feeling increasingly heavy. Observing her condition, Tang Qingxi adjusted his pace, but by the sixth lap, Ning Rongrong's speed had noticeably diminished. After completing this lap, you may rest for one full lap. But the armor must remain on. Accelerate to catch up. Tang Qingxi did not slow down for her this time, merely urging her on with a stern voice. Ning Rongrong felt her vision beginning to darken. Amidst the fog of exhaustion, Tang Qingxi's words about resting cleared her mind momentarily. She could see Tang San and the others, drenched in sweat yet still maintaining their speed, unlike her own disarray. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi remained unfazed, merely loosening his outer jacket, not for ventilation, but to showcase that he too was bearing the weight. Ning Rongrong genuinely considered Tang Qingxi a monster. She had trained before, yet could not fathom how long or how intensely Tang Qingxi had trained to run so effortlessly under such burdens. Countless times, she contemplated giving up, yet Tang Qingxi's scornful words spurred her to grit her teeth and persevere. However, at this moment, the prospect of rest ignited her fighting spirit. Hearing Tang Qingxi say she could rest after this lap, she nearly burst into tears of gratitude. Thus, despite feeling dizzy, Ning Rongrong picked up her pace, intent on finishing the lap as quickly as possible. Zhu Zhuqing, noticing Ning Rongrong catching up, couldn't help but admire Tang Qingxi. His understanding of human motivation was astoundingly adept, consistently pushing Ning Rongrong to endure through varying levels of fatigue. Upon completing the lap and returning to the village entrance, Ning Rongrong collapsed at the entrance, utterly exhausted. Yet, the next moment, she was pulled up by Tang Qingxi by her armor. Stand and rest. Ning Rongrong felt like crying. Her throat was parched, and she could hardly muster words, yearning to lie down. Observing her, Tang Qingxi instructed the waiting chefs without mercy. Do not allow her to sit until the time is up. Among the chefs were sole masters, not particularly high in rank, but more than capable of managing an auxiliary type Ning Rongrong. With eyes upon her, Ning Rongrong could not even sit down to rest. She was forced to stand, the weight of her armor feeling particularly oppressive. Unable to endure any longer, she burst into tears. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi and the others finished their replenishing water, rested briefly, and disregarding Ning Rongrong, moved on. As for the chefs, they had long been instructed by Tang Qingxi, merely watching Ning Rongrong stand there, indifferent to her tears, offering her not even a glance. Though deeply aggrieved, Ning Rongrong eventually ceased her sobs after a while, feeling utterly neglected. Once she was finally allowed to sit, she curled up, hugging her knees and retreating to a corner, silently bearing her discomfort. She now truly comprehended that within this academy, no one would bestow upon her the adoration and affection she had enjoyed at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 26. Journey to the Stardow Forest. When Tang Qingxi returned after leading the group on their run, Tang San and the others were granted a brief respite. They cast sympathetic glances at the tear-streaked Ning Rongrong, though none uttered a word. Their own bodies were fatigued, burdened by heavier armor than that worn by Ning Rongrong, leading to a significant depletion of their stamina. No one wished to waste their dwindling energy on idle conversation. However, Ning Rongrong's emotions had settled into a state of calm. After her tears and grievances, she began to reflect. While she had been pampered in the past, she was not truly foolish. Her intellect was quite sharp. Looking back, she could understand Tang Qingxi's intentions. Although she had felt furious and wrong during the exhausting run, upon resting and regaining her composure, she found herself harboring a sense of gratitude towards Tang Qingxi. Her feelings were undeniably complex. Continuing on Ning Rongrong kept patse. After a brief rest, Tang Qingxi led the group out again. This day, she ran them until they were utterly spent, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Had it not been for their impending journey to the Stardow Forest the following day, Tang Qingxi might have pushed them to their limits. The chefs Tang Qingxi had employed were quite versatile, also serving as caretakers. They escorted Tang San and the others back to their dormitory and arranged for medicinal baths. Tang San lagged behind, and Tang Qingxi whispered a reminder. Do not slack off. Use this time to cultivate your Xuantian skill. Tang San understood. Although he was exhausted and longed to rest, he obediently acknowledged her instruction. The four returned to their quarters for rest. In the Shrek boys' dormitory, Oscar and Ma Hongjun stared in astonishment at the sight of Tang San being carried back. Their initial suspicions were confirmed. Sister Shi's training was indeed formidable. Tang San's physical condition was comparable to Dai Mubai's, yet he had been reduced to this state. If they were subjected to such training, they would likely lose consciousness outright. Upon seeing them return, Dai Mubai rushed to the girls' dormitory to check on Zhu Zhuqing. However, he was promptly blocked by Tang Qingxi's team, as it was medicinal bath time, and the girls' dormitory was off-limits to boys. Realizing this, Dai Mubai had no choice but to return to his own dormitory. In the boys' dormitory, Ma Hongjun and the others gathered around the nearly incapacitated Tang San, who was waiting for the medicinal bath to be prepared, and gleefully asked, "Little San, how do you feel? Will you be attending Sister Shi's class again next time?" "Of course I will," Tang San replied, managing to move his arm slightly as he prepared to remove his armor. "Though the training is brutal, it significantly enhances our capabilities. Aren't you considering joining us?" Ma Hongjun vehemently shook his head. "I refuse to be tormented by Sister Shi. Did Ning Rongrong truly keep up with you all?" Oscar asked curiously, recalling how Ning Rongrong had displayed her true nature the previous day, and today's version of her surprised him even more. Tang Sen nodded. "Yes. She even fainted for a moment, but still got back up to continue running with us. My goodness, Sister Shi is truly terrifying. How did she manage to make someone like Ning Rongrong, who resisted the training so fiercely yesterday, accept such harsh discipline?" Meanwhile, the boys' dormitory buzzed with animated discussions about that day's training, while in the girls' dormitory, the girls were too exhausted to speak. On the other hand, Tang Qingxi had completed a few extra laps before returning to her quarters. The frigid air enveloped her room. A cold jade bed radiated chill on the floor, and after cleaning up, Tang Qingxi practiced her Huagong martial arts before finally settling down to sleep. At midnight, during the coldest hour, she naturally awakened, sitting cross-legged on the jade bed in a meditative posture, channeling her inner power for cultivation. The cold air gradually enveloped her, creating an ethereal mist around her, with wisps of chill being absorbed into her dantian. Within Tang Qingxi, her soul power merged with the absorbed cold energy, intensifying its chilling essence. What remained unexpressed was that her soul power had also grown sharper. A white cat lounged on the windowsill, silently observing Tang Qingxi as she practiced. Sometimes it marveled at her remarkable self-discipline, rising in the dead of night and awakening again before dawn. It could not fathom how she could sleep on such a cold jade bed. Perhaps it was this extraordinary endurance that had forged the formidable Tang Qingxi of today. The following morning, after breakfast, the Shrek students gathered on the playground. Tang Qingxi was pleased to see that Tang San and the others had heeded her earlier instructions and donned their armor. Zhao Wujia soon arrived at the playground, and upon seeing Tang Qingxi and Tang San, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. He cleared his throat and called everyone to prepare to depart. "All right, everyone, let's get going. Qingxi, you will lead the team." Tang Qingxi nodded and said, "The Stardow Forest is a primeval forest and one of the 3 most renowned habitats for soul beasts on the continent. Unlike royal breeding grounds, it is teeming with soul beasts, but the terrain is complex and fraught with peril. Remember not to let your guard down, unless we encounter particularly formidable soul beasts. Neither I nor teacher Zhao will intervene. You must handle it on your own." Regarding the formation, Dai Mubai would lead the way, with Oscar and Ning Rongrong following closely behind. Ma Hongjun would remain vigilant alongside them for their protection. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing would flank them on either side, while I and Tang San would bring up the rear. Though they had yet to reach the Stardow Forest, they must remain ever watchful. Sometimes, soul masters can be even more fearsome than soul beasts. Do you understand? "Understood, Sister Shi," everyone replied in unison, quickly adjusting their formation. Tang Qingxi was not only the strongest among the Shrek students, but also the most mature in temperament. Zhao Wujia did not dare to interject with her plans. As they exited the academy, Tang Qingxi addressed Tang San and the others, saying, "Today we need to cover ground, so to maintain the team's speed, you are permitted to remove your armor and utilize your soul power. Oscar, prepare the recovery sausages. Ning Rongrong, you do not need to use your soul skills for assistance. Now, let us set off and run ahead." The Stardow Forest was not far from Soto City, and given that even Flinder had given Tang Qingxi a sum of gold soul coins when she approached him yesterday, he could not change his miserly nature. and the academy had not arranged for carriages. Tang Qingxi did not mind using this journey as part of their training, and she opted not to arrange for carriages, allowing Tang San and the others to remove their armor to prevent excessive fatigue and potential underperformance in case of unforeseen circumstances. Thus, under Dai Mubai's guidance, they set off toward the direction of the Stardow Forest. Chapter 27. Avoiding trouble is mediocrity with Oscar's recovery sausages assisting them. The Shrek Academy group arrived at a small town not far from the Stardow Forest as night fell. Given their collective speed, they could not reach the Stardow Forest in a single day, and Tang Qingxi did not intend to travel by night. They would replenish their supplies and rest in this small town. Though the town is not large, it is bustling with activity. The streets are lined with shops selling various products related to Soul Masters, such as weapons, armor, and potions. What a thriving little town it is. Tang Sen gazed at the lively streets, somewhat taken aback. This town, being close to the Stardow Forest, frequently serves as a stopping point for Soul Masters entering and exiting the forest, contributing to its prosperity. Tang Qingxi remarked, seemingly unfazed. Tang San, surprised, responded, "Isn't it nearly 100 kilometers from the Stardow Forest? Can such distance sustain such prosperity?" Hearing this, Tang Qingxi shot him a glance, realizing he probably had little experience traveling. However, this journey was indeed meant to broaden their horizons. Oscar, overhearing Tang San's astonishment, chuckled and explained, "You must have visited the domesticated soul beast forest before. Those creatures are generally gentle and do not attack humans, nor do they easily stray beyond their confines. The Stardow Forest, however, is a wild habitat for soul beasts. Not only are they ferocious, but they also frequently venture out of the forest. A town situated too close to the Stardow Forest would find it difficult to thrive and would need heavy military protection. Reading countless books cannot compare to traveling thousands of miles. Once you strengthen your abilities, you will have the opportunity to explore the world and gain valuable insights," he advised, observing the diverse passers-by on the street. Tang Sen nodded earnestly. Indeed, stepping out into the world allows one to learn so much. The white cat resting on Tang Qingxi's shoulder quietly gazed toward the Stardow Forest. At that moment, Zhao Wujia pointed to an unassuming hotel ahead and said, "Let us stay here for the night and set off in the morning." Tang Qingxi had no particular preferences regarding accommodations, as long as they were not too shabby, and promptly walked towards the hotel. Tang San and the others followed suit. "Let us eat first," Tang Qingxi declared upon entering the hotel. He guided the group to a round table that comfortably seated all 9 of them. Afterward, he summoned a waiter to order, saying, "Order whatever you like. But be mindful of the quantity. Let us avoid waste." At the table, everyone behaved decorously, choosing dishes with restraint. Tang Qingxi realized that with him present, the others were somewhat reserved, and since he wasn't one to engage in frivolity, he left enough money to cover the bill and went upstairs to his room. Zhao Wujia also chose not to linger and followed suit. Once Tang Qingxi and Zhao Wujia ascended, Ma Hongjuan's spirits noticeably lifted, and his voice grew louder as he remarked, "The menu here is quite extensive. I wonder how the food tastes." Dai Mubai glanced at him with exasperation. Let the fat one order. He certainly has a knack for eating. By this time, the restaurant was filled to about 70% capacity. Suddenly, a group of 8 entered, led by a middle-aged man in his 40s, whose appearance could be described as passably handsome, with impeccably groomed hair. He donned a meticulously crafted moon-white robe embroidered with silver threads that shimmered as he moved. Following him were 6 young men and 1 woman, all seemingly around 20 years of age, dressed in similar moon-white robes without the intricate embroidery. Each of the 8 bore a green, circular emblem on their left shoulder, embroidered with the words Sang Hui. The restaurant owner, upon seeing them enter, hurried over, bowing and greeting them with exaggerated politeness. This town primarily relies on soul masters for its livelihood. To the townspeople, soul masters are not only prestigious, but also wealthy, making the owner cautious. "That girl is rather attractive, Dai Lauda," Ma Hongjun remarked, fixated on the only female in the group. Admittedly, she possessed a fair degree of beauty, qualifying as above average. Ma Hongjun, having matured early due to the effects of his martial soul and being fond of beauty, could not help but stare at the fully developed young woman. Dai Mubai, however, scoffed, "It's just a small Tsanghui academy. What is there to flaunt?" Neither he nor Ma Hongjun managed to lower their voices. Given that soul masters have superior hearing, despite the restaurant's noise. The middle-aged man among the 8 turned his gaze towards them. Frowning, he found the Shrek Academy table to consist merely of children, which soured his expression further. Oscar, sitting beside Tang San, chuckled softly. Looks like a good show is about to unfold. Tang San, puzzled, glanced at him. What kind of show? Oscar whispered. This is part of our training. The dean has said that a soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master. Those who shy away from conflict are mediocre. Moreover, provoking members of a soul master academy is the safest course of action. It usually leads only to a brawl. At that moment, Tang Qingxi appeared quietly near Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai while they were conversing. She had initially come down to call Zhu Zhuqing upstairs, intending to equip her with a set of concealed weapons for self-defense in case of unforeseen circumstances in the Stardew Forest. Among those she trained, Tang San was not lacking, and with Tang San's arrangements for Xiao Wu, she deemed Zhu Zhuqing, with her steady and resolute nature, as suitable for such equipment. Upon her arrival, she indeed witnessed a spectacle, causing her to furrow her brow. What had Flander been teaching in her absence? However, Tang Qingxi said nothing, merely calling for Zhu Zhuqing to follow her upstairs. Okay, Zhu Zhuqing replied, promptly trailing after Tang Qingxi. Once they returned to the room and closed the door, Tang Qingxi produced a collection of concealed weapons, surprising Zhu Zhuqing. This is a significant benefit for my students, Tang Qingxi stated. I will teach you how to use them, but only employ them in emergencies. You may have seen Tang Sin use some. These weapons must be quite valuable, Zhu Zhuqing said, feeling shy about accepting such gifts, and began to pull out a handful of golden soul coins. Do I look like someone who lacks money? Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow at her, insisting. I said it's a benefit, so just accept it. Chapter 28. Causing trouble is foolishness. Tang Qingxi arranged a set of mechanical concealed weapons for Zhu Zhuqing. These types of weapons are relatively easy to operate yet effective. She provided an overview of their usage and how to discreetly conceal them on her person. The remainder of the specifics would be put to the test in the Stardew Forest to help Zhu Zhuqing acclimatize. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and Zhao Wujia's voice came from outside. Xiao Shi, come out for a moment. What is going on? Tang Qingxi inquired, sensing something was amiss. Frowning, she stepped outside, and Zhao Wujia, seemingly reluctant to explain, gestured for her to follow and descended the stairs first. Tang Qingxi, with Zhu Zhuqing in tow, followed Zhao Wujia, who led them toward the outskirts of the town. Upon reaching the town's edge, they saw Tang San and the others engaged in a battle with a middle-aged man wielding a tortoise martial soul. Tang Qingxi recognized him from earlier when she had descended. Dai Mubai and the others were provoking the members of Songhui Academy, and this man appeared to be their leader. She was unaware of the events that had transpired in her absence, but it appeared they had already gotten into a skirmish with the leader of the opposing group. Although it was 6 against 1, it was evident that Shrek's side was at a disadvantage. Tang Qingxi noticed that Xiao Wu was clutching her arm, seemingly injured, while Tang San had already positioned his hand near the soul-guiding device at his waist, suggesting he was about to employ a hidden weapon. Observing their opponent adorned with 5 soul rings, a soul king, Tang Qingxi felt a chill as the 4th soul ring illuminated, indicating the imminent use of the 4th soul skill. Instantly, her expression grew cold. She moved swiftly, leaving behind several afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself between the 2 factions. With a casual gesture, she intercepted the hidden weapon launched by Tang San and turned to face the middle-aged man from Songhui Academy, unleashing a domain that pressed down upon him. The intense killing intent caused the 5 soul rings around him to dim, and the once surging momentum evaporated, leaving his face pale and shaken. The middle-aged man staggered backward several steps, his eyes filled with terror as he regarded Tang Qingxi. This girl, despite her youth, exuded a formidable threat, and the palpable killing intent made him acutely aware of the specter of death. However, witnessing his retreat, Tang Qingxi refrained from further aggression, retracting her domain and addressing the Shrek members who had also halted. Tang San, Xiao Wu, come here. Tang San's eyes still burned with anger, guilt flooding him over Xiao Wu's injury. He lowered his head in shame and approached Tang Qingxi. Xiao Wu, cradling her arm, followed suit. Tang Qingxi first examined her injured arm, which appeared to be frostbitten. Having noted that the middle-aged man possessed the Xian martial soul, she surmised that the injury was inflicted by a soul skill. She placed her hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder, channeling her energy to alleviate the coldness affecting her arm. Then she retrieved a box of ointment and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. Help Xiao Wu apply this, and Xiao Ao give her a recovery sausage. After issuing her instructions, Tang Qingxi fixed an icy glare on Tang San. Now, explain what transpired. How did a meal devolve into a brawl? Just as Tang San was about to respond, the leader from Tsanghui Academy, having recovered from Tang Qingxi's earlier pressure, approached them. Are you a teacher from Shrek Academy? I'm Yi Zhiqiu, the director of the External Affairs Department at Tsanghui Academy. Your students have just insulted our academy. You owe us an explanation. Tang Qingxi couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. Her voice colder still. If you wish to live, then leave. Yi Zhiqiu, incensed by her words, was enveloped in a chilling rage. As he prepared to retaliate, Tang Qingxi manifested the ink jade plum blossom in her palm. However, in the next moment, a hand struck Yi Zhiqiu's face, sending him flying. It was Zhao Wujie who intervened, fully aware of Tang Qingxi's impatience. She had never been one to tolerate nonsense. Had she chosen to act, Yi Zhiqiu would have left far worse for wear. Furthermore, Zhao Wujie was wary of Tang Qingxi's potential ruthlessness, having witnessed her prowess in the City of Slaughter. Disputes between academies should still be handled with restraint, Zhao Wujie declared brusquely. You heard her leave. Yi Zhiqiu, aided by his fellow students from Tsanghui Academy, struggled to rise. Spitting blood, his heart filled with dread. The disparity in strength was glaring, and with a venomous glare cast upon the Shrek students, he retreated with his companions, defeated. Now, let us return and rest. What were you thinking coming out here at this hour? Zhao Wujie remarked nonchalantly as he turned to leave. Tang Qingxi, however, remained, her gaze fixed on Tang San, awaiting his explanation. Neither she nor the others moved. Even those wishing to depart, Dai Mubai and the rest, had to wait, with Zhao Wujie also remaining in place. Tang San lowered his head and recounted the events that had transpired. Due to Dai Mubai and the others' earlier provocations, Tsanghui Academy had retaliated. Yet, in terms of strength, Tsanghui Academy was no match for them. After suffering a beating, Yi Zhiqiu could not tolerate their contempt and had resorted to challenging them outside the town. Bending slightly, Tang San admitted, I misjudged the situation. I didn't expect the Xiangui, being a defensive martial soul, would possess such a chilling soul skill, leading to Xiao Wu's injury. Tang Qingxi nodded in acknowledgement. What excellent teachings from Flander. How admirable it is to claim that avoiding trouble is a sign of mediocrity. Raising a band of ruffians who stir up trouble and then leave me and teacher, Zhao, to clean up your mess. As she spoke, Tang Qingxi's frigid gaze fell upon Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. They felt intimidated by her commanding presence, yet still harbored a hint of defiance, believing they had concealed their thoughts well. But their juvenile mindset was all too apparent to Tang Qingxi. What? Still not convinced? They didn't provoke you. Your verbal taunts were quite impressive. Why didn't you manage to overpower Yi Zhiqiu and protect Xiao Wu from injury? Or are you only capable of bullying those weaker than yourselves? Is that how you intend to utilize your talents? You can't even unite to face me, yet you chose to provoke a Soul King? Do you think all Soul Masters are like Teacher Zhao, merely playing pretend in battle? You place your life in the hands of an opponent who may show no mercy? Tang Qingxi's admonition was unrelenting, her piercing gaze silencing even Zhao Wujie. Seeing Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai lower their heads, she waved her hand dismissively. Teacher Zhao, take them back. Tang San, stay. Chapter 29. Tang San, how old are you? With Tang Qingxi's command, Zhao Wujie hesitated for a moment, but silently gestured for the other students to follow him. Xiao Wu hesitated, reluctant to leave Tang San behind. However, Tang San signaled her to go, and she departed, glancing back multiple times. Once they were alone, Tang San knelt on the ground. Lift your head. This time, Tang Qingxi did not allow him to rise, but instead crouched down to meet his gaze directly. While I do not hold you accountable for Xiao Wu's injury during your encounter with the Soul King, which is not severe, it is still regrettable. Ultimately, she chose to fight, and being of a certain age, the consequences are hers to bear. I cannot expect you to protect her in every aspect. However, Tang San, you are older than them. You should be more discerning in your judgments. I do not mind you engaging in friendly sparring to gain practical experience. But when acting in the outside world, you must exercise caution and ensure you have a reliable escape plan. At the very least, inform me and Teacher Zhao beforehand. You have options. In general, battles between Soul Master Academies do not claim lives easily. It is an unwritten rule. Many martial arts exchanges between sects follow the same principle. But do you know how many have perished? Do not entrust your life to nebulous regulations or the mercy of your adversaries. Tang Qingxi's words were resolute, causing Tang San to avert his gaze, his head bowed deeply. After a moment, Tang Qingxi softened her tone, speaking earnestly. Moreover, I do not wish for you to instigate trouble unnecessarily. Of course, should someone provoke you, feel free to retaliate. If you find yourself outmatched, I will seek redress for you. Learn what your teachers have imparted. Absorb what is beneficial and disregard what is not. The notion that avoiding conflict equates to mediocrity is utter nonsense. Instead of focusing on such fallacies, you would do better to delve into the teachings of the Xuantian treasure record and understand why Flander and his ilk congregated Shrek, and why it is in such dire straits. Generally speaking, to be considerate and to speak kindly is to yearn for freedom. In truth, many teachers at the academy are those who, years ago, found themselves in trouble and sought refuge in this collective, such as Zhao Wujia. Of course, in the present, the matters at hand have diminished. Most of these individuals remain simply out of habit. However, should you emulate their past conduct, do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie. Remember this lesson today. Many truths should be clear to you, as you have indeed been somewhat negligent. Having said this, Tang Qingxi rose from her seat. I acknowledge my mistakes, and I shall heed your teachings, young miss. Tang San responded loudly. As Tang Qingxi spoke, she reflected on her own shortcomings. She had indeed underestimated the martial soul strength of Yi Zhiqiu and the disparity between their respective powers. Given that they did not possess absolute confidence in their confrontation and that their opponents had backing, it would have been prudent to inform teacher Zhao and the young miss before engaging. Thus, it is likely that Xiao would have been spared injury. As for this incident, it had already transpired, and being from the same academy, it would be unseemly for her to turn a blind eye. Let us proceed. Tang Qingxi sighed inwardly and stepped back. The events of the day were not particularly grave, yet if left unaddressed, these youngsters might truly become unruly. It was evident that Yi Zhiqiu did not possess a particularly amiable disposition. Otherwise, he would not meddle in the conflicts among students. Fortunately, his strength was not formidable. Had it not been for the initial investigation revealing the relationship between Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the master, which indicated that they were likely to succeed, she would have been disinclined to engage, especially given her current wager with the elders of the Spirit Hall concerning the outcome of the Soul Master competition, necessitating the formation of a team. Although the Academy has produced many formidable students, in reality, they are all exceptional talents who would shine anywhere. Upon returning to the hotel, it was already late, and the other students had been sent to rest by Zhao Wujia. He awaited Tang Qingxi and Tang San at the hotel entrance before ascending the stairs. After leading Tang San to their room, Zhao Wujia glanced at Tang Qingxi and remarked, "Qingxi, nothing significant occurred today. Do you think your words were perhaps a bit too harsh? At your age, one should possess some youthful vigor." Tang Qingxi nodded, her expression still somewhat frosty. Youthful vigor belongs to them. I am unafraid of trouble, but I truly loathe it when my own kin seek it out. With that, Tang Qingxi retreated to her room, unwilling to elaborate further. Flander and the others could teach as they pleased. She had her own methods for those under her charge. As dawn broke the following day, Zhao Wujia called everyone to rise with his booming voice. The atmosphere during breakfast was somewhat somber, yet Tang Qingxi remained indifferent, merely checking Xiao Wu's arm, which had nearly healed. Subsequently, the group departed the small town, hastening towards the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest is situated directly south of the Tiando Empire, spanning across two major empires. No one can precisely determine how many years this forest has existed on the Douluo continent, but as one approaches, its dense foliage obscures the sky, proclaiming its antiquity. Upon arriving at the Stardow Forest, they encountered towering trees that exceeded 30 meters, and this was merely the outskirts. Inside the dense forest, no paths existed. Shadows of trees loomed heavily, concealing the scenery within. A refreshing breeze, fragrant with the essence of plants, brushed against them, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. "Everyone, halt!" Zhao Wujia commanded. The group ceased their movements, and Oscar quietly began to chant a spell, distributing a sausage to each person. As the sausages were consumed, The group's stamina replenished, and their spirits lifted. Zhao Wujia looked at everyone with a serious demeanor. Listen carefully. The Stardow Forest is not a place where spirit beasts are domesticated by the nation. The spirit beasts here are exceedingly dangerous, and you may face the attack of spirit beasts that are thousands of years old at any moment. Once we enter the forest, do not stray more than 20 meters from my side. Without my command, do not attack spirit beasts recklessly. Do you understand? Understood. Oscar swiftly chanted a spell, soon conjuring a large handful of sausages and dried sausages, distributing 2 to each person. The sausage could sustain its effects for 12 hours in the air, providing restorative benefits and alleviating hunger, while the dried sausage primarily served as an antidote. Tang San and the others readily accepted them, and Tang Qingxi took one for herself. In the face of imminent danger, Oscar might not have the time to distribute sausages to everyone, hence the advanced preparation. The ongoing release of soul power left Oscar somewhat pale. The sausages he conjured only yielded 1/3 of their potential benefit, balancing out with his soul power consumption. Thus, he typically needed to meditate to recover after depleting his soul power. Zhao Wujia surveyed the group, noting their readiness, and waved his hand. Let us set forth. The overall formation followed Tang Qingxi's prior arrangements, with Dai Mubai leading the way, while Shi and Tang San brought up the rear. Zhao Wujia assessed the situation and took the lead, and thus they stepped into the Stardow Forest for the first time. Chapter 30. Entering the Stardow Forest. Upon entering the Stardow Forest, the most exuberant among them was undoubtedly Xiao Wu, who appeared entirely unfazed by the dangers that lay ahead, bouncing about in uncontainable joy. Zhao Wujia's brow furrowed at the sight. Yet since Xiao Wu did not exceed his limits, he chose not to speak. Tang San cast several worried glances at Tang Qingxi, recalling her admonition about exercising caution while out in the world, concerned that she might disapprove of Xiao Wu's exuberance. However, Tang Qingxi remained nonchalant, her gaze frequently scanning the surroundings with vigilance. For Xiao Wu, entering the Stardow Forest was akin to returning home, and her joy was quite understandable, provided she did not lose her sense of restraint. The white cat perched on Tang Qingxi's shoulder also exhibited heightened enthusiasm, sitting upright and surveying the area, its tail swaying back and forth, brushing against Tang Qingxi's back. She playfully tapped the white cat. The terrain within the Stardow Forest was exceedingly intricate, devoid of any paths, which was precisely why Tang Qingxi had assigned Dai Mubai to lead the way. Dai Mubai summoned his martial soul, the white tiger, and with swift, decisive strikes, cleared the thorns obstructing their path. Soon, they encountered a group of spirit beasts, specifically a cluster of weasel-like creatures. These spirit beasts were not large and possessed moderate attack power, yet their teeth could easily penetrate metal. Although they were merely 10-year-old spirit beasts and had evidently noticed the group, they displayed no interest in attacking. Tang Qingxi advanced to the front and gestured for everyone to circumvent the group. Dai Mubai obediently led them to the side. The Stardow Forest was incredibly dense, and the phrase obscuring the sky was not an exaggeration. It was challenging to catch a glimpse of sunlight. The group traveled for about an hour, reaching midday. All right, everyone, let's take a short break. Zhao Wujia's voice allowed the previously tense group to relax. Dai Mubai cleared away the surrounding thorns, creating a clearing for everyone to rest momentarily. Zhao Wujia's order was to rest for an hour. They were still on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, where high-level spirit beasts were rare and relatively safe. Their goal was to assist Oscar in hunting a suitable 1,000-year spirit beast, necessitating further exploration. The deeper they ventured, the greater the dangers, and the less time they would have to rest. Thus, it is essential to remain in a secure zone and promptly adjust to an optimal state. Xiao Wu leaned against Tang San's shoulder, feeling inexplicably disheartened after their first encounter with a spirit beast, despite having been in high spirits before. As the group rested for about half an hour, Zhao Wujing, along with Tang Qingxi and Tang San, cast their gazes toward a particular direction. Stay alert. Something unusual is approaching, Tang Qingxi called out. The group quickly arranged themselves into formation, shielding Oscar and Ning Rongrong in the center, and promptly summoned their martial spirits. The rustling sounds grew increasingly pronounced, and everyone could distinctly sense the swift approach of the unknown creature. Su Tzu King, Come, Tang Qingxi instructed, leaping gracefully into the air and utilizing the branches for leverage to ascend higher. Zhu Zhuqing, with her sharp claws extended, followed suit and swiftly scaled the tree. What do you see? Tang Qingxi inquit. With her exceptional feline vision, Zhu Zhuqing peered intently. It appeared to be a flying serpent, albeit not soaring too high. Only about 3 meters off the ground. Its head was adorned with a striking red, fleshy crest, seemingly larger than its head, and its tail was oddly fan-shaped. This is the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, a millennium spirit beast, non-venomous. This creature possesses acceleration abilities, making it suitable for Oscar. Having a speed-related auxiliary soul skill would be advantageous. Tang Qingxi remarked, her eyes glimmering with a violet hue as she addressed the others. It is coming toward us and appears to be injured. Let us deal with it and secure Oscar's third soul ring. Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect of finding a suitable spirit beast so swiftly. Sister, she is quite knowledgeable. Zhu Zhuqing marveled at Tang Qingxi, recognizing not only her formidable strength, but also her profound understanding of spirit beasts. You will have theoretical lessons on this subject later, Tang Qingxi replied nonchalantly, preparing for battle. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall refrain from intervening. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was not particularly challenging to handle, especially in its wounded state. So Tang Qingxi had no intention of aiding them. On the ground, Tang San was strategizing their approach. Any serpentine creature fears aggressive avian predators. Ma Ongjun, your phoenix is the king of birds and should exert a certain degree of suppression over the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Its offensive capabilities are not strong, so be cautious not to let it escape. As the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake drew closer, Zhu Zhuqing descended from the air, her claws and first soul ring glowing simultaneously as she executed her attack, Phantom Strike. The snake, imposing its 6 or 7 meters in length, appeared quite menacing. Zhu Zhuqing collided with it directly, her Phantom Strike aimed at its fleshy crest. The serpent reacted swiftly, tilting its head just in time to evade a direct hit. Though Zhu Zhuqing's strike still managed to slow its speed, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, now angling its head, opened its mouth wide and expelled a vibrant, rainbow-hued mist toward Zhu Zhuqing, while its crimson crest shone brightly, causing its previously diminished speed to surge once more. Be careful, Dai Mubai shouted without hesitation. In a moment of concern, he activated his Millennium Soul Ring technique, White Tiger Transformation. His body expanded dramatically as he charged toward the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. 7 treasures. Renowned for speed, Ning Rongrong's voice rang out in time. Dai Mubai felt a surge of lightness and accelerated forward, intercepting the snake. With a thunderous impact, he grunted as he was pushed back nearly 10 meters, while the serpent came to an abrupt halt, crashing to the ground. Tang Qingxi, observing the battle from above, couldn't help but smile, wondering why Zhu Zhuqing seemed so anxious. Why hadn't she acted sooner? The mist it exhaled is merely a scare tactic, is non-toxic. Tang San's voice chimed in. Simultaneously, the blue-silver grass, which had been prepared on the ground, sprang up to entangle the fallen phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, especially its wings, preventing it from taking flight again. Ma Hongjun's martial spirit radiated a powerful aura, and the serpent trembled as it sensed the presence of the phoenix. However, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, being a millennium spirit beast, could not be completely subdued by Ma Hongjun. Although it was temporarily grounded, it still retained some mobility. Tang San noticed the snake's body becoming slick, rendering the spikes of the blue-silver grass ineffective against its scales. In a rapid twist, the serpent managed to slip away from the restraints of the grass, moving along the ground with astonishing speed, soon 10 meters away. Zhao, it's your turn. Tang Qingxi called out. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's speed posed a challenge for Tang San and the others, and disinterested in intervening further, she summoned Zhao Wujing. Escaping won't be so easy. Zhao Wujing's deep voice resonated. His third soul ring glowed, significantly reducing the serpent's speed due to his third soul skill, gravity enhancement. Subsequently, Zhao Wujing's fourth and fifth soul rings activated simultaneously, allowing him to effortlessly catch up to the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, rendering it immobile. At this point, Tang San fully comprehended why Tang Qingxi described Zhao Wujing's previous encounter with them as child's play. The combination of their soul techniques would have left him with no opportunity to retaliate if he had been in their position. It was evident how formidable Tang Qingxi was. Not only could she withstand the onslaught, but she could also counterattack effectively. Zhao Wujing had now seized the snake's head. deftly incapacitating it with a flick of his finger. It's done. Tang San and the others cheered with excitement as Oscar dashed toward Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wu, standing beside Tang San with her head lowered, wore a look of distress. Must we hunt the spirit beast? Tang San sighed softly. Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. Do you think that if this snake were stronger than us, it would spare us? Zhao Wu fell silent, her expression pale as she continued to gaze downward. Tang Qingxi descended gracefully from the tree, casting a curious glance at Zhao Wu. What troubles you? Among spirit beasts, there is no shortage of the strong preying on the weak, let alone the interactions between spirit beasts and humans. Spirit masters require soul rings to advance. Though I do not need them for my ascension, I will eventually hunt spirit beasts to acquire soul rings. Moreover, the rate at which spirit masters gain strength far surpasses that of spirit beasts, and the rules governing this continent have never been equitable towards spirit beasts. As she spoke, Tang Qingxi glanced at the white cat resting on her shoulder, having observed the changes in Zhao Wu since she entered the forest. It was peculiar. How had she survived for 100,000 years without grasping such realities sooner? Meanwhile, Oscar was preparing to claim his soul ring, knowing that he must personally slay the spirit beast to obtain it. Hence Zhao Wujing had merely incapacitated the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Just as the group began to relax, Tang Qingxi raised her voice sharply. Everyone, stay alert. What are you relaxing for? Oscar, hurry. They were still within the Stardoe forest. Moreover, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had shown signs of prior injury and appeared to be fleeing, suggesting it might have been pursued. Consequently, the entity that had wounded the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was still an unknown factor. In the next moment, Tang Qingxi turned her gaze toward the direction for which the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had come, her violet eyes flashing. Someone is approaching. Halt! A hoarse yet authoritative voice suddenly rang out. Two figures sprang forth, emerging before the group. The two individuals, one elderly and the other youthful, were both women. The elder appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, her head adorned with neatly arranged white hair, exuding vitality, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. In her right hand, she held a serpent-headed cane, while 6 soul rings danced rhythmically around her. Beside her stood a girl, seemingly 16 or 17, with deep brown eyes fixed intently on the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake in Zhao Wujia's grasp, also wielding a serpent-headed cane. Noticing this, Tang Qingxi approached, addressing Oscar with a sharp remark to mind his own business and retrieve his soul ring. The old woman, sensing urgency, looked at Zhao Wujia with trepidation upon noticing the 7 soul rings encircling him. Ignoring Tang Qingxi, she directed her attention to Zhao Wujia, saying, "Greetings, esteemed soul sage. You cannot give this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake to this child." Zhao Wujia, holding the snake firmly, cast a glance at Oscar, signaling him to wait, and turned to inquire. "Why not? The serpent is injured, likely due to your actions," Tang Qingxi remarked, casting an exasperated glance at Zhao Wujia. "Just let him wait." Regardless of his circumstances, the snake was subdued by Zhao Wujia. "Indeed, we are the first to discover and engage in its hunt. Otherwise, how could we have tracked it to this point?" The elderly woman asserted. She continued, "My granddaughter has just reached the 30th rank and is in dire need of this soul ring. Might you grant us this soul beast? Regrettably, we have subdued this soul beast. If you had captured it, it would not belong to us. However, since you allowed it to escape, it is no longer your concern. Our team also requires this soul ring." Tang Qingxi responded firmly, unwilling to relent. Suitable soul rings are rare, and who knows how long it would take to find another fitting one, perhaps 10 days or even a month. "Is it your place to speak here, young one?" The elderly woman scowled at Tang Qingxi. "Humph." Zhao Wujia chuckled coldly at the woman's rudeness, saying, "Might I inquire your esteemed name, respected elder?" The elderly woman, feeling the weight of Zhao Wujia's strength, softened her demeanor, replying, "I am Chao Tianxiang. In the realm of soul masters, I have been honored with the title of Snake Matriarch. My husband, Meng Shu, is known as the Dragon Lord. We have come to the Stardoe Forest to find an appropriate 3rd soul ring for my granddaughter. I observe that the youth around you do not seem capable of absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring." Chao Tianxiang, observing the group, perceived that the eldest among them, Dai Mu Bai, appeared to be younger than her granddaughter. She held great confidence in her granddaughter's talent, doubting that the youths before her could achieve the 30th rank. Upon hearing her introduction, Zhao Wujia was taken aback, You are the renowned snake matriarch of the legendary dragon and snake? Xuantian smiled modestly. I dare not claim such fame. But may I ask for your name, esteemed soul sage? Noting their lengthy conversation, Tang Qingxi clicked her tongue in annoyance. However, she was unconcerned. If Zhao Wujie could handle the situation, all would be well. If not, she could intervene. At the right moment, she would remind Chao Tianxiang of her place. Tang Qingxi stepped aside to rest against a tree. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie's expression shifted slightly. He had heard of the legendary dragon and snake. The snake matriarch posed little threat, but the dragon lord had already achieved the level of soul sage. Zhao Wujie was uncertain of the dragon lord's current capabilities. It would not surprise him if he had reached the level of a title Douluo. The couple shared a close bond, and with the snake matriarch present, the dragon lord was likely nearby, making it difficult for Zhao Wujie to confront him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Wujie, he said, his tone softening as he provided his name. Chao Tianxiang's expression shifted slightly. No wonder you appear so youthful. It is the renowned, immovable king of the soul master world. Zhao Wujie smiled awkwardly, acknowledging that his reputation was perhaps more infamous than famous. I do not deserve such accolades. I have been living a reclusive life these past years, teaching students at the academy. I came to the Star Doe Forest to obtain a soul ring for one of them, and I did not expect to encounter you. Esteemed elder, Chao Tianxiang, wishing to cut through the pleasantries, got straight to the point. As I am your elder, I shall address you as Zhao Laudi. This Millennium Phoenix tail, coxcomb snake, is of utmost importance to my granddaughter. We were the first to discover and injure it, but unfortunately it escaped. Might you facilitate the return of this soul beast? I assure you, this favor will not be forgotten, and I shall repay you in the future. Dear Chao, this matter may be difficult to arrange, Zhao Wujie expressed, a look of concern crossing his face. Internally, he scoffed at the notion of relinquishing the Millennium Soul Beast so easily with mere words. The young girl at Chao Tianxiang's side interjected, unable to contain herself. Was so difficult about it? If we had not already injured this Millennium Phoenix tail coxcomb snake, would you have easily captured it? Quickly return it to us, or we shall not be so courteous. As she spoke, she raised her serpent-headed cane. Chao Tianxiang frowned, fixing her gaze on Zhao Wujie, Zhao Laudi. Are you indicating that you do not wish to return the phoenix tail coxcomb snake to us? After a prolonged exchange, Tang Qingxi, unimpressed, remarked with a cold smile. We are still unable to reach a clear resolution. She stepped closer to Oscar, whispering, let us take decisive action regarding the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Zhao Wujie, surprised by her words, cast a bewildered glance at Tang Qingxi. Seizing the opportunity with the Dragon Lord absent, they could eliminate the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Even if the Dragon Lord arrived later, he would not pursue them over a soul ring that could not be obtained. The Stardoe Forest was vast, and there were other soul beasts to be found. Engaging in conflict over one would be unwise. The more they delayed, the more hope Chao Tianxiang would harbor. And soon the Dragon Lord would arrive, potentially forcing a confrontation for the soul beast. Tang Qingxi sighed, frustrated that Zhao Wujie had not grasped the situation as Oscar had. They instigated this conflict first, and I have expressed that I am not afraid of trouble. In a moment of clarity, Oscar decisively plunged the dagger Zhao Wujie had given him into the head of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Chao Tianxiang had initially assumed they were negotiating the return of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake when she suddenly witnessed its demise, her fury igniting. What have you done? This old beast was ours to capture. Oscar absorbed the soul ring. Tang Qingxi regarded Chao Tianxiang with unwavering confidence. Chao Tianxiang's expression darkened. She realized that the phoenix tail coxcomb snake was lost to her, and persuading Zhao Wujie to relinquish it would not be easy. She had hoped to leverage her association with the legendary dragon and snake to gain an advantage, but was met with blatant disrespect. The soul ring of a soul beast can only be absorbed by the soul master who subdued it. With the phoenix tail coxcomb snake dead, the opportunity for the soul ring was irrevocably lost. Unable to confront Zhao Wujie and aware of his notorious reputation, she decided it was best to retreat. Let us go, she declared, sweeping her sleeve and leading her still reluctant granddaughter away. As their figures vanished into the dense forest, Tang Qingxi cast a casual glance at Zhao Wujie before stepping aside to rest. Qingxi, your actions have surely created enmity with the legendary dragon and snake. We may face complications ahead, Zhao Wujie remarked, somewhat surprised by Oscar's decisiveness, his head filled with concern. I may not be a match for the Dragon Lord, especially given their formidable martial soul fusion skills. Unless one possesses the strength of a titled Douluo, it would be challenging to withstand them. You were just saying that causing trouble is unwise. How is it that you have now drawn such significant trouble upon us? Tang Qingxi sighed, clearly exasperated that Zhao Wujie had yet to comprehend the situation that Oscar had already grasped. They instigated this matter first, and I have reiterated that I am unafraid of conflict. They have come to procure soul rings for their granddaughter. The Dragon King is no easy opponent, nor are you. Instead of wasting time causing trouble for you, they would be better off seeking other soul beasts. The martial soul fusion skill? Such a technique demands immense energy from soul masters. They would only dare to employ it in the Douluo forest if they were desperate. Tang Qingxi is not foolish. She has chosen this course of action after careful consideration. If I had already prompted Oscar to take action, you would have intervened, and with less fuss. We could have avoided any animosity. We were unaware that they were pursuing soul beasts. When we encountered an attack, we acted swiftly to eliminate the threat. What do they possibly do? Moreover, should they return without wisdom to seek trouble, I can handle it. I instructed Oscar to act, and I shall naturally address any consequences that arise. Since I have intervened, Tang Qingxi will not neglect her responsibilities. If I had not stepped in, then when the Dragon King arrives, Tang Qingxi would genuinely remain indifferent, allowing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to be surrendered without hesitation. In such a scenario, she could not possibly expend her trump card for Oscar's soul ring, for the Douluo forest harbors more than just this one soul beast. Sister Shi, how formidable is the Dragon King? Do you possess the confidence to confront him? Tang Sin inquired softly as he approached Tang Qingxi. She merely lifted her eyelids and responded. The storm pear blossom needle. In truth, facing such a renowned soul master typically implies a certain level of insight. Revealing one's domain could suffice to resolve the matter. The killing god domain may not possess significant power against them, yet it is undeniably intimidating. However, this may require more explanation than I wish to provide. Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback and, after a moment of hesitation, asked in a hushed tone, "Miss, may I see it?" He had never witnessed the fully crafted storm pear blossom needle. After returning to the academy, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Xia." Tang Qingxi waved her hand dismissively. Her support for those who pursue hidden weapons was unwavering. After all, they are disciples of the Tang sect. Have you learned anything from this incident? Tang Qingxi probed further. She did not have a strong impression of Tang San and was unaware of his past experiences, but she vaguely sensed a certain innocence in him. Surely he was not simply immersing himself in the study of hidden weapons at Tang sect? At times, he appeared somewhat naive. Tang San nodded. When acting in the outside world, one should not actively provoke trouble, yet they must not be afraid of it either. Caution is necessary, but one must also be decisive when the situation calls for it. Indeed, Tang Qingxi replied, nodding with satisfaction at his understanding. What should we do next? She inquired again. Tang Sin contemplated. We should depart once Oscar has absorbed the soul ring. Even if we are confident in confronting any ensuing troubles, it is best to avoid them whenever possible, especially since the storm pear blossom needle is not easy to craft. Chapter 33. I am also a teacher, yes, however, I do not intend to leave just yet. It is a rare opportunity to be here. I plan to have you all train in the Douluo forest for a few days to broaden your understanding of various soul beasts, especially for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Since they had come, Tang Qingxi was determined to execute this training plan in the Douluo forest. Furthermore, it had been years since Aru had returned. She deserved to stay a few more days. Of course, Tang San agreed without objection. After about half an hour, as dusk began to settle, Oscar awakened after absorbing the soul ring. 3 soul rings emerged beneath him, in addition to the 2 original yellow rings. A bright purple ring signified that Oscar had finally reached the soul emperor level. At this moment, Zhao Wujie had come to understand Tang Qingxi's decision and, recognizing her extraordinary background, felt reassured and smiled at Oscar, saying, "Congratulations, Xiao Ao." Following the acquisition of his 3rd soul ring, Oscar experienced subtle changes. He appeared slightly taller and more spirited, his peach blossom eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. reminiscent of the energy released by the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake when it intimidated others. Dai Mubai's hearty laughter rang out. Xiao Ao, show us what your third soul skill is. Elated after obtaining his third soul ring, Oscar felt a twinge of embarrassment when asked about his third soul skill, replying, let's discuss it later when we return. Ma Hongjun retorted, what are you afraid of, Xiao Ao? Your third soul skill can't be more ridiculous than the first two, right? Show us. Tang Qingxi added, we are still in the Stardow Forest. It may prove useful, so it is essential to understand it. With Tang Qingxi's prompting, Oscar reluctantly agreed, all right. But you all must promise not to laugh. Dai Mubai and the others nodded eagerly. Oscar raised his right hand and intoned his third soul skill. I have a mushroom sausage. Upon hearing his words, Dai Mubai and the others burst into laughter. Even Zhu Zhuqing wore an expression of disbelief. Tang Qingxi could not help but smirk. This unfortunate child's soul skill truly left much to be desired. Oscar, do elaborate on its effects. Sister, she is the best. You don't laugh at me. I didn't wish for it to be this way, Oscar said, gazing at Tang Qingxi with gratitude. The effect of my mushroom sausage is flight. Laughter abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned to Oscar in astonishment. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though she had sustained a more profound blow. A food-type soul master with innate, full soul power, reaching the soul emperor level at 14, now possessed a third soul skill with flight capabilities. This was utterly inconceivable. Among support-type soul masters, there are indeed those with flying abilities, but they are exceedingly rare. In fact, among the support-type soul masters Ning Rongrong was aware of, flight as a supportive skill typically appeared only at the 6th soul skill or higher. Yet, Oscar had achieved this with merely his third soul skill. The potential for future development was nothing short of limitless. Ning Rongrong truly realized at this moment that among the Shrek Academy students, she was undoubtedly the weakest. She could not help but cast a resolute gaze toward Tang Qingxi, fully aware that she could no longer dwell in the past. Reminiscing about her life within the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the outside world was vast, and there were many formidable individuals. She refused to resign herself to being the weakest. In contrast to the shock of the others, Tang Qingxi remained composed. What are the specific effects? Your third soul skill cannot possibly grant you complete flight. What limitations does it entail? Coughing awkwardly, Oscar replied, ahem, I can only fly for 1 minute. What? Dai Mubai exclaimed, Xiao Ao, are you kidding? Speaking so breathlessly, what use is flying for just 1 minute? 1 minute? Tang Qingxi frowned at this information. It seemed rather lackluster. Are there any additional effects? What about speed, or your inherent speed? A brighter glimmer sparkled in Oscar's peach blossom eyes. Look at all your exaggerated reactions. Why not learn from Sister She? My 1 minute is based on the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Ah, that is not bad. Tang Qingxi nodded. It wasn't a wasted effort for me to secure that soul ring for you. What about the soul power consumption? Please clarify everything at once. Don't make me ask one by one. While confidence is vital, risks must also be considered. If it turns out to be a trivial skill, then she would be quite disheartened, having taken such a risk for it. All right, Sister She, Oscar replied obediently. The consumption is significantly greater than the first 2 skills. With my current soul power, I can produce a maximum of 10 at once. All right then, everyone, let us move. It's getting late. We should relocate and rest. Tang Qingxi Institute, Teacher Zhao. I plan to take Tang San and the others to continue training on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Would you like to accompany us, or will you take Dai Mubai and the others back first? What? Zhao Wuji gazed in astonishment at Tang Qingxi. Qingxi, the Stardow Forest is no place for frivolity. Our objective has been accomplished. We must return to the academy promptly. If any misfortune befalls you, how shall I explain it to Flander? I am the instructor here, and I shall have the final say. No one is to rest, while daylight still lingers. We shall depart immediately. Tang Qingxi shrugged nonchalantly. I am also an instructor at the academy now, and I am solely responsible for arranging the courses for Tang San and his companions. Their training for these days is to be conducted in the Stardow Forest. Zhao Wuji inhaled sharply. Are you aware of the perils that lurk within the Stardow Forest? We have only traversed the outskirts, where generally there are no lethal threats. Even if there are, as long as they do not possess the strength of a tidal Douluo, I can ensure their safety, Tang Qingxi asserted with utmost confidence. Zhao Wuji regarded Tang Qingxi with a mixture of exasperation and admiration. He understood that Tang Qingxi rarely spoke without justification. Having survived the city of slaughter speaks volumes of his capabilities, which undoubtedly exceeded Zhao's expectations. However, to allow him to venture forth without reservations was simply impossible. Let us extend our stay for a few more days. After guiding the group a certain distance, Tang Qingxi halted for a respite. Zhao Laoshi, let's take turns keeping watch at night. You can handle the first half, if that is agreeable. Tang Qingxi produced a tent from his bracelet and handed it to Tang San and the others to set up. Zhao Wuji initially intended to decline, but reconsidered, recognizing the value of conserving energy for potential unforeseen circumstances. Before the designated rest period, Tang Qingxi instructed the group on the necessary preparations for spending the night in the Soul Beast Forest. Once organized, he summoned Tang San and the others. Zhu Qing, let's have you try out the weapon I equipped you with, Tang Qingxi declared, then turned to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, pay close attention. Once you prove yourself worthy, you shall receive a set of your own. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's expression dimmed slightly, as she began to regret her previous performance. By now, she could sense the altered attitudes of her peers toward her, tinged with a hint of distance. Tang Qingxi was the only one who remained relatively unaffected. As Zhu Zhuqing revealed the concealed weapon at Tang Qingxi's behest, Xiaowu cast a surprised glance at Tang San. Tang San nodded, affirming, when it comes to these matters, Sister Shi is more skilled than I. Is this a weapon from Hao Ian's sect? Xiaowu inquired curiously in a hushed tone. Tang San hesitated momentarily, uncertain if he should respond. Indeed, Tang Qingxi replied nonchalantly. Here, try this one. It is called the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Tang Qingxi guided Zhu Zhuqing on how to operate the crossbow, advising her to maintain a firm grip due to its significant recoil. Fire, he commanded. As Zhu Zhuqing activated the weapon, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and dark projectiles sped forth. With a muffled grunt, Zhu Zhuqing exerted herself to stabilize the device. The chosen distance was close, and although the recoil caused some deviation, most of the bolts embedded themselves in a nearby tree trunk. The sound of the bolts piercing through the wood elicited a sharp intake of breath from Zhu Zhuqing. This power is impressive. Let me try something else. Tang Qingxi provided her with another concealed weapon, allowing her to experiment with various devices and witness their potency. He cautioned her further. These weapons are collectively known as concealed arms, emphasizing their stealthy nature. When deployed, one must maintain secrecy and surprise to maximize lethality. Additionally, exercise caution. Do not injure yourself. These particular weapons are coated with potent poison. Unless one possesses high-level poison immunity, any injury will be fatal. Use them judiciously, as they are meant for self-preservation. I have also provided the antidote. Should you accidentally harm yourself or another, consume it immediately. The poison Tang Qingxi equipped Zhu Zhuqing with was not the most lethal. The truly formidable poisons had no antidote, capable of sealing one's fate with a mere scratch. Understood, Zhu Zhuqing responded, her demeanor turning cautious. Tang Qingxi then remembered something and turned to Tang San. Let me see the concealed weapons you carry. It seemed the boy possessed no formidable poisons. Tang San produced several of his own concealed arms, and Tang Qingxi confirmed. Do you lack materials? These are not particularly potent. Tang San nodded, somewhat embarrassed. I will provide you with a batch upon our return. You can equip yourself. Given Tang San's proficiency with concealed weapons, Tang Qingxi decided against doing everything for him and casually returned the weapons. Thank you, Sister Shi, Tang San replied. Ning Rongrong silently observed them. Glancing at the enormous tree trunk that had been pierced, feeling awestruck by the power of the so-called concealed arms, Tang Qingxi turned her attention to Ning Rongrong. Remember the usage. If you are ambitious and willing to train diligently, there will be a place for you. Understood, Ning Rongrong replied earnestly. Now, let us retire to rest. Gather our strength. Tomorrow I shall put you through your paces. With a wave, Tang Qingxi indicated her intent to rest as well, preparing to rise later for training and to keep watch. In the stillness of the night, after completing her training, Tang Qingxi sat beneath a large tree beside the tent. She gently stroked the back of the white cat nestled in her arms. Do you wish to return and see them? It is a rare occasion. I can allow them to depart first. It's all right, the white cat replied softly. Even with your hidden strengths, traversing the depths of the Star Dove forest remains perilous. After so many years apart, I'm not in a rush. Very well. Tang Qingxi nodded, scratching the cat's chin, receiving a gentle pat in return, though it merely brushed against her without revealing its claws. The forest was enveloped in darkness, with occasional rustling sounds emanating from the shadows. Tang Qingxi sat quietly, ever vigilant to the sounds of the forest. There were no unusual disturbances, but moments later, a tent below emitted some noise, and soon after, Ning Rongrong emerged. Ning Rongrong scanned her surroundings as if searching for something. She was looking for Tang Qingxi, but given Tang Qingxi's elevated position, she could not locate her. Tang Qingxi plucked a leaf and let it float down, creating a soft rush of air that startled Ning Rongrong. She nearly cried out, but quickly covered her mouth. Glancing upwards, Tang Qingxi rummaged through her bracelet, retrieving a gem that emitted light, shaking it for visibility. Upon seeing this, Ning Rongrong approached the tree. Having been mischievous in her youth, she had climbed the trees of the Liuli sect and began to scale the trunk. What is it? Upon Ning Rongrong's arrival, Tang Qingxi made space for her to sit and inquired. Ning Rongrong nestled against the tree trunk, gazing at Tang Qingxi, who was leisurely petting the cat. Her mood somewhat despondent. I can't sleep. I want to talk with you. What would you like to discuss? Speak freely. Noticing Ning Rongrong's confusion. Tang Qingxi understood that confusion often heralds transformation, and she welcomed the conversation, aiming to guide Ning Rongrong's character in a more positive direction. Am I truly that inadequate? Ning Rongrong asked, her tone laced with melancholy. You're all right. Your personality has indeed been overly indulged, but it is not beyond redemption. You possess commendable talent. But talent alone is insufficient. Without effort, even the greatest gift amounts to nothing. Tang Qingxi replied candidly. In truth, when it came to talent, Ning Rongrong was indeed quite exceptional. The Seven Treasures glazed tower is inherently flawed, or rather, incomplete as a martial soul. Given Ning Rongrong's age and the indulgence she has experienced, her current soul power level is indeed commendable. However, if Ning Rongrong continues on this path, it will be tantamount to squandering her innate talent. Having spent a few days at Shrek, there has been no action from the members of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, indicating their understanding of the situation. Ning Rongrong fell into silence. Do you like those hidden weapons? Tang Qingxi in Guit. Ning Rongrong hurriedly nodded, hesitating to speak. As the hidden weapons presented by Tang Qingxi evoked myriad thoughts within her. I know that your Seven Treasures glazed sect possesses a method of distraction control, which is divided into 5 realms. For what I can see, you have yet to fully master even the most fundamental realm, the 3 apertures heart control. Once you achieve that, I will equip you with a set of weapons. Furthermore, after enhancing your collective physical qualities, I will also arrange the most suitable improvements for you. And you, do you wish to possess combat capabilities? To truly motivate Ning Rongrong, she needed a substantial stimulus, and Tang Qingxi presented her with a bombshell. What auxiliary soul master does not yearn for combat prowess? Yet, for most auxiliary soul masters, it remains an elusive aspiration, regardless of their efforts. Their soul skills are predominantly supportive in nature. However, this does not pose a problem for Tang Qingxi, as she is not constrained by soul rings or soul skills. How can an auxiliary soul master attain combat power? Unless one possesses exceptionally rare soul rings, the others will invariably enhance auxiliary soul skills. Ning Rongrong responded incredulously. Tang Qingxi merely cast a nonchalant glance her way. Do I have soul rings? Do you think I rely on soul skills? Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned. Are you suggesting that you could impart your techniques to me? Absolutely not. I cannot teach you my methods. But I can instruct you in others that will grant you a degree of combat capability. The martial arts of the Hidden Flower Palace are not for everyone. But as the head of the Hidden Flower Palace, I have mastered more than just a few internal martial arts over the years. Really? What must I do to learn them? Ning Rongrong's excitement was palpable. Attend my classes diligently, and when I deem you ready, I shall teach you, Tang Qingxi replied, lightly waving her hand. A white satin wrapped around Ning Rongrong's waist, gently lowering her from the tree. After retracting the satin, Tang Qingxi leaned against the trunk. One knee bent, her arm resting upon it as she gazed up at the sky. The white cat, brazenly, climbed atop Tang Qingxi's head, leisurely crossing its paws and closing its eyes to rest. As the sky began to brighten, the forest below remained shrouded in darkness. Tang San had risen early, leaping onto a tall tree, and after a period of cultivation, a look of joy appeared on his face. Noticing this, Tang Qingxi lightly landed beside him. What's this? Have you made some progress? Miss Tang San smiled slightly, then recalled something and asked, I have broken through to level 30. Should I seize the opportunity to hunt for my third soul ring while we are still in the Douluo forest? After a moment's contemplation, Tang Qingxi replied, yes. Given your physical condition, you can slightly exceed the limits in absorbing the soul ring. The difference for the third soul ring should not be too significant. If you encounter a suitable one, absorb it. If not, it can wait, and we can always return later. As dawn broke, everyone was roused by Tang Qingxi's call to gather. Originally, she intended to take them to the outskirts for training, but with Tang San reaching level 30 and coincidentally having teacher Zhao present, she decided to remain in the area to see if she could help Tang San find a suitable soul ring. Is that acceptable, Teacher Zhao? What? Zhao Wujing stiffened momentarily, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze on Tang San. You're level 30? Yes, Teacher Zhao, Tang San nodded. The members of Shrek Academy were taken aback. Tang Qingxi furrowed her brow, puzzled by their astonishment. After all, Tang San had been at level 29, so his breakthrough to level 30 should not have been unexpected. Is there a problem? Tang Qingxi inquired again. Zhao Wujing's expression grew serious. Tang San, tell me your age and be precise to the month. Tang San hesitated before responding. 12 years and 7 months. Let's go find a soul ring. Tang Qingxi was not inclined to linger and waste time in their astonishment. Qingxi, reaching level 30 at 12 years and 7 months means that Tang San will be the youngest soul master ever at Shrek, Zhao Wujing mused, struggling to comprehend Tang Qingxi's calm demeanor. Did she already know? Oh, just remember to document this when we return. Let's move, Tang Qingxi replied dismissively, signaling for departure. The light in the Douluo forest was dim, and the time available for activities was limited. As soon as she made her move, Tang San and the others immediately followed. Zhao Wujing began to sense something amiss. Was Tang Qingxi forming factions within the academy? The students of the academy should operate as a cohesive unit, yet it was evident that they had divided into 2 groups. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to discuss this matter with Tang Qingxi thoroughly. Brother, congratulations, Xiao Wu whispered excitedly as she sidled up to Tang San, playfully linking her arm with his. But I will catch up to you soon. Tang San had no doubts about Xiao Wu's words. After years of friendship, despite often being the first to break through, Xiao Wu always managed to close the gap in a short time. He believed that if Xiao Wu were to apply herself more diligently in her training, she would undoubtedly surpass him. Tang San had his own plans for choosing his third soul ring, having discussed it with Tang Qingxi. He believed that finding a suitable one should not be too difficult, as some options were relatively common, provided the age was sufficient. However, contrary to expectations, 2 full days passed with no suitable soul beasts found, despite meticulous searching under Tang Qingxi and Zhao Wujing's guidance. The Millennium Soul beasts encountered were unsuitable for Tang San, while those that were appropriate lacked sufficient age. Zhao Wujing appeared somewhat troubled, while Tang Qingxi remained composed, continuously educating Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong about the various soul beasts they encountered. Moreover, she guided the 4 of them in collaborative battles against the soul beasts, fostering their combat synergy, although Dai Mubai and others occasionally joined in the fights. The majority of the time, it was the 4 of them working together, with Tang Qingxi providing guidance and support from the sidelines. As night fell once more, it was time to rest. The students cooperatively set up tents and prepared food before settling down. Tang Qingxi continued to alternate night watch with Zhao Wujing. After dinner, Zhao Wujing called for everyone to enter the tents to rest, but beckoned Tang Qingxi aside. Qingxi, have you noticed that the students have clearly divided into 2 factions? Shrek's students should be united. You still plan to participate in the Soul Master competition, but how will this division improve your collaboration? Zhao Wujing spoke earnestly. Tang Qingxi looked at Zhao Wujing, surprised. Why must we be united? For the Soul Master competition, as long as Tang San and his friends can complete my training, they can pair with any 2 teammates to participate. Hearing this, Zhao Wujing frowned. Are you suggesting that you will abandon Dai Mubai and the others? They're not my students. What concern is it of mine? Tang Qingxi shrugged. Am I the one abandoning them? Did I not remind and assist Dai Mubai and Oscar over a year ago? Did I not help Ma Hongjun resolve the flaws in his martial soul? What do they return to me? The descent into depravity The indulgence in laziness and the flaws in martial souls persist, even if resolved, are still filled with thoughts of women. Such a teammate is truly unnecessary. I have others to fill the remaining positions. From the very beginning, Tang Qingxi never fully relied on Shrek Academy, as they only accept a few individuals each year, and those admitted are merely talented. She possesses her own private faction, having nurtured a group of promising young men and women with commendable talents and dispositions. Chapter 36. Titan Giant Ape. In the past 2 years, I have invested considerable sums into the academy, solely for the Soul Master competition. Flinder had promised that I would have complete control over the competition. After all, I am responsible for the number of participants. Ultimately, it is I who decides who will take part. Once the students graduate, they will inevitably go their separate ways. What need is there for unity? Tang Qingxi spoke with remarkable candor. In terms of selecting participants for the Soul Master competition, no one from Shrek Academy could interject. She had poured her resources into the academy without demanding anything in return from Flinder. She merely sought to utilize Shrek's participants for the competition, to which Flinder agreed, granting her authority. If there were any dissent, she could withdraw from Shrek and form her own team, thereby severing any ties with the academy regarding the significant benefits derived from the fame and fortune of the Soul Master competition. Given her relationship with Tang San and Xiao Wu, the promises made to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing would ensure these four would remain fixed members of the team. If there were genuine concerns regarding teacher Zhao, he could communicate with Dean Flinder before discussing it with her. Tang Qingxi's remarks left Zhao Wuji speechless. Very well, I shall take my leave to rest, she said, waving her hand as she turned to return to her tent. However, after taking only a few steps, she suddenly halted, and Zhao Wuji's expression shifted dramatically. A chilling aura emanated from Zhao Wuji's as he unleashed his martial soul, the powerful golden bear. Tang Qingxi, instead of revealing her martial soul, drew forth the rainstorm pear blossom needle. Qingxi, take them away. Everyone come out. Zhao Wuji's bellowed, his deep voice resonating within the tent. The students in the Stardow Forest, already on edge, had not yet fallen asleep. Upon hearing his command, they swiftly emerged from their tents. When Tang San saw Tang Qingxi holding the rainstorm pear blossom needle, his pupils dilated. Sister Shi, what is happening? The rainstorm pear blossom needle was considered her trump card. Her immediate use of it indicated a looming, grave threat. Gather and stand behind us. If anything happens, run. Tang Qingxi commanded as she approached Zhao Wuji's. With her left hand gripping the needle, her right palm shimmered faintly with a red glow, intertwined with a subtle spectrum of colors. Dai Mubai and the others were bewildered, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation that had so unnerved the usually unflappable Tang Qingxi and the ever-composed Zhao Wuji's. Suddenly, the white cat perched on Tang Qingxi's shoulder nudged her ear. She tilted her head slightly to meet its gaze, and as she stepped aside, the cat whispered in her ear, I sense the presence of the Titan Giant Ape. The Titan Giant Ape? What brings it here? Is it searching for you or Xiao Wu? Tang Qingxi was startled. Aro's aura should have been well concealed. Why would it be seeking Xiao Wu? Such a colossal creature approaching could only spell trouble. At that moment, in the direction Zhao Wuji's and Tang Qingxi were observing, two towering trees slowly parted, revealing a massive silhouette that stealthily emerged. Tang Qingxi sheathed the rainstorm pear blossom needle, yet a profound headache plagued her. As the figure came into view, Dai Mubai and the others felt as if their breaths had ceased, finally understanding the source of Zhao Wuji's and Tang Qingxi's anxiety. The being before them loomed like a mountain, its robust physique covered in terrifyingly powerful muscles. It resembled both an ape and a gorilla, its entire form cloaked in darkness, save for its lantern-sized eyes, which glimmered with a yellow, crystal-like sheen. In the night, it was difficult to discern its form unless it moved. The king of the forest, the Titan Giant Ape. Tang San recognized the colossal creature, his voice quivering with trepidation. The Titan Giant Ape reigned as a sovereign entity within the Soul Beast Forest, possessing unparalleled strength and speed, with virtually no weaknesses in attack or defense. Most terrifying was its ability to execute skills akin to martial techniques. No one knew the true capabilities of the Titan Giant Ape, for all who had witnessed its power had perished. Zhao Wuji's and the others never anticipated that such a creature, typically dwelling in the core of the Stardow Forest, would appear here. Respected king of the forest, we harbor no ill intentions. If this is your territory, we are willing to vacate immediately, Zhao Wuji spoke solemnly, aware that the Titan giant ape could comprehend human speech, especially given the evident cultivation level surpassing 10,000 years. The Titan giant ape paid no heed to Zhao Wuji's, taking a step forward, causing their hearts to leap to their throats. Can you communicate with it to make it leave? Tang Qingxi whispered to the white cat. The white cat shook its head. Unless you reveal your true identity. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji's mind raced, grappling with the question of what to do. He acutely felt the immense pressure exerted by the Titan giant ape, a presence far more terrifying than the legendary couple, the dragon and snake. In its presence, Zhao Wuji's understood that even self-preservation would be a challenge. Yet, in this moment, retreat was not an option. Resolutely, Zhao Wuji's declared, I will hold it off. You all must swiftly consume Oscar's mushroom sausages and leave this place. Qingxi, you must go as well. Act quickly. I cannot hold on for long. With that, Zhao Wuji's took a deep breath, his 7 soul rings glowing radiantly. Don't be hasty, Tang Qingxi called out, her voice rising. While Zhao Wuji's determination had its merits, his urgency was excessive. She then turned to Tang San and the others. All of you, retreat and disperse. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Tang Qingxi knew that fleeing was not an option. They needed to ascertain the Titan giant ape's intentions. If a confrontation were inevitable, it was best to temporarily distance Tang San and the others to prevent them from being caught in the crossfire. Yet Zhao Wuji's charged directly toward the Titan giant ape. Tang San, cover everyone as escape. I will assist Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai announced, roaring and sprinting forward. However, as he activated his white tiger transformation to charge ahead, Tang Qingxi forcefully kicked him aside. I told you to retreat and disperse. If anyone is to assist, it is not your place, aside from Zhao Wuji's. I am the strongest here. Do not complicate matters. Ning Rongrong, you assist Teacher Zhao. The rest of you, step back. Oscar, summon and distribute the mushroom sausages. Understood. Ning Rongrong replied promptly, her voice gentle yet resolute. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first grants strength, the second speed. The resplendent 7 treasures glazed tower spun forth from Ning Rongrong's palm, for beams of light simultaneously shooting forth to envelop Zhao Wuji's and Tang Qingxi. Tang San, keep an eye on them. With that, Tang Qingxi had no choice but to leap toward the Titan giant ape. Originally, Tang San had also intended to intervene, but upon receiving Tang Qingxi's command, he firmly positioned himself in front of the other students. We will heed Sister Shi's orders. Chapter 37. Both taken away, Zhao Wuji's had unleashed his full power, augmented by Ning Rongrong's support, elevating his strength to new heights. He leaped high, delivering a forceful strike with the golden bear palm upon the Titan giant ape's head. However, the terrifying scene that unfolded left everyone in shock. After Zhao Wuji's palms struck the Titan giant ape, his entire body was flung away like a cannonball. The Titan great ape, underestimating Zhao Wuji's strength, had its entire head thrust back from a powerful blow, followed by a thunderous roar. At this moment, Tang Qingxi had approached, her martial spirit manifesting as she activated her domain. She discerned a layer of black energy surging from the Titan great ape, which had sent Zhao Wuji flying. Tang Qingxi's expression turned grave. Her eyes shimmered with a violet glow. In a flash, she leaped into the turbulent energy, using the Titan great ape as leverage to maneuver to its back and ascend. However, the force of the energy waves proved challenging to withstand, impeding her upward progress. Tang San, how can we stand idly by while Teacher Zhao and Sister Shi resist the Titan great ape? Dai Mubai exclaimed, his face pale after taking a heavy kick. Sister Shi must have her own strategy. If we act recklessly, we may inadvertently complicate matters for her. Tang San's resolve was unwavering. He was aware that Tang Qingxi possessed the rain pear blossom needle, likely seeking the opportune moment to strike. Against such a formidable soul beast, even the needle required a weak point for effective assault. If they intervened and created chaos, it could hinder her efforts. I trust Sister Shi. Just stay put and don't create unnecessary trouble. Zhu Zhuqing, rarely initiating conversation, addressed Dai Mubai, albeit with a harsh tone. You, Dai Mubai replied, exasperated. Zhao Wuji had been forcefully slammed to the ground, creating a deep crater. Yet, the Titan great ape showed no intent to attack them. It merely circled in place, attempting to grasp Tang Qingxi from behind. This distraction allowed Tang Qingxi a momentary reprieve, although she struggled to maintain her grip. Upon realizing she could not secure her position, the Titan Great Ape abandoned its pursuit of her and turned its gaze toward Tang San and the others, specifically fixating on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's expression mirrored concern. Her brows furrowed tightly. The Titan Great Ape extended its enormous hand toward her. At that moment, Tang Qingxi had just climbed onto the Titan Great Ape's shoulder and declared, "Do not harm anyone, or you shall regret it." Seeing the Titan Great Ape target Xiao Wu, Tang San's eyes reddened, with a powerful kick propelling him off the ground. He soared into the air, unleashing a flurry of icy projectiles aimed at the Titan Great Ape's eyes. Zhao Wujia quickly rose from the crater, activating his seventh soul skill, Martial Spirit Incarnation. This was his most formidable yet taxing skill. Once invoked, it allowed unlimited use of all soul skills below the seventh ring for 30 minutes, enhancing their power by 150%. However, each use weakened the user's attributes by 50%, necessitating a full week for recovery. Zhao Wujia would not resort to this lightly. Yet, the Titan Great Ape was swift and reactive. Before Tang San could intervene, it captured Xiao Wu. The Titan Great Ape merely closed its eyes, effortlessly deflecting Tang San's projectiles. As Zhao Wujia prepared to charge again, the Titan Great Ape feigned a counterattack. Tang Qingxi Sai. Aro. The white cat, Aro, emitted a faint aura, causing the Titan Great Ape to stand upright. Aro instructed, "Erming, do not hesitate or harm anyone. Just leave without a word." With Xiao Wu captured, there was no chance of the Titan Great Ape releasing her. It was impossible to explain the situation. Tang Qingxi reasoned that they could regroup later after securing Xiao Wu. Ignoring Zhao Wujia's oncoming charge and Tang San's relentless barrage, the Titan Great Ape leaped into the air, swiftly carrying Xiao Wu and Tang Qingxi into the depths of the forest, vanishing from sight. "Xiao Wu!" Zhao Wujia cried out, attempting to pursue, but realizing his speed was insufficient. "Xiao Wu! Young lady!" Tang San's anguish was palpable, his fury overwhelming. Ning Rongrong, exhausted from assisting Zhao Wujia, collapsed to the ground, powerless. Sister Shi Xiao Wu, Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others were left in shock. Zhao Wujia retracted his martial spirit incarnation, his face ashen. How could the Titan Great Ape appear on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest? "I apologize, everyone. It is my fault for being unable to prevent its abduction of Xiao Wu and Qingxi. Do not blame yourself. We still have Sister Shi," Tang San reassured, noting that the others had overlooked the situation on Tang Qingxi's shoulder. Utilizing his purple extreme magic eye, he observed that Tang Qingxi was not in danger. She likely sought the right moment to strike against such a formidable foe. Perhaps she had constraints preventing her from acting openly. "Let us rest for a moment. Then we shall relocate and devise a new plan," Zhao Wujia sighed. As Tang San prepared to voice his thoughts, he hesitated. He yearned to pursue, not necessarily to catch up with the Titan Great Ape, but in hopes that Sister Shi could rescue Xiao Wu, allowing them to assist if needed. However, he considered that Sister Shi might be waiting for the right opportunity to act. Tang San requested a recovery sausage from Oscar, the mushroom sausage Tang Qingxi had previously instructed him to make. After consuming it, he scanned the surroundings and found Zhu Zhuqing. "I will go support Sister Shi. You lead them out of the Stardow Forest." Zhu Zhuqing paused. "What about Sister Shi's plan?" Tang San hesitated. Although Tang Qingxi had not provided further instructions, he nodded resolutely. He could not remain idle, having vowed to protect Xiao Wu. "Very well," Zhu Zhuqing agreed. Tang San positioned himself behind her, using her cover to consume the mushroom sausage, 6 ethereal wings manifesting behind him. "Tang San, what are you doing?" Zhao Wujia shouted in astonishment as Tang San ascended into the air. Chapter 38. The Face Demon Spider. As Zhao Wujia's shout echoed, everyone turned to look. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San together, Ning Rongrong suddenly seemed to understand something and exchanged glances with Zhu Zhuqing. "Rongrong," Zhu Zhuqing called out. "I understand. 7 treasures are renowned. The second, speed." Ning Rongrong, having just consumed a recovery sausage and regaining some strength, cast a radiant light upon Tang San. "Tang San, the speed enhancement will only last a minute after leaving my soul power range." "Understood." Tang San cast a deep glance at Ning Rongrong, before soaring rapidly toward the direction where the Titan great ape had vanished. You all. Zhao Wujie glared at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong at a loss for words. Zhu Zhuqing replied expressionlessly, "This is Sister Shi's arrangement." Her gaze fixed on Tang San's departing figure, hoping fervently for the safe return of Tang Qingxi and the others. At that moment, Xiao Wu and Tang Qingxi stood on the shoulders of the Titan great ape. Despite its tremendous speed, the creature moved with remarkable steadiness, and the two felt no tremors as they balanced upon its massive form. Little Wu occasionally cast curious glances toward Tang Qingxi, while Eru maintained impeccable control over her aura, remaining undetected by Little Wu. At this moment, Little Wu was puzzled by the Titan giant ape's attitude towards Tang Qingxi. "Let's stop here. Venturing further will be exhausting for us," Tang Qingxi whispered softly in the ear of the Titan giant ape. Having ensured they were at a safe distance and that no other soul masters were around, the Titan giant ape hesitated upon hearing her words, but eventually complied. Lowering its massive body, Tang Qingxi gracefully descended to the ground, followed closely by Little Wu, whose gaze remained fixed on Tang Qingxi, clearly filled with many questions. However, Tang Qingxi was unable to focus on Little Wu at that moment. Her brow furrowed as she admonished the Titan giant ape. "What were you thinking? Do you wish to endanger Little Wu? How will she explain her escape from you upon returning? If her identity is revealed now, no one can protect her." Little Wu's pupils constricted sharply. The implication of Tang Qingxi's words suggested that she was aware of her true identity, yet there was a hint of protectiveness in her demeanor, leaving Little Wu's mind momentarily in disarray. The Titan giant ape, upon reflecting on the aura Tang Qingxi had previously exuded, lowered its head in remorse, resembling a child being scolded. With her thoughts still muddled, Little Wu instinctively remarked, "Ming is also worried about me." "Wait, Sister Shi, what exactly do you know?" Turning her head, she pressed urgently for answers. "Hold your questions for now. When the time comes, I will tell you. Just know that I will not harm you. If I had intended to do so, you would already be a soul ring," Tang Qingxi reassured her, adding, "Moreover, Tang San is unaware, and I will not speak of it here. When you choose to inform him is entirely up to you." Eru seemed disinclined to reveal her identity to Little Wu at that moment, so Tang Qingxi refrained from mentioning it, casting a discreet glance at the Titan giant ape. The Titan giant ape obediently bowed its head, its large eyes curiously examining Tang Qingxi and the white cat perched upon her shoulder. Little Wu yearned to inquire further, but was halted by Tang Qingxi's gesture. "Let us not linger on old times. We should return promptly. I barely have time to discuss our plans, and I'm uncertain how they will proceed. I worry they might pursue us. The dangers in the depths of the Stardow Forest are indeed numerous, and Zhao Wujie has already utilized his martial soul's true form, lacking in combat power. I fear we might run into trouble." Little Wu was overwhelmed with questions, yet she was not permitted to voice them, leaving her feeling quite distressed. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement with Tang Qingxi's words, hesitantly adding, "I have also reached level 30. You need not rush to hunt soul beasts for your soul ring. When the opportunity arises, you can complete it," Tang Qingxi replied. Indeed, Little Wu's soul ring was not urgent. They simply needed to find a secluded spot. "All right," Little Wu affirmed with a nod. Tang Qingxi turned to the Titan giant ape, advising, "You, and also convey this to the sky blue bull python. Do not wander carelessly in the forest. If they are discovered by the spirit hall, it will lead to great trouble." The Titan giant ape nodded obediently. "Are you like me? Do you know my mother?" Little Wu questioned, her doubts rising as she pondered how Tang Qingxi seemed to know so much about the soul beasts surrounding her. Although Tang Qingxi claimed to be born of the Xuantian sect, she had never revealed her Xuantian hammer martial soul. Had she? Furthermore, the inexplicable sense of familiarity she felt toward Tang Qingxi only led her to this conclusion. "I will explain this to you in due time. Just know that I am not your enemy. Now let us return," Tang Qingxi concluded. Little Wu turned to bid farewell to the Titan giant ape, Ming. "Take care of Ming. I am worried about our friends, so I must return now." The Titan giant ape nodded in response. Subsequently, the Titan giant ape let out a deep, thunderous roar, a sound that, while seemingly subdued, resonated for 1,000 meters. Within this range, all soul beasts appeared to be struck by a terrifying fear, hastily fleeing the area. There were indeed some formidable soul beasts present. The Titan giant ape helped drive them away, facilitating Little Wu's return. Thus, little Wu quickly followed Tang Qingxi, retracing their steps along the path they had taken. Meanwhile, Tang San, having consumed the flying mushroom, could only maintain flight for a minute. Despite the aid of Ning Rongrong's martial soul, he barely covered a distance of 3,000 meters. During his flight, Tang San pushed the purple extreme magic eye to its limits. Yet he failed to locate the Titan giant ape. He could only track the remnants of clues he discovered along the way. Fortunately, the Titan giant ape's massive form left behind a trail of damaged vegetation. After some time, Tang San paused, leaning against a large tree to recover his strength. He could not ascertain whether Tang Qingxi could indeed contend with a being like the Titan giant ape, but he was determined to witness the outcome. Having regained some vitality and preparing to continue his pursuit, a peculiar sound suddenly caught Tang San's attention, rustling, akin to leaves brushing against each other. Instinctively alert, he rose cautiously to a defensive stance, peering towards the source of the noise. Suddenly, a black figure emerged, a spider with a body diameter exceeding 1.5 meters, its 8 legs resembling long spears, each measuring over 3 meters. Glistening with a black sheen, Tang San noticed the creature, and it noticed him as well. Its 8 legs moved rapidly, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. 2 of its front legs were raised high, thrusting directly toward Tang San's head. Chapter 39. The strength of Tang Qingxi as the spider arched its body upward. Revealing its abdomen, Tang San recognized its species. He swiftly rolled to the ground, evading the spider's attack, yet his expression was grave. He had not anticipated encountering such a spider in this location. The spider's underbelly bore white patterns forming a sinister human face, with 8 eyes shimmering with a ghostly purple light, closely situated beneath its abdomen. However, 2 of these eyes appeared to have been damaged, a gruesome sight of flesh and blood, while the abdomen's exoskeleton bore several cracks. This was the human-faced demon spider, a terrifying presence among soul beasts. It possessed a robust exoskeleton, remarkable speed, and its 8 legs were not only razor-sharp but also venomous. Its web, when expelled, was not only resilient and sticky, but also laced with neurotoxic properties. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the human-faced demon spider was among the soul rings that the master had recommended for Tang San's 3rd soul ring target, with the young lady Tang Qingxi advocating for it as a choice. However, acquiring this soul ring was no simple feat. Even the young lady had stated that she would personally intervene should one encounter a human-faced demon spider. Tang San had not anticipated facing a human-faced demon spider under such circumstances. Visually, it clearly surpassed 1,000 years of cultivation, presenting a considerable challenge for him. The web expelled by the human-faced demon spider was instantaneous, capable of covering an area 10 times its size, even with the ghost shadow perplexing track. He had a high probability of being ensnared. Typically, once caught, one would likely perish before having the chance to escape. However, now that he was confronted with the creature, given the human-faced demon spider's speed, he might not even be able to flee. Considering the injuries on the spider's abdomen, it appeared that this human-faced demon spider was not in optimal condition, and it could only expel its webs 3 times a day. Upon their first encounter, it had not yet utilized its web. Thus, Tang San could only gamble that the human-faced demon spider had already exhausted its web-spraying ability after previous battles. He did not seek to kill the human-faced demon spider. Rather, he aimed to inflict further injuries upon it, allowing himself to escape from its grasp. He had no time to linger here. Even if the young lady could escape with Xiao Wu from the Titan giant ape, they might encounter other soul beasts on their way back. He was uncertain how many hidden weapons the young lady possessed. It would be prudent to find the Titan giant ape's trail as soon as possible. Thus, after evading the attack of the face spider, Tang San unleashed the binding skill of his blue silvergrass. Of course, given the strength of the face spider, it could easily break free from his blue silvergrass. And as a creature of potent venom, the paralysis toxin on the blue silvergrass would be ineffective. Therefore, as he released his martial spirit, Tang San pulled out a black box, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. His right hand deftly manipulated the mechanisms of the box, producing a series of clicking sounds. At this moment, Tang Qingxi swiftly scooped up Xiao Wu and, employing her lightness skill, navigated through the forest, her figure leaping among the tall trees. The true speed Tang Qingxi unleashed astonished Xiao Wu, who could not fathom how a mere great soul master could achieve such swiftness. when they landed atop a tall tree. Tang Qingxi paused to listen intently. Subsequently, with her purple extreme magic eyes activated, she heard the sounds of battle, initially intending merely to glance. She focused her gaze and found Tang San engaged in combat with the face spider. Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow, realizing this was fortuitous. Tang San's spirit ring was at stake. Without delay, she leapt down. Upon getting closer, Xiao Wu also spotted Tang San, its third brother. That's the face spider. Xiao Wu's heart tightened. The face spider was not easily dealt with. Stay here and do not approach. I will assist him. Tang Qingxi assessed the age of the face spider, estimating it to be over 2,000 years. The soul ring it possessed might be beyond Tang San's ability to absorb. But for now, the priority was to rescue him. A 2,000-year-old face spider was not something Tang San could confront easily. Noticing Tang San ensnared by spider silk, Tang Qingxi was somewhat surprised. Tang San was currently using hidden weapons to buy time against the face spider, striving to prepare the Zhuge divine crossbow. In response to the projectiles aimed at its vital eyes, the face spider quickly crawled low to the ground, the weapon striking its shell and sparking upon impact. At that moment, Tang San's peripheral vision caught sight of familiar dark petals swiftly approaching, striking the shell of the face spider. It let out a pained roar, seemingly in agony. "Young lady," Tang San exclaimed excitedly, turning to see Xiao Wu's figure appear in his line of sight, and a smile of relief graced his face. Indeed, the young lady's strength was beyond doubt. She had brought Xiao Wu back safely. Tang Qingxi wasted no time, unleashing her full power as she swiftly approached the face spider. Her hand transformed into a claw, her skin pale as bone, emanating a chilling aura, and her fingertips sharpened into deadly talons. With a single swipe, she effortlessly tore through the face spider shell as if it were mere paper. As she retracted her fingers, a mass of flesh, seemingly entwined with entrails, was ripped free. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in shock. She was acutely aware of the face spider's defensive capabilities, and the fact that Tang Qingxi could breach its shell with her bare hands was terrifying. Tang San, having experienced the hardness of the shell himself, came to a profound realization of the disparity in power between them. He had devoted so much time to mastering the mysterious techniques of the Tang sect, while Tang Qingxi had ventured forth to experience the vastness of the world, employing martial arts he could not even recognize. As the two were lost in astonishment, the face spider's cries grew more anguished. It quickly turned to strike at Tang Qingxi, but she evaded effortlessly, leaving behind 3 afterimages, leaving it momentarily confused about which to attack. Tang Qingxi then noticed the wound on the face spider's abdomen, which was not inflicted by Tang San. This clarified why she had not seen Tang San ensnared in silk. It seemed he had survived by sheer luck. Had the face spider been at full strength when she and Xiao Wu arrived, they might have only found Tang San's remains. Without hesitation, Tang Qingxi shifted from claws to palms, moving closer to the face spider as it lunged at her. The grotesque face formed by the white patterns on its abdomen loomed large before her, its 6 purple eyes filled with hatred. Unfazed, Tang Qingxi struck forth with both palms, infused with the essence of Black Jade Plum blossoms, aimed directly at the creature's eyes. Following another agonized roar from the face spider, she swiftly spun away, executing a precise knife-hand strike at the joint between its leg and body. Her soul power, already razor-sharp, cleaved through a section of its leg. The heavy limb crashed to the ground, and the surrounding flora began to wither and rot from the toxins. Chapter 40. The soul bone of the face spider. Tang Qingxi calmly observed the aftermath before gracefully retreating. "Tang San, take over. You should be able to handle this now." Since she intended to leave the face spider for Tang San's soul ring, she certainly could not outright kill it. A few decisive moves had already severely weakened the creature, making it manageable for Tang San. Understood. Tang San grasped her intent and once again summoned the blue silver grass. Now, with only 2 pairs of eyes remaining, the face spider, its legs and shell grievously injured, was racked with pain and fear. It contemplated fleeing, but was ensnared by Tang San's blue silver grass. "Tang San, can you use the Chaos Wind Hammer technique? Bring out your Xuantian hammer for a bit of fun." With no outsiders present, it was a perfect opportunity for Tang Qingxi to see if Tang San could wield the ultimate technique of the Xuantian sect. Naturally, Tang San complied. sheathing the Zhuge divine crossbow and blue silvergrass, stepping in front of the face spider with a small, ebony hammer in hand. The chaos wind hammer technique had indeed been taught to him by his father. "Shijia, you are incredible," Xiao Wu gazed at Tang Qingxi, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Was this truly the extent of Tang Qingxi's power? Such fierce offensive capability and sharp soul force. During her battle against Zhao Wujia, she hadn't even unleashed her full strength. Initially merely a follower of Tang San in their training, Xiao Wu now genuinely looked forward to Tang Qingxi's lessons. She needed to grow stronger to attain sufficient power for self-defense. Moreover, given that Tang Qingxi had shown no intent to harm her, and had even demonstrated some degree of protection, Xiao Wu came to suspect that they shared a similar existence. The only difference seemed to lie in their training approaches. She felt a deeper trust in Tang Qingxi. At this moment, Tang San wore a serious expression. The young lady had already injured the face spider to such an extent. He could not afford to disappoint her. Clutching the Xuantian hammer, Tang San firmly planted his feet, channeling power through his legs. His body half-turning as he swung the relatively small, yet weighty Xuantian hammer in a full arc, delivering a powerful strike to the face spider. With a resounding crash, the face spider sank beneath the blow, only to be met with the hammer's rebound as Tang San swiftly turned, raising the Xuantian hammer once more for another thunderous impact. Tang San's movements were remarkably swift. Seizing the opportunity while the faceless demon spider was ensnared by the blue silvergrass and momentarily stunned, he swiftly transitioned to wield the Xuantian hammer. With the initial strike, the heavy force of the hammer left the faceless demon spider disoriented. As each successive blow landed with increasing weight, the already severely injured spider had little to no chance of resistance. The immense power of the Xuantian hammer caused the two fresh wounds inflicted by Tang Qingxi to erupt with flesh and blood. By the time the ninth strike fell, the area struck was a grotesque mash of flesh and blood, with the spider itself being driven into the earth, barely clinging to life. Only then did Tang Sin spin in place a few times to dissipate the force of the hammer before promptly retracting his Xuantian hammer martial soul. By utilizing a conventional hammer, he could unleash more strikes. However, the burden of the Xuantian hammer on his body and soul power was indeed too great. And at this point, it was sufficient. The faceless demon spider had no path to survival. As the spider's vitality waned and faded, flecks of blue-purple light began to coalesce above its body, signaling that it was time to absorb the soul ring. Yet, Tang San was not in haste. He first seated himself cross-legged to restore his soul power. After a millennium, the soul ring of a soul beast could be retained for an hour post-mortem, allowing ample time for absorption. The faceless demon spider was not a gentle soul beast. On the contrary, it was a malevolent and violent entity, making the absorption of its soul ring a daunting task. Tang San needed to ensure his condition was optimal to withstand any violent energy backlash that could prove fatal. Indeed, upon observing Tang San prioritizing his recovery rather than rushing to absorb the ring, Tang Qingxi nodded approvingly. With a playful demeanor, she approached Tang San alongside Xiao Wu, preparing to safeguard him during the soul ring absorption. Tang San, brace yourself. Focus entirely when absorbing the soul ring. This is a soul beast that has surpassed 2,000 years. I hope your willpower does not disappoint me. Your physical strength is sufficient to absorb it. It all hinges on whether your resolve can withstand the backlash of this soul ring. Tang San, startled upon hearing the age of the spider, nodded resolutely. Little San understands. Suddenly, Tang Qingxi, with her keen eyes, noticed a faint blue-purple glow emanating from the blurred mass of flesh that was once the faceless demon spider. Drawing a long sword from her wrist, she delicately prodded through the flesh, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. Is this a treasure that could be nurtured within the body of a mere 2,000-year soul beast? Crouching down, her palm transformed to a lustrous white as she delved into the mass, confirming her suspicion. While she was indifferent to soul rings, the allure of a soul bone was undeniable, even for her. Xiao Wu, perceiving Tang Qingxi's actions, glanced at the two. Although Tang San had vanquished the faceless demon spider, it had merely allowed him to do so to facilitate his acquisition of the soul ring. In essence, the spider was subdued by Tang Qingxi. What is it? Tang San, sensing the tense atmosphere, inquired. Tang Qingxi exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Wu before asking Tang San, "Are you familiar with soul bones?" Soul bones? Tang San was perplexed. Although his master had imparted extensive knowledge on identifying soul beasts, soul rings, and various techniques for martial soul cultivation, he had never mentioned soul bones. After a brief silence, Tang Qingxi elucidated, soul bones are an exceedingly rare phenomenon, also derived from soul beasts, yet their occurrence is extraordinarily low. Typically, one can absorb up to 6 pieces of soul bones, corresponding to the head, torso, and limbs, along with a more unique and rare type, known as an external soul bone. Many formidable soul masters, even titled Douluo, seldom manage to gather all 6, let alone acquire an external soul bone. Moreover, soul bones are more precious as they are not bound by the age of the soul beast from which they originate. They possess growth potential, evolving alongside the strength of the soul master. Unlike soul rings, which can only be utilized by the one who defeated the soul beast, soul bones can even be traded. However, soul bones are a valuable yet scarce commodity. Listening to Tang Qingxi's explanation of soul bones, Tang San immediately grasped their rarity and understood that this particular soul bone was not solely for his absorption. Given its immense value, it rightly belonged to Tang Qingxi. Wait! Tang Qingxi abruptly halted Tang San's words, her demeanor turning icy, laced with menace. Neither of you should utter a word. She swiftly concealed the bloodied remnants of the faceless demon spider, ensuring the soul bone remained hidden, and then produced a handkerchief to wipe her hands. Her gaze coldly fixed on the depths of the forest. The journey through the Stardow forest had indeed been fraught with unexpected turns. As if fate demanded, she employ the rainstorm pear blossom needle. Soon, 3 uninvited guests emerged rapidly from the woods, 2 of whom were familiar figures. Upon seeing them, Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a weight in their hearts. The trio consisted of soul masters. Among them the familiar snake lady Zhao Tianxiang and her granddaughter Meng Yiran from a few days prior. The third figure was an elderly man, tall and slender, appearing to be in his 70s, with a shock of silver hair. He wielded a silver dragon-headed cane, the dragon head exquisitely detailed and vibrant. 8 soul rings undulated around him, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black, though not the optimal configuration. The presence of 8 soul rings indicated he possessed the cultivation of an over 80-level soul, Douluo. Tang Qingxi needed no guesswork to identify him as the husband of the snake lady, Long Gongmeng Shu. The family of the unrivaled dragon snake had finally reunited. Upon their arrival, Long Gong was momentarily taken aback by the youthful appearance of Tang Qingxi and her companions. His attention then shifted to the mangled remains of the faceless demon spider, and his expression changed subtly. Meng Yiran, upon seeing the trio, erupted in anger. How could this happen? Why, it's you again. What is going on? Long Gong, puzzled by Meng Yiran's reaction, inquired, what is wrong? The snake lady explained that these 3 were the same individuals who had previously taken the windtail rooster snake. Observing the scene before them, with Tang Qingxi still bearing the unclean blood of the faceless demon spider, it was evident that this spider, which they had pursued tirelessly, had once again fallen prey to the same group. How coincidental! Is the faceless demon spider also a target of yours? Tang Qingxi, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor while wiping her hands, prepared to draw her rainstorm pear blossom needle. I'm afraid it has already met its end at our hands. Long Gongmeng Shu's tone turned icy. Do you realize we've been tracking this faceless demon spider for an entire day? Had it not been for its insufferable webs, it would have long since become my granddaughter's soul ring. The faceless demon spider is exceedingly rare, far more precious than the windtail rooster snake. The imposing presence of Long Gongmeng Shu was undeniable, yet Tang Qingxi maintained an air of calm detachment. We cannot be held accountable, she remarked. Not only were we unaware of your pursuit of the human-faced spider, but we also could not remain passive while it wreaked havoc. Furthermore, this creature has lived for over 2 millennia. Did you not notice this while hunting? Your granddaughter cannot absorb the soul ring. Is that not reckless? Upon hearing that the soul beast had surpassed 2,000 years, Long Gong's demeanor softened slightly, yet skepticism lingered. How do you know the age of this spider exceeds 2 millennia? Are you attempting to evade responsibility? Tang Qingxi retorted, what responsibility do we bear? After all, you did not inscribe your names upon the spider. She then tossed the severed leg of the spider between the 2 parties, asserting, the length of the leg is a clear indicator of its age, over 3 meters, unmistakably a sign of its ancient power. Given that it was among your granddaughter's options for a soul ring, You must have done some research. Long Gong scrutinized the leg and found her observations to be accurate. Grandfather, they also seized my phoenix tail, coxcomb snake, Meng Iran interjected. Accepting that the soul ring was indeed unattainable for her, she still felt the weight of past grievances. Had they not stolen her snake, they would not have had to chase the human-faced spider, ultimately ending in vain. Long Gong, patting his granddaughter's head for comfort, turned to Tang Qingxi and inquired, "Did the three of you collaborate to slay the spider?" He had heard from the snake lady that Zhao Wujing was their leader, yet he had not seen him during their exchange. Despite having been gravely injured earlier, a 2,000-year-old spider was still formidable. The trio's ability to defeat it, evidenced by the gruesome state of its remains, spoke volumes of their prowess. In the previous skirmish with the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake, it was this very girl who decisively claimed its ownership. One could not deny that, under such circumstances, her decision was remarkably astute, with both intellect and strength. Meng Shu regarded the trio's capabilities favorably. Indeed, Tang Qingxi affirmed, growing increasingly impatient. She wished to dismiss them amicably, yet their lingering presence was exasperating. With the soul ring lost, what more was there to discuss? The spider's carcass concealed a soul bone, an exceedingly precarious item that could spell trouble if discovered, necessitating her to reveal all her cards. If it came to that, she contemplated whether to leverage her identity to drive them away. "You have taken my granddaughter's soul ring from the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. This matter cannot simply be overlooked," Long Gong Meng Shu stated. Tang Qingxi's expression turned icy. "And what do you propose?" Long Gong replied, "I offer you two choices. First, join my family, and we shall let bygones be bygones. Second, each of you must relinquish an arm as compensation for my granddaughter." Tang Qingxi could hardly contain her incredulity. Such arrogance was astounding. She feigned contemplation. Without identifying the soul bone, revealing her cards would be unwise. However, with Xiao Wu present, she hesitated to unveil her identity. Yet, Xiao Wu's presence also afforded her another option. Tang Qingxi summoned her martial spirit, unleashing the domain of the god of killing, and instructed Tang San, "Reveal the hammer." "Understood." Tang San nodded, raising his hand to manifest the dark Xuantian hammer, the domain of the god of killing. "The Xuantian hammer?" Long Gong Meng Shu gasped in astonishment. "Are you certain you wish for us to choose?" Tang Qingxi's thoughts turned lethal, though her demeanor remained composed. As a soul Douluo, the elder must grasp the implications of the Xuantian hammer in their possession. It signified they were from the Xuantian sect. Apologetically acknowledging the unintentional disruption to his granddaughter's acquisition of the soul ring, they expressed their lack of recourse regarding the events that unfolded. As juniors, they had no desire to provoke conflict with an elder and suggested that he resume his search for soul rings in the Stardow Forest, cautioning that antagonizing them would be perilous. Tang Qingxi unabashedly invoked the name of the Xuantian sect, deeming it preferable to disclosing her affiliation with the Spirit Hall. Long Gong's countenance shifted to one of concern. The Xuantian hammer denoted a direct disciple of the Xuantian sect, coupled with one possessing the domain of the god of killing. Such an individual bore significant weight for any sect. Although the Xuantian sect had remained reclusive for some time, this ambiguity rendered its current strength inscrutable. Initially, Long Gong had relied on the assumption that the trio might have been separated from Zhao Wujing, attempting to exert pressure. However, this revelation transformed into a precarious dilemma. Even if he silenced them, Zhao Wujing would remain oblivious to the perpetrator. Yet the Snake Lady and Zhao Wujing had previously clashed, and such valuable figures, even under slight suspicion, could provoke the wrath of the Xuantian sect. "Indeed, we have offended you, esteemed disciples of the top three sects," Long Gong admitted with remarkable flexibility and decisiveness. "We shall take our leave." With that, he swiftly departed with the equally astonished Snake Lady and granddaughter Mangaran, vanishing into the dense forest. Tang Qingxi stood with her hands clasped behind her back, letting out a relieved sigh once she confirmed their departure. Yet, annoyance soon clouded her features. With a stern expression, she instructed Tang San, "Directly absorb the soul ring and sense the location of the soul bone, discreetly absorbing it as well." Shijia, Tang San hesitated, having sensed Tang Qingxi's interest in the soul bone. If the young lady desired it, it rightfully belonged to her. "Do not question or hesitate. Simply absorb it," Tang Qingxi commanded, her expression resolute. "This is an order." "Yes." Tang San quickly complied, albeit with lingering confusion. Tang Qingxi's rationale stemmed from the imminent arrival of Zhao Wujing and his companions. In the presence of a soul bone, she harbored no trust for Zhao Wujing. Having spent little time at the academy, she held little faith in its instructors and was acutely aware of the soul bone's irresistible allure for a soul master. Furthermore, while negotiating with Long Gong, she had contemplated the soul bone's rightful ownership. Though she coveted the soul bone, upon reflection, she discerned that it was not suited for her. The enhancement and effects of a soul bone were intrinsically linked to the soul beast it originated from. In the future, should she encounter a soul ring from a human-faced spider over 10,000 years old, she might reconsider. The spider's venom could prove beneficial to her. However, given Zhao Wujing's impending arrival, the risk of openly claiming or absorbing the soul bone in his presence was considerable. Ultimately, she was not in dire need of soul bones, as she already possessed one. Weighing her options, she concluded that it was not a judicious decision. Although Tang Sin displayed a certain naivety, his loyalty to the Tang sect and to her seemed steadfast. Understanding the intrinsic value of the soul bone, one would not hesitate to summon it, indicating a genuine intent rather than a mere cost-benefit analysis. The soul bone itself synergizes with the soul ring to unleash its utmost potential. Therefore, the worth of this particular soul bone is inconsequential to Tang San. Moreover, the enhancement it affords him can, to a certain extent, be leveraged for his own benefit. However, to err on the side of caution, she must find an opportunity to converse with Tang Hao. A flurry of figures approached swiftly, led by Zhao Wujing, followed closely by other students from Shrek Academy. They appeared somewhat fatigued, as Tang San's sudden departure prompted Zhao Wujing to ensure his safety in the Stardow Forest, leading them on a relentless search. Qingxi, Xiao Wu, are you unharmed? Upon spotting Tang Qingxi and Xiao Wu, Zhao Wujing exhaled in relief. It seems you had a plan all along, Qingxi, but sending only Tang San for support was rather perilous, he remarked lightly. In response, Tang Qingxi cast a glance at Tang San, who was already engrossed in absorbing the soul ring, oblivious to the unfolding events. Tang Qingxi had no elaborate scheme. Given Xiao Wu's unique identity, she simply wished to prevent anyone from trailing behind. She found it curious that Tang San was alone in this predicament. Previously, her attention had been diverted by the man-faced demon spider and its soul bone, leaving her with no opportunity to inquire further. It appeared that this young man had acted on his own accord to pursue, only to be obstructed by the man-faced demon spider along the way. Fortunately, had the demon spider not been injured by the formidable dragon snake, the outcome could have been dire. Tang Qingxi chose to keep this to herself and merely nodded. Addressing Zhao Wujing, could you please assist me in safeguarding Tang San? He is currently absorbing the soul ring. Zhao Wujing gazed at Tang San, enveloped in a purple-black glow, his form wavering. He was taken aback by the overwhelming wave of soul power emanating from him. What formidable soul power! How many years of cultivation does this soul beast possess? Zhao Wujing quickly glanced at the nearby corpse. What type of soul beast is this? Man-faced demon spider. With over 2,000 years of cultivation, quite a challenge for Tang San. We must ensure he remains undisturbed, Tang Qingxi explained. Zhao Wujing exclaimed in astonishment. A 2,000-year man-faced demon spider, soul ring? That exceeds the absorption limit for someone above level 30. How is he able to absorb this soul ring? Tang Qingxi shot him a knowing look. Have you also encountered the so-called master's theories? The absorption limit is a mere joke. I suspect it is merely a numerical value derived from the years of soul rings absorbed by various soul masters over the years. While it holds some merit, it is of limited applicability. The absorption limit is contingent upon the physical and mental fortitude of the soul master. If one possesses the body strength and mental acuity of a tidal Douluo at the 10th level of soul power, they could absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. The absorption limit serves merely as a guideline for the average soul masters. Each sect possesses its own research, and Tang San and his peers are undoubtedly prodigies. Relying solely on this absorption limit will be a waste of their innate talents. Tang San's physical strength is adequate for absorbing this soul ring. Though the ferocity of the man-faced demon spider may pose some difficulties, enduring the pain will be crucial. While investigating Tang San, Tang Qingxi found it quite amusing that he was a disciple of that master. Yet, upon learning of Tang San's identity, it all made sense. The master's theories were merely a ruse to bamboozle this young man, who had been cast into a small village by Tang Hao, with no understanding of the world. Chapter 43. Absorbing the soul ring and soul bone as Tang, San began to absorb the soul ring. A torrent of intense heat surged into his body, akin to a searing flame that ignited his very being. The inherent dominance of the man-faced demon spider dictated the ferocity of its soul ring. The potent aura forcibly began to reshape Tang San's physique. Amidst the violent fluctuations of soul power, he felt as though his body might rupture, and the excruciating agony compelled him to spout a mouthful of blood. The onlookers gasped in unison. They had all absorbed soul rings before, but such an occurrence was unprecedented, prompting their gazes to shift towards Tang Qingxi. Remaining composed, she instructed, "Do not fixate on Tang San's condition. Maintain vigilance around us. This is an ordinary occurrence. The soul ring he is absorbing is indeed on the extreme side, and combined with the soul bone, the pain is to be expected. It is time to temper his willpower." Gradually, a veil of pale red mist enveloped Tang San, emanating from his blood. Minute droplets of blood seeped from his skin, evaporating into the air and forming a delicate crimson haze. His brow furrowed, lips pressed tight, his body convulsing incessantly as he endured the searing torment. Tang Qingxi stood ganli, her gaze fixed on Tang San, meticulously observing his every reaction. "Sister Shi, will he be in danger if this continues?" Dai Mubai expressed his concern. Tang Qingxi remained impassive. And what of it? The process of soul ring absorption cannot be interrupted. It is solely a matter of whether he can withstand this trial. Exceptional strength invariably comes with trials and risks. She cast a meaningful glance at Dai Mubai. At that moment, Xiao Wu's heart ached for Tang San, and she instinctively grasped Tang Qingxi's sleeve. Tang Qingxi met her gaze, placing the white cat into her arms, then gently redirected her. "There is no imminent danger. There is no need for such alarm." As the blood mist thickened, the sound of cracking bones resonated from Tang San's form. Yet, the soul ring remained firmly in the absorption process, gradually integrating with the energy within Tang San. The once oozing blood beads ceased to flow, and Tang San's countenance appeared less pained, a faint blue glow quietly emanating from him. A subtle smile graced Tang Qingxi's lips. Tang San was persevering. Accompanied by the release of the blue light, strands of blue-silver grass began to sprout around Tang San. The originally dark blue-silver grass transformed into a vibrant blue-purple hue, glistening as if coated in a lustrous glaze. "It is done," Zhao Wujin exclaimed in delight. Yet, Tang Qingxi remained fixated on Tang San. The absorption of the soul ring was merely the first step. The effects of the soul bone remained uncertain. Just as the crowd believed the situation was under control, Tang San suddenly let out a harrowing scream, his body convulsing violently, his chest thrusting forward as his upper body arched grotesquely. "Brother!" Xiao Wu turned to see this spectacle, calling out in alarm. But in the next instant, Tang Qingxi restrained her shoulder and gently patted her to soothe her. As the others watched in astonishment, the sound of tearing fabric echoed as Tang San's clothing split apart, revealing a cascade of concealed weapons that clattered to the ground. On either side of his spine, for bulges the size of fists began to emerge. Moments later, these protrusions ruptured, and 8 spider legs surged forth at an astonishing speed, growing to over 3 meters in length before coming to a halt, their surfaces gleaming in a vivid purple and appearing exceedingly sharp. Zhao Wujin, having witnessed numerous soul masters absorb soul rings, found himself taken aback by this scene. Glancing at the man-faced demon spider's corpse nearby, he furrowed his brow. Aren't those the legs of the man-faced demon spider? At this juncture, Tang San's 4 spider legs anchored into the ground, elevating his body into the air, while the previously extended blue-silver grass coiled around him, enveloping him in a cocoon. This spectacle left the Shrek students utterly bewildered. Ma Hongjun could not help but exclaim, "Tang San isn't turning into a giant spider, is he? That is impossible." Xiao Wu shot him a fierce glare. Aware of another soul bone's existence, she could naturally discern the situation with Tang San. However, in the next moment, Tang Qingxi pressed her shoulder, halting the words about to escape Xiao Wu's lips, and spoke lightly. "It is likely a mutation of the soul ring, nothing serious. Just wait it out and maintain vigilance." Yet, that wait proved lengthy. A full 12 hours later, the cocoon woven from blue-silver grass ruptured, gradually unraveling. By this time, The watch had shifted to a rotation system, yet Xiaowu steadfastly refused to rest, while Tang Qingxi kept a vigilant eye on Tang San's condition. As Tang San's blue-silver grass unfurled, a glimpse of his situation was visible through the gaps. Before the grass completely unfurled, she deftly tossed a large cloak over him, enveloping him within its folds. As Tang San's eyes slowly opened, still somewhat dazed, the cloak settled over him, sharpening his awareness considerably. Tang Qingxi diverted her gaze, reminding him, "Reseed the spider legs and put on your clothes." Upon hearing her words, Tang San belatedly acknowledged the transformation of his body. The spider legs had become a part of him, and with a mere thought, he retracted them. Unfortunately, being suspended in mid-air, he immediately plummeted to the ground. "Careful!" Xiaowu exclaimed, catching him just in time. After they landed, Tang San hastily donned his clothes. "I apologize for the inconvenience, Sister Shi," he said, noticeably anxious. "No harm done," Tang Qingxi replied, her expression unchanged. She had seen such scenarios during her time testing medicines at Tang's sect. Seeing Tang San was unharmed, Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun, who had been on rotation for the watch, roused the others from their rest. "As we prepare to leave Douluo Forest, if they inquire about your spider legs, say you don't know or that it's a soul ring mutation, but do not mention the soul bone." As the group began to gather, Tang Qingxi directly conveyed in a hushed tone to Tang San and Xiaowu. They both nodded obediently. Zhao Wujin approached. Having heard that Tang San was safe, "Is little San all right? What about the spider legs?" "I instructed him to retract them," Tang Qingxi said, then shifted the topic. "Tang San, what is the effect of your third soul skill?" "It is the web technique, which the human-faced demon spider excels at. My blue silvergrass seems to have undergone some mutation as well. The specific changes will require gradual experimentation. By the way, I feel my soul power has significantly increased." Seemingly beyond level 30, Tang San reflected, responding thoughtfully. "And what was the nature of the spider legs you had before?" Zhao Wujin pressed further. Tang San glanced at Tang Qingxi and shook his head. "Probably a mutation. I am uncertain." Tang Qingxi recalled the earlier events. "In the future, your clothing will need to be custom-made. At the very least, there should be an opening at the back. It won't do to ruin a piece of clothing after just one use." Chapter 44. Tang San, the third time's the charm. The situation with the spider legs could be investigated later. It was time to depart from the Douluo Forest. I had to expend numerous trump cards to rescue Xiao Wu, and my combat abilities are now insufficient. Teacher Zhao also utilized his martial soul true form, making it unwise to linger here any longer. Tang Qingxi was disinclined to linger on such topics. As for confronting the Titan giant ape, that was mere bluster. She could not reveal how effortlessly she had returned with Xiao Wu. "Very well. We shall discuss everything upon our return." Zhao Wujin shot a surprised glance at Tang Qingxi, pondering the hidden capabilities she had wielded to contend with the Titan giant ape. Thankfully, Tang Qingxi had cultivated an air of mystery and confidence, so he did not dwell on it further. Reflecting on the gains from their expedition to the Douluo Forest, Zhao Wujin's face broke into a smile. All was well now, and his spirits lifted. Despite the numerous troubles and dangers we encountered, Oscar and Tang San successfully obtained their soul rings and have become soul masters, which is quite a commendable outcome. It is time to return to Shrek Academy. Tang Qingxi also allowed a hint of a smile to surface. Indeed, there had been some turbulence, but the outcome was satisfactory. The others cheered, delighted to finally return home. After such experiences, the students yearned to lie comfortably in their beds and enjoy a good night's sleep. However, due to Zhao Wujin and Tang Qingxi not being in their prime condition, the journey out of the Douluo Forest was undertaken with utmost caution. Once they finally exited the forest, it felt as though a weight had been lifted, and everyone felt considerably lighter. "Let us push on a bit further. Once we reach the town, we can rest properly," Zhao Wujin said with a smile. Tang Qingxi stroked the fur on her white cat's back and glanced back at the Douluo Forest, gently tapping its head. "We are leaving." Subsequently, the group rested in the town for 2 full days. The restoration of their soul power and physical strength did not require such a lengthy period, but the tension they had been under necessitated relaxation. While Tang Qingxi herself was indifferent, the students were still young and deserved a measure of indulgence. Upon witnessing Tang Qingxi's successful return of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were filled with curiosity and admiration for her strength. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun indulged in revelry in the town, while Ning Rongrong, though tempted to join, found Tang Qingxi, along with Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, diligently engaged in rigorous training, dissuading her from joining the merriment. Amidst this atmosphere, Ning Rongrong began to shift her mindset and thoughts, also working exceptionally hard. Even Zhao Wujin found it hard to overlook, yet it was not Tang Qingxi compelling them to exert such effort, leaving him at a loss for words. Tang Qingxi noted their diligent efforts, feeling quite satisfied. 2 days later, they set out once more, traveling for an entire day before finally returning to Shrek Academy. We are finally back. The feeling of home is truly wonderful, Oscar exclaimed loudly. Disturbed by the commotion, Tang Qingxi shot him a cold glance, causing him to immediately quiet down. Zhao Wujin glared at him as well. Keep your voice down. Can't you see it's already dark? You all should head back to your dormitories and rest. I will report to the dean about our situation. After a long day of travel, everyone was fatigued and headed toward their respective dorms. Tang-san, come with me for a moment. Just as Tang-san was about to return to his dormitory, Tang Qingxi called out to him. Startled, he nodded. All right, Sister Shi. Tang Qingxi led Tang-san directly to her residence. The decor of her living quarters was splendid, and she flopped onto the soft couch, reclining against it with one hand propping up her chin, her gaze fixed intently on Tang-san. Can you guess why I called you here? Tang Qingxi appeared calm, even somewhat languorous, yet her reputation and prowess from her years in Tang's sect were formidable. Tang-san, filled with admiration for her, had a certain understanding of her demeanor. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Tang-san knelt down, reflecting on the events that had transpired, his scalp prickling with unease. He had erred, acting on his own accord and placing himself in peril. Now you understand, Tang Qingxi remarked lightly. Given the tribulations Tang-san had faced, she allowed him ample time to recuperate, only addressing the matter upon their return to Shrek. You are fortunate. Had the human-faced demon spider not been injured by the unparalleled dragon snake and exhausted its webbing, do you believe you would have survived? Tang-san lowered his head. However, Tang Qingxi did not truly intend to impose any severe punishment on him. It was merely a gentle admonition, as the outcome was ultimately favorable. Rise, in the future. Remain calm and do not invoke my name lightly, understood? Tang Qingxi waved her hand and declared, This time, I shall not impose any punishment upon you. However, Tang-san, this is the third time. Upon hearing these words, Tang-san's pupils widened instantly, his expression turning gravely serious as he replied, Tang-san understands. What did you pursue me for? Oscar's sausages? Tang Qingxi inquired, noting the considerable distance Tang-san had run. Tang-san answered truthfully yes, and Rongrong helped me accelerate my speed. Oh, very well, you may return. After you complete your training with the purple extreme demon eyes tomorrow, come find me. We shall examine your soul bone and expedite your mastery of its usage. Additionally, bring Ning Rongrong along. Understood. Tang-san exited Tang Qingxi's residence. Soon, Ning Rongrong received Tang-san's message and hurried to Tang Qingxi's abode. Sister Shi, Tang Qingxi presented a book to Ning Rongrong, saying, This is an improved method for practicing the mind distraction control technique. I hope to see you master the 3 apertures heart control soon. An improved method for the mind distraction control technique? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in confusion. She pondered why not only was the technique known, but the method of cultivation as well. While not exclusive to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it was certainly not commonplace. And the fact that Tang Qingxi could enhance it was astonishing. Ning Rongrong began to flip through the pages, but the content was not immediately comprehensible. It merely differed slightly from what she knew. It won't harm you, so practice with confidence. If you're still worried, you can take it back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for your father to review. Tang Qingxi reassured her, unfazed by her hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Rongrong said, Sister Shi, I trust you. However, since this is an improved method, may I take it back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for others to use? While she was willing to trust Tang Qingxi for her own practice, she wondered why she shouldn't advocate for her peers in the sect to benefit as well. However, this would require her father's approval. Of course, as long as there is compensation, Tang Qingxi replied decisively. In truth, it could be given for free, but such a gesture might be viewed with suspicion by Ning Fengji, who understood the principle of not accepting favors without merit. It was better to symbolically request some payment, as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was never short of funds. Chapter 45, Confronting Master Yu Xiaojiang upon hearing Tang Qingxi's agreement. Ning Rongrong smiled joyfully. Yet in the next moment, her expression turned hesitant as she seemed to struggle for words. If there is nothing else, you may return to rest. If something is on your mind, feel free to speak directly. Recently, Ning Rongrong's performance had been commendable, and Tang Qingxi's patience had increased accordingly. Ning Rongrong rubbed her hands together and said, Sister Shi, I am not seeking hidden weapons, but as you know, in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, while we hold a high status, the direct disciples are all support-type soul masters. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower is powerful in its support abilities, it cannot guarantee our safety. In the event of an enemy encounter, as you previously mentioned, we become the prime targets for attack. Your mechanical hidden weapons would greatly assist us, providing our sect members with self-defense capabilities. Thus, I would like to inquire if I could order a batch of mechanical hidden weapons through the sect. Tang Qingxi smiled appreciatively. Well said, you are considering your own sect. This little girl shows great potential. Ning Rongrong sighed. I hadn't thought of this initially, but Sister Shi's hidden weapons are indeed impressive. The sect has many affiliated disciples specifically tasked with protecting the support-type soul masters. However, that remains external assistance, not something truly belonging to us, and it cannot ensure that there wouldn't be betrayal. Indeed, should an affiliated sect betray us, an ally with formidable battle soul masters, you would stand no chance of defense, Tang Qingxi remarked with profound significance. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. I have heard my father mention that many years ago, the sect encountered a serious incident resulting in significant losses, which he and others are reluctant to discuss, even with me. The losses were indeed severe. Tang Qingxi silently reflected, then produced a set of hidden weapons for Ning Rongrong. Tomorrow, seek Tang San to familiarize yourself with them again, then take them back to the sect. I am willing to sell them, but the quantity needed for the direct disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School cannot be decided by you alone. If you wish to proceed, have Sect Master Ning contact me. Thank you, Sister Shi. Ning Rongrong gratefully accepted the hidden weapons. Tang Qingxi waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. This is merely a transaction. Who would refuse a profitable deal? If there is nothing else, you may leave. I must return to my training. All right. Goodbye, Sister Shi. Watching Ning Rongrong excitedly exit, Tang Qingxi's gentle smile gradually faded. She stroked the white cat beside her, murmuring to herself, I wonder how the gathering of materials for the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus and the Storm Pear Blossom Needle is progressing. If sufficient, I shall create some as gifts for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Once I reach level 30, I should pay a visit to the Spirit Hall. Afterwards, Tang Qingxi rose and returned to her room. While the other Shrek Academy students, including Tang San, opted for rest, Tang Qingxi chose to continue her training. Before dawn on the following day, Tang Qingxi decided to utilize the twilight hours to practice outdoors. However, just as she stepped outside, she spotted a figure standing near the boys' dormitory. The silhouette did not resemble Tang San, and it was still too early for the training of the Purple Extreme Demon Eyes. Tang Qingxi activated her Purple Extreme Demon Eyes, her gaze sharpening. She approached, standing 3 paces away from the person, and addressed him, Master Yu Xiaojiang. It is an honor to meet you. The unexpected voice startled Yu Xiaojiang, who turned to see Tang Qingxi, his surprise evident. He had not sensed anyone approaching and had heard no footsteps when had she arrived. Moreover, her words seemed to carry a hint of sarcasm, causing Yu Xiaojiang to furrow his brow. Are you the student Tang Qingxi from this academy? Yu Xiaojiang had arrived at Shrek Academy a few days prior, just as the students were venturing into the Star Doe Forest. However, he had heard information about each student from Flander and could surmise the identity of the girl before him. Indeed, Tang Qingxi affirmed. Yu Xiaojiang attempted to soften his stiff expression. I have heard your martial soul is quite unique, one that Flander and the others have never encountered. May I see it? Of course. Tang Qingxi willingly raised her hand to reveal her martial soul, a dark-hued flower exuding a chilling aura. Yu Xiaojiang closely examined Tang Qingxi's martial soul, recognizing it as a new type of mutated martial soul, remarkably able to break through without relying on soul rings. He could not deny its formidable nature. Tang Qingxi smiled slightly. I apologize, but this is not a mutated martial soul. The ability to break through without the reliance on soul rings is unrelated to the martial soul itself. Please refrain from evaluating me based on your synthesized theories. Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened. Indeed, his initial instinct had been correct. This girl appeared to harbor resentment towards him. I hear you allowed Tang San to absorb a soul ring beyond its limit. Do you realize how perilous that is? With that, Yu Xiaojiang adopted a less cordial demeanor, as he had come to assess Tang San's condition. At this remark, Tang Qingxi couldn't help but chuckle. Beyond the limit? Yu Xiaojiang, can you guess why the major sects scoff at your theories? The methods for soul master cultivation have long been summarized by various sects, only kept from public knowledge. The concept of a soul ring limit is nothing short of joke. Of course, it may hold some merit for common soul masters, but it is utterly inapplicable to prodigies. The limit of soul rings fundamentally depends on the physical strength and spiritual power of the soul master. Throughout history, there have been many who exceeded their prescribed limits. However, such individuals are invariably prodigies, and information regarding them is often hard to procure. You have had no contact with Yu Xiaojiang, have you? To cultivate Tang San using this theoretical framework is truly a disservice to him. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang's complexion had become quite grim. I have heard Tang San recount some of your matters. You deduced he possessed twin martial souls through his innate full soul power derived from blue silvergrass, correct? Tang Qingxi inquired further. With newfound confidence, Yu Xiaojiang responded, I once investigated 647 individuals with blue silvergrass martial souls, and only 16 possess soul power, none exceeding rank 1. He possesses innate full soul power, which is proportionate to the quality of martial souls. Blue silver grass evidently cannot suffice, indicating he must possess another martial soul. If the quality of the parental martial souls differs significantly, the inheritance of twin martial souls cannot occur. Even if it does, the weaker martial soul would be devoured, ultimately resulting in the awakening of only one. In the present world, there are only 2 individuals with twin martial souls, including Tang San. And you have not acquired the records of the twin martial soul masters from past generations, have you? Your understanding is rather superficial. However, you were fortunate to stumble upon a disciple of twin martial souls. Do you genuinely believe Tang San's martial soul is blue silvergrass? Tang Qingxi retorted without reservation. Chapter 46, Tang San. I am currently with Sister Shi, as a direct disciple of the Pope, and with Pope Bibi Dong staunchly supporting her idea of not relying on soul rings for breakthroughs. Tang Qingxi needed to study martial souls, and Bibi Dong granted her access to materials equivalent to that of the Pope. Before being expelled from the Xuantian sect, Tang Qingxi found herself in a foreign realm, necessitating a thorough understanding of this world, and she diligently studied the various texts stored within the Xuantian sect. Thus, the breadth of information accessible to Tang Qingxi far exceeded Yu Xiaojiang's expectations. The materials Yu Xiaojiang had encountered during his time in the Spirit Hall were insignificant by comparison. Every word Tang Qingxi uttered laid bare Yu Xiaojiang's past predicaments, leaving him in a state of acute embarrassment. Yet he was unwilling to concede. If Tang San's martial soul resembles blue silver grass so closely, what else could it be? It is known as Blue Silver Emperor, the sovereign among blue silver grass, a top-tier martial soul on par with the Xuantian hammer. Otherwise, the existence of twin martial souls would be impossible. Ordinary blue silver grass would simply be devoured by the Xuantian hammer, ultimately resulting in the awakening of only the Xuantian hammer martial soul. Tang Qingxi toyed with the inked jade plum blossom in her hand, a teasing smile playing on her lips as she gazed at Yu Xiaojiang. If you doubt this, you may inquire with Tang San's father, the formidable title Douluo Tang Hao. Tang Hao is quite remarkable, yet he has taught his son nothing, allowing him to be easily deceived. Who are you really? The revelation of Tang San's lineage left Yu Xiaojiang in a state of uncertainty. Tang Qingxi did not answer Yu Xiaojiang's question, but instead posed another. I hear you have famously declared that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Indeed, I shall prove this statement to the world. Tang Qingxi tilted her head. With your own self? Then why has your useless martial soul shown no improvement over the years? So it is you. No, Tang San is my demonstration to the world. Yu Xiaojiang hastily clarified. Ha ha. Tang Qingxi laughed heartily, finding this individual rather amusing. You are attempting to use an exceptionally rare twin martial soul to validate your theory? Are you suggesting Tang San should conceal his Xuantian hammer for a lifetime, masquerading as the widely acknowledged useless martial soul blue silvergrass, to prove he is not worthless? What is your purpose in coming to Shrek Academy? Were you invited by Flander to teach? You continually assert there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Why, then, do you only wish to instruct those with top-tier martial souls? The more Tang Qingxi spoke, the paler Yu Xiaojiang's complexion became. After a lengthy discourse, as dawn approached, and realizing she had delayed her own cultivation, Tang Qingxi turned to leave. Are you from the spirit hall? Yu Xiaojiang suddenly asked. Upon hearing Flander mention Tang Qingxi's possession of the god of slaughter domain, Yu Xiaojiang had his suspicions. And Tang Qingxi's demeanor towards Tang Hao was devoid of any courtesy. Her overt hostility towards him led him to conclude she must be affiliated with the spirit hall. However, Tang Qingxi said nothing. At that moment, Tang San happened to emerge, and upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang, he appeared somewhat surprised. Yet, observing Yu Xiaojiang's grim expression and Tang Qingxi's icy demeanor, Tang San hesitated at the threshold, feeling he ought not to have ventured out. You have come out? Just in time for your teacher's arrival. Let him guide you in understanding your third soul skill and the external soul bone attached to you, saving me considerable effort. Tang Qingxi remarked before heading directly back to her quarters. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang's mind was further shaken. This Tang Qingxi indeed possessed an extraordinary understanding of a series of matters concerning martial souls and soul masters. The external soul bone she mentioned was likely the 8 spider legs he had heard about from Flander and Zhao Wujin the previous night. He was still merely speculating, yet Tang Qingxi had boldly asserted it was an external soul bone. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaojiang felt a sense of relief. Tang Qingxi had refrained from mentioning those matters in front of Tang San. Tang Qingxi harbored a profound disdain for Yu Xiaojiang. Yet she had no intention of voicing her thoughts in front of Tang San. While Yu Xiaojiang had his ulterior motives in utilizing Tang San, he did possess some goodwill. However, due to his own inadequacies, he could not offer much in the way of useful kindness. As for her, considering Tang San was a disciple of the Tang sect, she would indeed provide him with a bit more care, but it was also because Tang San held utility for her. To put it plainly, there was little difference between them. Why meddle in the relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San? Her identity was established here. As long as she did not instruct Tang San to harm Yu Xiaojiang or Tang Hao, Tang San would continue to heed her guidance. After completing her training in the Purple Extreme Magic Eye and practicing her internal skills for a while, Tang Qingxi ascended to the rooftop of the girls' dormitory, awaiting her companions in silence. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong emerged, and upon seeing her, they instinctively donned their armor, prompting Tang Qingxi to smile. Meanwhile, there was no movement from the boys' dormitory. Xiao Wu was just about to seek out Tang San when Tang Qingxi leaped down from the eaves. Tang San's teacher has arrived. Let us proceed directly to the cafeteria. Xiao Wu was somewhat taken aback by the master's unexpected arrival, knowing that Tang San would need to discuss a few matters with him. So she nodded and followed Tang Qingxi. Sister Shi, I wish to return to the sect today. I may not be able to participate in training. Is that all right? Ning Rongrong inquired. Having discussed the matter of hidden weapons yesterday, Tang Qingxi understood her intentions and readily assented. Of course, the sooner you go, the sooner you return. Very well. At this moment, outside the academy, after Yu Xiaojiang learned about Tang San's third soul skill and the changes in blue silvergrass, he gestured for Tang San to release his soul bone. 8 spider legs unfolded behind Tang San, shimmering with purple light. Yu Xiaojiang scrutinized the spider legs and inquired curiously, Tang San, I heard Zhao Wujin mention these spider legs yesterday. He said Tang Qingxi indicated this was a mutation of the soul ring. Yet today, she claims it is an external soul bone? After pondering for a moment, Tang San replied, Sister, she stated that soul bones are quite precious and does not wish for me to easily reveal the matter of acquiring the soul bone. This soul bone was originally meant for Sister Shi. Since you have already absorbed this soul bone, she can no longer claim it, regardless of who Tang Qingxi is. Knowing Tang San's father's identity, she would not dare to seize this soul bone. Tang San shook his head before absorbing it. Sister, she had already discovered the soul bone. Perhaps to avoid drawing attention from Teacher Zhao and the others, she decided to let me absorb it alongside the soul ring. Moreover, the man-faced demon spider was defeated by Sister Shi. Yu Xiaojiang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Could Tang Qingxi truly relinquish a soul bone? Regardless, I now assign you a training task to swiftly master the utilization of the external soul bone. I understand, Sister Shi has mentioned this matter as well. Tang San nodded in affirmation. Yu Xiaojiang fell silent for a moment before suggesting, let's dine first. Starting today, I shall reorganize your training schedule. At this, Tang San hesitated, saying, I am currently training under Sister Shi. Chapter 47. My students, my arrangement. She is still young. Although her status may be extraordinary and she possesses a wealth of information, her training arrangements may not necessarily be reasonable or suitable for you, Yu Xiaojing replied, frowning. I will remain at the academy to guide your training. Moreover, your companions at the academy, each one of them can be described as a prodigy. Without appropriate training methods, their talents will be squandered. Listening to Yu Xiaojiang's words, Tang San felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was well aware of the young lady's prowess in training others. Furthermore, her training arrangements involved the mysterious Xuantian treasure record, the existence of which could not be disclosed to Yu Xiaojiang. Tang San also recognized the limitations of his teacher's theories, which he could understand. Although he was unaware of the young lady's true identity in this world, it was evidently of high standing, allowing her access to information beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Additionally, she remained a top talent within the Tang sect and had not changed upon arriving in the Douluo continent. It was already impressive that Yu Xiaojiang, an ordinary person, had acquired so much knowledge. Rest assured, teacher, Sister Shi's training methods are exceptionally suited to me, and the other students in the academy are also following her curriculum. Tang San considered before speaking. Yu Xiaojiang's frown deepened. Had Tang San not only recently arrived at the academy? How could he harbor such trust in Tang Qingxi? Observing this, Yu Xiaojiang chose not to elaborate further. He would discuss the matter with Flender later, as he was the dean and could make the necessary arrangements. After attending his classes, they would certainly discern whose training methods were more rational. On the way to the dining hall, Tang San donned his armor. Now back at Shrek Academy, it was natural to wear it. In the morning, he had refrained from doing so because the young lady wanted to inspect his soul bone, and it was inconvenient to unleash it while clad in armor. What is this? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, puzzled by Tang San's armor. This is mandated by Sister Shi. We must wear it every day except when sleeping to enhance our physical strength, Tang San explained. This is unacceptable. While strength training is essential, one cannot bear such a burden for extended periods as it could adversely affect your skeletal development, Yu Xiaojiang replied anxiously. Tang San quickly reassured him, Teacher, do not worry. Sister, she has arranged medicinal baths for us that will alleviate any negative effects. Sister, she herself endures a significantly heavier burden without any adverse consequences. Yu Xiaojiang found himself momentarily speechless, sensing a hint of crisis. When a master and disciple arrived at the academy's dining hall, Tang Qingxi and the others were already having breakfast. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at their meal and nodded in satisfaction. Flender has done well. The meal arrangements are commendable. Hearing this, Tang Qingxi scoffed. This was arranged by me. That miser Flender wouldn't dare spend so generously. Yu Xiaojiang's expression stiffened. Just as Flender ambled in with an awkward smile. The academy's annual expenses are considerable. Certain areas are indeed lacking. Upon Flender's arrival, Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor softened slightly, and he hastily remarked, Flender, I intend to stay here for a while. For the sake of Tang San and the peculiar talents you have recruited, it is imperative that we begin employing the most effective training methods to guide them. You previously mentioned that if I was willing to stay, you could delegate authority to me. Is that correct? Flender, who understood Yu Xiaojiang exceptionally well, grasped his determination to make significant changes. Although his outward demeanor remained neutral, he was inwardly elated. Fearing that the master might reconsider, he promptly replied, No problem. Just inform me of your plans, and the academy's faculty will be at your disposal. However, for any expenditures, you must consult Qingxi, as the academy's financial situation is rather dire. Yu Xiaojiang frowned again. Consult a child? Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow. Flender, I am now considered a teacher at the academy. Why should I not have the same authority? Rest assured, Qingxi, he is a master, with theoretical knowledge unparalleled. Flender, still basking in the joy of the master's willingness to stay, cheerfully added. Tang Qingxi's expression darkened. Flender, let me make this clear. My courses and my students are to be arranged solely by me. without interference from others. You may arrange others as you see fit. Otherwise, I will cease all financial support and remove my students from the academy." At this stern declaration, Flinder's expression changed dramatically as he glanced between Xuantian and Tang Qingxi. This was troublesome. The academy's two esteemed figures were at odds. "You are still young. Can you guarantee that your training arrangements are rational?" Xuantian questioned. Tang Qingxi cast a disdainful glance at Xuantian, questioning his audacity to challenge her. "My prowess substantiates the validity of my training methods. In terms of understanding martial souls, I possess extensive information, much of which remains undisclosed to the general populace. I have access to in-depth data on historical prodigies and top martial souls. Regarding fundamental principles and physical fitness, I have managed to survive the slaughter city at my age. What evidence do you have to support your claims?" Tang Qingxi's piercing gaze bore into Xuantian. "Tang San is my proof. I have enabled the blue-silver grass martial soul to possess such combat prowess." Xuantian began to speak, but abruptly stopped, recalling Tang Qingxi's earlier remarks about Tang San's martial soul. "Ultimately, the current strength of Xiao San can indeed be attributed to my own teachings. Firstly, he is not as strong as I am. Secondly, Tang San, is your current strength entirely reliant on her?" Tang Qingxi's cold gaze swept over Tang San. Xuantian's eyes shifted toward Tang San as well. Tang San felt a sudden chill. While his teacher had imparted much knowledge to him regarding this world, a significant portion of his current comprehensive strength was indeed dependent on the Xuantian treasure record, and his most formidable combat ability was almost entirely reliant on it. He could not deny the existence of a Xuantian treasure record in front of the young lady. Seeing Tang San momentarily at a loss for words, Xuantian's expression gradually shifted to one of incredulity. Tang San sighed and chose to speak the truth. "Teacher, you have indeed taught me a wealth of knowledge, which has greatly aided the enhancement of my martial soul. However, my strength is not solely reliant on my martial soul." "Are you referring to those hidden weapons?" "To me, they seem somewhat frivolous. Only their remarkable power has prevented me from intervening." "You cannot rely solely on these," Xuantian lamented. Tang San shook his head. "No, I previously demonstrated some combat techniques beyond soul skills, and in truth, there's much more. Even the enhancement of my soul power is dependent on these methods, though I cannot disclose the specifics to you." Chapter 48. The Tang sect's hidden weapons are not to be provoked frivolous items? Tang Qingxi scoffed. Such an evaluation of the Tang sect's hidden weapons? To make such a judgment without comprehending the entirety? Have you considered that there are even more powerful hidden weapons that you have yet to witness? Is there no rigor in your theoretical studies? Tang San's lack of support and Tang Qingxi's challenge left Xuantian in an even more precarious position. Flander found it necessary to intervene and ease the conflict between the two parties, stating, "Qingxi, as a junior, should show some respect to her elders. And you, Xuantian, why not take a look at the training that Qingxi has arranged for them? If you still find it unsuitable, we can discuss it further." A sarcastic smile graced Tang Qingxi's lips as she addressed Tang San and his companions, saying, "You may choose whom to follow. If you opt to follow this master, then remove your armor. If you choose to follow me, finish your breakfast and run 20 laps around the village. For specific details, consult the kitchen staff. I have an outing today and will make further arrangements upon my return." "Understood, Sister Shi," Zhu Zhuqing replied promptly. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San and Xuantian, nodding in agreement as well. Although Ning Rongrong remained silent, she had no intention of training today since she was returning to her sect, and her armor would remain donned regardless. Tang San hesitated, wanting to save face for his teacher, yet he, too, was clad in armor. As Tang Qingxi set down her utensils and prepared to depart, she cast a glance at Tang San, her voice low yet firm. "Tang San, though I have left Tang sect, I will not tolerate anyone provoking its hidden weaponry. Out of respect for your teacher, I shall refrain from actions today. But should there be a next time, do not think that even with Xuantian or the complete golden iron triangle utilizing their martial soul fusion technique, Tang sect's hidden weapons could not prevail. Do you comprehend my intent?" Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a chill run down his spine and quickly bowed his head in acknowledgement. Though he did not fully grasp what the golden iron triangle was, he understood the gravity of her words. Xiaojiang's dismissive remarks about Tang sect's hidden weapons were tantamount to courting death. "Sister Shi, wait for me. We shall depart from the academy together." Ning Rongrong, who also had plans to leave, followed closely behind Tang Qingxi. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as Zhu Zhuqing silently finished her breakfast and stepped outside to begin her warm-up jog. Xiao Wu, noticing Tang, since still had words for Yu Xiaojiang, took her leave first. As time passed, only Flander and Yu Xiaojiang remained, with Flander sighing heavily, troubled by the situation. He had hoped that Xiaojiang staying behind would be a positive development, yet he was taken aback by Tang Qingxi's apparent animosity. Do you two have a grudge? I am uncertain why she has come to Shrek, but it is highly probable she is a disciple of that person, which explains her hostility towards me. Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened. Flander had considered this possibility as well, understanding whom Yu Xiaojiang was referring to. However, she is connected to Xuantian sect, and her domain of slaughter may very well be. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. Xiao San is his son. I have met him, and he has never mentioned Tang Qingxi. Does Tang Qingxi possess the Xuantian hammer? Xiao San's father? Flander exclaimed in surprise. That is indeed not the case. To be honest, I know that Tang Qingxi has connections with the Spirit Hall, and the bishop there holds her in high regard. Yet, how could she maintain a harmonious relationship with Xiao San if she is indeed that person's disciple? I cannot fathom her intentions. Yu Xiaojiang shared his confusion, especially after realizing that Tang Qingxi had given a soul bone to Tang San. Such a valuable asset. How could she part with it? At that moment, Tang San returned to the dining hall, addressing Yu Xiaojiang. Teacher. Yu Xiaojiang appeared somewhat disheartened, his expression reflecting a sense of loss. Tang San, do you trust Tang Qingxi that much? Teacher, there are certain matters I regretfully cannot disclose to you. Rest assured, the training methods she has arranged for me and the other students are indeed suitable, Tang San replied, his face filled with remorse as he looked at Yu Xiaojiang. And please, do not refer to hidden weapons as mere trifles. My hidden weapons, much like other techniques, also have a lineage. And Sister Shi's proficiency in this domain far surpasses mine, offering me substantial growth. Furthermore, she will not tolerate any provocations regarding this matter. How powerful can your hidden weapons truly be? Yu Xiaojiang, upon hearing Tang San's reminder, was filled with disbelief. And they cannot be provoked? Currently, I am unable to create more formidable hidden weapons, but Sister Shi possesses some, Tang San replied. I cannot ascertain their exact strength, but previously, she rescued Xiao Wu from the Titan giant ape, likely relying on her hidden weapons. While Tang San was unsure of the true power of the rain pear blossom needles in Sister Shi's possession, he could make an educated guess. By the way, teacher, are you familiar with the martial soul fusion technique of the Golden Iron Triangle? Upon hearing Tang San's words, both Yu Xiaojiang and Flander's expressions shifted. What do you want to know about the Golden Iron Triangle? I'm merely curious about the strength of that martial soul fusion technique, Tang San replied, genuinely intrigued by the technique that the young lady had specifically mentioned. They exchanged glances, and Flanders spoke gravely. The Golden Iron Triangle consists of myself, Xiaojiang, and another partner. Our martial soul fusion technique can contend with tidal Douluo. Tang San was taken aback. He had initially planned to relay the young lady's words, but reconsidered, knowing that it was better not to divulge them directly, and instead mentioned the Titan giant ape. He now felt immensely relieved for not having repeated her words verbatim. Nevertheless, he continued, Sister Shi's hidden weapons are capable of countering your martial soul fusion technique. And that is still not the most formidable hidden weapon, merely among the top ranks. His determination to create top-tier hidden weapons for Tang sect in this world had only intensified. What? Yu Xiaojiang's astonishment caused his voice to crack. He then fell into a contemplative silence, his spirits visibly dampening as he remarked, It appears this world indeed holds much that I remain unaware of. Although he was reluctant to accept the notion of countering their martial soul fusion technique, he could not deny that the Titan giant ape was a being that could potentially withstand their fusion technique. That Tang Qingxi had rescued Xiao Wu unscathed from the Titan giant ape served as tangible evidence. Xiaojiang, your theories are already quite impressive, Flander quickly reassured him, distressed to see Xiaojiang's spirits sink again after being bolstered only moments before by Tang Qingxi's remarks. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction and began to contemplate whether keeping Tang Qingxi at the academy was indeed a wise decision. If her identity were truly linked to the Spirit Hall, or even to that person, her presence might not be a blessing but rather a harbinger of intrigue. Chapter 49. New training Tang San felt immense gratitude for the care his teacher had bestowed upon him over the years. You shall always be my teacher, no matter what. However, seeing Yu Xiaojiang in such a low state left Tang San in a quandary. Go on with your training. I will observe how suitable Tang Qingxi's training arrangements are, Yu Xiaojiang said, waving his hand feebly. Tang San hesitated at Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor, yet upon his insistence for him to participate in training, he finally stepped outside. Flander watched Yu Xiaojiang with concern, who forced a strained smile. I am fine. I simply wish to be alone for a moment. Yu Xiaojiang's silhouette appeared somewhat stooped as he slowly walked out under Flander's worried gaze. Flander's brow furrowed. Perhaps he ought to have a conversation with Tang Qingxi. Meanwhile, after reaching Soto City, Tang Qingxi parted ways with Ning Rongrong, who was collected by members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, with Ning Fengji ensuring that someone was nearby to watch over her. Tang Qingxi proceeded to an inconspicuous blacksmith shop on the outskirts of Soto City. The shop had no customers, and only 3 employees were present, all seemingly engrossed in their own training. Upon hearing footsteps and noticing Tang Qingxi's entrance, the trio immediately rose and knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Greetings, young lady." Tang Qingxi produced a piece of paper and handed it to a middle-aged man behind the counter. Please manufacture a large batch of hidden weapons according to the specifications on this list. Although Ning Rongrong has not yet returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Tang Qingxi is confident that as long as Ning Fengji is not foolish, he will opt to procure hidden weapons. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, was somewhat agitated. Is the young lady finally going to start selling these weapons? Allowing ordinary people to possess the means to slay soul masters and soul beasts will surely cause a stir across this continent. Not quite. This is merely an order. Do not expose anything related to hidden weapons in the shop, Tang Qingxi replied decisively. What about the weighted inner armor I previously requested you to make? The middle-aged man shook his head regretfully. She was not yet ready to let the Tang sect's hidden weapons become widespread on this continent. The blacksmith shop was merely established for her convenience in communication, as it was impractical to trek to the mountains every time an issue arose. When funds run low, I'll send those little ones to various cities to visit the Great Soul Arena. Understood, the middle-aged man replied respectfully, hastening into the indoor warehouse to retrieve the inner armor. He felt a deep sense of regret that the young lady remained unwilling to sell those extraordinary weapons. Tang Qingxi casually stored the inner armor within her bracelet. Inform those children that assessments will be conducted soon. I will select 2 or 3 to accompany me in my endeavors. After retrieving the inner armor and conveying her orders, Tang Qingxi stepped outside. Tang San had long harbored aspirations to revive the Tang sect on this continent, yet his impoverished upbringing had rendered him devoid of resources and capability. Fortunately, he need not undertake this task anymore, as Tang Qingxi had already accomplished it. Tang Qingxi's incisive rebuttal of Yu Xiaojiang was not solely reliant on possessing superior information. Yu Xiaojiang merely had theoretical knowledge, while she had amassed substantial practical experience. During the 6 years spent attempting to break through levels without relying on soul rings, she had not toiled in solitude. Instead, she had engaged in extensive theoretical research and gathered numerous martial souls, some strong, some weak, and even those devoid of soul power, for practical studies. Her achievements extended far beyond merely breaking through levels without relying on soul rings. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, a sentiment Tang Qingxi wholly endorsed and exemplified in practice. Even if her successes stemmed from the realm of martial arts, she had nonetheless attained tangible results. Had Yu Xiaojiang chosen anyone but Tang San as his disciple, he would not have been held in such low regard by Tang Qingxi. Ironically, he selected the one individual least capable of validating his theories and audaciously sought to prove himself to the world. Without Tang San, he might have fared better. While his martial soul and cultivation were lacking, at least he possessed a martial soul fusion technique, which could attest to some degree of merit. Yet, he insisted on proclaiming that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, while choosing a disciple endowed with dual top-tier martial souls. It was truly laughable. Furthermore, he had provoked those he should not have, and human nature tends to lean towards bias. She had never harbored a favorable impression of Yu Xiaojiang from the outset. Upon returning to the academy, Tang San and his companions were still jogging laps. Tang Qingxi awaited them at the entrance and called to a halt when they returned from their circuit. She then produced the weighted inner armor. Akin to what she was wearing, the inner armor is ready. Put it on and follow me. With the inner armor, their movements would no longer be hindered by the weight of the iron armor, and Tang Qingxi intended to arrange additional training. Breathing heavily and visibly fatigued, the three swiftly changed out of their iron armor. Run, let's go. Tang Qingxi gestured, leading them out of the academy. The hired individuals she had brought along also set up tables and drinks, trailing behind the group. Tang Qingxi guided them to a cliffside in the forest outside the academy. The cliff was not particularly high, yet a waterfall cascaded down, smoothing the cliff face considerably. At the base of the waterfall lay a deep pool, with water flowing into it and then out through a gap at the edge, forming a swift river that wound away into the distance. Tang Qingxi approached the riverbank, approximately a kilometer from the deep pool, and the hired hand set up the tables and drinks in a nearby clearing. From here, you will wade across to reach the deep pool, then swim through it and climb the cliff beside the waterfall without using soul power. This is your training objective. However, for today, you may use soul power, and after swimming across the deep pool, first climb up the cliffs on either side of the waterfall. After reaching the top, return the same way and continue. Tang Qingxi instructed, in the coming days, you will run around the village in the mornings and train here in the afternoons. Today is for acclimatization. Tomorrow, specific requirements will be set. If you fail to meet them, training time will be extended. Initially, she allowed them to use soul power, as she feared they might sink in the deep pool and would have to exert effort to rescue them. Tang San and his companions nodded in agreement. As Tang Qingxi signaled, they each entered the water. Though the current was swift with the added weight, they were able to stand relatively stable in the river, which was only deep enough to reach their midsections. However, moving forward proved to be a challenge, as the riverbed was muddy and the oncoming current resisted their progress. Observing the three begin their task, Tang Qingxi directed the hired personnel to keep watch along the way, while she settled at the edge of the deep pool. She retrieved a piece of cold jade from her bracelet and sat upon it, commencing her internal cultivation. It was time for her soul power level to advance. Regardless of her current strength, as a teacher, she could not remain weaker than her students. A timely breakthrough would enhance her capabilities further. Chapter 50. Night talk. Shortly after Tang San and his companions commenced their training, Flinder, Yu Xiaojiang, and the other three Shrek students arrived. Tang Qingxi had changed the training location, piquing Dai Mubai and the others' curiosity, while Flinder accompanied Yu Xiaojiang to observe Tang Qingxi's training methods. Could you share a brief overview of your training plan? Yu Xiaojiang inquired. Tang Qingxi paused her cultivation upon their arrival and replied. First, a series of exercises to enhance physical attributes, including strength, speed, and endurance. Following, they'll be training focused on mental acuity and reaction time. After a comprehensive improvement, we will begin instruction in combat techniques and practical application. And what level of strength do you ultimately aim for them to achieve? Yu Xiaojiang pressed further. The target for physical attributes and mental training is level 40 with a 10,000-year soul ring. The combat training goal is to win the Soul Master competition. Tang Qingxi stated lightly. However, Yu Xiaojiang gasped upon hearing this. A level 40 with a 10,000-year soul ring? That could lead to fatalities. If they can train according to my requirements, there will be no issues, Tang Qingxi replied with remarkable composure. Her gaze drifted to Tang San and the others, who were visibly struggling, yet their desire to grow stronger was inescapably tied to hardship. One must refine jade to shape it. Yu Xiaojiang was puzzled. He was certain that Tang Qingxi belonged to the Spirit Hall, yet he wondered why she was forming a separate team to compete in the Soul Master competition. Since the Master is here at the Academy to teach, these three are perfect candidates. They do not wish to participate in my classes. So it provides a comparative analysis of the teaching outcomes from both sides, he reasoned. While he observed, Tang Qingxi was not keen on having an irritating presence lingering beneath her nose. Dai Mubai and the others were not exempt from attending their own classes at the academy. Though Tang Qingxi held little regard for Yu Xiaojiang, she deemed it acceptable to teach Dai Mubai and the others. It would be better to distract him than to have him constantly hover around her. After pondering her words for a moment, Yu Xiaojiang did not voice any objections. He indeed wished to prove himself. If the results of his teachings were superior, it would serve as a testament to his own abilities. Very well, Flanders. I shall take charge of instructing the three of them henceforth. Bai and his companions were momentarily taken aback, clearly understanding the arrangement laid out before them. As for the commitment made by Yu Xiaojiang, Flanders held no objections. They would proceed as planned. Subsequently, Tang Qingxi lost interest in their conversation, preoccupied with her own training. Yu Xiaojiang observed her practice closely, noticing that her meditative state differed from that of an ordinary soul master. He could faintly perceive the chilling aura emanating from the icy jade beneath her, a spectral chill being absorbed by her during her cultivation. Tang Qingxi intrigued him greatly. Her ability to break through without relying on soul rings was truly unprecedented. How was this feat accomplished? If Tang Qingxi were indeed affiliated with the Spirit Hall, such a prodigy could elevate the institution to unimaginable heights. Yet, her ambiguous relationship with the Spirit Hall left many questions unanswered. What purpose did their presence at Shrek serve? Why would they allow Tang San to possess a soul bone? Knowing Tang San's father's identity, there was no reason for such an act of generosity. Starting tomorrow, I shall conduct specialized training for the three of you. Yu Xiaojiang advised Bai and the others, then chose not to linger any longer, as he needed time to reflect. There will be no classes for today. Take this opportunity to relax, for tomorrow will be far from easy, Flanders added. He intended to speak with Tang Qingxi, yet it was evidently not the right moment. Tang Qingxi, please come to my office this evening. Tang Qingxi glanced up at Flanders, whose expression was rather grave, and nodded slightly. Understood. The shift in address indicated a growing wariness towards her. However, she felt indifferent. If she could not remain, it would not be a significant loss, for she had her own grievances about Shrek's environment. Flanders soon departed, leaving Bai and the others to linger for a while. They were hesitant, secretly deliberating whether to join Tang Qingxi for training, for as students of the same academy, prolonged separation was undesirable. They were not oblivious. They sensed that if things continued this way, they would have no part in the upcoming Soul Master competition. However, with Flanders' new arrangements, Tang Qingxi's training appeared undeniably rigorous. After some time, the three quietly left. Tomorrow's lessons with the master would likely be just as demanding, and they recognized the need to cherish the little time they had today. At last, tranquility resumed. Tang Qingxi watched as Zhu Zhuqing fell into the rushing waters, only to rise again with a tear in her arm, blood seeping from the wound. It seemed she had been cut by the rocks or some other object below. Her expression remained unchanged as she withdrew her gaze and continued her training. By evening, the three returned to the dormitory, covered in mud and looking rather disheveled. Having concluded her practice, Tang Qingxi sought out Flanders. In his office, before he could invite her to sit, Tang Qingxi pulled a chair and inquired directly, "What is the matter, Principal?" "Tang Qingxi, what is your true background?" Flanders asked, his demeanor serious. Tang Qingxi tilted her head, scrutinizing him. "What is the concern? Hasn't the academy always accepted students without questioning their origins? When someone poses a potential instability, I must inquire," he replied. Tang Qingxi propped her head on her hand, casually countering, "Am I truly a source of instability? Flanders, perhaps you should contemplate this. Without me, how many more years can the academy's financial situation sustain itself?" Flanders fell silent for a moment, realizing he could not refute this point. Thanks to Tang Qingxi's investments over the past 2 years, the academy had remained relatively stable. However, this is merely an academy, and your purpose here is to learn, is it not? Did I not make my intentions clear from the outset? I am here simply to gather participants for the Soul Master competition, Tang Qingxi replied, shrugging her shoulders. So, is solely for the competition and not to cultivate the academy students? Flanders' gaze sharpened. Tang Qingxi's expression remained unperturbed, even hinting at amusement. "First and foremost, what does this have to do with you? Once students graduate, they will seek their own paths, going wherever they please. Furthermore, most of the students here possess significant backgrounds. You know as well as I do whom I can influence. As for the two without connections, I have not even engaged with them. If it is merely this, then I shall take my leave. I have training to attend to. If you cannot accommodate me, simply say so, and I will depart the academy myself." Chapter 51. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Tang Qingxi's origins were of little significance to Flanders. His primary concern was Yu Xiaojiang. Should she choose to act as if nothing had happened and remain compliant, she could coexist peacefully with them and fulfill her teaching duties. However, if she sought to stir trouble, she would leave without hesitation. Flanders' deliberate approach in seeking her out compelled Tang Qingxi to become increasingly forthright. She had long harbored grievances against Flanders. The Academy's exploitative rules were numerous, and she questioned his rationale behind them. Despite her financial contributions, hiring a new student still required exorbitant fees. Many young students, lacking experience, were led to create unnecessary troubles. Considering his position as principal, Tang Qingxi had already shown him considerable leniency. Otherwise, she would have confronted him long ago. After a brief silence, noticing Flanders had again lapsed into contemplation, Tang Qingxi stood up and departed. Flanders found himself powerless. The consequences of a confrontation with Tang Qingxi were undesirable. Should she leave, it would be uncertain how many students would remain at Shrek Academy. It was worth noting that the students under her guidance had only recently been admitted and held little allegiance to the academy. Ultimately, Flanders could only let out a helpless sigh. Upon returning to her dormitory, Tang Qingxi resumed her training. The following day, after allowing time for adaptation, Tang San and the others were forbidden from utilizing their soul power. The training atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic, and halfway through the afternoon session, Tang Qingxi specifically summoned a teacher from the academy to guard the edge of the deep pool, instructing him to rescue those who began to sink. During this time, Xiao Wu emerged from the water and approached Tang Qingxi. Noticing Tang San and the others were far off, she asked, "Sister Shi, when should I generate my soul ring?" "Your soul ring will theoretically form based on the limits your body can withstand. The strength of your physique can extend the lifespan of the soul ring. So there's no rush. It's best to hold off for now. The training you undergo during this period will not be in vain. And once you acquire your soul ring, it will naturally enhance your progression." Tang San, possessing a solid constitution and currently situated in the Stardow Forest, decided to obtain his soul ring, as frequent trips back and forth to the forest would be rather cumbersome. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, not needing to journey to the Stardow Forest, could afford to bide her time. "All right," she nodded in response, returning to the river to continue her training. Upon her return to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong hurried to find Ning Fengji. Bursting into the hall, she found her father, the sect leader, attending to some affairs. "Daddy," she exclaimed, "has the little witch returned? What is the matter? Couldn't you stay at Shrek Academy?" Ning Fengji was somewhat surprised by Ning Rongrong's swift return to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong playfully pouted and feigned annoyance. "What are you saying, Dad? I was doing just fine at Shrek. I came back to discuss something of great importance, something that will greatly benefit the sect." "Oh, what significant advantage is this?" Ning Fengji couldn't help but ask with a smile. Ning Rongrong quickly presented the improved version of the distraction control method given by Tang Qingxi, saying, "Dad, take a look at this." Ning Fengji curiously took it and examined it. "Is this the method for distraction control?" "No, it seems somewhat different. This is the version modified by Sister Shi. I tried it before coming back, and it is indeed more comprehensible than our original method, allowing for faster cultivation without any apparent issues," Ning Rongrong said excitedly. "Do you think this cultivation method could be promoted within the sect?" "Sister Shi? Who is that? Your academy's teacher?" Ning Fengji had a general understanding of Shrek Academy, but had not specifically investigated its students. "She is a senior, named Tang Qingxi, who enrolled 2 years before me and is quite formidable." When mentioning Tang Qingxi, Ning Rongrong's enthusiasm soared. "She is practically a teacher to me now, as I'm currently training under her. This distraction control method is something she insisted I master quickly." Ning Fengji examined it closely and found this modified version indeed viable. "Did your senior just give you this cultivation method and allow you to bring it back to the sect? That Tang Qingxi must be exceedingly generous. This method could be immensely beneficial for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, if we were to promote it within the sect, some compensation will be necessary." "Oh." Ning Fengji nodded. "There should be some form of acknowledgement. How much would it cost?" Ning Rongrong shook her head first. "Dad, hold on a moment. I have more to show you. If you have any thoughts after seeing it, you can negotiate the price with Sister Shi yourself." With that, Ning Rongrong took out the concealed weapons given by Tang Qingxi. These are called concealed weapons, crafted by Sister Shi. They possess considerable power and can even be used by those without soul power. Our sect's direct disciples are all support-type soul masters, so I believe these could equip them with a certain degree of combat self-defense capability. Concealed weapons? Ning Fengji picked up a black box from the table and scrutinized it. "How does one use this?" Rong Rong, my little treasure has returned. You haven't been wronged outside, have you? Just then, an elderly man in white entered the hall. Grandpa Jian, I missed you. Ning Rong Rong exclaimed as she rushed towards the elder and leaped into his embrace. This elder was none other than one of the two titled Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Sword Douluo Qingxi. Renowned for being the strongest attacking titled Douluo with a soul power level of 96. However, Ning Rong Rong quickly remembered that Ning Fengji was still examining the concealed weapon she had brought back, and hurriedly said, Dad, don't touch it just yet. I want to demonstrate the power of these concealed weapons. Concealed weapons? Sword Douluo expressed curiosity at this term. Ning Rong Rong dashed back, seized the black box from Ning Fengji's hands, which was the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, glanced around, and fixed her gaze on Sword Douluo. Grandpa Jian, would you like to give it a try? You're so formidable. It wouldn't harm you, and you could evaluate the power of these concealed weapons afterward. A small box like this is a weapon? Sword Douluo examined the black box closely before nodding. All right, girl, go ahead and use it. I'll defend myself. The true method of using these concealed weapons lies in stealth, striking unexpectedly. However, Sister, she had required me to master the 3 apertures heart control before truly equipping me with the set. This one was given to me because I intended to purchase it for the sect. Since I hadn't used it much, I only knew the basic method of operation, merely aiming to observe its power. Ning Rong Rong loaded the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, the metallic clang resonating as she explained. Ning Fengji's gaze remained fixed on her, intrigued by the weapon that had warranted her special return to the sect. Chapter 52. The Fragmented Shrek Academy, with a resounding boom accompanied by the clang of metal. 16 pitch-black iron crossbow bolts erupted from the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Tang Qingxi had enhanced the crossbow itself, amplifying its power while not diminishing its recoil. Unfamiliar with its use, Ning Rong Rong's wrist trembled from the recoil, causing the bolts to deviate slightly from their intended trajectory. Nevertheless, given the close distance to Sword Douluo, the deviation was minimal, and the bolts swiftly reached him. Sword Douluo was taken aback and instinctively raised his right hand. Decades of combat experience allowed him to immediately sense the intensity of the impending attack. With fingers poised like a blade, his palm flipped up, and it felt as though the air was being torn apart as a stream of white energy erupted from his hand. In that instant, it was as if a massive sword stood before him. Clang, clang, clang. The dense sounds of impact followed in quick succession. As the white light, he slashed forth sent ripples cascading in all directions. A few bolts, having veered off course, were not actively blocked by Sword Douluo, but with a whoosh, they embedded themselves deeply into the hall's wall. Impressive, Sword Douluo remarked, astonished by the concealed weapon's formidable power. Their impact was so intense that soul masters below level 40 could hardly withstand it, and even those above level 40 would suffer if caught off guard. Not bad, right? This isn't even the concealed weapon's strongest state. Since I'm still unpracticed, Sister, she didn't apply poison to the bolts. If poisoned, their lethality would be even more terrifying. Moreover, the more people using the Zhuge Divine Crossbow simultaneously, the greater its power. According to Sister Shi, it's highly suitable for sect defense. However, for ordinary self-defense, she recommends other concealed weapons, reserving the Zhuge Divine Crossbow for confronting formidable foes. Many of the other concealed weapons can be fired silently, and with skillful use, they can kill without a trace. Ning Rong Rong enthusiastically promoted Tang Qingxi's concealed weapons. Following this, she conducted experiments with the other concealed weapons as well. Sword Douluo nodded in agreement. These concealed weapons are indeed impressive. How do you think, Dad? Imagine if our direct disciples were equipped with these concealed weapons when attacked. Who would think to guard against support-type soul masters? An unexpected strike could easily extricate our disciples from peril unless faced with an exceptionally powerful adversary. Ning Grongrong loket expectantly at Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji was indeed astonished by the power of these concealed weapons, and at that moment, Sword Douluo turned his gaze towards him. Sectmaster, if possible, we must do everything in our power to recruit the creator of these concealed weapons into our sect. Sword Douluo spoke gravely, and his tone had shifted to a more formal address, indicating the seriousness with which he regarded the matter. Ning Rong Rong blinked, though unsure of Sister Shi's background. She recalled the earlier comments and suspected that it might be difficult to recruit her. However, She said nothing, as it would ultimately be her father who would negotiate. Ning Fengji nodded earnestly. Ning Rongrong's reasoning was undeniably sound. These concealed weapons were perfectly suited for the sect's disciples. As a wise sect master, he decisively addressed Ning Rongrong, saying, "Rongrong, do not disclose this matter to anyone within the sect for the time being. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to Shrek Academy to meet this sister you've mentioned." Ning Rongrong rubbed her hands together, a bit shyly asking, "If you're not busy, why don't we set off today? What? After leaving the sect, your heart is already soaring, and you don't wish to stay even a day longer?" Ning Fengji chuckled at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong quickly shook her head. "No, Dad. It's just that I took leave to come back for this matter. And considering I haven't trained with them for 2 days, my physical condition is already the weakest. The longer I delay, the more I'll fall behind." Regarding what Tang Qingxi had mentioned about teaching her useful combat abilities if she performed well, Ning Rongrong refrained from mentioning it, preparing to surprise the sect later. Ning Fengji, hearing this, looked at Ning Rongrong in disbelief. What on earth had she experienced at Shrek Academy to undergo such a transformation? Ning Rongrong, having been indulged throughout her upbringing, elicited considerable concern from Ning Fengji regarding her temperament and its potential detriment to her cultivation. Yet, witnessing her recent transformation, a father naturally felt compelled to offer his support. After arranging some internal affairs of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji departed with Ning Rongrong, accompanied by the protection of the Sword Douluo, leaving the sect behind. At Shrek Academy, aside from Ning Rongrong, who was on leave, the remaining students commenced their specialized training. Yu Xiaojiang, having decided to instruct Dai Mubai and the others, swiftly prepared to initiate their training regimen. Occasionally, one could observe Tang San and Dai Mubai running laps around the village. However, a noticeable disparity existed between the two groups. Tang San and his companions donned neatly arranged attire, with weighted inner armor that was nearly imperceptible. In contrast, Dai Mubai and his team bore the weight of bamboo baskets filled with stones, the rattling of which accompanied their movements, making their exertion a rather arduous endeavor. With only 3 students available, Yu Xiaojiang found his original teaching plan challenging to implement. Initially, he had formulated a curriculum catering to all students, incorporating random sparring sessions. Now, with merely 3 students, the arrangement had to change. Only Ma Hongjun could spar with Oscar and Dai Mubai. He felt hesitant to seek cooperation from Tang Qingxi, who seemed to have no plans for practical combat training, focusing solely on enhancing Tang San's physical fitness. In pursuit of a more enriching practical training experience, Yu Xiaojiang decided to take them to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. However, Oscar, being a food-type soul master, found himself in a rather awkward position. In one-on-one combat, he, as a support soul master, was ineffective. In 2-on-2 matches, he could only team up with Dai Mubai, and his soul abilities provided little assistance. Consequently, Dai Mubai was left to face 2 opponents alone, which proved to be an insurmountable challenge for him. Thus, Oscar could only watch from the sidelines as Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun engaged in one-on-one duels. Soon, Ning Fengji brought Ning Rongrong to Shrek Academy, where Sister Shi and Xiao Wu. Upon arriving in the afternoon, Ning Rongrong noticed Dai Mubai and the others running with their bamboo baskets, but found no sign of Tang Qingxi and the others. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's inquiry, Oscar, panting, paused to respond. Sister Shi took them in that direction, training by the cliff. All right, then I'll lead you there, father. Regardless of her status, Ning Fengji felt that as a junior, Tang Qingxi should come to greet him upon his arrival at the academy. Nevertheless, Ning Rongrong was unconcerned, eager to join the training. Ning Fengji shrugged off the matter and followed Ning Rongrong in the direction pointed out by Oscar. Oscar stood rooted wide-eyed, realizing the identity of the young woman who called him father, the renowned top support soul master and the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 53. Ning Fengji arrives at Shrek's sister Shi. Spotting the cliff from afar, Ning Rongrong quickened her pace and rushed towards Tang Qingxi, who was sitting cross-legged by the waterfall training. Upon noticing Ning Rongrong and her companions, Tang Qingxi rose from her spot. The white cat, which had been napping nearby, was startled awake, immediately standing up upon seeing Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo, then gracefully leaping onto Tang Qingxi's shoulder, casting several discreet glances at Xiao Wu. At that moment, Xiao Wu had just climbed the cliff and looked on with curiosity at the 2 newcomers brought by Ning Rongrong. Tang Qingxi took a moment to glance at Xiao Wu, signaling her to remain where she was on the cliff before moving forward to greet Ning Rongrong. Welcome back. After exchanging pleasantries with Ning Rongrong, she handed her the weighted inner armor. From now on, wear this for training instead of the heavy iron armor you had before. All right. Ning Rongrong accepted the inner armor and quickly donned it. How will we train, Sister Shi? Today, you'll first need to acclimate yourself. You may utilize your soul power. Familiarize yourself with that table over there. Begin from that spot, traverse the water, swim across the deep pool, climb the cliff, and then return the same way. Repeating the process. Do you understand? Tang Qingxi indicated the starting position to Ning Rongrong. Understood. Ning Rongrong nodded, her gaze shifting toward the two individuals in the muddy river. Barely recognizable, her expression soured momentarily, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts and simply bid farewell to Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo. Father, Grandpa Jian, I'll head off to train now. You can discuss matters. Very well, go ahead. Observing Ning Rongrong's reluctant expression, yet her evident eagerness, Ning Fengji couldn't help but chuckle. The Sword Douluo, however, felt a twinge of sympathy. Ning Rongrong had never endured such messy and arduous training before. Ning Songsu, Sword Douluo. Tang Qingxi saluted the two with a slight bow, acknowledging their seniority. Despite their apparent status, the Sword Douluo's strength commanded her respect. However, she was somewhat surprised that Ning Rongrong had brought them here so directly. The two should have been properly welcomed. Yet, this location was evidently unsuitable for entertaining guests. Are you Tang Qingxi? I've heard much about you from Rongrong. To possess such ability at your age, your future accomplishments will undoubtedly be limitless. Ning Fengji, recognizing Tang Qingxi's composed demeanor, offered his sincere praise. You flatter me, Ning Zongzhu. I presume your visit pertains to the acquisition of hidden weapons and the training methods for distraction control. This place is not conducive to discussions. It will be prudent to return to the academy. Tang Qingxi could not allow the two to remain here, as Xiao Wu's strength was still insufficient to be in the presence of a title de law. Agreed. Ning Fengji cast another glance at Ning Rongrong, who was laboriously navigating the river, and nodded in agreement. The three promptly returned to Shrek Academy, where Tang Qingxi led them to her residence. After all, it was the finest building within the academy, and, as her private guest quarters, it was the most suitable location. Once distanced from Xiao Wu, the white cat on Tang Qingxi's shoulder resumed its languid demeanor, curling up with its paws tucked beneath it and its tail lazily swishing from side to side. Upon reaching her residence, the white cat hopped onto a nearby shelf. Tang Qingxi brewed a pot of tea and invited Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo to take a seat while she sat opposite them. Throughout the journey, Ning Fengji had been observing Tang Qingxi and noted her remarkable poise, suggesting a distinguished background. It was unlikely that she could be easily recruited by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Sword Douluo's attention, however, was primarily focused on the white cat perched on Tang Qingxi's shoulder. He recognized it as a 10,000-year-soul beast. To keep such a creature as a pet and train it to be so well-behaved was indeed an extraordinary feat. Ning Zongzhu, I am known for my straightforward nature. Since you are here, I assume you're interested in purchasing hidden weapons and the refined training methods for distraction control. Why not state your offer? Tang Qingxi took a sip of tea and spoke candidly. Ning Fengji smiled slightly, choosing not to rush into discussions about pricing. Although he sensed that winning over Tang Qingxi would not be an easy task, he still wished to give it a try. Rest assured regarding the price. The financial resources of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School rank among the finest in the Soul Master world. However, I first wish to inquire whether you would consider joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The sect would provide you with the best training resources and the highest treatment, with a status that could even surpass that of Rongrong. The benefits and status promised by Ning Fengji were nearly second only to the two titled Douluos of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and to some extent, could even place her on par with them, although some resources might not yet be applicable to Tang Qingxi. On the way, Ning Rongrong recounted numerous tales about Tang Qingxi, who, despite not relying on spirit rings to advance her soul master rank, was able to effortlessly defeat opponents with a soul power level over 10 levels higher. Furthermore, she could withstand the soul skills of Soul Sage. She possessed undeniable strength and could eloquently counter the arguments of her master, while also crafting exquisitely intricate hidden weapons. She was undeniably a prodigious talent. Ning Fengji found it hard to comprehend how someone of Tang Qingxi's age could achieve such remarkable feats. His attempt to recruit her was, for Tang Qingxi, both unexpected and yet entirely within reason. It seemed that Ning Rongrong had not divulged much about her identity to Ning Fengji. However, it was understandable, as Rongrong herself was unaware of the specifics of her identity, and her remarks suggesting her extraordinary background were rather impertinent, unsuitable for relaying to Ning Fengji. Tang Qingxi could only smile and politely decline, stating, "I'm afraid, Sect Master Ning, that I cannot join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The forces behind me would not permit such an alliance." Ning Fengji was not surprised by Tang Qingxi's straightforward refusal. Despite her age, her remarkable accomplishments suggested that no matter how brilliant her talent or intellect, she could not have reached this point without the backing of a significant power. Since he was already there, he was reluctant to give up easily and decided to make one last attempt at recruitment. Noticing that Tang Qingxi did not explicitly mention her backing, Ning Fengji refrained from pressing further, saying, "Very well, it's regrettable. Let us discuss matters concerning the hidden weapons." "Please proceed," Tang Qingxi replied. "Would you be willing to sell us the methods for crafting these hidden weapons? You may set any price you deem fit, I assure you." "I will not haggle," Ning Fengji stated grandly. Though he appeared refined and elegant, his words exuded a sense of authority befitting a sect leader. To this, Tang Qingxi could only shake her head once more in refusal. "I cannot sell the methods for crafting hidden weapons. I only offer the finished products, guaranteeing both quantity and quality, along with a comprehensive guide on their usage and coordination." Ning Fengji was taken aback by the decisiveness of her rejection. Hidden weapons inevitably face wear and tear if they prove to be highly effective. Would the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School not find themselves perpetually reliant on Tang Qingxi in this regard? As he pondered this, Tang Qingxi maintained her serene demeanor. "The set of hidden weapons I provided for Rongrong is perfectly suitable for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If you're interested in a long-term collaboration, I can offer a complimentary repair service for any damages." Ning Fengji, regaining his composure, discerned from Tang Qingxi's tone that the methods for crafting hidden weapons were evidently non-negotiable. Although she appeared but a mere teenager, the poise and calmness she exhibited, coupled with what he had learned from Ning Rongrong about her character, indicated that she would not be easily swayed. Thus, Ning Fengji could only inquire, "What about the consumption of hidden weapons? For instance, the arrows for the Zhuge crossbow? When purchased, an additional set of loaded arrows will be included. And the same applies to other hidden weapons, with instructions on how to load them. However, you will need to continue purchasing afterward, but rest assured, the price will be reasonable," Tang Qingxi explained. "Rongrong mentioned that your hidden weapons can be poisoned?" Ning Fengji asked further. "Indeed, you may apply the poison yourself, or purchase it from me. I only sell lethal poisons that can seal the throat upon contact. The price of the poison depends on the level of Soul Master it is effective against. For the Soul Douluo rank and above, I am currently not selling," Tang Qingxi replied, taking a sip of tea. She noted that the price of the poison would be quite high and advised against purchasing it immediately. It would be prudent to wait until the sect members were proficient with the hidden weapons to prevent accidental harm. Ning Fengji was somewhat astonished. If her poisons could contend even with Soul Douluos, it was indeed impressive. However, his inquiry had stemmed from mere curiosity, as he could prepare his own poisons. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "I have seen the hidden weapons that Rongrong brought back to the sect. Let us proceed with the purchase of 500 sets at a price of 10,000 gold soul coins per set. How does that sound?" Tang Qingxi nodded. "The price is acceptable, but the production of the hidden weapons requires time. I will deliver in batches, 100 sets per month. A deposit of 1 million is required, with subsequent payments upon delivery. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely," Ning Fengji agreed without hesitation. It was evident that Tang Qingxi had a well-established system for selling her hidden weapons. However, Ning Fengji was curious about one thing. "Your hidden weapons are quite powerful, yet I have never heard of them on the continent. The sales should not be lacking. The hidden weapons have not yet been publicly sold. Currently, the only sect making substantial purchases is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and I am only selling due to my connection with Rongrong. While hidden weapons are indeed lucrative, as a novel foreign invention, possessing them confers a significant combat advantage. If too many individuals acquire them, that advantage diminishes. Moreover, weapons capable of granting ordinary individuals the ability to harm soul masters once widely disseminated, could lead to unforeseen turmoil. Thus, despite their profitability, I cannot sell them indiscriminately. Money is merely a means to an end. One sect alone, such as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, can yield considerable profit. Ning Fengji reflected deeply, recognizing the potential repercussions of hidden weapons entering the market. Not publicly selling them, indeed, afforded the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School an additional safeguard. By the way, since we were discussing business, I shall also include the improved version of the distraction control technique as a complimentary gift, so there is no need for further negotiation. Tang Qingxi added. She had never intended to profit from this and saw no reason not to offer it. Ning Fengji did not refuse this gesture, knowing that if Tang Qingxi was generous and her hidden weapons proved effective, their dealings would surely be long-term, and he would need to continue providing her with funds. Tang Qingxi would only be responsible for one-time repairs. Any subsequent damage or destruction would undoubtedly require him to repurchase from her. Ning Fengji produced a gold soul coin value card. Here, this is the deposit of 1 million gold soul coins. Very well. Tang Qingxi accepted the card and proceeded to draft 2 copies of the agreement, signing her name and affixing the Tang sect seal. Tang sect? Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow. Realizing this was the force behind Tang Qingxi, of which he had previously been unaware. However, Tang Qingxi offered no explanation, and Ning Fengji also stamped his mark representing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, each retaining a copy of the agreement. Now, Sect Master Ning, I have another business proposition I wish to discuss with you, Tang Qingxi said, shifting the conversation. What business? Is there more of your exquisite wares to sell? Ning Fengji inquired with curiosity. Tang Qingxi shook her head. Not quite. Rather, I wish to purchase some ores from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I understand that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower possesses exceptional gem appraisal abilities and likely has access to numerous high-quality ores. Would you be willing to sell me a batch? The materials required for the upper-tier Tang sect hidden weapons, especially the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles, were indeed difficult to procure. Even a formidable force like the Spear Hall had limited access to these materials. In fact, the core material for the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles had been serendipitously acquired, and no one recognized its value. Tang Qingxi found herself relying on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the high-quality ores, particularly the core materials for the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles, might not be recognized by Ning Fengji, yet the unique characteristics of his martial soul could discern their worth. It was possible that, if he recognized them, they would be reclaimed by the sect over time. Given the historical longevity of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it was conceivable that they might indeed possess the materials she sought. Acquiring them would certainly be more convenient than dispatching her own people to search. Ning Fengji regarded Tang Qingxi in silence for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Certainly, but you must specify the type of ore you require. The sect possesses a batch of remarkably precious ores, yet unknown to anyone. Naturally, Ning Fengji was keen to engage in this business, for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was among the most affluent on the Douluo continent, largely due to selling rare treasures retrieved by disciples that the sect had no use for. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingxi maintained her composure, though her heart surged with joy. She had a strong premonition that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect possessed the exquisite ore she sought. In that case, on a chosen date, or perhaps when the concealed weapons are delivered, I shall visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect to see if they have what I need, and we can negotiate then. What specific ores I require, I shall not disclose. Tang Qingxi was aware of the immense value of those unrecognized ores, and Ning Fengji understood that if no one could identify them, they would be unsellable. This presented Tang Qingxi with the possibility of acquiring them at a relatively lower price. By enlightening Ning Fengji about their worth, he could potentially sell them at a high price. In this negotiation, both parties were assuming the roles of business people. Thus, complete transparency was unattainable. She was even certain that upon receiving the concealed weapons, Ning Fengji would arrange for someone to dismantle them in search of methods for their fabrication. After concluding their discussion, Tang Qingxi intended to continue her training. So Ning Fengji departed with the sword Douluo. Ning Rongrong was engaged in her training, and Ning Fengji refrained from interrupting her, preparing to escort the sword Douluo back to the sect. Tang Qingxi's background, along with that of the Tang sect, required thorough investigation. Ning Fengji was genuinely curious about the kind of power that could cultivate such descendants. During their discussions, He had treated Tang Qingxi as an equal, unable to perceive her as a subordinate due to her remarkable demeanor, capabilities, and intellect. Coupled with her extraordinary talent, it was likely that before long, Tang Qingxi's name would be renowned across the continent. Once Ning Fengji left, Tang Qingxi did not return to the cliffside, knowing it was under observation. Instead, she chose to remain at her residence to continue her training. Regarding the creation of concealed weapons, she had already arranged for 100 sets to be produced. And Ning Fengji did not alter her plans, thus saving her an additional trip. 3 months later, under Tang Qingxi's guidance, Tang San and the others had experienced significant transformations. Their physical attributes had improved remarkably across the board. Ning Rongrong had fully mastered the 3 apertures heart control and received a set of concealed weapons from Tang Qingxi, which intensified her training efforts. During this time, Tang Qingxi took Xiao Wu out, and upon returning, she reached the rank of Soul Master. Flinder reprimanded her for venturing out to hunt for soul rings without notifying anyone. However, Tang Qingxi had no intention of informing him, as she was not genuinely hunting for soul rings. Bringing them along would have been too cumbersome. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing noted that Ma Hongjun had also broken through to level 29 during these 3 months, prompting Yu Xiaojing to take Ma Hongjun and Flinder to the Stardow Forest to hunt for soul rings. After breakfast one day, Tang Qingxi did not rush to send Tang San and the others to training. Instead, she gathered them to announce some matters. I have reached level 30 and will require a period of seclusion to advance further, during which I will leave the academy. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Sister Shi, you advanced 5 levels in 3 months? Ning Rongrong exclaimed incredulously. Zhu Zhuqing's expression also shifted significantly. It was astonishingly impressive. Originally, Tang Qingxi had the lowest soul power level, yet she had ascended to level 30 in such a short time, given her already formidable combat strength. It was uncertain what her prowess would be upon breaking through to the rank of Soul Master. Although they had primarily focused on physical strength training during this time, leaving little energy for soul power enhancement. Even if they had devoted themselves entirely to training, they could not have achieved a 5-level increase, especially considering that Tang Qingxi had often trained alongside them. Her training speed was indeed astonishing. Tang Qingxi paid no mind to their astonishment and continued. During my absence from the academy, training will proceed as usual. Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, you're responsible for overseeing them. Understood, Tang San replied. All right, Sister Shi, Zhu Zhuqing added. Upon my return, I will revise the training methods to be more targeted. Additionally, I will bring 2 or 3 individuals to train alongside you, who will also be your companions in preparation for the Soul Master competition, so be mentally prepared. At this moment, Dai Mubai and the others, having just finished their meal, emerged and looked towards Tang Qingxi. Dai Mubai questioned, Sister Shi, are those the reserve participants for the Soul Master competition? Tang Qingxi glanced at him, offering no response. Enough. Go train, she instructed before turning to exit the academy. Tang San and the others immediately jogged out, while Dai Mubai and the others, having the day off, planned to rest after their meal. Oscar wore a solemn expression. It had been 3 months, and he had nearly confirmed that Sister Shi intended to outpace them. The Soul Master competition seemed to exclude them entirely. This was understandable, as they had initially not joined Sister Shi in training. Moreover, training separately would inevitably lead to coordination issues, and it was evident that Sister Shi did not favor the Master. Initially, they had thought that no one would be left out among the 8 students, but now Sister Shi was openly adding others, clearly indicating her intention to abandon them. Oscar pondered whether they had truly disappointed Sister Shi. Presently, Tang Qingxi hardly acknowledged Dai Mubai and the others, who felt a twinge of envy towards Tang San and his group, especially since they all possessed a set of concealed weapons for self-defense, while Dai Mubai and his companions had nothing. Additionally, they had yet to grasp a crucial point regarding the Soul Master competition. They had assumed it would be fought under the Academy's banner, believing that no matter what, they would be included, as the Dean would not permit their separation. However, Oscar now realized that the Soul Master competition was something Sister Shi had prepared to participate in from the start. Flinder and the others had not initially planned for this. The decision regarding who would participate rested solely with Sister Shi. Furthermore, Sister Shi did not seem particularly invested in Shrek Academy. it was merely a temporary place for her. This had been evident during the conflict between Tang Qingxi and Yu Xiaojiang, where she had indicated she could leave at any time. After exiting the academy, Tang Qingxi made her way to the blacksmith shop she owned in Soto City. The young lady has arrived. The manager of the blacksmith shop, Chang Zhou, promptly came out to welcome Tang Qingxi inside. Have the 100 sets of concealed weapons been completed? Tang Qingxi inquit. They have been finished and are scheduled for delivery to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect tomorrow. Tang Qingxi note that. Good. I will accompany you to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. She had not just recently reached level 30. Rather, it had occurred a few days prior. But she had not rushed to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. During this time, her primary focus had been on training, which was now complete. And she had some matters to attend to, such as the purchase of exquisite ores that she had previously discussed with Ningfengji. I will be leaving Soto City for a while, approximately half a month to a month. Upon my return, I will conduct assessments of those children and select candidates. Previously, Tang Qingxi had mentioned this, but had not provided a specific time frame, thus allowing them the opportunity to expedite their training. This departure from the academy would also serve to accomplish that task. Since she was departing tomorrow, Tang Qingxi chose to reside in Soto City rather than return to Shrek. In the evening, Tang Qingxi was admiring the night view of Soto City through her window when her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of 3 familiar figures, Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. Ma Hongjun, with a bruised face and an aggressive demeanor, strode ahead, seemingly having suffered a beating. The trio was heading toward a secluded corner of Soto City, a place Tang Qingxi had heard about, causing her to furrow her brows. If it were not for Ma Hongjun's battered appearance, one might have thought he was leading Dai Mubai and Oscar to indulge in revelry. Of course, Dai Mubai would not be interested in such places. Tang Qingxi glanced at them for a moment, dismissing their intentions as irrelevant to her. Just as she was about to withdraw her gaze, she spotted Tang San and his companions trailing behind at a distance, following Dai Mubai and the others. Observing this, Tang Qingxi narrowed her eyes and promptly leaped out of the window, landing gracefully before Tang San and the others. Sister Shi. The group was startled at her sudden appearance. Aren't you supposed to be in seclusion? Tomorrow, Tang Qingxi replied, tilting her chin in the direction of Dai Mubai and the others who had left. It was evident that the 4 were following them, yet it seemed Dai Mubai and his companions were unaware. Tang San appeared a bit awkward and resigned as he explained. Today, Ma Hongjun and the others had a day off. He went to a place in Soto City known for its vices, where he encountered a man called Uncle Douluo and got into a fight. That man is a soul master, and Ma Hongjun was no match for him and got beaten badly. After losing, he was humiliated and returned to the academy. Dai Mubai and the others wanted to avenge him, so I brought them along to see what was happening. Tang Qingxi frowned at this revelation, contemplating that Ma Hongjun truly had not changed. Go ahead and assess the situation to decide if intervention is necessary, she gestured, offering her tacit approval. Tang San nodded in agreement and continued onward while Tang Qingxi chose to part ways, not accompanying them. Having received her permission, Tang San felt more at ease following along, though he maintained a respectful distance to avoid detection by Dai Mubai and the others. If intervention was not required, he intended to remain unnoticed, pretending they had not come at all. However, Tang Qingxi was not completely indifferent. After leaving, she circled back and stealthily followed Tang San and his companions, curious to see how they would handle the situation. Before long, Ma Hongjun led Dai Mubai and the others to their destination, a row of low houses in the corner of Soto City. Dai Mubai's expression soured as he surveyed the dilapidated structures, which stood merely 3 meters high, adorned with a few pink lanterns. Several heavily made up, older women loitered at the entrance, soliciting passers-by. Oscar could barely contain his disdain for Ma Hongjun's choice of location. Hey, it's cheap here, good value for money. Ma Hongjun chuckled mischievously. You must believe that even in a grass nest, a golden phoenix can emerge, though it often depends on luck. Is that really necessary? Oscar retorted, exasperated. Didn't T-Sister she help you with your issues? You don't seem to need such outlets anymore. Dai Mubai shot a disapproving glance at him. From now on, don't mention that you know me when we're out. I understand your desperation, but I never expected you to stoop to such lowly places. Those women are old enough to be your aunts. Please, don't embarrass me further, Ma Hongjun replied, slightly flustered. Let us focus on the task at hand. Wait here, I'll check if that scoundrel has left. As he hurried towards the establishment, Oscar scanned their surroundings. This place is quite remote, suitable for action. He began to chant a soul incantation, preparing for battle. Tang San and the others concealed themselves around a corner, observing the situation at the entrance of the establishment. Zhu Zhuqing frowned. Does Ma Hongjun frequently visit places like this? They had not trained together often, and with the separation of male and female dormitories, she knew little about their activities. Tang San pursed his lips and replied, "Not really. He was busy training before and never seemed to go out. Today, however, they have a day off. To be honest, I don't know them well either. After returning to the dorm, I was always too exhausted to communicate much." In a short while, Ma Hongjun emerged, his face beaming. "Great news. That guy is still here, but is about to settle the bill. He'll be out shortly. Brothers, if we succeed in avenging me, I'll treat you all to a feast." Dai Mubai waved his hand dismissively. "Cut the chatter. We wouldn't dare accept your invitation, given your taste." As they spoke, a figure emerged from the establishment, a middle-aged man in his 40s. With dark skin and a short stature, he walked along the street, his right hand bandaged, humming a tune. "Shall we?" Ma Hongjun clenched his fist tightly. "Let us go." At Dai Mubai's command, both he and Ma Hongjun charged forth. Oscar, lacking combat prowess, opted to remain hidden in the shadows. They confronted the middle-aged man. Ma Hongjun sneering, "You dare to strike me? I've come with my brothers for revenge." "Ah, if it isn't the little brat from before. This isn't a place for you." The man laughed upon seeing Ma Hongjun. "I can come and go as I please, not that it concerns you." Ma Hongjun retorted bluntly, unleashing his martial spirit. The man waved his hand dismissively. "So you seek revenge? I'm in a good mood today. Let us have some fun. This isn't the right place for a fight. Let us move to another location." "Very well," Dai Mubai nodded. The man, unfazed, led them into a nearby secluded alley, not rushing to unleash his martial spirit, merely beckoning Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun with a gesture. "Come, let me see what you two can do." Can they hold their own? Tang San and the others continued to watch from a distance, with Ning Rongrong whispering. It was said that the man was a soul master, but Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun should not be underestimated, even if they were only at the soul master level. "I'm not certain. This Douluo seems to be a control-type soul master, and his defenses appear quite solid. He could counter Ma Hongjun effectively. It depends on whether Dai Mubai can handle him." Tang San had heard enough from Ma Hongjun about their previous encounters to have a deeper understanding. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi stood unnoticed on a rooftop, her eyes glowing with a violet light, her expression indifferent as she observed the imminent confrontation in the alley. Ma Hongjun swiftly completed the manifestation of his martial spirit, and a fierce purple flame erupted, its scorching heat immediately permeating the air. Noticing that Dai Mubai possessed a considerable level of soul power, Bully's previously carefree demeanor shifted to one of earnest attention. Though they were all relatively young, each possessed a formidable level of soul power. Douluo then unleashed his martial spirit, which took the form of two semicircular domes the size of buns, promptly placing them atop his head. Having engaged in combat before, Ma Hongjun understood that his Phoenix Fire line was countered by Douluo, leading him to refrain from immediate action. Dai Mubai directly unleashed his third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, his physique swelling magnificently as glistening silver blades sprouted from his tiger-like paws, enveloped in a radiant golden aura. With a low growl, he charged towards Douluo. In response, Douluo employed his second soul skill, enlarging the two domes to ensnare Dai Mubai within, seizing the opportunity during their skirmish. Ma Hongjun activated his first and second soul skills, directing the enhanced Phoenix Fire line towards Douluo. Quick to react, Douluo sheltered behind his martial spirit. However, Dai Mubai, transformed into the White Tiger Diamond, did not remain trapped for long, quickly breaking free from Douluo's martial spirit. Yet in the next instant, the domes expanded once more, encapsulating both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, pinning them to the ground. Even with Dai Mubai exerting his full strength, he could not escape, feeling as though his attacks were absorbed by cotton. "Still playing? Are we little brothers?" Douluo taunted, sensing their struggles within his control, a smirk on his face. "My Heavenly Net Double Dome is not so easily dealt with." It was evident they had not fared well. Ning Rongrong observed from a distance, feeling a mixture of pity and surprise. Not only had they failed, but they had done so quite decisively. This uncle, though somewhat unseemly in appearance, exhibited commendable strength. Tang Xin gleaned much from the brief encounter. Bu Li's martial spirit was of the control type, yet it possessed notable defensive capabilities, effectively countering Ma Hongjuan's flames and dampening Dai Mubai's actions. Xiao Wu turned to Tang San. "Brother San, shall we lend a hand?" Tang San glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, recalling Shiji's instructions that he and Zhu Zhuqing were to co-manage the situation. However, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her gaze fixed coldly on the dome enveloping Dai Mubai. "I will assist," Tang San sighed. "Since I am here, it would be unseemly to watch idly as they are pressed to the ground." Initially, Ma Hongjun had sought his company, but after a day of training, Tang San was fatigued and in no condition to fight. Moreover, the matter at hand was not excessively grave. It was merely a dispute born of jealousy, with Ma Hongjun outmatched, a situation devoid of right or wrong. Thus, Tang San had declined to intervene. Unexpectedly, Dai Mubai had accepted the challenge, dragging Oscar along. Initially, Tang San had contemplated the possibility of retreating, especially since Oscar's mushroom sausage could have facilitated their escape. Yet, now they found themselves pinned to the ground, unable to utilize even that. Subsequently, Tang San ventured into the alley, releasing his blue-silver grass martial spirit. Just as Baloo was verbally taunting Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, Tang San swiftly sent forth a binding web towards Baloo. He deliberately muffled his footsteps, arriving unnoticed until it was too late for Baloo to react. Simultaneously, Tang San unleashed his first soul skill, ensnaring Baloo in the rapidly expanding blue-silver grass, rendering him unable to evade. Thus, Baloo was thoroughly ensnared by Tang San's web. As a control-type soul master with commendable defensive capabilities, Bu Li's offensive prowess was lacking. Once immobilized, he found himself utterly helpless, for his defense resided solely in his martial spirit, while his physical defenses were far from remarkable. The toxins embedded in the web swiftly infiltrated Bu Li's body, and soon he could no longer maintain his martial spirit. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, having escaped the confines, were poised to retaliate when they beheld Tang San standing tall, with Baloo entangled at his feet. Ma Hongjuan's eyes lit up. "Brother San, you have come. You are truly magnificent." Dai Mubai, feeling somewhat awkward, acknowledged Tang San's timely arrival, having underestimated the situation. Thankfully, Tang San had come to their aid. With Baloo now devoid of any capacity to resist, Tang San retracted the blue-silver grass, asking, "Are you both unharmed? If so, let us depart." Yet, Ma Hongjun remained unsatisfied, as he had not even touched Baloo, who had been bested by Tang San. He dashed over to Baloo, delivering several forceful kicks while muttering, "This is for attacking me, for calling me small." Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he chuckled, "You all go ahead. I will join you shortly." Dai Mubai frowned, cautioning, "Don't go too far." "Understood," Ma Hongjun replied. Upon exiting the alley, Dai Mubai noticed that Xiao Wu and the others had arrived, with Oscar trailing behind, promptly reuniting with them. Dai Mubai's gaze instinctively fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, but her expression remained unchanged, devoid of any acknowledgement of him. Once the matter was resolved, she turned to leave. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu said nothing, eager to return to the academy for rest. As Dai Mubai and Tang San vanished around the corner, a peculiar smile crept across Ma Hongjuan's face as he raised his right hand, a swirl of purplish-red flames erupting from his palm. Not far behind, Tang San and the others were startled by a scream that did not resemble a human's. Soon, the rotund figure of Ma Hongjun came bounding toward them, eagerly declaring, "Do not worry, I did not harm him too severely. He is still alive, and killing him would only soil my hands." Tang San, contemplative, mused that Ma Hongjun must have done something rather significant to elicit such a wail. If it had merely been a trivial dispute, he would have left it be. However, he felt a stronger compulsion to eliminate any lingering issues. Just as he contemplated returning to address the matter, Tang San's attention sharpened, and he deftly pinched a slip of paper between his fingers. The paper had appeared without a sound, unnoticed by the others. A sudden realization struck him. The technique was undoubtedly that of the young lady. Had she also come? He stepped to the edge, examining the card. From now on, regardless of life or death, I shall no longer concern myself with their affairs. Tang San turned to the direction for which the paper had flown, giving a slight nod. A silent sigh escaped him as he recognized that Ma Hongjun and the others had been irrevocably abandoned by her. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi gracefully descended into the alley, observing Douluo, who was slowly regaining some mobility, writhing in agony and emitting pained cries. With a flick of her hand, a glimmer of silver light danced at her fingertips, and she turned to retreat into the shadows, the sounds of Douluo's cries gradually fading into silence. Chapter 58. The grim fate of Douluo. As Tang San had mentioned, despite any disdain, Tang Qingxi still took the time to clean up the aftermath, primarily due to the involvement of Tang San and his companions, though it would be the last time. The alley fell silent once more. But soon the sound of footsteps approached, steadily drawing nearer. The brothel keeper said someone was looking for trouble with Douluo. He ran this way to settle it. But where is he now? Could he have met his demise? Spoke a voice rich and resonant. This guy insists on acting alone, and now we must search for him. Why is it so quiet? Not a sound to be heard. Is it this direction? Another voice rasped, reminiscent of a duck's quack. The two figures ventured into the alley. Yet upon glancing around, they found nothing amiss. What is that smell? A man sniffed the air, detecting an unusual scent, one of blood, intermingled with an unpleasant, putrid odor. Stepping into a viscous pool of blood, he exclaimed in a raspy voice, "What is this water? Which scoundrel has urinated here?" However, his companion remained silent, merely gasping in shock. This is the clothing and belongings of Douluo. Amidst the murky liquid, the tattered remnants of Douluo's garments were discernible, along with the trinkets he had worn. Illuminating the scene with a softly glowing stone, both men's expressions shifted dramatically, and they rushed to the corner, unable to suppress their retching. "That can't be Douluo, can it?" The man with the raspy voice trembled. The bloodied water contained remnants of flesh and shattered bones. And coupled with the sight of Douluo's attire and his mysterious disappearance, the answer was painfully clear. Douluo had met with a grave misfortune. A chill ran down the spine of the man with a magnetic voice. Have we encountered a poison-wielding soul master, or is this the effect of some martial spirit? The man has been utterly obliterated. Hadn't the old madam claimed they were merely a couple of teenagers? How could they have done this to Douluo? There must be others involved. Faced with such a grim spectacle, the two dared not linger in the alley, fearing the perpetrator might still be nearby. Out of respect for their long acquaintance, they reluctantly gathered a few of Douluo's trinkets and hastily departed the alley. Yet they did not venture far. After resting nearby for a night, they returned to observe the situation in the alley. To their astonishment, they saw members of the spirit hall arrive, cleaning up the scene. A fresh wave of dread washed over them. For the spirit hall to intervene here indicated that those responsible were undoubtedly connected to it. What had Douluo done to provoke such formidable figures? Who could say? Initially contemplating reporting the incident to the city guards, they now felt too intimidated to make a sound and quietly slipped away from Soto City. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi had joined a cargo convoy and departed Soto City, making her way toward the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In light of recent events, Ma Hongjun had become considerably more restrained, refraining from returning to Soto City for several days. Days later, upon arriving at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Tang Qingxi was greeted warmly, as she was to coordinate with the school regarding concealed weaponry. The main structure of the school resembled a grand castle, exuding an air of magnificence. Welcomed into the main hall, Tang Qingxi found Ning Fengji's expression somewhat complex upon their reunion after 3 months. He had already assigned individuals to investigate her. After she achieved a rank without relying on soul rings, the spirit hall had significantly restricted access to her information. Nonetheless, some rumors had surfaced in jest. The Pope, Bibi Dong, had taken on a disciple with innate full soul power. Yet this disciple had failed to advance to the soul master rank for years due to her whimsical desire to break through without absorbing soul rings. After that, there had been no further news. Regarding Tang Qingxi, Ning Fengji had uncovered little of substantial value, only that she might have some connection to the spirit hall, including her ties to the Tang sect, which yielded scant evidence. Recalling the rumors he had once heard about her, it was increasingly likely that she was the very disciple the spirit hall had mocked. This realization explained the extraordinary protection surrounding her identity, making it nearly impossible for him to investigate. It was no wonder that Tang Qingxi was impervious to his attempts at recruitment. With her talent and capabilities, it was evident she would become the Pope's successor. The conditions offered by the Seven Treasure glazed tile school paled in comparison. Even the promise of the position of sect master might not sway her. Yet he could not fathom why she chose to train at Shrek Academy rather than in the Spear Hall. Ning Qingxi had heard from Ning Rongrong that Tang Qingxi was assembling a team in preparation for the Soul Master competition. Given her prowess, participating alongside members of the Spirit Hall would render any competing academy powerless. There were many aspects he could not comprehend, possibly implicating internal matters within the Spirit Hall, and he yearned to glean insights from Tang Qingxi. Unfortunately, after encountering her, he realized that this seemingly youthful child was not easily deceived. Ning's sect master, Tang Qingxi greeted, observing the vigilant sword Douluo Qinshin and another extremely tall, gaunt figure beside Ning Qingxi. She surmised that this must be the other title Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bon Douluo Gurong. Junior pays respect to Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo. Tang Qingxi was not accustomed to addressing Ning Qingxi as senior, but she felt compelled to do so for the other two, who were considerably older than her combined lifetimes. However, it was evident that both men regarded her with a degree of wariness. She could surmise that someone of Ning Qingxi's stature would naturally wish to investigate her, even if only out of curiosity. While Flandra and his associates could only speculate about her identity, the influence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School should yield some clues. "Please, take a seat," Ning Qingxi invited Tang Qingxi, and soon after, tea and refreshments were presented. Regardless of her identity, the transaction had its benefits for him. His previously distracted control methods had been thoroughly tested and proven effective, and business discussions would proceed as planned. "You're too courteous, Sect Master Ning," Tang Qingxi replied as she took her seat. "Might I inquire whether you could present some exquisite ores for my perusal? I am particularly interested in those that even you might not recognize." Her request bore the weight of a desire to explore the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School storeroom, though that was evidently unattainable. Among the continent's top powers, a certain level of wariness existed, and Ning Qingxi was wise not to terminate the negotiation outright. "I have already dispatched someone to retrieve them. Please wait a moment," Ning Qingxi said, noting Tang Qingxi's apparent interest in the unidentified ores, eager to discern whether she recognized them. If she did, it would indeed be astonishing. At such a young age, her breadth of knowledge could surpass expectations. "Very well," Tang Qingxi responded, leisurely sipping her tea and sampling the snacks while she awaited the ores. "May I pose a question that piques my curiosity?" Ning Qingxi inquired, attempting to maintain a warm demeanor. "Please do," Tang Qingxi replied. "Why did you choose to attend Shrek Academy? With your strength and abilities, any academy would vie for your enrollment, even the Spirit Hall." Ning Qingxi feigned innocent curiosity. Tang Qingxi lightly swirled her teacup. "I heard that Shrek specializes in recruiting monsters, so I decided to join and compete in the Soul Master competition alongside a few monsters. But Shrek Academy lacks the qualifications to participate in the Soul Master competition," Ning Qingxi countered. Tang Qingxi smiled slightly at this. "I'll simply purchase a spot or directly recruit from an academy that has available slots. I have confidence in the growth potential and strength of my chosen teammates. No academy would refuse a team with a chance of reaching the finals." Originally, Tang Qingxi had intended to buy a spot, but her plans had since evolved. Flandra's shortcomings meant that the title of champion in the Soul Master competition should not go to Shrek. She had offered considerable support to Shrek over the past 2 years, and only Flandra owed her, whereas she owed him nothing. It remained to be seen which fortunate academy would seize this opportunity. With more than 2 years remaining until the Soul Master competition, Tang Qingxi is not anxious about securing a spot. Indeed, it is worth considering the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy. "I can facilitate an introduction for you," Ning Qingxi inquired tentatively. "The Tiando Royal Academy is quite reputable, and they do have 2 team slots available. If Sect Master Ning is willing to assist, I express my gratitude in advance. And I will trouble you when the time comes," Tang Qingxi replied readily. Tang Qingxi's prompt acceptance and apparent satisfaction with the proposal brought her joy. Ning Qingxi, however, was perplexed. Did this not slap the Spirit Hall in the face? Could she truly be a direct disciple of the Pope? Was he mistaken? Participating under the banner of the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy would indeed be advantageous for Tang Qingxi. It would be akin to delivering a resounding slap to the Spirit Hall. After all, Bibi Dawn would not mind this detail. She intended to direct that slap toward Qian Douluo, stripping the Spirit Hall of its facade and making it clear that the era of the Qian family should have long passed. Why must she be forced out of the spirit hall to confront its authority when she could focus on her cultivation in peace? Although this meant Tang Qingxi could not assist Bibi Dong in undermining Douluo's power from within the spirit hall, her departure would facilitate her dealings and alliances with other forces. Observing Ning Fengji's confusion, Tang Qingxi merely smiled and refrained from further comment. Soon, samples of were presented, and as she opened the boxes, her pupils momentarily widened. However, her exceptional composure quickly returned, and she casually examined the ore samples. Indeed, they were all exquisite ores, and she was preparing to develop more powerful hidden weapons, requiring superior materials for experimentation. Tang Qingxi remarked, picking up a seemingly ordinary gray or wondering what it was, as it appeared quite unremarkable. Ning Fengji shook his head. I'm unfamiliar with it. Though it seems ordinary, my martial spirit indicates that this ore possesses significant value. Yet, it is indeed unrecognized, and its extreme toughness makes it difficult to forge. How intriguing. I shall take 2 pieces back for further study, Tang Qingxi said nonchalantly. This must be hard to sell, as it is unrecognized and difficult to forge. Let us offer a lower price. An ore that remains unsold, regardless of its intrinsic value, holds no significance. I shall see if I can discover something useful, which would indeed assist Sect Master Ning in increasing the ore's value. She certainly recognized the ore, but she would never reveal that to Ning Fengji. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect had indeed been the right choice. They possessed nearly all the exquisite ore she needed. Especially this piece in her hand, the core material for the storm pear blossom needle, the deep sea silver mother. The only piece she had previously obtained was a stroke of luck. This sect had a total of only 2 pieces, both stored in their warehouse for over a century. Ning Fengji mentioned, then hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. After sitting unsold for over a century, no matter how precious, it was a fact that it could not be sold, and the 7 treasure glazed tile sect was not concerned about the value of this treasure. Tang Qingxi selected a few more types of ore, and after stating her desired quantities, Ning Fengji dispatched someone to arrange the details. The total weight was not substantial. Hidden weapons like the storm pear blossom needle could not be mass-produced, requiring considerable effort for each piece. So large-scale purchases of such exquisite ore were unnecessary. And the 7 treasure glazed tile sect stock of deep sea silver mother was also limited. Core materials were scarce, and naturally, other materials did not require large purchases. What price are we looking at? Tang Qingxi in Gui, 1 million, Ning Fengji estimated and quoted. Tang Qingxi nodded in agreement, as collaborating on a significant order with the 7 treasure glazed tile sect made the million price quite reasonable. Let's simply consider the hidden weapons delivered today as settled. Just bring the ores to me. Very well. It has been a pleasure collaborating, Sect Master Ning. Tang Qingxi was indeed thrilled. Their visit to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect was not in vain. Upon the arrival of the ores, she directly stored them in her wristband and prepared to take her leave. Are you heading back to Shrek? I can arrange for someone to escort you, Ning Fengji offered. Tang Qingxi smiled meaningfully. No need. I must return to the spirit hall. I won't trouble Sect Master Ning with that. Hearing this, Ning Fengji was momentarily stunned. Despite his long-standing high position, he could not conceal his astonishment. He had cautiously probed for information for quite a while without yielding anything substantial, only to have Tang Qingxi reveal everything outright. What had his earlier inquiries amounted to? Sect Master Ning must be curious as to why I would go to Shrek. The Spirit Hall is far from a united front, with the Pope and High Priest Douluo engaged in a fierce struggle for power. Even as a direct disciple of the Pope, my aspiration to become the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall has been met with relentless obstruction from the High Priest. However, if I can secure the championship of the Soul Master competition after distancing myself from the Spirit Hall, I shall be acknowledged as their Holy Maiden. With that, Tang Qingxi waved her hand and exited. The more secrets Ning Fengji held, the more cautious he would become. It was better to clarify matters rather than risk him luring Ning Rongrong away. As for the internal strife within the Spirit Hall, it would eventually come to light. And Ning Fengji was an astute individual who would keep this information to himself. Chapter 60. Return to the Spirit Hall. Thus, Tang Qingxi departed, leaving Ning Fengji with even more questions. Was there truly discord within the Spirit Hall? What did Tang Qingxi's revelation signify? Nevertheless, having clarified Tang Qingxi's identity, Ning Fengji felt somewhat reassured, for the unknown breeds greater unease. Upon finding Chang Zong, who had completed the delivery, he informed him that the 7-treasure glazed tile sect need not worry about payment. Tang Qingxi then led her convoy out of the sect. Chang Zong and his team returned to Soto City, while Tang Qingxi headed toward the Spirit City. The distance from Tiando to Spirit City was considerable, even at full speed. It took Tang Qingxi 7 days to arrive. Compared to Tiando City, Spirit City was much smaller, even lacking 1/10 of its area. Yet, it was a place that most soul masters on Douluo continent greatly yearned for. Though the compact Spirit City was constructed with imperial city standards in mind, its walls soared to a height of 80 meters, appearing immensely imposing, with a thickness exceeding 30 meters, entirely built from granite. This city did not exist prior, and was wholly funded by the Spirit Hall. Interestingly, Spirit City was not a conventional square, but hexagonal, boasting 6 walls. Patrolling the walls were soul masters clad in the Spirit Hall's distinctive uniform. Each of the 6 walls bore a grand relief sculpture representing 6 powerful spirits of great renown along the road. Spirit City appeared quite empty, with few pedestrians on the streets and limited shops. These shops primarily sold items required by soul masters, including spatial storage soul tools, albeit of mediocre quality and capacity. Upon entering Spirit City, Tang Qingxi made her way toward the hill at its center. Spirit City was built around this hill, where 2 striking buildings stood. The most magnificent structure halfway up the hill was a columned edifice with a dome, its surface adorned with golden materials that glimmered in the sunlight. Known as the Pope's Palace, the Pope of the Spirit Hall resided there, and naturally, Tang Qingxi's accommodations were also within. The other building, located atop the hill, was approximately 1/3 the size of the Pope's Palace, its surface gleaming white as jade, representing the highest echelon of the Spirit Hall, the Douluo Palace. To the outside world, it is a place where only the deceased titled Douluo can reside, effectively a grave for the titled Douluo. Yet, within its confines lives a person, one who has long retreated from the world, known only to the most venerable, high-ranking soul masters, Douluo, the father of the current pope and a grand priest of the Spirit Hall. As Tang Qingxi gazed upon the Douluo Hall, her expression momentarily turned cold. Douluo was indeed powerful, with formidable abilities, but alas, his parenting left much to be desired, resulting in a son of questionable merit. Retracting her gaze, Tang Qingxi strode directly towards the Pope's Hall. At that moment, the atmosphere in the conference hall was solemn. Upon reaching the entrance, she noticed several vigilant guardians stationed outside, indicating that a meeting was in session. Dismissing any desire to intrude, she circumvented the hall and proceeded inward. Arriving at the Pope's chamber, Tang Qingxi casually placed her white cat on the table, shedding her outer garments before collapsing onto the soft couch. After a week of travel, she found herself in need of rest. The white cat sat perched on the table for a while, observing as Tang Qingxi's breathing steadied before leaping up onto the couch, curling up on the broad armrest and closing its eyes. When Tang Qingxi finally awakened, the night had fully descended, and a soft, comfortable blanket had been draped over her. The chamber was dimly lit, illuminated only by a lamp adorned with luminous gemstones, covered by a shade that diffused its glow to a mere flicker. Clad in a simple white dress, and with her long hair cascading freely, Bibi Dong sat at the table, her gentle visage illuminated by the faint light as she perused a book. The white cat was nestled beside her, peering curiously at the pages. Tang Qingxi turned over, stretched lazily, and remained reclined, remarking, "If you wish to read, you should remove the shade. What can you see in such dim light?" Awake at last? Bibi Dong turned her head at the sound, speaking softly. Setting her book aside, she moved closer to the couch, gently tucking a stray lock of Tang Qingxi's hair behind her ear. Tang Qingxi yawned in response, her body clearly indicating she was still weary. Bibi Dong chuckled lightly, amused by the rare sight of Tang Qingxi so relaxed. However, Tang Qingxi quickly shifted her focus, sitting up on the couch. "How is your internal power cultivation progressing?" "I have reached the 6th level of the Mingyu divine skill," Bibi Dong replied. Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips. "No wonder they are so intent on controlling you. Your martial talent rivals my own in my prime. Although I was faster due to the foundation laid by the Tang sect, your progress as a newcomer is truly remarkable." Bibi Dong sighed softly, forcing a smile. If only I could forego such talent. I previously asked you to prepare something. Is it ready? Tang Qingxi deftly changed the subject. Bibi Dong nodded, all set. You have reached level 30, correct? Indeed, Tang Qingxi affirmed. You mentioned that I was quick to cultivate, but you only left the city of slaughter a few months ago. And already you are at level 30, Bibi Dong teased, affectionately ruffling Tang Qingxi's hair before quickly retracting her hand. Despite knowing Tang Qingxi's past and that she had lived for many years, her youthful appearance often prompted a desire to playfully touzle her hair. Tang Qingxi shot a glance at Bibi Dong. You can play with a row instead. Subsequently, Tang Qingxi produced the exquisite ores she had purchased from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and placed them on the table. I acquired these from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I sold them a batch of concealed weapons to bolster their self-defense capabilities. With these materials, you can begin crafting the components for the Storm Pear Blossom Needle. Understood, Bibi Dong nodded, collecting the ores. That son of Tang Hao is indeed intriguing. Tang Qingxi leaned against the couch, sharing her recent observations. Bibi Dong raised an intrigued eyebrow. What do you mean? He hails from the Tang sect, Tang Qingxi explained, an outer sect disciple with decent talent, though he likely hasn't ventured far from the sect, displaying a rather naive disposition. Nonetheless, he shows great respect for my status and is quite obedient. Is Tang San from the same place as you? Did he also belong to your sect? Bibi Dong exclaimed in surprise. She and Aro were aware of Tang Qingxi's background, but had not anticipated another individual from a different world existing in this realm. Yes, this is quite favorable. He can be of use. Perhaps we can leverage Tang San to influence Tang Hao. Tang Qingxi contemplated. My identity has been partially revealed during this time, and I sense Tang Hao's presence, yet he has yet to make a move against me. Perhaps a dialogue is in order. We require more strength. Moreover, the issues of the past are not our concern. Our adversary is Qian Douluo, and his grievances lie with Qian Xuanji. We could rally him to seek vengeance against the Qians. You may pursue this idea, but do exercise caution. Tang Hao, regardless of the circumstances, will not hold a favorable view of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong expressed her apprehensions, more concerned about Tang Qingxi's safety. Noticing her worry, Tang Qingxi offered a reassuring smile. There is no need for concern. I will be vigilant. Besides, should negotiations fail, I possess my means of self-preservation. With that, Tang Qingxi began to stretch her limbs. All right, I must prepare for my breakthrough. Are you not going to rest a little longer? Bibi Dong inquired. No, I must proceed. Very well, I shall escort you there. Bibi Dong led Tang Qingxi out of the chamber into a nearby room specifically constructed over the past 2 years. The walls of this room were pitch black, starkly contrasting with the architecture of the Pope's Hall. The door was crafted from dark mineral stone. Bibi Dong activated a mechanism on the wall, and the stone door slowly opened. A rush of icy air swept forth, instantly coating the ground at the entrance with a thin layer of ice. This was a specially designed room, its surface composed of exceptionally resilient and temperature-insulating minerals, with an additional layer of stone within. The materials were sourced from the frigid regions, possessing extreme cold temperatures. And at the center lay a bed of cold jade excavated from deep within an ice mountain. Tang Qingxi felt the biting cold envelop her and nodded in satisfaction. I appreciate your assistance. I shall enter seclusion now and strive for a swift breakthrough. With a wave of her hand, she stepped inside and quickly closed the stone door behind her to prevent anyone from being caught in the chill. The temperature within was such that even Tang Qingxi, with her formidable resistance cultivated through years of training on the cold jade bed, found it somewhat overwhelming, let alone anyone else. Taking a seat cross-legged on the cold jade bed, Tang Qingxi began her cultivation. The room filled with frigid air, swirling tendrils of cold encircling her before gradually being absorbed into her dantian. As the cold mist enveloped her, it thickened until she was completely shrouded, her figure obscured from view. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Tang San and his peers have been training independently for several days. Supervised by Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing, maintaining a rigorous intensity. Over the course of 3 months, they had learned to identify their limits and push themselves to surpass them. However, Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing called a halt, as Tang Qingxi had made prior arrangements before her departure, though she refrained from revealing them outright for fear of premature complacency. After 3 months of intense physical training, it was time for the cultivation training to follow suit. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing, however, opted to lessen the training intensity, eliminating the morning running session and replacing it with soul power meditation. The afternoon training in water continued, but its intensity was not as demanding as before, allowing participants to retain some of their energy post-training. Instead, they focused on soul power cultivation even in a state of extreme fatigue. One evening, after finishing his training, Tang San was about to begin his cultivation when Oscar, who had been troubled for a while, knocked on his door. "What's the matter?" Tang San inquired as he opened the door to find Oscar standing there, rubbing his hands together. "Xiao-san, I mean Sange. When Sister Shi returns, could you ask her if I might train with her?" Tang San was slightly taken aback. "Weren't you just saying it was too exhausting? Why the sudden desire to join?" He reminded Oscar that although their training intensity had decreased, it was merely a preparatory phase for improving their soul power levels. Once Sister Shi returned, the training would undoubtedly intensify further. Oscar's interest in the reduced training intensity was not the sole reason for his request. He had been at the school long enough to develop a deeper emotional connection than Tang San. He was aware that Tang Qingxi might have disagreements with the dean, leading him to feel conflicted about whether to stay or leave. He noticed her increasingly distant attitude towards them, particularly her previous coldness towards Yu Xiaojiang. He understood that remaining under Yu Xiaojiang's tutelage would likely mean missing out on the Soul Master competition, an opportunity he yearned for as a Soul Master. "No, Sange, I simply want to train under Sister Shi. No matter how arduous the training, I will endure it. Training under Yu Xiaojiang isn't easy either. While the intensity may not match that of Tang Qingxi, it is still quite challenging and the conditions are inferior." Oscar pointed out that their training styles differed significantly. Yu Xiaojiang focused on combat experience and physical fitness, but for Oscar, the latter was not as comprehensive as what Tang Qingxi offered. Tang Qingxi's training encompassed more than just physical prowess. Although combat experience was not a primary focus, he felt he was gaining little in that regard. Yu Xiaojiang's training often took them to the Great Soul Arena, but as Ma Hongjun reached level 30, the emphasis shifted towards him and Dai Mubai, limiting Oscar's opportunities to participate. He often found himself on the receiving end of beatings, primarily when paired with Ma Hongjun, who struggled to hold his own against opponents, leaving Oscar vulnerable as a support-type Soul Master. Hearing about Tang Qingxi's targeted training, Oscar felt a glimmer of hope. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San replied, "I can ask for you, but I cannot guarantee that Sister Shi will agree." "All right, thank you. I don't expect anything definitive, but I want to at least make an effort." "I won't disturb your cultivation further," Oscar said, discreetly keeping his inquiry to himself. He was perceptive enough to realize that Tang Qingxi seemed to regard Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun with increasing disdain, leading him to harbor a faint hope regarding their situation. Chapter 62. The Artisan Tower in the Spirit Hall. Tang Qingxi had been in the stone chamber for a full 10 days. Bibi Dong, cradling a white cat, approached the door of the stone chamber. "It has been 10 days. I wonder how long it will take Qingxi to break through this time." "It shouldn't take long. She has been at level 30 for quite a while, and this step is merely the final hurdle for her breakthrough." The white cat, Aro, had been with Tang Qingxi and had a clearer understanding of the situation, but the exact duration remained uncertain. Indeed, Bibi Dong nodded. She had never doubted Tang Qingxi's abilities, as this individual had accomplished feats beyond her imagination. Just as Bibi Dong prepared to leave, the stone door creaked open, and Tang Qingxi emerged, exuding an aura of coldness and sharpness. She closed the door behind her and gradually reigned in her presence until it was calm and serene by the time she stood before Bibi Dong. "Oh, you knew I would be coming out today and waited for me?" Tang Qingxi remarked, surprised to see Bibi Dong outside. "No, I just came to take a look. I didn't expect you to break through so smoothly," Bibi Dong casually remarked while stroking the cat in her arms. Aro tilted her head in thought, feeling comfortable being petted, but sensing that the intentions behind her new form were not entirely innocent. "Indeed, this breakthrough was smoother than I anticipated. After all, it was just a re-examination for me, and having experienced it once, this time was far easier than in my previous life." As she spoke, Tang Qingxi reached out to pet the white cat as well. "How are the mechanisms for the hidden weapons coming along?" Tang Qingxi inquired, playfully flicking Aro's ear before retracting her hand, just in time to avoid the cat's claws. "I have completed what I could handle. The remaining components have been entrusted to the Artisan Tower. I will take you to see them," Bibi Dong replied, leading the way. Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow at the mention of the Artisan Tower. "You invited Lu Gao?" She had considered that relying solely on her abilities to craft hidden weapons was too taxing, and her skills were insufficient for forging advanced items like the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needles. Bibi Dong explained that while Lu Gao's expertise was sufficient, it was inappropriate for her to devote excessive time to researching hidden weapons. Her focus should remain on enhancing her strength. These hidden weapons are not something just anyone can create. Among the 3 great artisans of the continent, 2 have grievances with the Spirit Hall, leaving Lu Gao as a potential option. However, he had previously declined an invitation due to his unfavorable perception of the Spirit Hall. Tang Qingxi did not wish to waste time pursuing Lu Gao, so she let Bibi Dong explore the possibility of extending another invitation. Yes, I showed him a portion of your hidden weapon blueprints. He is quite interested in hidden weapons and agreed to come under the condition that he would only be responsible for crafting them, explicitly stating that his goal is to explore higher realms of forging rather than pledging loyalty to the Spirit Hall. As Bibi Dong spoke, she led Tang Qingxi to find Lu Gao. In the process, she entrusted the white cat to Tang Qingxi, her demeanor shifting from gentle to commanding as she turned. The hidden weapon forge was located adjacent to Tang Qingxi's residence in the Spirit Hall, though she preferred not to stay there and sometimes sought comfort in Bibi Dong's quarters. Upon entering the forge, the heat enveloped them, yet the atmosphere was surprisingly tranquil. Hearing the door open, a short, stout elder, seemingly around 5 feet tall and with disheveled hair, turned with an impatient expression. Did I not say not to disturb me without good reason? Tang Qingxi caught sight of the completed hidden weapon components on the table and disregarded Lu Gao's annoyance, placing the white cat on her shoulder as she approached the table to inspect the items. No doubt about it. You are indeed a master craftsman. This work is commendable. I'm here to forge these components. Yet this individual swings about aimlessly, seemingly oblivious to the Pope's words. Lu Gao, somewhat skeptical, gazes at Tang Qingxi and inquires, "Who are you?" "My disciple, and the one I mentioned to you, the draftsman." By Dong interjects on Tang Qingxi's behalf. 3 years ago, I sent someone to invite you, and they should have brought the schematics for the concealed weapons. Tang Qingxi adds casually, seeing that the components are flawless and complete. She produces a box, entirely black but reflecting a faint golden hue in the light, and begins to place the components inside. Where did you acquire the method for crafting such weapons? Lu Gao expresses disbelief that Tang Qingxi could create such armaments. Tang Qingxi chuckles lightly in response. Would I divulge that to you? After a moment of silence, Lu Gao dismisses the matter. I have examined the finished product of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle and attempted to assemble these components, yet I was unsuccessful. May I take a look at the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle? Lu Gao is immensely curious about this concealed weapon, eager to uncover all its mysteries. Tang Qingxi nearly rolls her eyes at him. Not a chance. If you disassemble the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, it will be irreparable. If you wish to take it apart, provide me with double the materials used to forge this weapon, and I will allow you to do so. Or, if you promise that you cannot restore it, you shall compensate me with twice the value of the materials. If you can restore it, then I shall concede your prowess. Otherwise, you shall be bound by your word. Lu Gao falls silent, taken aback by the preciousness of the ores required for this concealed weapon. His status does not easily grant him access to such materials, and he lacks confidence in his ability to restore it. Can you assemble these? Do you have a schematic for the assembly steps? May I see it? That I cannot provide. If I did not believe you possessed the schematics, I would not allow you to touch the components at all. You must understand the importance of such weaponry. Without loyalty to the Spirit Hall, why would I grant you access to the core? In truth, most individuals would struggle to comprehend her assembly technique. Yet Tang Qingxi respects Lu Gao's skill. After all, he is reputed to be a divine craftsman, and the components are crafted with exquisite precision. Loyalty to the Spirit Hall is not necessary. Simply pledge your allegiance to me. If you are willing, I shall teach you everything. Lu Gao has already demonstrated his tangible worth through the crafted components, and Tang Qingxi is undeterred by previous rejections. Such talent is worth pursuing. Only loyal to you? Lu Gao glances at Bai Dong, whose expression remains unchanged. Can such words truly be spoken before the Pope? To disregard the Spirit Hall entirely? Indeed, you need not remain within the Spirit Hall any longer. I have another place with various types of concealed weapons for you to study and dismantle at your leisure. Having stowed the components, Tang Qingxi closes the box. Chapter 63. The agony of Xuantian, I will consider it. Lu Gao hesitates momentarily, opting to explore other inquiries. What purpose does this box serve? He is intrigued by the black box in Tang Qingxi's hands. It is also made from an unyielding ore, and he notes a metallic scent wafting from it. What do you think? Tang Qingxi retorts. Why would I disclose anything to you while you ponder? So, what the furnace beneath? It is said to contain a blade that has been tempered over the years. How many lives have you sacrificed for it? It emanates an aura of malevolence. Why create such a sinister weapon? Lu Gao presses for answers. I have not sacrificed anyone. It merely draws power from blood. As for the reason behind its creation, would you believe me if I said it is for the purpose of slaying gods? Tang Qingxi lifts her gaze to Lu Gao with a smile. Simply drawing power from blood cannot possibly yield such malevolence. Lu Gao refutes. And talk of slaying gods? Surely, you jest. Very well. If you prefer not to answer, I shall refrain from probing further. That depends on whose blood is used and the strength of the individual. However, it is inevitable that 2 living sacrifices will be required, preferably at the level of a titled Douluo. With that, Tang Qingxi shares a meaningful smile and heads outside. I will go assemble. Keep the fire in the furnace stoked. Continue forging the remaining components. Such a brief span of time is hardly sufficient to forge a complete rainstorm pear blossom needle. It is only due to the prior materials that a portion of the necessary components has been pre-crafted. Bibi Zongfu Lao Kulosi Behin Tang Qingxi. Arriving at her private quarters next door, Tang Qingxi sits at the table and begins assembling the components within a box. Her hands move with astonishing speed, creating an almost ethereal blur. Bai Bai Dong observes intently, while a white cat, after Tang Qingxi takes her seat, leaps onto the table, fixating its gaze on her work. Gradually, the components come together, the concealed weapon taking form piece by piece under Tang Qingxi's skillful hands. After a considerable duration, a complete rainstorm pear blossom needle manifests in Tang Qingxi's grasp, exuding an aura of sharpness and danger. The white cat, Aro, stares blankly at Bai Bai Dong. Can you comprehend what you see? Bai Bai Dong nods, yet mastering it entirely will require time. Aro slumps onto the table, exasperated. I truly lack the talent for this. It leaves me dizzy. Each has their strengths. There is no need to force comprehension. Ning Fengqin's talent is indeed rare. Tang Qingxi remarks, examining the rainstorm pear blossom needle to ensure its perfection before placing it back into the box. Bibi Nong remains silent, reflecting on how such talent transformed her from Ning Fengqin into Bai Bai Dong, ultimately trapping her within the spirit hall. All right, I shall go procure blood. Tang Qingxi rises. At this, Bai Bai Dong's expression darkens, followed by a cold laugh. Go ahead. Tang Qingxi retrieves a short blade, weighing it in her hand before proceeding towards the wall with the box in tow. Why does she always avoid residing in her own quarters? Simply because there lies something intolerable within. Yet, for the sake of safety, there are no alternatives but to choose between her own and Bai Bai Dong's residence. Keeping it at Bai Bai Dong's is simply too bothersome, thus it remains with Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi steps upon the floor tiles in a specific pattern, then operates a nearby cabinet to unlock an intricate mechanism. The entire wall rises half a meter, revealing another wall behind it. Tang Qingxi pushes open the stone door embedded within the wall and steps into the hidden chamber. The chamber is dimly lit, with only a faintly glowing everlasting soul guide light hanging on the wall, accompanied by a foul, decaying odor. The walls are cloaked in a special material designed to thwart detection. The structure within is simple, consisting of a jade stone bed upon which lies a ragged individual, bound by chains made of the same special material around their neck and limbs. The person's shoulder blades, wrists, and ankles are pierced by nails thicker than fingers and measuring over half a meter in length, impaling them deeply into the stone bed. With the nails stained with nearly blackened blood, Tang Qingxi approaches the stone bed, her gaze cold and unwavering as she regards the lifeless figure sprawled upon it. It has been a while. I'm back, she states, brandishing the short blade in her hand. Care to guess where this blade will land today? At this, the person on the bed shows a flicker of reaction, their expression a tumultuous blend of regret, resentment, and ultimately, terror. Tang Qingxi places the box on the ground and swiftly slices open the individual's wrist. Blood immediately wells forth, pooling into a small hollow beneath, then flowing along a channel to the edge of the bed, dribbling into the black box below. Not allowing you to die easily was an exceedingly wise decision made by Fengqin. Blood from a title Douluo is far too valuable. In the past, crafting the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle necessitated a blood sacrifice of at least one individual. However, with your blood, merely a small box suffices and can be reused. Tang Qingxi mercilessly taunted this individual. Yet, as he felt the life force drain from his body, the man upon the stone bed gradually succumbed to despair, silently gazing at the dim ceiling above. His ability to articulate thoughts was nearly extinguished, having lived a life devoid of light and social interaction for years. Even when someone occasionally entered to feed or clean, they would first render him unconscious. The visitor appeared like a specter, leaving him with no opportunity to behold their face. He recognized the identity of the intruder, once one of his subordinates. Never imagining that the title Douluo he had dispatched to Bibi Dong's side would ultimately become her staunchest supporter, indifferent to his imprisonment. He could not have foreseen that he would descend into such a plight. Tang Qingxi patiently awaited, occasionally inflicting another cut upon his wrist. Once the blood from the box flowed over the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle and filled the container, she extracted a vial of medicinal powder and sprinkled it atop. This powder was exceptionally effective at staunching bleeding and would function adequately even on a title Douluo, albeit with a slight sting. The man on the stone bed convulsed in pain. Yet, the torment did not end there. Tang Qingxi subsequently sliced a piece of flesh from his abdomen with a short blade, depositing it into the black box, reluctant to touch the man further. After applying more medicinal powder, she turned and exited without attending to his wounds, confident in the natural recovery abilities of a 95th level title Douluo. He hardly warranted such care. Upon leaving the secret chamber, she watched the door seal shut, and Xuantian's gaze returned to a state of lifelessness. Chapter 64, Title Douluo, Blood Sacrifice for Hidden Weapons. As Tang Qingxi stepped out of the secret chamber, the mechanisms of the door gradually restored to their original state, and she took care to erase all traces behind her. Bibi Dong rose from her seat and followed Tang Qingxi back to the forge. At this moment, Lu Gao was not crafting components. He remained by the furnace, studying the knife blank obscured by the flickering flames, barely discernible. Although referred to as a knife blank, it bore no resemblance to a blade, merely a lump of, or that Tang Qingxi had kept at the furnace's base, melting and nurturing it. This, or was even more challenging to process than deep-sea silver mother, requiring prolonged calcination. Moreover, this furnace was also employed for smelting ores used in crafting hidden weapons, with scraps from other exquisite ores integrated into the process. Tang Qingxi allowed him to study it, provided he did not disturb the knife blank. Any careless action would compel her to intervene. Afterward, she tossed the black box into the furnace and poured in a vial of blood from a 10,000-year-old fire attribute spirit beast, capable of enhancing the flame's temperature. By this time tomorrow, the box would be retrieved, and the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle would be complete. With a brief admonition, Tang Qingxi departed the forge. Bibi Dong attended to matters in the spirit hall, while Tang Qingxi went to the warehouse to gather supplies. With time to spare until the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle was ready, she strolled through the spirit hall with Aru. As she ambled, a voice called out to her from behind. Turning, she saw an individual approaching, their gaze calm. "Is there something you need?" The newcomer, clad in the standard attire of spirit hall disciples, had neatly arranged long hair, cascading down their back, and possessed a pair of enchanting, captivating eyes that regarded Tang Qingxi silently before breaking into a slight smile. "It's been a while, Qingxi. You've finally returned. Don't be at odds with the elders. With your return to the spirit hall, our golden generation will grow even stronger. No team in the Soul Master competition will rival us." Tang Qingxi remained silent for a few seconds. "Hulaina, you're overestimating the situation. The bet that has been established will not be altered. It represents not only my credibility as a disciple of the Pope, but also the integrity of the Elder Council. I have merely returned for a brief matter and will depart soon. I have already prepared a team for the Soul Master competition. You and Xie, you should work harder." Hulaina was taken aback. "Are you just here temporarily? Can't we reach a compromise? We are both from the Spirit Hall. I don't wish to face you in the competition. Moreover, you are younger than me by a few years and had nearly 6 years of stagnation at level 10. You shouldn't be participating in this round. You can achieve what no Soul Master has accomplished before. Your talent is indisputable. The elders may only have reservations about your initial refusal to absorb spirit rings, but once your soul power rises, I believe they will relent. Huaina spoke earnestly. Tang Qingxi smiled gently and waved her hand. The true reasons are beyond your comprehension. Rather than dwelling on these matters, focus on your training. The elders are pushing me to assemble a team to save face for the spirit hall, and whether we can uphold its dignity lies in your hands. We may be separated by a few years, but do not let that provide me with an opportunity to surpass you. Although they were rivals, Tang Qingxi did not hesitate to offer words of encouragement. Huaina was merely thrust into opposition by the Elder Council. She had not previously aligned herself with them, and her talent was considerable, leaving room for negotiation. As for whether she could surpass Huaina, Tang Qingxi held absolute confidence. She inherently possessed the ability to fight beyond her level, and as a top-tier power within the martial world, she would not be outmatched in this realm. Furthermore, Huaina, with her control type, Fox Martial Spirit, primarily wielded charm, which held no sway over her. Just a single use of Tang Min's purple extreme magic eyes could sufficiently counteract charm. While the Nining scripture contained a soul transfer technique that could directly counter her, effectively rendering Huaina's abilities moot. Sighing, Huaina could only accept the situation. Tang Qingxi waved her hand and returned to Bibi Dong's residence. She retrieved the cold jade base and settled upon it, consolidating her recently advanced internal power. As night fell, Bibi Dong returned to find Tang Qingxi just emerging from her meditative state, exclaiming, "You truly do not allow yourself a moment's respite." "No. I took a brief stroll through the spirit hall," Tang Qingxi replied, though she had only wandered for about 10 minutes. "By the way, how have Xiaoyu and Huaina's cohort, those so-called Golden Generation disciples, been behaving lately? Have they shown any inclination toward Douluo?" "None that I can see." Bibi Dong shook her head. "I tend to look after them. Douluo's followers seem unable to lower their pride and have not made any moves. Be vigilant in observing them. After all, Tang Qingxi spends most of her time away from the spirit hall, and it remains uncertain how much influence she truly holds over them." Arranging the soft couch, Tang Qingxi decided to relax for a while before turning in early, lying down. "Why not sleep in the bed? I see you're struggling to stretch out on the couch." "I should have given you a larger one," Bibi Dong remarked, noticing Tang Qingxi curled slightly on the couch. "No need," Tang Qingxi declined, shaking her head. "I have to get up in the middle of the night." Meanwhile, the white cataroo had already leapt onto the bed, nestling beside the pillow and dozing off. The next day, Tang Qingxi checked the time and retrieved the black box from the furnace. After extracting the rainstorm pear blossom needle and tempering it, the needle was finally complete. Examining the stormy pear blossom needle in her hand, Tang Qingxi nodded in satisfaction. She then addressed Lu Gao. "Consider carefully. If you wish to pledge your loyalty to me, find me in Soto City." With that, she exited the forge, having successfully advanced her skills and crafted an additional stormy pear blossom needle, gathering the necessary items for her return to Shrek. Before departing, she naturally wished to bid farewell to Bibi Dong. "Take care in the spirit hall, and don't expose yourself under Douluo's watchful eye," Tang Qingxi advised with concern. "Rest assured, I will be cautious. You too, be careful and avoid any mishaps." "I await your return," Bibi Dong replied, equally worried for Tang Qingxi, knowing she was under Tang House scrutiny. Tang Qingxi smiled reassuringly. "No need to worry about me. After all, I possess the means of survival you provided." "Yet that can only be used once," Bibi Dong said, adjusting Tang Qingxi's collar, clearly reluctant to part ways. After their farewells, Tang Qingxi, accompanied by the white cat Ero, stepped out of the spirit hall. She did not rush back to Shrek, taking her time to reach the vicinity of Soto City after about 10 days. However, she realized that entering Soto City might not be feasible for the time being. Tang Qingxi chose a shortcut through the woods instead of the official road, but soon encountered a towering figure blocking her path. Dressed in a simple black robe, his disheveled hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his face bore the marks of hardship. His murky eyes seemed to reflect a life nearing its end, though he appeared only to be in his 50s or 60s. Gazing at the man before her, Tang Qingxi felt a surge of complicated emotions. Is this the once mighty Hao Tiandao, reduced to such a state? Wasn't it you who severely injured Xuantian and caused one of the other 2 title Douluo from the spirit hall to perish and another to be wounded? How is it that you seem to have been rendered powerless by Xuantian? Disappointment washed over her as she realized she held no expectations for Tang Hao anymore. Shocked by his disheveled appearance, she had learned of his whereabouts previously and knew he was living a humble life as a blacksmith in a small village. She had assumed it was a guise for his identity, but this was beyond her imagination. Are you a member of the Spear Hall? Indeed, and what of it? Tang Qingxi ziplit gandi li. Fully aware that Tang Hao had followed her to the Spirit City and understood her identity. However, Tang Hao did not immediately attack or act against her. Although he had not ventured into the Stardow Forest, he was aware that Tang Qingxi had given an external spirit bone to Tang San upon his return. This only deepened his desire to discern her intentions without resorting to violence, for the significance of the external spirit bone was immense. Knowing what transpired back then, "Are you not afraid I might kill you on the spot?" Tang Hao asked coldly. "Everyone has their hidden cards when traveling. You may attempt to act," Tang Qingxi retorted, exuding confidence. "What are you plotting?" Tang Hao revealed the Xuantian hammer. Tang Qingxi smirked. "To be frank, I initially had some schemes. I wish to discuss cooperation with you. You have a feud with the Qian family, and I too have grievances with them. However, I no longer harbor such designs. I refuse to collaborate with someone who has willingly succumbed to ruin. Nonetheless, Tang San possesses considerable talent and is a twin martial soul, given our shared lineage. I intend to nurture him well before the Soul Master competition." "Who are you calling a waste?" Tang Hao could not contain his anger at her words, his expression darkening further, and his aura intensified. "There is no need for you to flaunt your might before me. You are aware of my killing god domain." Tang Qingxi shot back, unperturbed by Tang Hao's prowess. "I find it strange that Tang San, as your son, is so naive that he could be deceived by you, Xuantian. Is he truly your son, or did you pick him up on the road? From what I've heard of his childhood, was it wrong for him to call you a waste? If you cannot even protect your wife, how can you properly raise your son?" Tang Qingxi felt compelled to chastise him, realizing that had Tang San not come from another realm with memories to rely on, he might have been rendered useless or worse under Tang Hao's care. Tang Hao's Xuantian hammer suddenly expanded, revealing 9 spirit rings. The crimson glow of 100,000-year spirit ring shining brilliantly. Tang Qingxi raised her hand, a dazzling array of colors erupting as a delicate pagoda materialized in her palm. Surrounded by equally brilliant red spirit rings, her presence formidable and rivaling Tang Hao's. "Are you embarrassed? Did you truly treat Tang San well during his early years?" Tang Hao stared in disbelief, his eyes widening. "A 100,000-year spirit ring? How did you come to possess such power?" He paused, realizing, "You have undergone the sacrifice of a 100,000-year soul beast? Otherwise, given Tang Qingxi's level of soul power, it would be impossible for her to endure a 100,000-year spirit ring." Tang Qingxi glanced aside, and Ero, the white cat on her shoulder, stood upright, releasing her aura and speaking. "She is simply unique, and with my soul bone, she can harness my spirit ring abilities." Ero tilted her head, observing Tang Hao, aware that this man had once bonded with a 100,000-year soul beast and father-child. She held a certain admiration for him, but, upon learning more about Tang San's treatment, could not help but question, "Did you truly love the Blue Silver Empress? Were you sincere in your affections? Or did you merely seek to exploit her for her spirit rings and spirit bones? Otherwise, why would you allow your son to be treated so poorly?" "I genuinely loved Ayin." Tang Hao's expression darkened at the accusation, surprised. "You are a 100,000-year soul beast? You should have perished long ago, having absorbed your spirit rings and bones." "I am the reincarnation of Qingxi and Bibi Dong," she replied. "Is the Blue-Silver Empress truly dead?" Her vitality was renowned for its resilience. Few could kill her, unless they were divine. "I was not sacrificed, but killed. Back then, Xuantian had no choice. My body was obliterated, and my soul was revived within the bodies of other soul beasts. Given the Blue-Silver Empress's vitality, she should be in a better situation than I am, perhaps even retaining her original form. Did you truly love her and consider rescuing her? Or did you simply wallow in a dilapidated village?" Ero, with a profound understanding of soul beasts, could not help but feel disdain for Tang Hao. While the idea of rescuing a deceased 100,000-year soul beast transformed into spirit rings and bones might seem unimaginable to the people of this continent, with Tang Qingxi's unconventional thinking, there was nothing she would shy away from attempting. With Tang Qingxi's presence, Ero found Tang Hao particularly unsatisfactory. Without comparison, there could be no pain. Both Fengxian and Tang Qingxi faced arduous circumstances as they sought to reclaim their souls, while Tang Hao seemed utterly inactive, all the while professing love, yet failing to care for their child. Such contradictions were hard to overlook. Tang Hao's expression became increasingly complex, but the hostility in his aura began to dissipate. After much internal conflict, he finally asked, "How did you achieve this? How can you possess consciousness, the ability to act, and converse?" In response, Ero remained silent, looking towards Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi's smile turned sardonic. "You wish to resurrect the Blue-Silver Empress? Wait until you have regained your humanity and are worthy of considering cooperation with me. Only then might I contemplate the matter, as I owe you nothing." Given Tang Hao's current state, Tang Qingxi felt no assurance in collaborating with him. His utility was highly questionable. She had no obligation to assist him, as the Blue-Silver Empress held no connection to her. "What is the nature of your martial soul?" Previously astonished by Tang Qingxi's 100,000-year soul ring and engrossed in debates about the Blue-Silver Emperor, Tang Hao had paid little heed to the martial spirit Tang Qingxi had just revealed. As for the notion of a soul ring skill, he did not grasp it fully. Now, as he calmed his thoughts, he recalled that what Tang Qingxi had displayed resembled the 7-treasure glazed tile, yet there was an intangible sense that something was amiss. However, with Tang Qingxi having retracted her martial spirit, Tang Hao could no longer ascertain its nature. "Are you from the 7-treasure glazed sect?" he inquired. "Guess," was Tang Qingxi's retort, knowing full well she could not divulge such information. The implications of her martial spirit were vast, far too significant to share with Tang Hao. Moreover, if word of her possessing this martial spirit were to leak, he could anticipate dire consequences for Tang San. Tang San's presence here was invaluable. Without him, Tang Hao might very well confront a severe reckoning upon realizing his identity. "To use Tang San to threaten me." Tang Hao's gaze turned icy. But then he thought of Ain. "Who exactly is your collaboration meant to confront? Wasn't Qian Xuanji slain by me?" Yet, Qian Xuanji still had a father, the esteemed Qian Douluo of the Spirit Hall. "However, with your current disposition, how much of a titled Douluo's strength can you truly exhibit?" Tang Qingxi appraised Tang Hao again, unable to suppress her disdain. It was indeed remarkable that a titled Douluo could be in such a pitiful state. "Can you truly resurrect Ain?" Tang Hao pressed further. "I cannot guarantee her revival, as I am currently unaware of her condition. Nevertheless, I have indeed brought back a 100,000-year soul beast, although the revival is not yet complete. At least it can run, jump, and speak. However, this is not the time for such discussions. You do not possess sufficient value to merit my efforts. I have rather low expectations for our collaboration," she concluded, turning away from Tang Hao without hesitation. He did not attempt to stop her, remaining lost in thought. Instead of returning directly to Shrek Academy, Tang Qingxi first visited a blacksmith shop in the city before setting out again. She journeyed to the depths of the mountains outside the city, traversing a concealed cave shrouded in foliage and vines. Before her lay a deep mountain path, where torches flickered, illuminating the rocky walls adorned with numerous hollows. With her hands clasped behind her back, Tang Qingxi sauntered into the depths. Most of the time, Changzong remained within the city and rarely visited this place, so she had to tread carefully. A single misstep could be fatal. Upon reaching the end of the mountain path, she found herself in a vast cavern, resonating with the incessant clanging of metal. In this grand, dome-shaped cave, a group of youths, aged from their teens to early 20s, were engaged in practice. Several hollowed caves around them echoed with the sounds of smithing. "This must be the final batch of hidden weapons, right?" she mused, calculating the time it took for her to make the round trip, plus the time for her breakthrough, which had now exceeded a month. "Indeed," Changzong affirmed with a nod. Tang Qingxi glanced at the practicing group, and upon noticing her presence, they promptly halted. Kneeling on one knee in unison, "We greet the young lady. Take a breather. I will assess you shortly." She waved her hand, signaling them to rest. She then instructed Changzong to compile a report on each individual's soul power level. "Understood, young lady." Next, Tang Qingxi proceeded to the forging department. After inspecting the quality of the hidden weapon components, she found them satisfactory, albeit basic. She yearned for Lu Gao to oversee the forging, as his skills could yield a greater variety of superior hidden weapons. Her subordinates were not merely to be equipped with weapons akin to those of the 7-treasure glazed sect. They required something more formidable. However, such weapons were challenging to forge, some even necessitating her personal assembly, which proved to be quite cumbersome. Lu Gao's presence at the Spirit Hall posed its own complications. Once the components for the Rain Pear Blossom Needle were completed, she would need to carve out time to return for assembly or arrange for the parts to be delivered, both of which were inconvenient. After hastily assembling 2 Zhuge crossbows, Tang Qingxi stepped back outside. After about half an hour, Tang Qingxi instructed Chang Zong to assemble everyone. The group was not large. She had always prioritized quality over quantity, and many had been eliminated over the years, leaving only 18 remaining. Those over 23 step forward and line up to the side. This segment was already too old for the upcoming Soul Master competition, and thus was not under consideration. When Tang Qingxi originally selected candidates, she had accounted for some age variations and subsequently added a new batch, resulting in this group skewing older. Otherwise, she would have preferred to cultivate them from childhood, as that would have taken too long. Nearly half the group stepped aside, and she also required a portion of them. Those who have studied the Xian Tianbao Lu step forward and line up. This group would not accompany her, as they were essential for assembling the hidden weapons. The blacksmiths responsible for forging components would primarily focus on production, leaving assembly to additional personnel. A few more individuals stepped forward, leaving only 7 remaining. Holding the soul power level report handed to her by Chang Zong, Tang Qingxi began calling names for sparring matches. Some had sparred more than once, and she had to consider how to pair them with her current team. As the sparring concluded, she fell into contemplation. The 7 individuals gazed at her with palpable anxiety. She had bestowed upon them tremendous growth, allowing them to glimpse newfound strength. Among them were a few deemed talentless or even labeled as having wasted martial spirits. Tang Qingxi had effectively granted them a new lease on life. She sought individuals with strong offensive capabilities, as Tang San provided control, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu added agility, and Ning Rongrong served as support, though she had no auxiliary units on her side. In terms of range combat, she was versatile, adept in both close and distant confrontations. Gu Xiong stepped forward. Tang Qingxi pointed to a soul master with a rolling pin martial spirit on the list. It could be considered a waste of a martial spirit, having awakened with no soul power. However, this individual was particularly suited for practicing internal martial arts. The internal energy cultivated through such training equated to soul power in this world. Now 16 years old, he possessed a soul power level of 32, which paled in comparison to Dai Mubai and Tang San. However, he was not one of those she had brought for training immediately after awakening. Rather, he had started at the age of 9, adapting to the distinctly different system of internal martial arts. Especially beginning with no soul power, he had progressed relatively quickly. His rolling pin martial spirit, while unimpressive, had undergone some transformation after the enhancement from his first soul ring, gaining length. The second soul ring augmented its hardness, and the third increased its weight, rendering it usable as a blunt short staff. Chapter 67. The innately soulless boy soul master, although the 9-yin manual Tang Qingxi possessed was acquired through the sword discussion on Mount Hua. Her journey with it was fraught with difficulties. It incited a wave of bloodshed in the martial world as news of its existence leaked, attracting numerous covetous individuals. Tang Qingxi could not recall how many she had slain, but she had also gained much from the chaos. Both the internal cultivation from the flower-moving palace and the 9-yin manual were transmitted with extreme caution. To date, only Ning Fengqin, also known as Bibi Dong, had learned the Mingyu divine art from the flower-moving palace. Even the Xuantian treasure record of the Tang sect would not have been easily passed down had it not been for the need for a group skilled in crafting hidden weapons. However, during the earlier turmoil, Tang Qingxi acquired a portion of internal martial arts from various sects, which she casually passed on, as it bore no personal significance to her. It was merely a resource to be utilized. Fortunately, her excellent memory allowed her to recall much of what she had studied in her quest to enhance herself by learning from the strengths of others. The techniques Gu Xiong learned were a combination of the dog-beating stick technique from the Beggar's sect and a fragment of the obscure sunlight internal skill from an unknown sect. Along with some additional staff techniques, she taught him for self-improvement. Observing Gu Xiong practice, he exhibited a powerful yet agile style, suited for a strong offensive role. Next, Li Wenrui stepped forward. This girl was no mere waste of a martial soul. She was a prodigy with an ice sword martial soul, an innate full soul power, excelling in internal martial arts as well. Tang Qingxi had recruited her to explore breakthroughs without relying on soul rings. However, she had not allowed Li Wenrui to truly attempt such a breakthrough, as Tang Qingxi realized that perhaps only she possessed the potential to achieve it, thanks to her two exceptionally advanced internal skills. Now, at 15, Li Wenrui stood at a formidable 35 soul power level, making her a strong candidate for the main offensive position. Just the two of you. Pack your belongings and come with me shortly. 7 is sufficient. I do not require substitutes. Keep your strengths concealed as much as possible, Tang Qingxi instructed. Yes. Gu Xiong and Li Wenrui bowed in compliance, while the remaining 5 displayed expressions of disappointment. Continue to strive. Your efforts will be rewarded. Do not let me down, Tang Qingxi encouraged, selecting a few individuals over the age of 23 as temporary sparring partners before departing with her chosen ones. She assigned them a task and led Gu Xiong and Li Wenrui back to Shrek Academy. As they approached evening, Tang San and the others were concluding their training and returning to Shrek as well. Sister Shi is back. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to spot Tang Qingxi, though her demeanor was typically reserved. Soon after, Ning Rongrong called out excitedly. Tang San and Xiao Wu followed Ning Rongrong's gaze and dashed to Tang Qingxi's side, taking note of the young man and woman accompanying her. These two will be your future companions, Tang Qingxi introduced. Gu Xiong, wielding a rolling pin martial soul, possesses innate no soul power and is 16 years old with a soul power level of 32. Li Wenrui, with an ice sword martial soul, has innate full soul power at 15 years old and a level of 35. Both were classified as strong offensive soul masters. Wait a moment, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Did I hear incorrectly? How much innate soul power does this Gu Xiong have? Full soul power, right? A rolling pin martial soul. Can you expect soul power from that? Tang Qingxi cast her a sidelong glance. How could he cultivate soul power? If he has innate no soul power, isn't that essentially impossible to cultivate? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. Although Li Wenrui was younger and possessed a higher soul power level, Gu Xiong's uniqueness undoubtedly drew everyone's attention. Yet, Gu Xiong stood quietly behind Tang Qingxi, maintaining a humble yet self-assured demeanor. Tang San, in silence, regarded Tang Qingxi with a probing gaze, aware that his own innate full soul power stemmed from the Xuantian treasure record. He wondered if Gu Xiong had a similar source. Tang Qingxi gave a slight nod. All right, everyone, return to rest. Tomorrow, you will familiarize yourselves with each other's martial souls. Gather at the cafeteria entrance after breakfast. We will then arrange practical training and other exercises. There is still room in the dormitory, so no additional arrangements are necessary. She sent them on their way, intending to rest herself. However, upon returning to her quarters, Tang Sen knocked at her door. Miss, he began. What is it? Tang Qingxi in Guit. Tang Sen scratched his head, saying, Oscar approached me earlier, asking if he could join the training. He is willing to endure any hardship. Oscar? Tang Qingxi pondered for a moment. If he can handle the grind, then let him come. An innate full soul power food system soul master is worth considering. I just need to see if he has shed his previous lethargy. As for training, I won't refuse him, but whether he participates in the soul master tournament will depend on his performance. With this affirmation, Tang San prepared to leave. Wait, Tang Qingxi called, producing the rainstorm pear blossom needle. Previously, she had to keep it on her person, only allowing Tang San a brief glimpse. Now that she had a spare, she handed it to him for research, cautioning, you can keep it for about 10 days, but do not damage it. Thank you, miss. Tang San exclaimed, cradling the sharp and gleaming rainstorm pear blossom needle, visibly thrilled. Go on now. Yes, Mississippi. Back in his dormitory, Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun had gone to the Great Fighting Soul Arena again, while Oscar, curious, watched Gu Xiong pack his belongings. Oscar, sister, she has agreed to let you join us, Tang San informed him. Really? Oscar exclaimed with delight, then turned to Gu Xiong. Is this brother someone's sister she brought back? Tang San nodded. Yes, he will train with us from now on. His name is Gu Xiong. He possesses a rolling pin martial soul, is 16 years old, and has a soul power level of 32. Hello, I am Oscar, a food system soul master. Oscar greeted Gu Xiong. Gu Xiong, seemingly reserved, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Wait, a rolling pin martial soul? Oscar suddenly realized. Tang San chuckled. You may find it hard to believe, but he has innate no soul power. Oscar gasped in awe, staring incredulously at Gu Xiong, who, despite an ordinary appearance, bore a resolute expression. Goodness, I truly understand now that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. How is this possible? An innate, no-soul power individual reaching the soul master realm at 16. This is astonishing. The young lady bestowed upon me the method of cultivation. Granting me a new life, Gu Xiong finally spoke, his voice filled with reverence for Tang Qingxi. What method of cultivation allows someone with innate, no-soul power to cultivate? Oscar asked, filled with curiosity. I cannot disclose that, but it is indeed quite profound, Gu Xiong replied, becoming more talkative when discussing Tang Qingxi. The young lady enabled me, who was once incapable of cultivating soul power, to do so, and she also enhances those with high innate talent, like Li Wenrui, who is the strongest among us of similar age. Who is she? Oscar asked, bewildered. She will also be training with us. She is a girl you will meet tomorrow. She has an ice sword martial soul, innate full soul power, and is 15 years old with a soul power level of 35, Tang San explained. 15 with a soul power level of 35 is not particularly fast compared to those like Tang San and Xiao Wu, who reached the soul master realm at 12. Gu Xiong added, she has also attempted to break through without relying on soul rings, but only the young lady succeeded in that endeavor. Li Wenrui was halted midway and thus acquired a soul ring to begin her cultivation. Otherwise, her soul power level would likely be higher now. She is impressive. Her first soul ring is a millennium old, while mine is only 700 years. My goodness, Oscar was left astounded. In the presence of Gu Xiong and Li Wenrui, they, the Shrek Academy students, seemed like mere anomalies. Comparing just their first soul rings, what would the ages of their second and third soul rings be? The presence of these two individuals serves as a testament to the efficacy of Tang Qingxi's teaching and training methods. The audacious claim made by Tang Qingxi, that Tang San and his companions could absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at level 40, now seems plausible. Oscar feels that his current choice is remarkably wise. Tang San has always held immense confidence in Tang Qingxi's training abilities, having witnessed them firsthand back in the Tang sect. Seeing Oscar's astonishment, he merely smiled. After receiving Tang San's response, Oscar sought out Dean Flender that very night to discuss the matter. Flender, feeling somewhat helpless, lamented that Tang Qingxi had managed to lure away another individual, which would undoubtedly be a significant blow to Yu Xiaojiang. Oscar, have you thought this through? Dean, sister, she has brought back two individuals, one of whom possesses a useless martial soul, a rolling pin, and was born without soul power, yet has now reached the soul master realm thanks to Sister Shi. Gu Xiong's existence has surely solidified Oscar's resolve. What did you say? Even with Flender's extensive experience, he found it hard to believe. How could this be possible? Moreover, the two individuals brought back by Sister Shi possess initial soul rings of 700 and 1,000 years, respectively. Tang Qingxi has indeed provided proof for her earlier statements. While Yu Xiaojiang appears impressive for having nurtured Tang San, who possesses the blue-silver grass martial soul, Tang San's innate full soul power pales in comparison to Gu Xiong's experience with a similarly useless martial soul. Additionally, some of Yu Xiaojiang's theories have been thoroughly disproven by Tang Qingxi with concrete evidence. The superiority of their training capabilities is now abundantly clear. Thus, Dean, I genuinely wish to train under Sister Shi, Oscar asserted, bowing deeply. Having spent several years at Shrek Academy, he harbors deep feelings for it and does not wish to oppose Flender. However, witnessing Tang San's progress and Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's determined pursuit of improvement has inspired him to contemplate his future. Flender, a loss for words, pondered how to broach this subject with Yu Xiaojiang. Xiao, let's not rush. How about we see how things unfold tomorrow? He was uncertain about the circumstances surrounding the two individuals brought by Tang Qingxi, and it would be inappropriate to seek them out that night. It will be better to wait until morning. Oscar hesitated, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the female dormitory, Xiao Wu and her companions were curiously observing Li Wenrui. Unlike Gu Xiong's reticence, she spoke more freely when discussing Tang Qingxi. Her demeanor was one of utter coldness, unwilling to utter a single extra word, merely attending to her belongings in silence. Sister Wenrui, let us assist you, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu offered, eager to forge a bond with their new companion. However, Li Wenrui simply shook her head, stating, no need, I have little luggage. With that, she resumed her task. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, unsure how to assist, found themselves at a loss. Zhu Zhuqing, sharing a temperament similar to Li Wenrui's, was also intrigued and joined in the observation. With a soul power level of 35, she ranked just below Dai Mubai within Shrek Academy. Yet, those under Tang Qingxi's tutelage, in terms of strength, would undoubtedly surpass Dai Mubai, which added a layer of pressure on Zhu Zhuqing, who alongside Ning Rongrong had yet to reach level 30. Given Tang Qingxi's already formidable abilities, it was evident that upon her return, her soul power level would also have reached 30, motivating Zhu Zhuqing to strive even harder. Consequently, she soon retreated to her room for meditation and soul power cultivation. The following morning, as everyone made their way to the dining hall, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who had returned to the academy late, learned about Tang Qingxi's two new companions. While these individuals were not officially members of Shrek Academy, Tang Qingxi had facilitated their accommodation and meals, leaving no room for objections. Yu Xiaojiang and Flender were also intrigued by the newcomers, and after breakfast, when Tang San and the others gathered, they accompanied Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun to observe. At this juncture, Oscar was still aligned with Yu Xiaojiang and had already discussed matters with Tang Qingxi during breakfast. Let's display our martial souls, starting with Tang San for introductions. Tang Qingxi Institute. Everyone showcased their martial souls, with Tang San's blue silver grass and Gu Xiong's rolling pin drawing particular attention. I am Tang San, nearly 13 years old, with the blue silver grass martial soul, a level 33 control system soul master. I am Xiao Wu, 12 years old, with the beast martial soul of a rabbit, a level 33 assault system soul master. I am Zhu Zhuqing, 12 years old, with the beast martial soul of a nether cat, a level 29 agile attack system soul master. I am Ning Rongrong, 12 years old, with the tool martial soul of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, a level 28 support system soul master. Following their introductions, Gu Xiong spoke up. I'm Gu Xiong, 16 years old, with the tool martial soul of a rolling pin, a level 32 assault system soul master. Then came Li Wenrui. I am Li Wenrui, 15 years old, with the tool martial soul of an ice sword, a level 35 assault system soul master. The familiar sound of astonished exclamations arose. A rolling pin martial soul? Yu Xiaojiang expressed surprise, questioning whether this was a situation akin to Tang San's. His research indicated that few could cultivate the rolling pin martial soul. Even those who awakened a soul power of level 1 or 2 rarely achieved the soul master realm at such a young age. At that moment, apart from Tang Qingxi and Li Wenrui, everyone was scrutinizing the martial soul showcased by Gu Xiong, a stick that barely reached the length of an arm, resembling nothing more than a rolling pin. Yu Xiaojiang could not resist approaching for a closer look, confirming that the martial soul was indeed a rolling pin. He was somewhat excited and inquired of Gu Xiong, "What is your innate soul power level?" This inquiry was undoubtedly of immense significance. Tang Qingxi regarded Yu Xiaojiang with an impassive expression, having already dismissed him previously and finding no value in further derision. When Gu Xiong was questioned, he replied candidly, "I possess no innate soul power." No soul power? Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, incredulous. That cannot be. Please do not jest. What is your actual innate soul power? I possess methods for training those without soul power, applicable regardless of whether one has no or full soul power. This is precisely why I do not allow you to interfere with my training. You can only provide them with conventional improvements, while I can lead them to transcend the norm. Furthermore, both Gu Xiong and Li Wenrui have absorbed soul rings that exceed the limit. Li Wenrui's third soul ring is nearly 5,000 years old, which is why I have set the goal of 10,000 years for their fourth soul ring. Indeed, Li Wenrui's fourth soul ring has even higher requirements and cannot merely meet the minimum of 10,000 years unless suitable options are unavailable. What I can achieve extends far beyond this. My training methods can even endow support-type soul masters with combat prowess, Tang Qingxi stated calmly. Upon hearing her words, Oscar's eyes lit up. His previously resolute decision now surged with urgency. He glanced at Flender, an eager expression on his face, laced with a hint of apology. While Yu Xiaojiang was still processing the impact of Tang Qingxi's statements, Oscar boldly declared, "Teacher Yu Xiaojiang, I apologize, but I intend to follow Sister Shi's training from now on." Oscar's decisive proclamation drew the attention of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who were equally taken aback. At this moment, both individuals felt a stir of emotions. Yet Ma Hongjun remained apprehensive of Tang Qingxi, while Dai Mubai worried about whether Tang Qingxi would accept them. They decided to observe Oscar's request and see if Tang Qingxi would acquiesce. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang turned around suddenly, trembling slightly. Was the gap between him and Tang Qingxi truly so vast? It was indeed true that Gu Xiong possessed a martial soul akin to a rolling pin, a rarity even in terms of awakening soul power, similar to the situation with blue silvergrass. He still harbored a flicker of hope that Gu Xiong, like Tang San, might possess a dual martial soul, which would validate his theory. However, it was evidently not the case. Now, even the students he taught had begun to trust Tang Qingxi's instruction more than his own. He had once firmly believed that a comparative analysis of their teaching would highlight his abilities, but the outcome revealed that Tang Qingxi's prowess surpassed his own. The students had made their choice, and Yu Xiaojiang, feeling deeply wounded, stumbled back, his face pale. Flander, witnessing this, quickly supported Yu Xiaojiang and expressed concern. Xiaogang. Yu Xiaojiang felt dizzy, and Tang San, unable to suppress his worry, rushed to Yu Xiaojiang's side. Teacher, are you all right? At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang still clung to a vain hope. If Tang Qingxi was indeed as she claimed, perhaps his martial soul could be salvaged. Unfortunately, his pride made it difficult for him to bow to Tang Qingxi, and he suspected that even if he did, it would be futile. Flander had considered this as well, hoping it might rekindle Yu Xiaojiang's spirit. Tang Qingxi, might your training methods be beneficial to Xiaogang as well? Tang Qingxi glanced at Flander, unable to stifle a light laugh. You must be aware of my standing, right? Xiaogang is still alive solely because of his connection to Tang San. Is there any significance in asking such a question? If my power were to increase, I would be unable to accommodate him. To safeguard my own life, I suggest we leave it as is. After saying this, she turned her gaze away from Yu Xiaojiang and looked at Oscar. Oscar, introduce yourself. Sure, my name is Oscar. I am 14 years old. My martial soul is sausage, and I am a level 31 food system soul master, Oscar cheerfully replied. Seeing that Oscar had been accepted by Tang Qingxi, Dai Mubai felt a flicker of interest, but Tang Qingxi paid no heed to him or Ma Hongjun, casually tossing a piece of weighted armor to Oscar. All right, follow me. Oscar was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the weighted armor. Was there truly a piece for him? He wondered if he could wear it. It was something discarded by Tang San. The weighted armor would be exchanged as Tang San and the others progressed, with the discarded pieces returned to be melted down for other purposes. However, Tang Qingxi still had a few pieces left as reserves, which, while not custom-made, were essentially meant for Oscar. She had a premonition that Oscar was quite clever, albeit somewhat lazy before. If he could grasp the advantages and disadvantages, he would inevitably come around. Not bad, it fits. Fortunately, Oscar's physique was somewhat similar to Tang San's, although the weight of the armor was a bit excessive. Despite his training under Yu Xiaojiang, there remained a considerable disparity in strength compared to Tang San. The armor felt heavy, but Oscar refrained from voicing any complaints. As Tang Qingxi beckoned, Zhu Zhuqing and the others promptly followed suit. Although Tang San was somewhat concerned about Yu Xiaojiang's condition, he too quickly joined them. Uncertain of the conflict between Yu Xiaojiang and the young lady, Tang San clearly sensed her hostility and dared not defy her for Yu Xiaojiang's sake. Doing so could endanger his teacher, should the young lady truly harbor ill will against him. Tang San knew he could not stop her. With Tang Qingxi leading the group away, Flander and the remaining three were left standing in place, creating an awkward atmosphere. Given that Yu Xiaojiang was unlikely to recover quickly, and Flander's expression was far from pleasant, he instructed Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. You two should engage in self-directed training. Afterward, he assisted Yu Xiaojiang away. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, standing still. Although Ma Hongjun felt apprehensive, he could not help but feel a sense of dissatisfaction. Originally, we had Xiao Ao with us. The atmosphere in the academy was quite pleasant. Ever since Sister Shi returned, everything seems to have changed. Shrek Academy had evidently been divided by Tang Qingxi, even managing to sway Oscar to her side. Dai Mubai's countenance darkened as he could no longer deceive himself. With the number of participants in Tang Qingxi's team for the Soul Master competition already sufficient, he feared she truly intended to leave no place for him and Ma Hongjun. At this moment, he felt a sense of impending crisis. In the absence of hope, he had indeed succumbed to despair, but now, With Tang Qingxi's formidable strength alongside Tang San and other extraordinary talents, he found himself yearning for a chance to fight. Unfortunately, he realized that he seemed to have little room for contention, which was a source of great distress. Chapter 70. The formation of the Shrek 8 monsters. Tang Qingxi, having slightly expanded her team, arrived at the edge of a cliff. However, upon arrival, she found a considerable number of people already present, bustling with activity. Many trees had been felled, clearing a vast space, seemingly for the construction of some facilities. Tang San and the others were somewhat puzzled. Had this area been claimed? Upon seeing Tang Qingxi approach, several individuals who were supervising and laboring halted their tasks, kneeling in respect. "We meet the young lady." Tang Qingxi waved her hand. "You may continue." "Yes. Which family does sister she belong to?" Ning Rongrong inquired with great curiosity. Everyone referred to her in this manner, and she recalled that during the crisis in the Stardow Forest, Tang San had addressed her similarly. Tang Qingxi cast a knowing glance at Ning Rongrong, remaining silent. Ning Rongrong retracted her neck. "I won't ask any more, sister she." "Tang San, Ning Rongrong, you two will team up to face Li Wenrui. Engage in a spar to familiarize yourselves with each other's martial souls and combat skills. Li Wenrui is not permitted to attack Ning Rongrong, and Tang San is prohibited from using hidden weapons. There are no other restrictions. Everyone else, observe closely." Tang Qingxi led them to a cleared area, standing at the edge as she designated the three for the spar. "Understood." Tang San and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances before stepping forward to the open space, signaling for Ning Rongrong to remain in place. This was essentially a spar between himself and Li Wenrui, but the young lady likely felt their disparity was too great, thus assigning Ning Rongrong to provide support. Li Wenrui then took her position opposite Tang San. They each displayed their martial souls. Tang San's blue-silver grass fluttered gently from his palm, accompanied by 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Ning Rongrong also unleashed her martial soul. Her 7 treasures glazed tower, radiating brilliance, with 2 yellow soul rings lighting up. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first grants strength, the second speed. 2 beams of colorful light shot forth, enveloping Tang San. Li Wenrui flicked her wrist, gripping her martial soul, an ice sword, with 3 purple soul rings appearing strikingly impressive. She then gestured, "Please." Tang San wasted no time. As his first soul ring activated, blue-silver grass surged violently from beneath Li Wenrui's feet, ensnaring her body with spiked tendrils. In response, Li Wenrui's first soul ring glowed, emanating an aura of frigid air that froze the blue-silver grass, allowing her to spin and break free before charging directly at Tang San. Tang San furrowed his brow, realizing that this elemental soul skill capable of influencing blue-silver grass posed a significant challenge for him. However, the formidable ice attribute of Li Wenrui rendered even the most resilient blue-silver grass, enhanced by 3 soul rings, fragile enough to shatter at a mere touch. As Li Wenrui approached, Tang San raised his hand and activated his second and third soul skills in succession. Numerous strands of blue-silver grass erupted from Li Wenrui's surroundings, quickly freezing due to her ice attribute, yet they momentarily hindered her movement. A massive web then surged toward Li Wenrui. With no time to evade, Li Wenrui's eyes narrowed, and she thrust her ice sword, targeting the connection points of the web. Her second soul ring illuminated, conjuring an icy shield around her, while the web enveloped her as well. However, the presence of the icy shield prevented any contact with Li Wenrui. In their initial exchange, Li Wenrui discerned the toxic nature of Tang San's blue-silver grass and was cautious not to engage directly. Subsequently, she slashed with her sword, creating an opening to escape the web. The web proved quite resilient. She could not dismantle it directly, but by targeting its nodes and utilizing her icy shield for an additional freeze, she managed to break free. Yet, what posed a minor inconvenience for Li Wenrui was a source of utter astonishment for Tang San. He had not anticipated that even his third soul skill would only manage to restrain Li Wenrui for such a brief duration. How could he contend with this? A control-type soul master who could not even manage to control their opponent was of little use. As Li Wenrui advanced with her sword, Tang San swiftly executed the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to retreat 2 paces, aiming to seize her wrist. with his soul skills proving ineffective. He relied on his Xuantian treasure record. However, before he could employ the crane catching dragon move, Li Wenrui had already evaded, demonstrating her adeptness in martial arts. She then countered with another thrust, compelling Tang San to dodge once more. Tang Qingxi observed calmly. The martial arts within the Xuantian treasure record were rather ordinary, with the most notable being the hidden weapons technique. Though Tang San possessed the agile ghost shadow misty steps, Li Wenrui had similarly mastered her own swift movements, allowing her to close the gap without much delay. Had it not been for the speed enhancement provided by Ning Rongrong, Tang San would have found himself utterly overwhelmed. With no alternative, Tang San's attire billowed as 8 purple-black spider spears extended from his back, lifting him off the ground to avoid Li Wenrui's strike. He left 4 spears as support while the remaining 4 lunged toward her. Li Wenrui met the assault with her sword, the sound of clashing metal resonating as sparks flew. Tang San employed his binding technique once more, followed closely by the web, which again restricted Li Wenrui for a fleeting moment before 2 spider spears descended. Li Wenrui deftly evaded the spears, sweeping her sword in response. Her third soul ring glimmered as a chilling sword energy sliced through the web, advancing toward Tang San. Upon witnessing this, Tang San's expression shifted, and he hastily retreated, relying on the spider spears for defense. With 2 ringing clashes, Tang San was astonished to see his spider spears severed. In the next instant, Li Wenrui's form flickered, her sword poised before him. Refusing to succumb easily after only a few exchanges, Tang San raised his hand. A flash of black light revealed an unassuming hammer in his grasp, colliding with the incoming sword. The resounding clang forced both Tang San and Li Wenrui to retreat several steps. Li Wenrui, taken aback, regarded the hammer in Tang San's hand and then glanced at Tang Qingxi, while her background paled in comparison to that of Ning Rongrong and Tang San. It was still respectable, and she quickly connected the dots. He possessed twin martial souls. This marked the first occasion Tang San unveiled his other martial soul before Ning Rongrong and the others, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Good heavens, Little San is quite the secretive one, revealing a rare twin martial soul. With the Xuantian hammer in hand, Tang San unleashed the chaotic wind. Yet, owing to Li Wenrui's esteemed lineage, she recognized the technique and denied him the opportunity to utilize it effectively, charging forward to thrust at his wrist with her sword. Tang San had no choice but to evade once more, resulting in another exchange of blows. However, it wasn't long before Tang San's complexion paled. Even without the soul rings enhancing the Xuantian hammer, its mere use drained him considerably, leaving him unable to sustain the effort for long. Though Li Wenrui maintained a composed facade, Tang San felt immense pressure. In truth, Li Wenrui's wrist also throbbed, but her overall condition was far superior to Tang San's. "All right, that's enough," Tang Qingxi called out, bringing the spar to a halt. Tang San immediately sheathed the Xuantian hammer, gasping for breath, while Li Wenrui sheathed her ice sword and flexed her wrist. "Take a moment to recover," Tang Qingxi instructed, gesturing for Oscar, who promptly produced a sausage for each of them. "All right, Sister Shi," Oscar replied, extending his finger. "How about a big sausage?" Reciting his soul incantation, he instinctively glanced at Li Wenrui. When Tang San and the others first heard his incantation, they had expressed resistance. Yet this time, Oscar couldn't help but smile as Li Wenrui, unperturbed, calmly accepted his sausage. He then exchanged a glance with Gu Xiong, who merely raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Showing no signs of aversion, Li Wenrui quickly retreated behind Tang Qingxi, while Tang San contemplated as he walked back, even when facing Dai Mubai, whose soul power surpassed Li Wenrui's. He had never felt such strain before reaching level 30. Truly, she was a product of noble upbringing. Tang Qingxi then turned to the others. "Gu Xiong, you and Xiao Wu will spar against Zhu Zhuqing. Shall we make it a 2-on-1? Xiao Wu hesitated to ask. While Li Wenrui's soul power exceeded Tang San's, it was not unreasonable to have Ning Rongrong's support. However, she did outstrip Gu Xiong in terms of soul power. "Yes, don't worry about it," Tang Qingxi replied with a slight smile. Gu Xiong stepped into the clearing, awaiting Zhu Zhuqing, who also advanced. Xiao Wu had no choice but to follow. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing activated their martial souls, while Gu Xiong brandished his rolling pin. His soul rings illuminated, transforming the originally wooden rolling pin into a black short staff grasped firmly in his hands. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing launched their attacks simultaneously, with Zhu Zhuqing arriving first. Unleashing her cat claws full force toward Gu Xiong. Gu Xiong defended with his staff, leaving no gap for Zhu Zhuqing to exploit. As Xiao Wu arrived, she swung her long whip, attempting to ensnare Gu Xiong before executing her waist bow technique. However, Gu Xiong nimbly dodged Xiao Wu's whip, striking Zhu Zhuqing with the short staff, forcing her to retreat. When Gu Xiong turned his attention to Xiao Wu, she immediately employed her second soul skill, Charm. Gu Xiong momentarily froze, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Reacting swiftly, he shut his eyes and summoned his inner strength. As he heard the whip slicing through the air, he raised his staff to block, retreating as the whip entangled around it. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to strike again. Gu Xiong, using sheer force, evaded Xiao Wu and hurled her toward Zhu Zhuqing. He then struck his staff against the short whip, freeing it from the whip's grasp. At that moment, Gu Xiong opened his eyes, pointing his staff toward Xiao Wu's waist. Instantly, she felt a jolt of paralysis course through her body, leaving her staggering and on the verge of collapse, but Zhu Zhuqing was there to catch her. Gu Xiong swept his staff horizontally, launching another assault as Zhu Zhuqing and a slightly recovered Xiao Wu hastily dispersed. Xiao Wu fixed her gaze on Gu Xiong and finally activated her third soul skill, instantaneous movement. In an instant, she vanished from her original position, reappearing behind Gu Xiong. This time, her black scorpion braid ensnared his neck. Sensing the force gripping his throat, Gu Xiong reacted decisively, leaping upwards in accordance with that power. His ascent was so swift that Xiao Wu couldn't execute her next strike. He had already flipped over her head and landed back on the ground, seizing her scorpion braid in the process. They both restrained each other, and Zhu Zhuqing launched another attack. Xiao Wu, undeterred, charged towards Gu Xiong, raising her leg to kick him. Gu Xiong bent his knees and swung his short staff towards her leg, while a flash of golden light enveloped him, blocking Zhu Zhuqing's spectral claws with a resounding clang. Xiao Wu attempted to use her charm again, but Gu Xiong, already on guard, closed his eyes the moment their gazes met. Nevertheless, the charm's suddenness caused a brief delay in his response. Xiao Wu evaded the short staff and exerted force to throw Gu Xiong into the air. Yet, she found it exceedingly difficult. Gu Xiong maintained his footing, using the upward thrust of his staff to halt her advance. Subsequently, he brought the staff down with great force. Realizing the danger, Xiao Wu quickly dodged, attempting to extract her long whip. Gu Xiong, however, did not relinquish his grip on the whip, and they both retreated, disentangling themselves. Standing together, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing wore serious expressions. Gu Xiong spun his short staff rapidly, stirring up a cloud of dust and gravel, his fierce presence pressing down upon Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. The two were forced to retreat repeatedly, unable to find an opening in the relentless assault of the staff, and soon found themselves cornered at the edge of the open ground. Gu Xiong came to a halt, his staff pointed diagonally at the ground. "All right, everyone return." Tang Qingxi called the others back. "So, have you all familiarized yourselves with each other's abilities?" "Sister Shi, he is incredibly strong," Xiao Wu remarked with great admiration. "I am utterly at a loss against him." Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, contemplating the techniques Gu Xiong had displayed. None of her attacks had been effective, and it seemed he had hardly utilized his soul skills. Tang Qingxi produced several tomes, all pertaining to internal martial arts from another world. She had made some modifications based on the learning adaptability of Li Wenrui and the others, making it easier for people from this world to comprehend. Aside from Tang San, everyone received 2 books. Study these on your own when you return. If you have questions, come and ask me. However, do not become too engrossed. This is merely a supplementary means to enhance your strength. Since you haven't studied this from a young age, delving into it now may not be suitable. Focus primarily on cultivating your soul power and martial souls. Learn as much as you can, and if it aids you in practical combat, that is sufficient. Ning Rongrong flipped through one of the tomes, finding it difficult to understand at first glance. However, after skimming through the second book, she grasped its essence, her eyes lighting up. "Sister Shi, is this what you mentioned before, a way for me to possess combat power?" Tang Qingxi nodded. "Indeed, but it requires additional practice. As for how much time you wish to invest, that is up to you, but do not let it interfere with your regular training." "Do Gu Xiong and the others practice this?" Can I become as formidable as they are? Ning Rongrong inquired eagerly. Not quite. Comparatively, your training is more fundamental and easier to grasp, but its overall power cannot match what they have trained in. If you attempt to train like them now, it will hinder your own martial soul's development. This also serves to gauge your aptitude. If anyone shows a high adaptability and talent for this, I will consider providing you with better training. This is why I do not plan to guide you through it step by step. For those from this world, to accept the martial arts from another realm is not so simple. It is easier for those who have started from a young age. But for those who begin midway, unless exceptionally gifted, it is best to stick with foundational practices, which will still yield considerable improvement. Chapter 72. Comprehensive Training Next. I will announce your training plan moving forward. The training facilities are still under construction. Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong will arrange their own sessions. Morning training in the river. And in the afternoon, Zhu Zhuqing will focus on enhancing agility and speed, while Xiao will concentrate on agility and strength. Ning Rongrong and Oscar will continue to strengthen their physical endurance, and during this period, the use of soul power is permitted. Train for 1 hour. Then cultivate for another hour. Tang Qingxi outlined the direction for their training, but notably, Tang San was absent. She turned to him. Tang San, your training will differ from theirs. Sister Shi, what kind of training will it be? Tang San asked curiously. Tang Qingxi handed him a technique for distraction control. Practice this in your spare time. As a control-type soul master, it will be beneficial. Additionally, from now on, work on your whirlwind and spider spear techniques. Start with whirlwind, practice directly under the waterfall, exhaust your soul power, and request a sausage from Oscar to begin your training. Your blue-silver grass is indeed unique, but at your current soul power level, it's too early to study it. Practicing just the whirlwind will be comprehensive enough. I have grouped you together to prepare for the Soul Master competition. 7 will participate, each with a specific role. Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong will serve as primary attackers. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao will provide support. I will cover from a distance, capable of both offense and defense, while Tang San will serve as the main defender. Protecting Rongrong. And Rongrong, you will assist and work on enhancing your own survival capabilities. Generally, in a typical team, there is little chance of an attack reaching you. In the Soul Master competition, other teams pose minimal threat, with the greatest adversary being the Spirit Hall team, whose golden generation consists of 3 members already surpassing level 40. And, by the time of the competition, they will likely exceed level 50. Tang Qingxi felt it necessary to instill a sense of pressure in these young ones, making them aware that the Soul Master competition wouldn't be an easy feat, although not insurmountable. They have already surpassed level 40? Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong expressed their surprise. Their own soul power levels hovered around 30, with the highest being Li Wenrui at 35. To them, level 40 seemed quite distant. After all, this period was not just about their hard work. The Spirit Hall members were also advancing. So, strive diligently and do not feel daunted. My intention in training you here is not to have you combat opponents of equal level. All right, as the training facilities are not yet completed, we will train in the river all day today. Once they are established, these individuals will serve as your sparring partners, and there will be practical exercise time daily. Initially, however, you will act as their practice dummies. Tang San, commence your whirlwind practice now. The rest of you, climb up alongside Tang San, while avoiding the water's impact. The use of soul power is permitted. Having said enough, Tang Qingxi promptly sent them off to train. It was particularly emphasized to be cautious of the water's impact, leaving everyone somewhat perplexed. Isn't the water's impact normal? We've all experienced it. Everyone is accustomed to it. What do we need to dodge? Are the difficulties being increased? Once training commenced, they soon understood the situation. Standing on the slippery and uneven stones beneath the waterfall, with water cascading down from above, maintaining balance proved challenging, and the weight of the Xuantian hammer added to Tang San's struggle to remain steady. Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong joined them. Li Wenrui was the fastest. But as soon as she reached the base of the waterfall, Tang San suddenly lost his footing and fell. Li Wenrui quickly dodged as Tang San, with the Xuantian hammer, splashed a large spray of water in the deep pool. Having initially looked quite graceful, she was thoroughly drenched by the spray. However, she paid it no mind and continued her ascent up the cliff. Gu Xiong soon followed suit, and at that moment, Tang San climbed back up, taking heed of the lessons learned from his previous fall, first acclimatizing himself to the sensation of standing on the stone while wielding the Xuantian hammer. The rushing water collided with the Xuantian hammer, and he felt a tremendous force in his hands. He barely managed to swing the hammer once before focusing intently on stabilizing himself. Just then, Gu Xiong, who had just arrived, was splashed with water from the hammer's impact. Moments later, Tang's sand fell again, prompting Gu Xiong to quickly dodge aside. Observing the situation by the waterfall, Zhu Zhuqing decisively chose to maintain a safe distance from Tang's sand, aware of the deep pool below. She too was caught by the waves stirred up by Tang San's fall and found herself submerged, taking a mouthful of water before resurfacing. Third brother, you've single-handedly increased our training difficulty, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, wiping the water from her face, unable to resist the urge to tease him. Ahem. Tang San coughed awkwardly a couple of times. The heightened difficulty indeed yielded better training results. After speaking, he resumed his efforts to climb the stone. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Zhuqing quickly climbed past him. The others, including Xiao Wu, were also somewhat affected by the commotion. Tang Qingxi observed them and casually retrieved a blue, crystalline orb from her bracelet, tossing it into the deep pool. An invisible wave instantly spread outward, transforming the entire pool into a deep azure hue, and a whirlpool quietly formed. The spinning was not swift, yet it inexplicably exuded a sense of pressure. Tang San, struggling to maintain his balance while wielding the Xuantian hammer, was momentarily stunned, gazing at the deep pool below, bewildered as he looked towards Tang Qingxi. You'll have to experience it for yourself, she replied, leaving the explanation unspoken. She then commenced her own training, channeling her soul power with remarkable speed as she darted through the forest. Xiao Wu and the others could not help but stop, yet their eyes could hardly keep up with Tang Qingxi's velocity. Only Tang San, with his purple extreme demon eye, could barely discern her movements. Previously, Tang Qingxi had either trained alongside them or practiced on the sidelines, never revealing her true training intensity or capabilities. As they witnessed her speed, everyone was left in awe. Is this truly Sister Shi's real speed? Zhu Zhuqing murmured, somewhat dazed, only able to catch a glimpse of a series of afterimages. The terrifying speed raised questions about the extent of Tang Qingxi's strength. However, they quickly returned to their training, aware of the changes in the deep pool, yet failing to recognize the differences. Despite the whirlpool, the pressure it exerted was not as overwhelming as the troubles caused by Tang San above. Upon swimming across the deep pool, they soon realized the distinction. It was exhausting, profoundly so. Yet, it was not merely physical fatigue. It felt more akin to mental exhaustion. Having fallen into the deep pool several times, Tang San was the first to sense the difference, this peculiar fatigue leading him to a sudden realization. This time, they were genuinely enhancing their abilities. If he was not mistaken, the purpose was to train their mental fortitude. No wonder they were permitted to use soul power this time. Chapter 73. The trial for Zhu Zhuqing. Tang Qingxi paused, observing that many had swum across the deep pool, their pace in climbing the cliff noticeably slower. And she smiled slightly. Judging by Oscar's current state, it appeared that Yu Xiaojiang's training had yielded some results, though he could never compare to her. After all, it was not merely a theoretical matter. In terms of resources, she was leagues ahead of Yu Xiaojiang. Thereafter, Tang Qingxi paid no further attention to their situation, having already given them the directive to train independently, confident that any issues would be managed by others. The following day, as some training facilities were completed, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu experienced the plum blossom stakes, enduring attacks from the side, leading to a fair amount of falls. After a month, as everyone began to adapt, Tang Qingxi increased the difficulty by introducing a gravity field. The internal martial arts she provided had clearly tested everyone's adaptability and innate talents. Among them, Zhu Zhuqing exhibited the highest talent and adaptability, followed by Oscar. Xiao Wu displayed the least talent, or rather, the most difficulty in adapting, perhaps akin to a roe. As soul beasts, they ultimately differed from humans, making it particularly challenging to accept an entirely different system. Zhu Zhuqing's talent was indeed commendable, even prompting Tang Qingxi to feel a sense of regret over her potential. However, to determine what superior internal martial arts to pair with her, Tang Qingxi needed to contemplate carefully. The fundamental methods were easy enough for her to provide, but offering something superior to someone outside her circle posed a dilemma. That night, Tang Qingxi summoned Zhu Zhuqing to her quarters. After pouring a cup of tea for Zhu Zhuqing, She reclined against the soft couch and inquired, "What insights have you gained regarding the cultivation methods I provided you?" Zhu Zhuqing sat upright, her expression earnest, responding as if answering an exam. "I feel that my cultivation speed has slightly improved. This seems to be a complete cultivation system, unlike our previous method of meditating to cultivate soul power." Here, Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat perplexed. With such a complete cultivation system, why had she never heard of it before? What identity or background did Tang Qingxi possess to have access to such knowledge? She could not help but ask, "Sister Shi, if such a cultivation method were to spread, it would surely cause quite a stir." "A stir?" Tang Qingxi chuckled softly. "You are among the fastest cultivators in this batch from Shrek, which is why you perceive the difference. Yet, in reality, people like Rongrong and Xiao Wu probably have yet to notice anything at all. Moreover, this improvement in speed cannot be considered rapid. The most fundamental methods do not yield a notably fast cultivation speed, which is why I hesitate to unveil advanced techniques. Of course, mastering advanced internal arts is not something one can achieve in merely a month. Even for Zhu Zhuqing, a month might not suffice to comprehend their essence, let alone cultivate them. The value of basic internal arts exists, but it is not exceedingly high. They resemble her improved distraction control methods, which could be sold, as many factions would be inclined to purchase them. Yet that is the extent of it. The foundational internal arts still hold considerable utility for Tang Qingxi, serving as an effective means to win hearts without the fear of attracting traitors. Advanced internal arts, however, are not to be practiced by those of dubious loyalty or intentions. Zhu Zhuqing, do you desire to learn something superior? Tang Qingxi asked directly. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brightened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. "There are conditions, aren't there, Sister Shi?" "Indeed," Tang Qingxi affirmed with a nod. "What you have received is merely the most fundamental level, and it cannot compare at all to what Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong possess, let alone what I provided them, which is not the strongest yet. Thus, to attain something superior, you must follow my directives, akin to how Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong do." The relationship between Li Wenrui, Gu Xiong, and Tang Qingxi was evidently one of a master and servant. Tang Qingxi clarified, "No, they're my subordinates. This is your choice. There is another option. You can become my disciple, but that entails even greater demands and will grant you access to more formidable cultivation methods. Each individual possesses different compatibility with internal arts, and as the former master of the Yihua Palace, Tang Qingxi had a keen judgment in this regard. Zhu Zhuqing, from her observations, indeed matched well with a certain internal art, though the requirements were considerably high. Were the requirements? Though the age difference between the two is merely 2 years. Zhu Zhuqing has already witnessed Tang Qingxi's capabilities and even now feels that she has only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, rendering her utterly unable to keep pace. The master-disciple relationship is not beyond acceptance, especially considering the superior cultivation methods that can be acquired. I will observe your progress and determine if you meet the requirements. Today, I am merely here to gauge your thoughts. Regardless of your choice, you will need to follow me in the future. Zhu Zhuqing is well aware of her family background, and a decision must be made. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing replied, "I have no issue following Sister Shi, but my family may attempt to interfere with my decision, though I cannot guarantee their success. That poses no problem. Your resolve is what matters. Should you meet the requirements, I will bear the pressure from your family," Tang Qingxi stated with clarity. Zhu Zhuqing confirmed, "Sister Shi is aware of my family background?" Tang Qingxi nodded. "Good. While I am uncertain of the requirements, I will strive to meet them," Zhu Zhuqing declared resolutely. Tang Qingxi tilted her head, assessing Zhu Zhuqing. "This requirement cannot merely be met with effort. I must caution you that should you choose this path and fail to meet the standards, the first choice will vanish. I only hope to become stronger." Zhu Zhuqing had no reason to reject a superior cultivation method. "Very well. May your desire for strength remain unwavering," Tang Qingxi smiled. "For now, focus on mastering the fundamentals swiftly, which will facilitate your future practice of advanced techniques." "Understood, Sister Shi," Zhu Zhuqing replied before returning to her dormitory. Once Zhu Zhuqing departed, the white cat, Eru, leaped onto the soft couch and pawed at Tang Qingxi. "Are you taking on another disciple? This girl is indeed suitable, but whether she can meet the requirements remains uncertain," Tang Qingxi admitted candidly. though she did not harbor complete confidence in Zhu Zhuqing. Shortly after Zhu Zhuqing left, there was another knock on the door. This time, it was Dai Mubai. Unable to contain himself, Dai Mubai approached Tang Qingxi and inquired, "Sister Shi, are you not planning to take me and Ma Hongjun to the Soul Master competition?" Tang Qingxi regarded Dai Mubai, recognizing that the first test had arrived. Dai Mubai, you wish to participate in the Soul Master competition, do you? I indeed do not plan to take you, but you may join the training. Whether you can change my mind is entirely up to you. The next day, after breakfast, Dai Mubai gathered with Tang San and the others. Yu Xiaojing noticed that only Ma Hongjun remained among his students, with Ma Hongjun still being a disciple of Flander. He assumed Ma Hongjun was staying out of respect for Flander and remarked, "It appears I am indeed inferior to Tang Qingxi. Ma Hongjun, you should go too." Ma Hongjun felt a chill run down his spine. He dared not comply. His past misstep of teasing Tang Qingxi nearly cost him his life, leaving a deep psychological scar. "Teacher, I still prefer to learn from you," Ma Hongjun said with a nervous smile. His progress under Yu Xiaojing had been considerable, and he did not feel the need to go to Tang Qingxi's side. He lacked grand ambitions and had little interest in the Soul Master competition. "Are you certain you wish to continue training with me?" Yu Xiaojing, believing Ma Hongjun was only staying for Flander's sake, felt somewhat comforted. "Yes, I'm certain." Ma Hongjun nodded vigorously. "Very well." A smile broke through Yu Xiaojing's stiff demeanor. "I will ensure you receive proper guidance." Tang Qingxi led the group to the cliff, where Oscar approached Dai Mubai. "Hey, Boss Dai, you made it." Of course, if I hadn't come, I would truly miss out on the Soul Master competition. The key point was that the current team genuinely had a chance to compete in the Soul Master competition. Upon reaching the cliff, Dai Mubai began training alongside the others. Yet something felt amiss. He sensed an unusual ease. While everyone else wore weighted inner armor, he did not. Perhaps the available inner armor was unsuitable for him. However, Oscar had boasted about various training methods in the dormitory, which he also lacked. Doubt crept into Dai Mubai's mind. As for Zhu Zhuqing, he had longed to draw closer to her, but their separate training schedules meant they rarely crossed paths. Now that they were finally training together, Zhu Zhuqing immediately returned to her regimen, focusing on cultivating her soul power. Dai Mubai thought Zhu Zhuqing was intentionally avoiding him, but in reality, she was merely compressing her rest time and had no opportunity to engage with him. "Zhu Zhuqing, must you avoid me so?" Once again, he sought to approach her. But as he reached her vicinity, Zhu Zhuqing rose to resume her training. Annoyed, Dai Mubai called out, "Zhu Zhuqing." She turned to him with a perplexed expression. "I'm busy training. What do you want? Why do you keep avoiding me?" Dai Mubai inquired, his tone serious. Zhu Zhuqing found his confusion baffling. "I need to train. If you have something to say, say it. Otherwise, go train." Zhu Zhuqing had no intention of engaging in an argument with Dai Mubai. Tang Qingxi had promised to shoulder the pressure from her family if she chose to follow her. What did Dai Mubai represent in comparison? She had traveled a great distance to Shrek, not for Dai Mubai, but for her own future. She did not wish to risk being discarded or even facing death at her sister's hands because of him. If they ultimately failed, neither would meet a favorable end. Now that she had the opportunity to break free from her family's cruel rules, she was determined to exert every effort. With that, Zhu Zhuqing resumed her training, and despite Dai Mubai's attempts to detain her, she deftly evaded him with remarkable speed. Tang Qingxi observed Dai Mubai's pursuit of Zhu Zhuqing from a distance, and, seeing his continued insistence, called out sharply, "Dai Mubai, do not disturb others during their training. Do you truly wish to improve yourself?" Given Dai Mubai's behavior, how could she expect to take him to the Soul Master competition? Called out by Tang Qingxi, Dai Mubai's expression stiffened, and Zhu Zhuqing returned to her training area, forcing him to turn back and continue his own training. In the afternoon, a group of soul masters who frequented the Great Soul Arena, hired by Tang Qingxi, arrived to spar with Tang San and the others. To her surprise, the supervisor of the Great Soul Arena also appeared and approached Tang Qingxi directly. "Greetings," the newcomer said politely, a smile gracing his face. "I am A.O., the supervisor of the Great Soul Arena in Soto City." "Ah, Supervisor A.O., I recall you. What brings you here?" Tang Qingxi inquired. Although Shrek's graduation requirements included silver and gold badges, Tang Qingxi was unconcerned. It had been a while since she last visited the Great Soul Arena, a place bustling with individuals where one could hone practical experience and earn money. However, Tang Qingxi did not lack financial resources. She preferred to save time and avoid the hassle of back-and-forth trips by hiring others. Due to personal circumstances, has the participation of Soul Masters in the Grand Soul Arena diminished? Have they sought you out? Indeed, I represent the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City, and I wish to invite Ms. Tang, who has achieved 12 consecutive victories, along with your students, to engage in a team battle. Supervisor Ao spoke with a somewhat grave expression. Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What troubles have befallen the Grand Soul Arena?" Supervisor Ao sighed and replied, "I shall speak candidly. 3 days ago, several noble families from Soto City enlisted a team of Soul Masters, all of whom possess Silver Soul badges. For 2 consecutive days, these nobles have placed substantial bets on them, and their victories were utterly predictable. Generally, Soul Masters of the Silver rank possess levels above 40. But this team consists entirely of Soul Sovereigns. The Grand Soul Arena lacks a silver team of Soul Sovereigns, and our copper teams cannot compete. If this continues, the Grand Soul Arena will be unable to bear the ongoing losses, and today those nobles have increased their stakes. You are already a rare talent with your 12 consecutive victories at the Grand Soul Arena. I have heard from some Soul Masters that you also bring along students who are formidable and mostly at the Soul Sovereign level. Hence, we wish to invite you to lead a team for a battle, and the Grand Soul Arena is willing to offer compensation. A silver team of Soul Sovereigns? While Tang Qingxi was not motivated by the reward, she considered that after such extended training, it would be beneficial to test and refine her team. Most of her students were only in their 30s, with some yet to reach the Soul Sovereign level. Chapter 75. Preparing for the Royal Battle Team, Supervisor Ao nodded. Somewhat troubled. Indeed, not only that, but they also boast optimal soul ring configurations. Against other teams of the Grand Soul Arena, they possess a significant advantage in soul skills. He was aware that some of Tang Qingxi's students even surpassed the optimal configurations. Moreover, the Soul Masters mentioned, including those from Shrek Academy, were highly regarded for their strength. Tang Qingxi's 12 consecutive victories were a testament to her ability to triumph over opponents of higher ranks with ease. He had also inquired about Tang Qingxi's past, realizing that even as a great Soul Master, she could defeat Soul Sovereigns, and now she had advanced to the Soul Sovereign level herself. In this urgent moment, he did not hesitate to reach out to her, hoping to secure her assistance. Miss Tang, this invitation is extended to you. If we can achieve victory in this battle, the Grand Soul Arena is prepared to offer 10,000 gold soul coins as a reward, Supervisor Ao added. 10,000 gold soul coins meant little to Tang Qingxi. However, her interest was piqued. 10,000 for each person? She probed. Supervisor Ao was momentarily speechless, but noting that Tang Qingxi did not appear to outright reject the request, he reluctantly nodded. Yes. Initially, the plan was indeed only 10,000 gold soul coins in total. However, after 2 days of losses, a few extra thousand could alleviate the Grand Soul Arena's troubles. Please provide me with the information regarding that team. I would like to review it first. Expressing interest is one thing. Agreeing is another, she stated. Very well, I have the information prepared. Supervisor Ao replied promptly, producing the documents. You may review them, and I will await your response. Supervisor Ao adopted a humble demeanor. Although he had assessed Shrek Academy and found it lacking in wealth, Tang Qingxi was not in a similar position. She could afford to hire individuals daily, making it uncertain whether the gold soul coins would entice her. Tang Qingxi received the documents and unfolded them in her hands, which neatly detailed the team's information. The team was named the Royal Battle Team, consisting of 7 members, all possessing Silver Soul badges. The captain was named Yu Qianheng, a powerful Assault-type Soul Master with a Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Spirit at level 39. The vice-captain, Dugian, wielded a green-scaled Serpent Spirit and was a Control-type Soul Master at level 38. Other members included Shi Mo and Shi Yin, both with the Xuanwu Turtle Spirit at levels 38 and 37 respectively, as well as Yu Feng, a Wind-type Soul Master at level 36, and Ao Si Luo, a Swift Attack-type Soul Master also at level 36. The final member, Yi Lingling, was an Auxiliary Soul Master at level 35 with a 9-heart Begonia Spirit. All members exhibited a configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. What business do these individuals have in Soto City, with spirits such as the green-scaled serpent, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and 9-heart Begonia? Tang Qingxi mused with a smile after reviewing the information. She was quite familiar with these spirits. The most notable soul master with the green-scaled serpent spirit was the titled Douluo, and Xuantian was known to be the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit was even more renowned, hailing from one of the top 3 sects, and this individual was a relative of Yu Shaojing. The Nine-Heart Begonia was a supreme auxiliary spirit known for its healing prowess. Miss Tang, you are acquainted with them? Supervisor AO discerned from her tone. Indeed, Tang Qingxi affirmed, but chose not to elaborate on their backgrounds. This battle is worth pursuing, and it would be beneficial to encounter a team participating in the Soul Master competition beforehand. Being aware that they were preparing for the Soul Master competition, Tang Qingxi had researched the prominent academies and their likely team compositions. This team would likely represent the Tiando Royal Academy and participate as a seed team in the competition. The information she held was far more comprehensive than what Supervisor AO had presented. I accept your invitation. I will bring my team to the Grand Soul Arena tonight. Tang Qingxi concluded, closing the documents. Excellent. Supervisor AO exhaled in relief, grateful for her acceptance. I shall await your arrival at the Grand Soul Arena tonight. After Supervisor AO departed, Tang Qingxi compensated the individuals she had hired and sent them on their way. She then raised her voice, channeling her inner energy to ensure her words reached every ear. Everyone, cease training and gather here. In truth, Tang Qingxi was confident in her students' abilities to confront this team without needing to intervene herself. However, having not fought in a while, she felt a desire to stretch her muscles. Primarily, she did not intend to allow Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong to engage. It was prudent to keep some strategies concealed. Upon hearing Tang Qingxi's command, everyone promptly halted their training and assembled around her. Sister Shi, do you have no arrangements? Oscar inquired curiously. Tonight, I will take you to the Grand Soul Arena for a confrontation with a team that will also compete in the Soul Master competition, Tang Qingxi announced. Handing the documents to Tang San. A team for the Soul Master competition? The group immediately huddled together to examine the information. Wow, Oscar gasped, unable to suppress his surprise. The lowest soul power level is 35? The captain is from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, which is regarded as a top-tier beast spirit, known for its formidable attack abilities. Ning Rongrong recognized the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit, while another spirit in the documents caused her expression to grow serious. We must deal with this Nine-Heart Begonia swiftly during the battle. Indeed, the Nine-Heart Begonia is a rather unique spirit, possessing immense healing capabilities and solely focused on healing. Regardless of the number of soul rings, it has only one soul skill, which is an area-wide healing effect. Tang Qingxi nodded in agreement. As a premier auxiliary spirit, Ning Rongrong clearly understood the implications of the Nine-Heart Begonia's abilities. Furthermore, regarding the green-scaled serpent spirit, some of you may have heard of it. The individual known as the titled Douluo, the poison overlord, possesses the martial soul of the emerald-scaled Douluo. What connection does this person have with the titled Douluo? Dai Mubai's expression shifted, and he inquired urgently. Indeed, she is his granddaughter. And those two, with the Xuanwu turtle martial souls, are also among the finest in defensive martial souls. It is likely that this will be the seed team from the Tiando Royal Academy. You must defeat the teams from the Tiando region in the Soul Master competition to encounter them in the finals. It is quite unexpected for them to appear in the Soto City Great Soul Arena. This is intriguing. We must seize this opportunity and allow you to engage with them in advance. Tang San and the others felt a bit of pressure, yet Tang Qingxi remained remarkably composed. Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong would not be participating but would observe from the sidelines. Now, everyone should rest and recover their soul power and state in preparation for battle. Chapter 76. Pre-battle arrangements. Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong are not participating? This could be problematic, right? Upon hearing that the two strongest individuals, aside from Tang Qingxi, would not take the stage, Dai Mubai felt a bit uncertain. Tang San and the others shared similar concerns. It was evident that this would be a test of their training over the past days. Winning was not their primary concern. What mattered more was their own performance, which must not falter. Tang Qingxi urged them to quickly recover their soul power and state, prompting them to either rest or train, though their expressions were somewhat grave. Regardless of individual strength, they had yet to engage in a collective practical combat scenario. Tang Qingxi did not elaborate further, focusing on recovering her own spent soul power from earlier training. After a considerable time, As everyone regained their states, they exchanged glances, contemplating the battle that awaited them that night. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was somewhat complex as she looked at Tang Qingxi and said, "Sister Shi, I have broken through to level 30. Wow, you are quite impressive, achieving level 30 at just 12. Oscar exclaimed in surprise. He had thought reaching level 30 at 14 was swift, yet these individuals continuously outshone him. Indeed, continue to strive, Tang Qingxi encouraged, recognizing Zhu Zhuqing's diligence in her training. All right, Zhu Zhuqing nodded. While Zhu Zhuqing's breakthrough was a minor interlude, most of their thoughts remained focused on the impending duel. Tang San studied the materials Tang Qingxi had provided earlier. The information was straightforward, and he had grasped the essential details. Seeing that they were all prepared, Tang Qingxi spoke. Let us discuss our thoughts regarding the upcoming duel. I have but one objective. Ning Rongrong interjected eagerly, as others hesitated to articulate their thoughts. Our primary target must be that support-type Soul Master. The Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul possesses formidable healing abilities. My father once said that the Nine-Heart Begonia is a miracle among martial souls. With it present, it is not easy to be defeated. Therefore, once the battle commences, we must ensure she is removed from the battlefield. Otherwise, before her soul power is exhausted, it will be challenging for us to inflict any damage on our opponents. Tang Qingxi nodded in agreement, but remained silent, directing her gaze towards the others. Zhu Zhuqing reflected for a moment before adding, "Then I will attempt to get close to that support-type Soul Master to see if I can eliminate her. The Soul Master with the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul, indeed, needs to be dealt with promptly. In truth, the most reliable method would be for Tang Qingxi to take action. She could undoubtedly neutralize that Soul Master without any complications." Zhu Zhuqing was confident that no one on the opposing side could stop Tang Qingxi. However, Tang Qingxi did not express an opinion on this, and Zhu Zhuqing chose to step forward, as she was the fastest after Tang Qingxi. Yet, the opponents would surely protect their support-type Soul Master. And with her soul power level only at 30 and lacking a third soul ring, she might not be able to handle the situation. "We will do our best to restrain the others," Tang San added in agreement. Noting that the young lady had mentioned the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul was indeed formidable and required focused attention. He continued, "In addition to that support-type Soul Master, we must also pay special attention to their captain and vice-captain. That Emerald Scale Snake Soul Master is skilled in poison, correct? A snake martial soul typically struggles with control. She uses poison to dominate the battlefield?" Exactly. Tang Qingxi refrained from commenting too much, observing their thought processes. Nevertheless, addressing their inquiries was not an issue. And Oscar's second soul skill would likely not withstand the poison of the Emerald Scale Snake. At best, it could temporarily suppress the toxins. The Tang sect was also adept in poison, and earlier, Tang Qingxi had provided Tang San with ample materials for concocting antidotes. A person skilled in poison must also possess the ability to resist and detoxify. After contemplating the remaining materials at his disposal, Tang San said, "I will prepare a batch of antidotes for the Emerald Scale Snake poison shortly." Although uncertain of the toxicity of the Emerald Scale Snake's poison after being enhanced by soul rings, his antidote, combined with Oscar's sausages, would serve as a double safeguard. Even if it could not completely neutralize the poison, it would minimize its effects. Moreover, I have another idea. After extensive discussion, they generally established a strategy. Yet, at this point, they only understood the basic characteristics of their opponent's martial souls and were not familiar with their specific soul skills. True combat would likely require adaptability and improvisation. Subsequently, Tang Qingxi led them back to Shrek Academy, preparing to dine before departing for Soto City. Flander and Yu Xiaojiang were aware of Tang Qingxi's invitation to the Great Soul Arena and the impending duel against the Soul Master team. Their special visit to Tang Qingxi, who had not been to the Great Soul Arena for some time, indicated that the arena could not muster any other teams, and that team must possess significant strength. They were quite concerned and awaited their return to inquire about the matter at the cafeteria. Tang Qingxi casually handed over the materials provided by the manager. "Ayo, there are some familiar faces within. Such a team?" Yu Xiaojiang was somewhat astonished and speculated on the origins of this group. What could have brought them to Soto City? Tang Qingxi had already clearly explained the background of the Tiando Royal Academy team. Yu Xiaojiang's attempts to obscure the truth were utterly futile. Tang Qingxi was quite eager for this match, especially with Ning Fengji's connections. She could potentially secure a spot for the Tiando Royal Academy in the martial soul competition. As an academy established by the Tiando Empire, they were entitled to at least 2 team slots. One seed team automatically advancing to the finals, and a second team competing in the preliminary rounds for a chance at the finals. Tang Qingxi initially aimed to secure a spot for the second team, but she also entertained the possibility of obtaining a seed team slot. This would greatly simplify matters, sparing them from having to contend with the teams from Tiando during the preliminary rounds. After all, most teams faced off against them during the Soul Master competition were, in essence, victims of their prowess, with only a handful of teams providing any meaningful challenge. Tang Qingxi held this confidence. What are your plans? You will be facing a team with a minimum level of 35, Flander asked with great concern. Qingxi, the 2 you have brought must participate, right? Unfortunately, their opponents only had 7 members, meaning Tang Qingxi's side could only field 7 participants, and not everyone could compete. Tang Qingxi shook her head in response. No, Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong will not participate. What? Yu Xiaojiang frowned disapprovingly. Chapter 77. How dare this team enter the arena? Do you feel confident in defeating them under these circumstances? Yu Xiaojiang pressed further. This is merely a training exercise. Winning is not the sole objective. Grasping the situation with Tang Qingxi was undoubtedly a certainty, regardless of whether Tang San and his companions could hold their ground. She would stand as their safety net. However, she would not voice this outright, as it was essential for Tang San and the others to commit wholeheartedly. This sentiment resonated with Yu Xiaojiang, who nodded in agreement. Their opponent was the Tiando Royal Academy, and there was little concern about the adversaries resorting to ruthless tactics. The outcome of the match was not of paramount importance. Victory would be delightful. Yet defeat could instill a sense of urgency in Tang San and his team to strive harder. Since these individuals were not under his direct supervision, Yu Xiaojiang refrained from further commentary. Nonetheless, given that this was their first foray into team combat, both Flander and Yu Xiaojiang were eager to witness the prowess they would showcase. Thus, he remarked, let us proceed to the Great Soul Arena shortly. The absence of micromanagement brought Tang Qingxi a sense of relief. The recent trials and tribulations had fostered a degree of growth within her. After finishing their meal, Tang Qingxi led the group on their way to Soto City. Upon reaching the Great Soul Arena, they spotted Supervisor Ao anxiously waiting at the entrance. He harbored some apprehension about being stood up by Tang Qingxi, especially since no deposit had been made. When he saw Tang Qingxi approaching with her entourage, his spirits lifted, and he hurried over to greet her. Miss Tang, you have finally arrived. Tang Qingxi paused for a moment, glancing at the sky. It was not particularly late. Is the soul battle about to commence? Supervisor Ao quickly waved his hands, sensing her misunderstanding. No. Allow me to escort you to the lounge. We will notify you when the event is about to begin. Very well, Tang Qingxi replied, casting a curious glance at Supervisor Ao. What was with his apparent urgency? After all, they were the distinguished team invited to the Great Soul Arena, and Supervisor Ao had arranged a VIP lounge for them. The VIP lounge was exceedingly opulent, spanning 200 square meters, adorned with expansive leather sofas that could comfortably accommodate a dozen individuals. The decor was predominantly golden, exuding an air of splendor. On the crystal coffee table before the sofa lay an array of exquisite snacks and beverages. On one side of the room, a large transparent crystal allowed a clear view of the central soul arena outside, while the interior remained concealed from the outside. As they entered the room, Tang Qingxi, Dai Mu Bai, and the others maintained their composure, but Tang San and Xiao Wu could not help but look around in wonder. Flander, following closely behind, gazed in awe, wishing he could take something home. Supervisor Ao warmly welcomed them. By the way, let us choose a name for your team. I will handle the registration for you. We must follow the proper procedures before the battle, but I will take care of everything. A team name? Tang Qingxi had never been particularly interested in such matters. So she settled onto the sofa and turned to Tang San. Why don't you all decide? Tang San and the others pondered the suggestion. How about we call ourselves Shrek? Flander proposed, suggesting it might help to raise Shrek's profile a little. Tang Qingxi was indifferent, and since Tang San and the others had no objections, Supervisor Ao proceeded with the arrangements. In another equally luxurious VIP lounge, 7 young men and women, each with distinct characteristics and appearing to be around 20, were resting. Sitting in the center was a tall young man with long black hair, clad in a blue outfit, who exuded a subtle air of danger despite not being particularly striking. Leaning against him was a seemingly languid young woman with deep purple short hair and green eyes that lent her an enigmatic quality. By the window, two handsome young men with golden short hair were casually chatting while sipping their drinks, exuding an aura of leisure. On the floor, against another wall, two robust men with square jaws sat cross-legged, meditating, imparting a sense of gravitas. Lastly, a woman stood in the darkest corner of the room, clad in black with a veil covering her face, her eyes void of emotion. These 7 individuals were the members of the royal duel team, whom Tang Qingxi and her companions were about to face. The seated duo were the team leader Yu Qianheng and vice captain Gu Dian, while the two handsome men by the window were the Wind Lark Soul Master Yu Feng and the Ghost Leopard Soul Master Luo. The two brothers meditating on the floor were the Xuanwu Turtle Soul Masters, and the figure in the shadows was the 9-Heart Begonia Support Soul Master Yi Lingling. They awaited the commencement of the team battle when the door to the room opened and a figure entered. The arrival of this individual caused everyone in the room, including team leader Yu Qianheng, to rise and bow respectfully. Teacher. The man who walked in appeared to be in his 30s, with an unremarkable appearance and simple attire. However, his expression bore an unusual tension, prompting Yu Qianheng to step forward and quietly inquire, "Teacher Qin, is something amiss?" Qin's brow furrowed. "I have just received a brief overview of your opponents from the city lord. Take a look." He approached the crystal table and sat down, producing a piece of cloth with inscriptions and spreading it across the table. The members of the royal duel team quickly gathered around, their expressions shifting as they examined the document. Weren't they specifically invited by the Great Soul Arena? Yu Qianheng remarked, puzzled. The information revealed that only 2 members were above level 30, one of whom was a food-type soul master. The rest had soul powers as low as level 25, with one individual having achieved 12 consecutive victories, including a match against an opponent over 10 levels higher, which they won with relative ease. While this indicated a capacity for combat beyond their level, considering them as possessing soul sovereign strength amounted to merely 2 members with such combat capability, and the food-type soul master lacked offensive prowess. What audacity does this team possess to enter the arena? The handsome youth Yu Feng shrugged. The Shrek team comprises 7 members, bearing a copper soul badge, yet only the one with 12 consecutive victories has reached the copper rank. Do they truly have the qualifications to compete in team battles against us? Vice Captain Gu Dian pondered aloud. Teacher Qin, displaying clarity of thought, cautioned, do not underestimate this team. If they lacked capability, the Great Soul Arena would not have gone to the trouble of inviting them. But the disparity in our strengths is too vast. Interjected the Ghost Leopard Soul Master Luo. The members of the royal duel team scrutinized the information closely, striving to comprehend why this team had been specially requested by the Great Soul Arena. Team leader, Tang Qingxi, Martial Soul, Black Jade Plum Blossom, level 25 Assault-type Soul Master. Soul Rings, unknown. Team member, Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, level 29 Control-type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team member, Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Rabbit, level 29 Close Combat Assault Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team member, Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul, Phantom Spirit Cat, level 27 Agility Attack Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team member, Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul, 7 Treasure Glaze Tower, level 26 Support Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team member, Oscar, Martial Soul, Sausage, level 31 Food Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, level 38 Assault Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Below this information, there is a note. Except for Oscar and Dai Mubai, the data for the other members is 4 to 5 months old, and their current strength is unknown. Special attention should be paid to the captain, Tang Qingxi, who, at level 25, easily defeated a level 38 opponent with a copper badge. There's really nothing much to see. Although the strength of the Copper Badge Soul Masters in the Grand Soul Arena is not impressive, to be able to defeat opponents of a higher level does show some skill. In the end, only Tang Qingxi and Dai Mubai are worth noting. The others are not to be feared. I believe we can simply combine our efforts to defeat these two. After thoroughly examining the data, Yin couldn't help but chuckle disdainfully. Yin, I have told you countless times, never underestimate your opponents, especially since this information is not entirely accurate. Teacher Qin interjected with a cold snort, causing the members of the royal fighting team to immediately sober up and refrain from speaking. Although they were all rebellious, they held a unique respect for their teacher. Teacher Qin, whose full name is Qin Ming, is 34 years old and recently broke through the 60th level to become a Soul Emperor. It is said that he is the second youngest Soul Emperor recorded in the history of the Spear Hall. A Soul Emperor at 34 is the aspiration of every member of the royal fighting team. Yu Qianheng gestured to Douluo Yin, signaling her to remain silent, and turned to Qin Ming, saying, Teacher Qin, what aspects of the Shrek team should we pay attention to? From their martial souls, the 7 treasure Glazed Tower undoubtedly warrants attention, but their levels differ greatly from ours. Even with the assistance of the 7 treasure Glazed Tower, the gap cannot be significantly closed. Additionally, there is the 38th level Soul Master wielding the White Tiger martial soul. As for their captain, I have never heard of the existence of the Black Jade Plum Blossom martial soul, and the unknown soul rings certainly raise questions. If she managed to defeat an opponent of a higher level without using any soul skills, then she indeed requires careful consideration. Qin Ming nodded slightly. Your analysis is quite astute. Currently, this is all the information we have on the Shrek team. The Grand Soul Arena summoned them in haste, leaving no time to gather detailed data. Everything will only be revealed when we truly engage in battle. Remember my words, never underestimate any opponent. Since the Soto City Grand Soul Arena has specifically invited them, there must be some confidence behind it. Now, time is of the essence. Follow me. With that, Qin Ming rose and led the way out. As he walked, he silently sighed. If the Shrek team truly hails from that academy, they should not be underestimated. Otherwise, significant setbacks are inevitable. Yet perhaps this is for the best, as overly smooth growth is often more susceptible to breakage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Qingxi received a notification from Supervisor AO and led her team out of the VIP lounge. The central arena of the Grand Soul Arena sparkled under the dazzling golden lights of the soul guiding devices. In the center of the massive arena, the ground suddenly rose, revealing a circular platform with a diameter of 2 meters, which slowly ascended. Below the platform, a golden hollow column became visible as a young woman emerged. She appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old, dressed in an elegant white gown, possessing striking beauty, and holding a sound amplification soul device. Her face adorned with a professional smile. It is a great honor to see all distinguished guests once again. The young woman waved to the audience. The platform that had brought her up quietly descended, returning to its original position without leaving a trace. It is a privilege to host the group Battle Soul competition for all esteemed guests once more. I hope everyone enjoys themselves tonight. There will be a highlight event this evening, and we have arranged only this one soul battle. Both teams are exceptionally young and powerful, truly talented. I will be providing commentary throughout the event. Now, let me introduce the teams. Royal Fighting Team, Captain, Yu Qianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Shrek Team, Captain, Tang Qingxi, Martial Soul, Black Jade Plum Blossom. As the host, Douluo merely provided a brief introduction of both teams' martial souls, not even mentioning the soul power levels. As the Grand Soul Arena lacks certainty regarding the Shrek side's soul power levels, Supervisor AO, being cautious, kept Tang Qingxi and her team's soul power levels confidential. He was aware that the Royal Fighting Team had investigated Shrek's 7 members, but time constraints meant they would not have the most timely information, thus putting the Royal Fighting Team at a disadvantage. Without further ado, let's welcome both teams to the stage. Douluo expressed with anticipation for the remarkable performances these talented soul masters would deliver. As she spoke, a burst of white light suddenly erupted from Douluo, and a pair of pristine white wings quietly extended from her back, with 3 yellow soul rings appearing around her. As her 3rd soul ring illuminated, she flapped her wings and soared into the air. She, too, was a soul master of the soul respect level, possessing the white dove martial soul. And her 3rd soul ring granted her the ability to fly. The doors on either side of the arena opened silently. The members of both teams entered in an orderly fashion, making their way toward the center of the arena. Chapter 79. The information is indeed unreliable on the left. The Royal Fighting Team entered, with Yu Qianheng leading the way and Douluo Yin instinctively leaning beside him. Following closely were the Shijiao brothers, then Oscar and Yu Feng, with the nine-heart Si Tang's soul master, Yi Lingling, bringing up the rear. On the Shrek side, Tang Qingxi was naturally at the forefront, with Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing behind her, while Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai followed, and Ning Rongrong and Oscar brought up the rear. As soon as both teams entered, the gazes of Tang Qingxi and Yu Qianheng collided in the air. Yu Qianheng appeared somewhat surprised, as the members of the opposing team seemed quite young. Many appeared to be only in their teens, which was indeed extraordinary given their soul power. Previously, Yu Xiaojiang had suggested they conceal their true circumstances for better deception. But Tang Qingxi had dismissed the idea, feeling it unnecessary to prepare at the last minute, so they emerged as they were. Tang Qingxi merely cast a cursory glance at Yu Qianheng, harboring no fondness for the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. After a fleeting glance, she turned her attention to the host. Those little white wings look rather amusing. Attention, soul masters participating in the team battle. You now have 1 minute to summon your martial souls. You may only attack when I announce the start, until one side surrenders, is completely defeated, or falls from the arena. Suspended in midair, Douluo flapped her snow-white wings while speaking in a melodious voice to both teams. This voice signaled to the members of both teams that the battle was about to commence. Standing at the entrance where the royal fighting team had emerged was their leader, Teacher Qinming. On the Shrek side, spectators included Li Wenrui and Flinder, among others. Flander immediately spotted Qinming 100 meters away, and his expression shifted. It was unexpectedly this young man. The master looked at him with confusion. Do you know the opposing team's leader? Flander chuckled. It's a secret. I'll reveal it after this soul battle concludes. On the central soul fighting platform, simultaneously, all 4 team members from both sides unleashed their martial souls. At this moment, Shrek's formation was led by Dai Mubai, who let out a fierce tiger roar, his muscles swelling instantly, claws springing forth from his tiger paws. His sharp gaze fixed directly on Yu Qianheng. Behind him, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also activated their martial souls, while Tang Qingxi stood in the back, her plum blossoms of ink and jade gently swaying in her palms. The last in line, Ning Rongrong, also released her martial soul, a dazzling spectrum of colors radiating forth. As for Oscar, he had already prepared his sausages in advance, ready to adapt his creations to the evolving battle. Tang San positioned himself in front of Ning Rongrong and Oscar, blue-violet blue-silver grass quietly emanating from around his body, endlessly releasing, occupying their side of the ground. Simultaneously, for strands of blue-silver grass stealthily entwined around the waists of Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong and Oscar. The 5 formed a cohesive unit centered around Tang San. The most agile, Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Qingxi, did not require Tang San's blue-silver grass for control. The information was highly unreliable. Yu Qianheng observed the martial souls and soul rings released by the 7 opponents, his expression growing serious. The data indicated that only 2 had reached the soul sovereign realm, but in reality, only 2 had not. Aside from Tang Qingxi, who had yet to reveal her soul rings, the others were adorned with the optimal soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. The formation of the royal fighting team differed slightly from that of Tang Qingxi's group. They were led by the defensive Xuanwu, Turtle Soul Masters, the Shijiao brothers at the forefront. After releasing their martial souls, the 2 leaned forward, their backs half-bent, as earthy yellow light coalesced to form a massive dark yellow turtle shell. Between the gaps of the Shijiao brothers, Yu Qianheng could be seen, a radiant blue light igniting from his brow, swiftly spreading across his body, blue-violet electricity swirling around him. His right arm was entirely covered in blue-violet scales. His hand transformed into a dragon claw. Behind Yu Qianheng, Douluo's green eyes sharpened, her cold aura devoid of any human emotion, her legs merging into a thick serpentine tail. The ghost leopard soul master, Osro, underwent minimal change, his hair turning black, his pupils becoming slit-like, his whole being exuding an air of latent danger. The most significant transformation occurred with the wind bellbird soul master, Yu Feng. His arms morphed into brown-yellow wings, and he soared high above, watching over Tang Qingxi and the others. Due to the densely packed front line of the royal fighting team, Tang Qingxi and her companions could not see the auxiliary soul master, Yi Lingling. The soul battle commenced. The hovering announcer declared the start. igniting the battle like a fuse to explosives. With a thunderous roar, Dai Mubai was the first to charge at the opponents. Enveloped in a layer of golden light after activating his white tiger shield, his imposing momentum striking awe. The Shurjia brothers showed no sign of fear as they stood firm against Dai Mubai's charge. As Dai Mubai stomped heavily on the ground, he leaped into the air, his tiger claws aimed at their heads. At the same time, Ning Rongrong's amplification of the 7-treasure glazed tile enhanced his power and speed, intensifying Dai Mubai's momentum once again. However, the Shurjia brothers effortlessly neutralized Dai Mubai's attack, retracting their heads into their turtle shell just in time, leaving Dai Mubai's claws to scrape against the hard shell, sparking a flurry of sparks and numbing his claws from the rebound. At that moment, a blue figure rushed towards Dai Mubai, a robust dragon arm shimmering in brilliant blue. As it neared, blue lightning coalesced in midair into a claw shape, heading straight for Dai Mubai. Just then, an enigmatic force enveloped them. Dai Mubai felt his body lighten and swiftly twisted to evade. Yu Qianheng felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an imminent danger. Tang Qingxi appeared behind him, displaying a degree of mercy against these foes, consciously suppressing the murderous aura within her domain. Xiao Wu dashed past them, directly confronting the charging ghost leopard soul master, Osro, while Zhu Zhuqing searched for her opportunity. Tang Qingxi observed Yu Qianheng's lightning-wreathed dragon claw, a slight smile gracing her lips as she raised her hand, her palm forming a claw, pale as bone, directly facing Yu Qianheng's dragon claw. The robust dragon claw collided with Tang Qingxi's slender arm. In Chapter 80, the battle against the royal fighting team unfolded. Yu Qianheng appeared quite surprised. This Tang Qingxi dared to take on his attack directly. Such audacity was remarkable, perhaps stemming from her prior victories against soul sovereign opponents. Yet, he could not be compared to those in the Grand Soul Arena. However, upon collision, Yu Qianheng felt an overwhelming force, his eyes widening in shock. In the next moment, not only did his claws suffer immense pain, but he also lost control, sent flying by Tang Qingxi's strike. The blue lightning from his dragon claw dissipated under the chilling aura surrounding Tang Qingxi. Their leader had unexpectedly sent the opposing captain flying at the first encounter, leaving the Shurjia brothers astonished as they hurried to shield Yu Qianheng from Tang Qingxi's pursuit. Delaying them, Tang Qingxi urged Dai Mubai to hold back. But how could she not pursue? She leaped gracefully, her toes lightly touching the Shurjia brothers' turtle shell. Meanwhile, noticing that the royal fighting team's attention was focused on Yu Qianheng, Zhu Zhuqing's figure flickered as she dashed towards the rear of the royal fighting team, near the edge of the soul fighting arena. Upon hearing her, Dai Mubai swiftly swept his foot towards the Shurjia brothers' legs. The Shurjia brothers' turtle shell crashed down, their legs retracting into its protective cover, as Dai Mubai's sweeping kick aimed at the shell. At that moment, the blue-silver grass entwined around Dai Mubai's waist exerted its strength, pulling him back a meter, causing his kick to miss its target. The defensive strength of the Xuanwu Turtle Soul Masters was formidable. At this stage, none of their team could breach it, save for Tang Qingxi, who might attempt. However, it was clear Tang Qingxi had no intention of engaging the Shurjia brothers. She had a more pressing target. Dai Mubai's Sikik, weak against the turtle shell, would likely cause harm to himself rather than his foes. The goal was merely to distract the Shurjia brothers. And Tang San's coordination with Dai Mubai was indeed effective. Behind the Shurjia brothers, Dugian, another control-type soul master, observed the battlefield, taking note of Zhu Zhuqing's intent to rush towards the back. Moreover, as Tang Qingxi passed by the Shurjia brothers, her target was not Yu Qianheng, but rather Dugian. Seeing this, Dugian activated her second soul ring, green mist billowing forth, enveloping the battlefield in a thick haze. At that moment, the members of the royal fighting team, during the brief interlude in battle, were seen shoving something into their mouths, rendering them unaffected by the green mist. However, they were taken aback to find that the Shrek team members mirrored their actions instead of seizing the opportunity to attack. As Shrek's team consumed something, they exhibited no adverse effects from the toxins surrounding them. However, Tang Qingxi had approached, causing Dugian's expression to change immediately. Yu Feng, return and protect Yilingling. Dugian shouted, aware that while she was in peril herself, as long as Yilingling was present, even if injured, she could swiftly recover. Even Yu Qianheng had been sent flying by a single strike, unaffected by the poison mist. Douluo Yin understood she could not contend with Tang Qingxi, making Yi Lingling's safety paramount. Initially airborne, Yu Feng's target was to confront the auxiliary soul master on the opposing side, but Tang San's blue-silver grass continuously hindered him. With a fire igniting behind him, Yu Feng could only retreat. With his departure, Tang San found himself at ease, no longer needing to guard against Yu Feng, and unleashed a torrent of blue-silver grass to ensnare the Shijia brothers, coordinating an assault with Dai Mubai. He remained vigilant of Xiao Wu's situation. But the back and forth between Xiao Wu and the ghost leopard Osro meant that neither could gain the upper hand for the moment. Yu Tianheng, observing Tang Qingxi charging towards Douluo Yin, saw the second and third soul rings radiate brilliantly. In that instant, he could no longer hold back. The strength of this battle team exceeded their expectations, especially that of the captain, Tang Qingxi, who had yet to reveal a single soul ring, yet could send him flying. This was truly terrifying. It was evident that the other members had made significant progress compared to the information he had, but their overall strength still lagged behind. The greatest concern lay with Tang Qingxi, whose powers surpassed his own, displaying formidable speed and strength. Just moments ago, Yu Tianheng sensed a profound power that could very well be a talent domain. Despite appearing younger than himself, she possessed strength that eclipsed his. Along with a talent domain, this astonishingly formidable genius was indeed an adversary not to be underestimated. With a furious roar, Yu Tianheng unleashed his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul, activating his 1,000-year soul skill, Thunder Fury. Instantly, an incredibly dazzling blue lightning surged around him, accompanied by an explosive force. Thunder Fury had an effect. For a limited time, it placed the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus soul master in a berserk state, enhancing lightning power by 100% and soul power by 50%. If he did not voluntarily cease the skill, it would continue until his soul power was exhausted. Each activation of Thunder Fury inherently consumed a great deal of energy and imposed a significant burden on his body. Were it not for the immense threat posed by Tang Qingxi, Yu Tianheng would never have recklessly unleashed his third soul skill. Tang San, observing this, tentatively unleashed a wave of entanglement towards Yu Tianheng, but the blue-silver grass could not withstand that explosive energy, instantly reducing the entangled strands to charred remnants. Consequently, Tang San no longer spared Yu Tianheng a glance, focusing instead on assisting Dai Mubai against the Shijia brothers. He had complete faith in the strength of the young lady. Thunderous fury, Yu Tianheng bellowed again, as the countless bolts of lightning encircling him amplified simultaneously, transforming into a multitude of lightning arrows that shot out in all directions. The arrows aimed at Tang Qingxi were particularly numerous, with their range also threatening Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. Osro the ghost leopard chose to retreat, and the Shijia brothers sheltered within their turtle shell, exposing Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai to the onslaught of lightning arrows. However, the two were still ensnared by blue-silver grass, and Tang San swiftly pulled them back. Tang Qingxi sensed the explosive energy behind her, while Douluo Yin once more spewed forth a denser cloud of poison mist in an attempt to restrain her. With a light smile, she left only an afterimage in her place. The lightning arrows pierced through the afterimage, causing it to shatter in an instant. Yet Tang Qingxi's figure was nowhere to be seen. Yu Tianheng stood dumbfounded. He had unleashed his most potent attack, Thunderous Fury, in berserk mode, only to find the target had vanished. All his strength seemed to have dissipated into thin air. Douluo Yin's expression shifted dramatically as she turned around. In this moment, Tang Qingxi had feigned an attack from start to finish. Even her strike against Yu Tianheng had merely been a curiosity to gauge his strength. Her true objective was, in fact, Yi Lingling. Both Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin realized this when they noticed Tang Qingxi's figure drawing closer to Yi Lingling. Yu Tianheng rushed after her, but could only watch as Tang Qingxi distanced herself further from him. Gather, Douluo Yin shouted. The Shijia brothers and Osro the ghost leopard swiftly returned, determined to prevent Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing from rejoining their team, regardless of the consequences for Yi Lingling. Although this action placed Yi Lingling in peril, Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing also found themselves severed from Tang San and his group, delving deep into the rear of the Emperor fighting team. In truth, Zhu Zhuqing's initial strategy was to swap herself with Yi Lingling, directly taking Yi Lingling off the battle stage. After all, her soul power level was relatively low, lacking a third soul ring, making it challenging to directly confront the Emperor fighting team's formidable members. Sacrificing one Yi Lingling would be a worthwhile trade. Without the assistance of an auxiliary soul master for recovery, the Emperor fighting team would struggle to endure, particularly with Tang Qingxi actively engaged. They stood no chance of victory. However, Tang Qingxi's participation led her to reject Zhu Zhuqing's strategy as unnecessary. At this moment, Yu Feng found himself entangled with Zhu Zhuqing. Winds arise and clouds gather. Noticing the situation, Yu Feng no longer held back, his purple soul ring radiating fiercely as his wings vibrated violently. A surge of azure soul power erupted, coalescing in the air into a massive bird shape that dove towards Tang Qingxi. Yet, the hasty release of his soul skill meant he was still occupied with hindering Zhu Zhuqing, limiting his altitude. The price was being thoroughly wounded by Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly claw. Despite such a cost, he could not impede Tang Qingxi. She nimbly evaded Yu Feng's assault and, leaping high, landed upon his back as he soared to avoid Zhu Zhuqing's pursuit, using his momentum to spring forward while simultaneously sending Yu Feng crashing downward, landing between Zhu Zhuqing and Yu Tianheng. Seeing he could not catch up to Tang Qingxi, Yu Tianheng readied his Thunder Dragon Claw against Zhu Zhuqing but had to restrain his force. Aware she could not escape, Yi Lingling immediately unleashed her soul skill, at least helping Yu Feng recover from his injuries. Accompanied by a faint fragrance, a white light descended from the heavens, taking the form of petals that gently floated down onto Yu Feng, seamlessly integrating into his body. His wounds healed rapidly. Tang Qingxi regarded the pink and white begonia flower cradled in Yi Lingling's hands and remarked, "This flower is quite lovely." The members of the Flower Palace were predominantly flower enthusiasts. Although Tang Qingxi had not shared this affinity initially, her prolonged stay had inevitably influenced her. The graceful begonia drew her gaze for a moment, but she soon callously seized Yi Lingling, effortlessly carrying the defenseless auxiliary soul master to the edge of the stage and casually tossing her down. At that moment, Yi Lingling could only helplessly withdraw her martial soul, bow her head, and stand at the edge of the platform for a moment before making her way towards Qinming. After dealing with Yi Lingling, Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind Tang Qingxi, joining her side. The time from the beginning of the battle to when Yi Lingling was cast off the soul-fighting platform by Tang Qingxi was remarkably brief. Yu Tianheng truly did not anticipate that a team they initially underestimated could so swiftly reduce their numbers by one. The Shrek team was already formidable, and now, with the absence of Yi Lingling, a soul master with exceptional healing abilities, they faced a considerable challenge ahead. Tang San and his companions began to advance, preparing to support Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing. The brothers from the Shijia clan, wielders of the Xuanwu turtle martial soul, stood resolutely before Tang San and the others. With a simultaneous low growl, their second soul rings blazed to life, and the turtle shells on their bodies emanated a soft glow. "Transform the shield." The brothers roared in unison as the turtle shells from their chests and backs oddly separated into their hands, morphing into two massive turtle shell shields. Without their shells, their once formidable physiques appeared noticeably diminished, as if the shells were a manifestation of their very bones and essence. While Yu Tianheng, the most notable member of the Huangdou team, possessed the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, the Shijia brothers were not far behind in combat prowess. The Xuanwu turtle martial soul also ranked among the elite, yet typically did not showcase its full strength during regular battles. At this moment, however, the Huangdou team found themselves at a disadvantage, and the Shijia brothers were prepared to unleash their full might. Locking eyes, they shouted in unison, launching their enormous turtle shell shields toward Tang, San, and Dai Mubai. The shields whirled through the air with a menacing force, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Remarkably, each shield was tethered by a yellow soul power that connected the brothers' hands, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng, accompanied by Oscar and the rejuvenated Yu Feng, charged toward Tang San and his team. Tang San frowned, puzzled that they had left only Duge Yin to confront the young lady and Zhu Zhuqing, clearly intending to amass their strength to neutralize them first. Duge Yin had yet to employ her third soul skill, indicating her confidence in being able to hold off Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing. However, the thought of Duge Yin being a poison soul master made Tang San chuckle. Attempting to wield poison before the young lady was a fool's errand. a miscalculation of monumental proportions. On Tang Qingxi's side, she stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing consumed a recovery sausage that Oscar had given her earlier, replenishing her expended stamina and soul power. Duguyan let out a piercing cry. Her emerald eyes transformed into a deep violet, and even the green scales of her serpentine tail shimmered with a faint lavender hue. Opening her mouth, she unleashed a dense purple mist that swiftly spread through the air, surging toward Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing. The toxic mist acted as a barrier, isolating Duguyan from Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing, cornering them at the edge of the soul-fighting platform. Duguyan recalled Qin Ming's warning. Her third soul skill was indeed highly toxic. Even Yu Tianheng would not dare to approach it lightly. A mere touch could lead to a swift demise. However, Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing were already at the platform's edge. All they needed to do was leap down to evade the toxic mist. Duguyan's intent was clear, to force them down and join Yilingling. As Tang Qingxi observed the encroaching toxic mist, she inhaled the foul aroma that had begun to permeate the air, her expression betraying no fear, only a faint smile. Chapter 82. The Battle Against the Huangdo Team. Hidden weapons and poison were the hallmarks of the Tang sect, the very essence of terror that instilled fear in the hearts of the martial world. Tang Qingxi, being the culmination of the Tang sect's ultimate techniques, found Duguyan's attempt to wield poison before her laughable, as Tang San had surmised. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she produced a water jar from her bracelet and hurled it into the toxic mist, shattering it with a swift strike, dispersing the water mixed with the antidote into a fine mist. As the toxic mist encountered its nemesis, the purple haze lost its vibrancy upon contact with Tang Qingxi's water vapor, dissipating until it was intangible, leaving only traces of moisture in the air and on the soul-fighting platform. With a wave of her hand, Tang Qingxi led Zhu Zhuqing directly out of the poisonous cloud. In truth, she herself was impervious to the toxic mist. It was only for Zhu Zhuqing's sake that she needed to expend effort to neutralize it. How could this be? Why can you dispel my Lindsay do? Duguyan's expression faltered as she witnessed her toxic mist falter, her composure crumbling as she sunk into a state of disbelief. Today was undoubtedly the most crushing day of her life. Her pride and her poison had proven utterly ineffective against this team. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng was already engaged in a fierce struggle with Tang San and his companions, oblivious to Duguyan's plight. Confident in her ability to utilize her third soul skill, they felt assured. Yu Tianheng and Dai Mubai clashed with fervor, with Dai Mubai decisively unleashing his third soul skill, the White Tiger Vajra transformation, and activating his second soul ring, releasing a milky white energy sphere that collided with Yu Tianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw. The shockwave from their clash caused Tang San and the others to retreat slightly. Xiao Wu continued her duel with the ghost leopard Osro, while Oscar faced the brunt of the pressure. The Wind Bell Bird Soul Master, Yu Feng, soared in the air, her wings poised like blades, ready to dive toward Ning Rongrong. Tang San did his utmost to shield Ning Rongrong, but he had to contend with the Shijia brothers as well, inevitably leaving gaps in his defense. At this moment, Oscar decisively drew a short knife. His training under Tang Qingxi had not been in vain. Of course, facing Yu Feng directly was still beyond him, but he could at least manage to absorb a blow to assist Ning Rongrong when Tang San was preoccupied. It was crucial that Ning Rongrong's amplification not be interrupted. With a sausage clenched in his teeth and a short knife in hand, Oscar confronted Yu Feng's razor-like wings. Upon impact, Oscar was sent sprawling to the ground, skidding several meters, a metallic taste flooding his throat as he quickly swallowed his sausage. Xiaoao, Ning Rongrong shouted in concern. I'm fine. Despite the blow, Oscar's expression was rather invigorated. He felt a thrill at the prospect of being able to defend someone, especially when that someone was the one he secretly admired. From the moment Ning Rongrong entered Shrek Academy, Oscar had been harboring feelings. Yet, he had hesitated due to her personality, but now witnessing her transformation, he could not help but feel a resurgence of emotion. Yu Feng hovered in the air, perplexed by the situation. How was this team managing to display even a modicum of combat capability, even from a support-type Soul Master? While not formidable, it was still quite astonishing that a support-type Soul Master could withstand one of her strikes. Meanwhile, Tang San, employing the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, confronted the approaching Turtle Shell Shield. Channeling his inner strength, His palms radiated a lustrous jade hue. Although the four turtle shields seemed to block Tang San's path, he adeptly maneuvered through them, evading their sharp edges. In quick succession, Tang San struck the leftmost shield with both palms, pivoting his body to deliver blows to another shield. The control over the crane and the capture of the dragon commenced, utilizing strength against strength as the formidable soul-powered tortoise-shell shield was directed outward. As the four surrounding shields were on the brink of colliding, two muffled grunts simultaneously escaped the lips of the Shurja brothers. The soul power connected to the tortoise-shell shield abruptly retracted, forcibly altering the direction of the shields. Moreover, the target of the tortoise-shell shield shifted towards the blue silvergrass that he had released. The sound of severing resonated densely as several strands of blue silvergrass tethered to other teammates were cut. At this moment, Tang Qingxi had already approached Douluo. In the face of her toxins being utterly ineffective, Douluo comprehended that she could never hope to match Tang Qingxi. Nevertheless, she stubbornly refused to concede, swinging her serpent tail in an attempt to strike at Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi deftly raised her hand, grasping the serpent tail, and brought Douluo crashing to the ground. Yu Feng, taking a moment to glance back, intended to check if Douluo had forced her opponent off the soul arena, hoping to provide support. However, upon turning, he was met with a shocking sight. "Yanzi," he shouted, and Yu Tianheng sensed something amiss, turning to witness a drastic change in his expression. He immediately exchanged a glance with the Shurjiao brothers, freeing himself from Dai Mubai's grasp to rush towards Douluo's aid. Dai Mubai aimed to obstruct him, yet the Shurjiao brothers wore solemn expressions, their bodies glowing with purple light as they finally unleashed their Millennium Soul Ring abilities. At this juncture, Yu Feng and Asro also withdrew. Just as Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai were poised to pursue, Tang San sensed an impending danger. "Don't chase, everyone come back." Given the uncertainty surrounding the Shurjiao brothers' third soul skill, Tang San deemed it wise to exercise caution. The four tortoise-shell shields were suddenly summoned back at an astonishing speed, each piece exploding into 16 diamond-shaped shards under the influence of the purple light, instantly shooting forth and nearly sealing off the entire area in front of the two Xuanwu tortoise soul masters. The exploding tortoise-shell technique was an area of effect attack, both offensive and defensive. The two tortoise shells shattered into 32 pieces each, revolving violently within a 10-square-meter radius around them, creating a tumultuous air pressure that distorted the surrounding atmosphere, resembling a colossal meat grinder. They strategically separated, maximizing the third soul skill's impact while avoiding mutual collision. As Yu Qianheng and his team retreated, they intentionally lured their opponents towards the center. Fortunately, Tang San's timely warning prevented Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai from getting caught in the onslaught. Witnessing the imminent danger, Xiao Wu promptly activated her third soul skill, teleporting to a safer distance, while Dai Mubai, despite attempting to move closer, was struck twice by the outermost shards. However, he activated the White Tiger Barrier, sustaining only minor injuries, and after consuming Oscar's sausage, he was no worse for wear. Yet, the tortoise-shell vortex obstructed their path, leaving Tang San and his team helplessly watching as Yu Qianheng and his comrades rushed back to support Douluo. Chapter 83. Battling the Royal Fighting Team Shijia. Upon seeing Yu Qianheng's return, the situation shifted to a 2 versus multiple scenario for her and Tang Qingxi, and Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of anxiety. She was not concerned about Tang Qingxi's ability to fight. Rather, her worries stemmed from potentially being a burden to her. Tang Qingxi, however, firmly grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand while dragging Douluo, retreating to the edge of the soul arena. Douluo, forced to the ground and being dragged, felt utterly humiliated. She even dispelled her martial spirit midway, but Tang Qingxi reacted with lightning speed. Having lost her serpent tail, she swiftly seized Douluo's ankle, continuing to pull her along. "Something is wrong with your body," Tang Qingxi remarked suddenly. "You still insult me." Douluo, misinterpreting Tang Qingxi's comment as a critique of her figure, was momentarily taken aback. "No, why are you poisoned?" Tang Qingxi replied earnestly. "What is wrong with your martial spirit? Or is your family's martial spirit inherently flawed? There's no logic in cultivating poison that ultimately poisons oneself. You should ask your grandfather about this." "What did you say?" Douluo was left in disbelief. Tang Qingxi shrugged, unceremoniously tossing Douluo off the soul arena, leaving her with a parting remark. If I can cure your poison, then I certainly know how to wield it better than you. You should return and consult your grandfather. If you continue like this, you won't last for many more years. She was acutely aware that Douluo had unleashed toxic mist merely to coerce them off the soul arena, which posed no genuine threat to her. Nonetheless, Tang Qingxi chose to reciprocate a measure of mercy. Douluo, now off the soul arena, remained perplexed. How could she, with her renowned poisonous by scale, serpent martial spirit, and a grandfather known as a titled Douluo for his mastery of poison, harbor toxins within herself that threatened her life? Tang Qingxi turned back, facing Yu Qianheng and the others. You focus on holding back that ghost leopard soul master. I will face this blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. It had been a while since she had engaged in a direct confrontation, so she flexed her wrists and spoke to Zhu Zhuqing. All right, Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Yu Qianheng, still puzzled, noted that Tang Qingxi had yet to reveal her soul rings, having not utilized a single soul skill. Is this person so arrogant that she deems them unworthy of her soul skills? His curiosity persisted. Are you still not going to use your soul skills? He inquired, weighing heavily on his mind. Tang Qingxi offered no response, simply gesturing with her hand. Come on, let us exchange a few blows. Your soul power is running low. Don't waste time. Yu Qianheng's expression darkened. He had been channeling Thunder Fury for quite some time and could not sustain it much longer. With two teammates already lost, if his soul power were to be depleted, the royal fighting team would almost certainly concede defeat. Yet, he was unwilling to relent. Thus, Yu Qianheng refrained from further words, raising his dragon claw to charge at Tang Qingxi. Meanwhile, Yu Feng, the Wind Bell Bird Soul Master, and Osro, the Ghost Leopard Soul Master, seemed poised to attack Zhu Zhuqing. Tang Qingxi, with the ink jade plum blossom swirling in her hand, plucked two petals and sent them flying towards the base of Osro's wings. The petals arrived with such swiftness that Yu Feng could not evade in time. Struck at the root of his wings, he felt an immediate numbing sensation coupled with an insidious chill penetrating through. Yu Feng found himself unable to flap his wings. Plummeting from the sky, his wings reverted to arms, momentarily frozen, rendering him incapable of lifting them. Yu Tianheng's expression shifted dramatically. What is this? A soul skill? Yet he had no time to ponder Yu Feng's plight as Tang Qingxi advanced towards him. In stark contrast to the crackling lightning enveloping Yu Tianheng, Tang Qingxi maintained a calm demeanor, her soul power fluctuations seemingly minimal. As Yu Tianheng swung his dragon claw to collide once more with Tang Qingxi, the sensation became even more pronounced. He could not budge her. The figure before him, though slender and devoid of considerable soul power fluctuations, seemed to harbor immense strength within. Even in his thunder fury state, he could not displace Tang Qingxi. He was baffled. How could a plant-type martial spirit, without its manifestation, possess such unyielding and domineering strength? Moreover, with each clash, a bone-chilling cold seeped into his dragon claws, causing him to shudder involuntarily. It was no wonder that Yu Feng had been directly knocked down. However, the advantage of being in Thunder Fury was that while Tang Qingxi managed to deflect his dragon claw, he at least remained grounded. Realizing his soul power was nearly exhausted, Yu Tianheng raised his dragon arm, unleashing a mighty dragon roar as he activated Thunderous Might once more, channeling the last remnants of his soul power to direct the energy solely towards Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi did not shy away this time. Rather, a chilling aura enveloped her, revealing a hint of golden light amidst the frost. The furious lightning instantly engulfed Tang Qingxi, causing Yu Tianheng to stagger in exhaustion. On the other side, Osro's third soul ring ignited, and his pupils constricted momentarily. Amidst the swirling purple light of the soul ring, his bones crackled ominously, and from his very essence, a leopard-shaped shadow separated, charging towards Zhu Zhuqing in unison with his original form. The third soul skill of the Ghost Leopard Soul Master, the Leopard Shadow Doppelganger, was activated. Zhu Zhuqing felt the pressure intensify. She was already several levels inferior to Osro, and facing a third soul ring. She would have been defenseless had it not been for Tang Qingxi's rigorous training over the past days. Yet, under Osro's full force, she found herself struggling. For he was no ordinary soul master, but a member of the seed team from the Tiando Royal Academy, as mentioned by Sister Shi. Unexpectedly, amidst the tumultuous lightning and enveloping cold, Tang Qingxi's silhouette remained obscured, but a sudden dark light surged forth, striking Osro's doppelganger. The shadow faltered momentarily, twisting dangerously as it nearly collapsed. Osro could not help but emit a muffled groan, momentarily halted. The injury to his doppelganger affected him as well, for they were both manifestations of his martial soul, and a chilling presence seeped through, invading his core. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Juqing swiftly retreated to avoid a direct blow. As the surging lightning gradually dissipated due to Yu Qianheng's waning soul power, the cold mist cleared, revealing Tang Qingxi, standing unscathed and composed, hands clasped behind her back. Yu Qianheng was left dumbfounded. Having endured his thunderous onslaught, Tang Qingxi emerged not only unharmed, but also possessed the strength to counterattack Osro mid-battle. Such formidable prowess left him in awe, shattering his mental fortitude. Meanwhile, the Shi brothers pressed towards Tang San and his companions, only to find themselves soaring into the air. Tang San, accompanied by Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai, and Oscar with Ning Rongrong, sprouted wings and ascended, leaving the Shi brothers powerless to respond. They flew directly towards Tang Qingxi, with Oscar's role extending beyond mere recovery and detoxification. In this dire situation, Yu Tianheng sighed heavily, realizing their fate was sealed. Tang Qingxi possessed the strength to dismantle their team one by one. In her presence, he saw no glimmer of hope and felt utterly drained. Qin Ming approached the edge of the battle arena, raising his head to the stupefied host, Douluo, who had been watching in awe. "Announce the results. We concede," he stated. Earlier, Qin Ming had spotted Flinders standing at the entrance of the Shrek team and was astonished that Shrek Academy had recruited such a prodigy. The term genius felt woefully inadequate to describe Tang Qingxi. Even with his own strength, Qin Ming found himself unable to fathom Tang Qingxi's capabilities. Du Guiyan stood behind Qin Ming, her expression one of resignation. They had indeed lost. Yet, within her a stubbornness lingered. They had not been defeated by the entire team, but by Tang Qingxi alone. Resistant to poison and lightning, excelling in both ranged and close combat. How could such an aberration exist? The Dove Soul Master and host, Douluo, remained fixated on Tang Qingxi throughout, utterly captivated. She even forgot to deliver her commentary, unsure how to articulate what she had witnessed, having failed to comprehend Tang Qingxi's techniques. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Douluo snapped back to reality and hurriedly announced, "In the team battle, the royal fighting team concedes. The Shrek team wins." Upon hearing the results, Dai Mubai and the others wore complex expressions. They had not dominated the match, and both Dai Mubai and Oscar had sustained injuries, while Xiao Wu had faced significant peril. However, as they valiantly resisted the royal fighting team's assault, Tang Qingxi had effortlessly eliminated two members of the opposing team, subsequently rendering Yu Qianheng powerless, depleting his soul power, and injuring Yu Feng and Osro. This victory could be said to be solely Tang Qingxi's achievement. "Sister, she is incredible. Sister, she is extraordinary," Oscar exuberantly cheered. On the other hand, the members of the royal fighting team were not severely injured. The chilling energy within Osro and Yu Feng had gradually dissipated with the flow of their soul power, while Yu Qianheng was merely exhausted from expending all his energy. Tang Qingxi had shown considerable restraint. After all, it was likely they would visit the Tiando Royal Academy in the future, and such a valuable training partner should not be turned into an enemy. Nonetheless, they each wore grim expressions as they descended from the battle arena to face Qin Ming. "We are sorry, Teacher Qin, we lost." Remembering Qin Ming's earlier warning not to underestimate the Shrek team, they felt the sting of embarrassment. The thought of their formidable opponent, Tang Qingxi, coupled with the realization that their peers appeared significantly younger, sent a chill down their spines. Qin Ming, however, wore no frown, but instead a gentle smile. Perceiving this not as a negative outcome, Yu Tianheng bowed his once proud head. "Today's defeat is my fault. I underestimated them. Tianheng, even if there is blame, it does not rest upon you. Rather, as a control-type soul master and the soul of the team, I failed to guide everyone effectively. I also underestimated them. Upon realizing that my Ling green mist was ineffective, I should have anticipated their means to counteract the poisonous fog, and I should not have engaged Tang Qingxi alone." Du Guiyan's voice trembled with emotion. Her overconfidence in her poison had led her to follow Yi Lingling too closely, resulting in her being cast off the arena by Tang Qingxi. Throughout her life, Douluo had seldom shed tears, her journey largely smooth sailing. With her rare control over poison, her prestigious background, and soul power surpassing most of her peers, she had always stood atop the pyramid. Today's defeat struck her harder than anyone else. She had played no role in the battle, and at that moment, humiliating tears streamed down her cheeks as her mental state crumbled. Seeing this, Yu Feng and Asro wished to speak, but were halted by Qin Ming's raised hand. For you, although this match resulted in defeat, it is ultimately a blessing, Qin Ming remarked with a smile. Yu Qianheng paused, glancing at Qin Ming, suddenly enlightened. Asro could not help but inquire, Teacher Qin, how can such a crushing defeat be considered a blessing? Qin Ming replied calmly, because you have always had it too easy. While facing adversity now, this setback has not inflicted irreparable harm. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is the inability to learn from it. Remember, there are always greater talents beyond your own. I believe you will strive harder to enhance yourselves in the future. The Shrek team's victory over you serves as a wake-up call. Each of you possesses extraordinary talent and potential. I offer you but one piece of advice. He paused, sweeping his gaze over each member of the royal fighting team. Grow through failure. Grow through failure, the team members echoed. Qin Ming waved his hand. All right, return and rest. As soon as possible, recover quickly. I still need to meet someone. After speaking, Qin Ming turned and strode away. The members of the Imperial battle team also gathered and headed towards the passage, but before departing, Douluo glanced back at Tang Qingxi. The words Tang Qingxi had previously spoken weighed heavily on her heart, and Tang Qingxi noticed her gaze. Just go ask your grandfather. I can't possibly deceive you. With that, Tang Qingxi led the Shrek team towards the entrance. Upon reaching the presence of Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang, the expression on Yu Xiaojiang's face was quite complex. Indeed, Tang Qingxi's strength surpassed his expectations. Furthermore, she had trained Tang San and the others exceptionally well, allowing them to hold their ground even against opponents with significantly higher soul power. Even Oscar managed to withstand the assaults of a battle soul master. That was an impressive performance. Flanders couldn't help but praise, despite feeling a twinge of envy towards Tang Qingxi. It was no wonder she chose not to involve Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong. Their presence was unnecessary. We're all relying on Sister Shi. We must strive even harder, Zhu Zhuqing remarked. She felt particularly moved, having spent most of the time during their soul battles alongside Tang Qingxi, with Tang Qingxi often being the one to resolve conflicts. Indeed, our role has primarily been to assist Sister Shi in distracting the opponents. Tang San nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of introspection and self-awareness. Tang Qingxi felt quite satisfied with their performance today. Let us continue to work diligently. When we meet again in the Soul Master competition, I am confident you will be able to triumph over them. Chapter 85. Senior Qin Ming had also undergone rigorous training for quite some time, and now he announced a decision to grant you 3 days of leave. Tang San and the others were momentarily stunned, but then their faces lit up with joy. Continuous training had exhausted them physically, but the mental fatigue had been accumulating. Finally, the prospect of 3 days of respite allowed them to relax, filling them with an indescribable happiness. Even Zhu Zhuqing appeared slightly more at ease. Oscar couldn't help but cheer with delight. Tang Qingxi, however, did not particularly feel pity for them. The initiation of mental training indeed imposed a considerable burden, and rest was essential. At that moment, a figure approached leisurely, Qin Ming, the leader of the Imperial battle team. He stepped before Flanders and performed a disciple salute. Dean Flanders, how do you fare? Disciple Qin Ming pays his respects. Flanders adjusted the crystal glasses perched on his nose and smiled lightly. I thought you had forgotten about us, you little rascal. Your strength is growing. It seems it won't be long before you catch up to us old-timers. Qin Ming stood respectfully with his hands at his sides, regardless of the time. The Dean will always be my teacher, and I shall forever remain a disciple of Shrek Academy. Hearing this, Tang San and the others exchanged surprised glances. He was evidently the leader of the Imperial battle team, yet his words implied that he had once been a student at Shrek as well. Tang Qingxi remained calm. She knew the details of the Tianshou Royal Academy's team, and was aware that Qin Ming was one of their former teachers. Flanders raised a hand and patted Qin Ming on the shoulder. It has been many years since you left the academy, yet you remain so formal. Allow me to introduce you. This is Master, and these little monsters you have seen on the Battle Soul platform are currently students of the academy. Is that the Master? Qin Ming looked at Yu Shaojiang in astonishment and respectfully performed a disciple salute. Greetings, master. Are these students your prot-GS? They are truly remarkable. Yu Shaojiang appeared somewhat awkward at this compliment, shifting slightly to decline the acknowledgement. They are not my students. There is no need for such formality. Taken aback by Yu Shaojiang's refusal of his salute, Qin Ming hesitated, regardless of whether these children were Yu Shaojiang's prot-GS. He was now a teacher at the academy, and it was appropriate for him to show respect. Flanders chuckled. You are his nephew's teacher. From that perspective, you are indeed peers, so he naturally won't accept your formalities. As they reminisced, Tang Qingxi lost interest and waved her hand. Let us depart. It's late. We should arrange for supper and stay in the city tonight. We can either return tomorrow morning or explore freely. Upon hearing Tang Qingxi's words, the group began to leave. Qin Ming was momentarily stunned. With both the dean and the master present, there were no specific arrangements made. How could these students simply leave? Flanders chuckled awkwardly and added, they have just finished their soul battles and are tired. This is not the place for conversation. Cool, let's go outside together and catch up after so many years. Qin Ming readily agreed, casting curious glances at his junior colleagues. He was intrigued by them. Though they appeared quite young, many had already reached the Soul Master realm, an astonishing rate of cultivation. Particularly striking was Tang Qingxi, who had not revealed a single soul ring from beginning to end. It was unclear whether she merely concealed her soul rings or had truly not employed any soul skills. This team was evidently younger and more exceptional than the members of the Imperial Battle Team, cultivated by his own Tianshou Royal Academy. As they exited the central Battle Soul area, Supervisor Ao awaited them outside, having prepared the promised reward for Tang Qingxi. Upon seeing Tang Qingxi emerge with her companions, Supervisor Ao quickly donned a radiant smile, showering her with compliments. Miss Tang, thanks to your assistance, it is no wonder that those you have trained are all top-tier talents. Enough, Tang Qingxi interjected, raising her hand to halt him. Just give me the payment. No need for such flattery. Of course, of course. Supervisor Ao promptly handed her a card containing 70,000 gold soul coins. Tang Qingxi flipped it to Zhu Zhuqing. Distribute this. Everyone who participated on the Battle Soul platform should receive their share. She then continued walking, eager to avoid any further flattery from Supervisor Ao. Is there a reward? Tang Sen inquired, puzzled. Tang Qingxi nodded. The Grand Battle Soul Arena specifically invited us, so naturally, there would be compensation. The teams from the Battle Arena are no match for the Imperial Battle Team. Qin Ming's eyes widened slightly at her words. Sister Qingxi is aware of our background? Indeed. Tang Qingxi Zipli. I assembled this group to participate in the Soul Master competition, so I naturally conducted some research on the teams involved. I must say, this year, Tianshou Royal Academy finally produced a commendable team. In previous years, the teams from Tianshou Royal Academy had been rather lackluster. But this Imperial Battle Team was indeed impressive. Tianshou Royal Academy was established by the Tianshou Empire, correct? So, is this team the strongest in Tianshou? Tang Sen asked curiously. Tang Qingxi shook her head. Not necessarily. In past competitions, the Tianshou Royal Academy's teams often failed to make it into the top 3, falling short even against the 5 major elemental academies within Tianshou. This year's teams from the 5 elemental academies are also formidable. Were it not for the Royal Academy's C team position, they might not even reach the finals. Tang Qingxi's words were unvarnished, making Qin Ming feel a bit awkward. Yet he could not dispute her claims. Historically, the strength of Tianshou Royal Academy's teams had been rather average. It is rather wasteful of resources. The Royal Academy of Tiandou stands as the largest institution for advanced soul masters in Tiandou. Regrettably, it relies heavily on its royal connections for such resources and facilities. However, due to its royal background, the students admitted are predominantly aristocrats, most of whom are spoiled and coddled, resulting in few of them being truly exemplary. The Royal Battle Team has been fortunate, managing to have individuals like Duge Yin and Yi Lingling, and with Yu Tianheng reaching maturity. I wonder what the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family thinks. Typically, such direct descendants are cultivated within their own sex, yet they allowed him to attend the Royal Academy of Tiandou. Otherwise, they would struggle to form a competent team. Oh, and their also Senior Qin Ming, who would treat them as treasures to be cherished. Chapter 86. A nominal member of the Royal Academy of Tiandou, Qin Ming, coughed a couple of times upon hearing this. Junior sister, I am currently a teacher at the Royal Academy of Tiandou. Very well. I shall refrain from further comments, Tang Qingxi responded, acquiescing gracefully. Qin found himself increasingly curious about Tang Qingxi. Her background seemed to indicate she possessed a thorough understanding of the royal battle team's members and their histories. The group subsequently found a hotel, reserved rooms, and settled down in the restaurant. Order whatever you like, Tang Qingxi stated directly. Although in theory, it should be the elders footing the bill, she never expected Flender to be generous. After taking his seat, Qin scrutinized the members of Shrek Academy. May I inquire how old you all are? At this, Flender couldn't help but swell with pride and provided a detailed introduction of each student to Qin. Upon finishing, Qin's eyes widened in astonishment. Most of them are only 12 or 13 years old, although he was aware that these children were young. Their exceptional abilities were indeed beyond imagination. The academy now boasted a plethora of exceptionally gifted students, indicating a promising future. This comment, however, made Flender feel a bit awkward. It remained uncertain how long these students could uphold the name of Shrek Academy. As for the future development of Shrek, it was a topic best left unspoken, and Flender could only smile. Qin's emotions were still heightened, especially you, junior sister Tang Qingxi. With your 30th level soul power, you can actually dominate Tianheng. Truly a monster among monsters. Yet, I have a lingering question. During the soul battles, it seems you have never showcased your soul rings. Is there a specific reason for concealing them? If that were indeed the case, he would refrain from inquiring further. Tang Qingxi pondered for a moment. Her situation wasn't a secret, but she feared that Qin might ask too many questions, requiring much explanation. However, it was Flender who answered for her. She is an unprecedented existence, capable of breaking through without relying on soul rings. She possesses none. What? Qin stared in disbelief at Tang Qingxi, rendered speechless for a considerable time. After a long pause, Qin exhaled deeply, glancing at Tang Qingxi and then at Tang San, Daimu Bai, and the others. What a pity. If you weren't members of Shrek, I would have sought every means to bring you to the Royal Academy. With your addition, perhaps this year's Soul Master competition would have greater hopes for victory for the Royal Academy of Tiandou. As Qin spoke, he seemed to have an epiphany, his expression growing animated. Actually, it's still feasible. Even if you are from Shrek Academy, you can still enroll at the Royal Academy. Flender's expression turned urgent. These students were uncertain about their future with Shrek, so why was Qin trying to poach them? Qin, what are you doing? These children belong to Shrek. Director, don't misunderstand. I am not suggesting they join the Royal Academy of Tiandou. What I mean is they could be nominal members. Isn't junior sister Qingxi planning to participate in the Soul Master competition? But Shrek Academy lacks the quota, right? The Royal Academy has 2 slots. One of those could easily be allocated to them, allowing them to participate in the competition under the banner of the Royal Academy. This would also foster interaction between the 2 institutions, granting them access to the resources of the Royal Academy before the competition. Qin quickly clarified, though he acknowledged that securing the slot might require some effort. However, given their talents, he believed it would not be an issue. Upon hearing about the Soul Master competition's quota, Flender found himself at a loss for words. He was genuinely curious about how Tang Qingxi intended to address this issue. Yu Xiaojing nodded in agreement. Indeed, this idea is quite promising. Compete for it? Does the Royal Academy even possess a team that could rival us? Tang Qingxi mused, already contemplating this possibility, puzzled as to how the Royal Academy could muster a competitive team. Actually, not long ago, the head of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Master Ning, approached the Academy regarding a matter. He wishes to arrange a team to affiliate with us to secure a quota for the Soul Master competition. Master Ning has expressed high praise for that team. The Academy has agreed, but we must first assess the team's strength before making a final decision. Qin continued. It was for this reason that I considered this approach. Tang Qingxi paused, unable to suppress a smile. There is no need for competition over this. She pointed at Ning Rongrong. You must recognize this child's martial soul. Qin turned to Ning Rongrong, recalling her displayed martial soul. Suddenly enlightened, is Master Ning recommending you all? That is indeed the case. We previously discussed this matter with Master Ning, and he promised to facilitate connections for us. Tang Qingxi revealed, surprised by Ning Fengji's efficiency in already negotiating with the Royal Academy of Tiandou. Qin could not help but smile in delight. That is perfect. I was somewhat concerned. After all, The Royal Academy of Tiando has indeed produced few powerful soul masters in recent years, and its status has been declining. The academy leaders are eager for talent. If you join, they will likely spare no effort to utilize various connections to retain you, effectively poaching from our academy. However, with Master Ning's endorsement, they will likely be more cautious. Flinder, on the other hand, felt a tinge of bitterness, while the idea was indeed promising. If they truly joined and represented the Royal Academy in such a grand event as the Soul Master competition, even nominally, the Royal Academy would undoubtedly declare them as their own, and who would remember Shrek? Yet, this matter was clearly beyond his control. Tang Qingxi had already assembled a complete team, and those children were nurtured under her guidance. In their eyes, he, as the principal, held little significance. Qi Ming remained blissfully unaware of the underlying issues, believing that since Shrek had attempted to acquire quotas from other academies, it was a strategy devised by Flinder. Not realizing that it was Tang Qingxi orchestrating everything. We will be heading over shortly. The Royal Academy of Tiando boasts such splendid resources. I would hate to see them squandered, especially regarding mimicry training. These students have nearly laid a solid foundation, with a better training environment. Tang Qingxi would certainly strive for it. Enough, Tang Qingxi. I cannot agree. Flinder could no longer contain himself. After all, they were ultimately Shrek's students, and she could not unilaterally dictate their fate. At Shrek, they can receive an excellent education. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Chapter 87. Confronting Flinder, are you lecturing me on education? Flinder erupted in anger, and Tang Qingxi shot him a sidelong glance. What have you taught them? These individuals are products of my teaching. What has Shrek imparted to them? Speaking of Tang San and the others, let us consider Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. 2 years ago, when I left Shrek to train, what were they like? Upon my return, they remained unchanged. What have you taught them? Do not speak to me about the talents and individuals produced by Shrek Academy. Have you considered what the admission criteria of Shrek entail? With such stringent requirements, it is no wonder that out of over 60 students, only a handful graduate. Reflect upon whether the standards for graduation are excessively high or if the instruction provided has been inadequate, resulting in such a meager number of graduates. If those 60-odd individuals were placed in the Royal Academy of Tiando, based on your graduation criteria, surely at least half would succeed. Do you not believe? I previously refrained from voicing these thoughts, but today I wish to be forthright. Were it not for the connection between Xiaowu and Tang San through Yu Xiaojiang, do you think I would have come here, investing resources to sustain your academy and construct dormitories? I have shown you considerable respect by not taking my students and merely seeking to secure a place at the Royal Academy of Tiando, leveraging it for my own benefit while still graduating from Shrek. If you persist in this manner, perhaps it is best to abandon the title of Shrek graduates altogether. What significance does graduating from the Royal Academy of Tiando hold? If you disagree, then secure a spot for the Soul Master competition. Your Shrek Academy cannot even manage to register. Flinder was left speechless by Tang Qingxi's remarks, as the issue of the Soul Master competition remained a significant weakness. He glared at Tang Qingxi, his anger gradually rising. What he found most unbearable was Tang Qingxi's negation of the Academy's past achievements. Flinder, upon witnessing the unfolding tension, Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted, urging him to remain calm. Qi Ming was equally taken aback. Had these students truly been taught by Tang Qingxi? Did such a profound conflict exist between her and the principal? Regrettably, he realized that broaching this topic may have been ill-advised, although it was of little consequence. Tang Qingxi had connections through Ning Zhongzhu, and his mention of it would not alter the outcome. Moreover, Tang Qingxi's statements were rather harsh. Junior sister, such words cannot be spoken. If there are plans, let us discuss them amicably. As tensions escalated, Tang San and the others found themselves unable to interject, lacking any inclination to do so. Dai Mubai and Oscar were particularly caught in a web of awkwardness, especially since Tang Qingxi had specifically called upon them. Yet, in this situation, they were at a loss for words. Despite Flinder's formidable presence, Tang Qingxi met his gaze without fear. Flinder, feeling increasingly despondent, found his anger dissipating, replaced by a sense of defeat. However, in the next moment, an even more overwhelming aura descended upon them, causing everyone to change countenance. Flinder and Qin Ming immediately went on high alert. Who goes there? Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow, instructing the students, you may continue with your meal once you finish. Feel free to rest and move about. I have matters to attend to and will return to Shrek directly. After casting one last glance at Flinder, she added, "Consider your position carefully. I must now handle my affairs." With that, Tang Qingxi departed. Flinder sat in a state of deep despondency. Realizing why Tang Qingxi had been so confident, she was backed by formidable power. The aura she exuded was clearly beyond his own capabilities, at least at the level of a soul Douluo, if not higher. Yu Xiaojiang placed a hand on Flinder's shoulder, indicating that they should converse privately. They moved to a secluded area, where Yu Xiaojiang advised, "Flinder, you have just realized the extent of Tang Qingxi's influence. Her decisions are beyond our intervention, and she indeed offers Tang San and the others a brighter future. It would be wise to adopt a more conciliatory approach," as she stated. "Those children will still graduate from Shrek." In the present, Yu Xiaojiang's once proud demeanor had significantly diminished amid setbacks. The theories he once held dear now seemed lacking in the face of Tang Qingxi's substantial evidence. While he refrained from commenting on Tang Qingxi's character, her abilities were undeniably formidable. Initially, he feared a potential conflict between Tang San and Tang Qingxi due to their differing statuses, concerned for Tang San's well-being. However, considering Tang Qingxi's willingness to relinquish a soul bone and her deep connection with Tang San, he felt reassured. Furthermore, Tang Qingxi's intentions would undoubtedly benefit Tang San and his peers. With her personal strength and the allies she brought, it was clear that she was capable of forming a team for the Soul Master competition. Her determination to ensure Tang San and the others participated would greatly enhance their prospects, as the rewards from the competition were exceedingly valuable. Tang Qingxi's chosen path was evidently advantageous, and Yu Xiaojiang found himself in agreement. If he were in her position, he might have made similar choices. However, Flinder's stubbornness had led him to a dead end. With a deep sigh, Flinder acknowledged that he could not alter the current situation. "Xiaojiang, As Yu Xiaojiang attempted to counsel Flinder, Tang Qingxi had already made her way outside the city, seeking a deserted area to pause. Clad in a black cloak that concealed her face, she halted her steps, and from the shadows emerged a figure. "Did you seek me? What is the matter?" Tang Qingxi inquired. To discuss collaboration, the figure replied in a raspy voice, pulling back his hood. It was Tang Hao. Transformed from the despondent man Tang Qingxi had previously encountered. His disheveled hair had been trimmed to a neat buzz cut, and though traces of hardship remained on his face, he no longer bore an expression of defeat. His gaze was now clear and focused. "Collaboration? What can you offer me in your current state?" Tang Qingxi remarked. Noting his considerable improvement, Tang Hao countered, "What is it that you desire?" "Primarily your combat prowess, but can you follow my directives?" Tang Qingxi probed. Initially seeking a partnership rather than commanding a title Douluo, but now felt emboldened to negotiate further. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Hao did not respond immediately, asking instead, "What of the White Cat?" Chapter 88. You are merely toying with the prestigious blue-silver emperor? Tang Qingxi, in response, removed a necklace from her neck. Its pendant a translucent gemstone of soft blue. With a flick of her finger, a soft glow emanated, and the white cat leaped forth, climbing her arm to perch upon her shoulder. This is a soul guide capable of temporarily housing living beings. During our earlier battle, I allowed her to reside within. Tang Qingxi et lai. The white cat yawned lazily on Tang Qingxi's shoulder, playfully swatting at her to signal. "What is it?" "You interrupted my slumber." Tang Qingxi gently stroked the cat's back, soothing its morning grumpiness. Observing the rapport between Tang Qingxi and the feline, Tang Hao's expression shifted slightly. It was evident that Tang Qingxi treated the soul beast with great affection, fostering a relaxed dynamic between them. "What will you require of me?" Tang Hao inquired once more. "Rest assured, I do not intend to have you confront the Xuantian clan or engage in indiscriminate violence," Tang Qingxi clarified, transparent in her expectations. She did not seek to control Tang Hao, but rather aimed to utilize his strengths effectively. Tang Hao pondered for a moment before confirming. "Are you certain you can resurrect?" "Ain? Uncertain. I must first ascertain the current condition of the blue-silver emperor. We can discuss it further after I assess the situation. As the more substantial my leverage, the better," Tang Qingxi replied candidly, recognizing that with someone of Tang Hao's character, directness was paramount. Tang Qingxi certainly possessed a firm grasp of the situation. With Tang Hao's arrival and Aru's description of the blue-silver emperor's vitality, It became evident that the emperor's condition was likely even better than Aru had anticipated. Tang Hao hesitated, his gaze fixed on Tang Qingxi, uncertain whether to disclose the circumstances regarding Ayin, as he had yet to fully trust this individual. Why linger now that he had come? Hadn't he contemplated this matter thoroughly during his time away? Why seek me out, then? Tang Qingxi, arms crossed and leaning against a tree trunk, remarked, "If you wish for my assistance in reviving the blue-silver emperor, I must be apprised of the details. Do you expect me to simply wave my hand and bring her back to life?" Tang Hao exhaled deeply. The temptation to resurrect Ayin was overwhelming. Presently, Ayin lacked both soul rings and soul bones, and he could not fathom any ulterior motives Tang Qingxi might harbor against her. After Ayin's tragic demise, she had left behind a seed. He recognized it as hers, yet it had lost its 100,000-year cultivation and needed to regrow. "Do you have any means to expedite this process? Even if it resembles this white cat," he implored. Indeed, I had surmised that with the blue-silver emperor's renowned vitality, she could not be entirely lost. Aru, the white cat, interjected. "Are you certain that is her? Her soul remains intact and has not dissipated?" "Tang Qingxi inquit," Tang Hao replied. "I do not fully comprehend the intricacies of souls, but I can sense her essence emanating from the seedling of the blue-silver grass. Based on my preliminary understanding, her condition should be significantly better than Aru's, for at least her physical form remains. The primary concern is merely accelerating her growth. There are indeed various methods to achieve this, and she is not merely a blue-silver grass. She likely does not need to cultivate for a full 100,000 years to restore herself. As for your request, that is quite manageable, provided we ascertain that the soul is still present. We simply require a suitable dwelling for her." Tang Qingxi pondered, stroking his chin. "Since you have planted the seed, can you lead me to see it?" "Certainly," Tang Hao nodded, having made up his mind. "Let us proceed without further delay. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can return. I still have training to oversee." Tang Qingxi was quite decisive, taking the opportunity to grant Tang San and the others a reprieve, intending to handle matters as they arose. After speaking, he turned to head back, instructing, "Wait for me here for a moment." Upon returning to the hotel, Tang Qingxi informed Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing of his impending journey before rejoining Tang Hao. "I cannot hire a carriage for this trip. It would be troublesome should the spirit hall discover our whereabouts. I must trouble you to take me." Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback. "Are you still concerned about being discovered by the spirit hall?" Tang Qingxi shot him a sidelong glance. "I am not afraid, but what about you? Do you wish for the blue-silver emperor to be utterly destroyed? While it is likely that Qian Douluo knows you did not kill Qian Xuanji, he may still seek revenge since Qian Xuanji perished after sustaining severe injuries from you. Did Qian Xuanji not die due to the injuries I inflicted?" Tang Qingxi's remark revealed significant information, which Tang Hao seized upon. Tang Qingxi nodded. He returned to the spirit hall after being gravely wounded, only to be plotted against again. "The injuries you caused were easily remedied by the spirit hall's capabilities." "Who orchestrated that?" Tang Hao inquired with curiosity. "Who avenged him?" Tang Qingxi replied with a knowing smile. Choosing not to elaborate, the two then set out, with Tang Hao channeling his soul power to swiftly navigate through the dense forest. When they finally stopped, the daylight was once again fading. Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, concealing his fatigue. Tang Qingxi surveyed their surroundings. They had arrived in a valley surrounded by majestic mountains, lush greenery, and an imposing waterfall cascading from the heavens. "This location is indeed quite suitable for our training. Tang Qingxi Zima." This waterfall far surpasses the one near Shrek. Climbing will be quite the challenge. At this point, Tang Hao ceased guiding Tang Qingxi and led the way instead. He approached the waterfall and, with remarkable agility, leaped towards it, landing on a rock. Tang Qingxi followed suit, gracefully utilizing the terrain to reach the rock. The torrent of water drenched them both. Tang Hao pressed against a seemingly seamless rock wall behind the waterfall, causing a section to recess, revealing a passageway large enough for them to enter. They slipped inside. The interior was a dimly lit corridor, approximately 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, extending further into the depths. As Tang Qingxi's eyes shimmered with a faint violet glow, Tang Hao retrieved a pale golden gem from his soul guide to illuminate their path as they ventured deeper. Upon reaching the innermost chamber, the surroundings brightened to reveal a stone room of about 10 square meters, illuminated by natural light streaming through a small opening in the ceiling. The room was devoid of furnishings, save for a small mound of earth beneath the stone hole, where a slender blue-silver grass swayed gently. This particular blue-silver grass appeared distinct from ordinary specimens, with longer leaves adorned with golden veins. Tang Qingxi furrowed his brow. Is this truly the blue-silver emperor? You chose to plant her in such a location? At that moment, the gem at Tang Qingxi's chest glimmered, and Aru, the white cat, leaped out, settling beside the mound of earth. Though she was unfamiliar with the blue-silver emperor, both being soul beasts of 100,000 years, she felt a complex surge of emotions upon witnessing her current plight. Chapter 89. Tang Hao. You shall work for me. Seeking initial subscription. I often perceive those brave enough to morph into human form among the 100,000-year soul beasts as exceptionally bold and reckless. Yet, it seems there is little distinction. Those soul masters coveting a 100,000-year soul ring will always devise means to achieve their ends. Whether by retreating into the depths of the forest like myself, or assimilating in a human society like her, ultimately escaping the fate of becoming soul rings or soul bones. Aru's voice carried a hint of sorrow as she spoke, glancing at Tang Qingxi. If only everyone were like you, transcending without the need for soul rings. The rules of this continent are unjust to you soul beasts. Even I, driven by ambition, chose not to rely on soul rings for my ascension. However, to attain sufficient strength, I will inevitably resort to absorbing soul rings, striving to select those from sufficiently advanced soul beasts, even those of 100,000 years. All I can promise is that I will refrain from targeting Xiao Wu and those soul beasts close to you. Tang Qingxi retrieved a handkerchief to dry his hands and gently stroked Aru's fur, yet his words were stark and unyielding. Do not expect many to consider your plight. Humans are inherently selfish. Aru gazed pensively at the blue-silver grass, softly replying, Indeed, you are selfish, but so am I. As long as I can protect Xiao Wu and Deming Erming, that suffices. I cannot extend my protection to other soul beasts. However, Aru hesitated, casting a glance at Tang Hao, clearly withholding certain thoughts in his presence. Tang Qingxi comprehended her meaning. I understand your intentions. Once our objectives are achieved, we may explore that possibility, but I cannot guarantee anything. After all, whether we succeed remains uncertain. Agreed, Aru responded softly. Tang Hao, not fully grasping their conversation, had little desire to inquire further. After exchanging a few words with Aru, Tang Qingxi began to closely examine the blue-silver grass. He crouched down, a radiant nine-colored glow emanating from his palm as his fingertips gently brushed against the leaves of the blue-silver grass. Tang Hao appeared particularly anxious, fixated on Tang Qingxi's every movement. After a moment, Tang Qingxi unleashed his martial soul, the profound energy of his domain unfurling to envelop the blue-silver grass. The blue-silver grass swayed more violently, as if the golden threads on its leaves had come to life, gently undulating like rippling waves of light. Tang Hao stared in astonishment as the blue-silver grass grew at a visible pace. However, this growth was short-lived, merely extending a small portion. Tang Qingxi remarked, It is a pity that Tang San lacks a gifted domain. The effects of his innate domain would undoubtedly be superior, given their shared origins. The reason Tang Qingxi's domain could promote the growth of the blue-silver grass was simply because they were both plants of sufficiently high rank. Ain was the sovereign of blue-silver grass, while Tang Qingxi's martial soul, the Black Jade Plum blossom, was the sovereign among flowers. Originally, it was merely a somewhat unique flower, but upon Tang Qingxi's arrival in this world and its transformation into her martial soul, it fortuitously devoured the damaged Xuantian hammer martial soul, thus achieving its esteemed status among flowers. At that moment, a peculiar scene unfolded. The longest blade of grass on the blue-silver grass slowly began to move, gently coiling around Tang Qingxi's fingertip. A soft mental wave emerged, seemingly conveying feelings of gratitude. Tang Qingxi could not help but smile. Very good. It even retains its consciousness, albeit unable to express it fully within the confines of the blue-silver grass. Her soul was far more complete compared to a rose. With a determined gaze, she turned to Tang Hao and stated, Tang Hao, as long as you are willing to assist me, I will fulfill your requests, enabling her to communicate with you swiftly, serving as a presence and companionship. Moreover, I will expedite the cultivation of the blue-silver grass, accelerating her growth. Having witnessed the transformation Tang Qingxi brought to the blue-silver grass, Tang Hao found her words increasingly convincing, nodding in agreement. All right, as long as it does not contradict my principles, I have no objections. Before I ask you to assist me, there are two matters to address, Tang Qingxi continued. What is it? Transplanting the blue-silver emperor. I will personally oversee her care. Of course, there is nothing pressing for you to do in the near future, primarily just to protect me from the shadows. Well, you can keep an eye on the blue-silver emperor's condition. I cannot constantly spare time to attend to her. Her soul requires nurturing, which necessitates her proximity to me. Tang Qingxi surveyed her surroundings with evident disdain. This place is certainly unsuitable for cultivating the blue-silver emperor. Why did you choose this location? Planting outside would be far better than in a cave. Have you ever seen a plant growing successfully in a cave? Even if a hole were made in the ceiling, it would hardly receive sufficient sunlight. As it stands, this is the blue-silver emperor. Ordinary blue-silver grass would likely appear quite disheveled. Tang Hao's face paled as he sighed helplessly. I feared that planting outside would leave Een vulnerable to passing spirit beasts. That is a valid concern. Do you have any objections regarding the transplanting? Tang Qingxi in Guit? None, he replied. Good. There is another matter, she continued, her expression darkening slightly. What's the matter with you? A multitude of old injuries within your body, and you have not sought treatment? Are you truly relying on the hope of one day passing away without concern, leaving Tang San and the blue-silver emperor to fend for themselves? Tang Qingxi's disdain was palpable. Had it not been for the temporary inability to rally others, she would not have bothered with him. Recruiting a strong aide required first tending to their injuries, and the cost of healing a title Douluo's wounds was no small matter. Tang Hao could not help but give a bitter laugh. Even a healing title Douluo has been unable to mend my wounds. But rest assured, I can manage. It will not overly affect my strength. Enough of that. Regardless of whether a title Douluo can heal you, I will ensure you are treated. I cannot afford to lose a capable title Douluo unexpectedly. While there may be no immediate threats, you will eventually need to confront opponents of title Douluo caliber. With your current injuries, can you truly fight? Moreover, your talent is decent. Healing your wounds will likely enhance your strength. I require you at your peak. Tang Qingxi spoke coldly, yet her hands gently cleared some soil from around the blue-silver grass. She then produced a jade box, filling part of it with soil, followed by a vibrant green leaf, bursting with life, which she crushed and spread over the soil before carefully transplanting the blue-silver grass and its soil into the jade box. Tang Hao paid no mind to Tang Qingxi's somewhat sardonic remarks, focusing instead on the blue-silver emperor, relieved to see it displaying no signs of discomfort. I remember among the three great craftsmen, there is you. Tang Qingxi suddenly turned her gaze to Tang Hao. With such a disheveled appearance, I do not expect him to cover the treatment costs. Therefore, besides being an aide, perhaps you can also do some work. Chapter 90. Transplanting the blue-silver emperor, seeking initial subscription. Very well. Do you have any plans? Tang Hao nodded. Go forge for me. Tang Qingxi shot him a disdainful glance. Your son I teach, your wife I save, and even your injuries I treat. Whatever I ask of you in the future, as long as it does not contradict my promises, any hesitation on your part would be a disservice to me. Given Tang Hao's ridiculous situation, had he had anyone at his disposal of title Douluo caliber, he would have already kicked him aside. She desperately required a powerful aid. Compared to the title Douluos on Bibidong's side, Tang Qingxi would not draw upon them unless absolutely necessary, as Bibidong needed them too. Douluo was an experienced and cunning old fox, not easily dealt with. This is no problem. Forging is indeed my specialty, and it does not conflict with my principles. Tang Hao readily agreed. Indeed, as Tang Qingxi had pointed out, she had done a fair amount for him, particularly in his favor. Let us depart. With a wave of her hand, Tang Qingxi hoisted the white cat onto her shoulder, while the jade box containing the blue-silver emperor was stored in a soul guide capable of housing living beings. Tang Hao silently followed Tang Qingxi. Observing her silhouette with a hint of curiosity, I find it somewhat strange. At times, the demeanor you exhibit seems at odds with your true nature, as if you are rather reserved, yet you display such brilliance. Being brilliant is quite advantageous. Not knowing how to conceal oneself allows some to perceive me merely as somewhat clever, my actions somewhat irksome, but not to the extent of fearing me, Tang Qingxi replied, wearing a half-smile. With my strength, opposing those beings is no easy feat. Those beings? Douluo? Tang Hao inquired. Not just him, Tang Qingxi replied nonchalantly. But for now, my primary focus is indeed on Douluo. What level of strength does Douluo possess? Tang Hao asked curiously, admitting he was unaware of whether the man was still alive, having only heard snippets of information, knowing him as the father of Xuantian. Tang Qingxi paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Do you wish to test your skills against him? Are you not planning to confront him? Tang Hao di Douluo. Huh. But I do not expect you to assist me against the titled Douluos under his command. A peak Douluo of 99 levels could easily slay you with a single strike. Do not presume your current strength is sufficient to contend with him. To face him, even relying on me, you would need to live several more decades. Without me, in your current state, if you were to perish, he would likely still be alive. She was grateful that he was a peak Douluo, strong enough not to strike down others easily, allowing her to engage in these small maneuvers. As Tang Qingxi spoke, her words were laced with both truth and deception. Tang Hao had yet to earn the right to know too much. Indeed, Douluo possessed formidable strength, but the reason he seldom acted was that both she and Bibi Dong exuded an aura he could not easily confront, an aura neither of them wished to bear. After resting the valley for a while, the two finally set off back to Shrek, their return journey somewhat slower, arriving on the following evening. Under the cover of night, Tang Qingxi led Tang Hao back to her residence. Sit down. I will examine your body in detail shortly to determine how to proceed with your treatment. Disregarding Tang Hao momentarily, she placed the blue silver emperor on the windowsill and proceeded to grind some verdant leaves, mixing the pulp and juice into the soil. Tang Hao, she called, guiding him into a south-facing empty room. Come and clear this foundation for me. For such laborious tasks, she decisively assigned them to Tang Hao. The blue silver emperor could naturally draw what it needed from the earth, but couldn't be openly planted outside. So they needed to connect the inside and outside. Very well, Tang Hao replied, having no reason to refuse such a minor task, especially since it was for Yin. Make sure the noise isn't too loud, but the hole should be a bit larger, Tang Qingxi reminded him. Nodding, Tang Hao expertly controlled his strength, and before long, he had excavated a considerable hole in the foundation. Tang Qingxi quickly went outside to fetch some soil to fill it, and then transplanted the blue silver emperor. Give me your hand. Once she had settled the blue silver emperor, she produced a handkerchief. Although Tang Hao was puzzled, he complied and extended his hand. Tang Qingxi placed the handkerchief on his wrist and pressed her fingers onto it. After a brief pulse check and a subtle infusion of internal energy, her brow furrowed tighter with every passing moment. Is it untreatable? Tang Hao observed her troubled expression and felt a sense of resignation. Not quite, but I am contemplating how long you will need to work to repay this consultation fee. After all, this is not remuneration for your services to me. After assessing the situation, Tang Qingxi waved him off. You may leave for now. Find a place to rest, but don't stray too far from me. I need to prepare for your treatment. Tang Hao nodded and exited, while Tang Qingxi took her white cat and retired to rest. The following day, she sought out Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, contact your father's associates. Given your presence at Shrek, he will certainly have someone watching over you. We will soon be heading to the Heaven Do imperial capital. All right, Sister Shi, Ning Rongrong agreed. What have you been up to these past 2 days? Tang Qingxi gasu inquit. Ning Rongrong paused for a moment before responding with a bittersweet smile. We haven't done much. Zhu Qing and the others have been training, so we just followed suit. However, we are quite exhausted and haven't engaged in combat training, only soul power cultivation. Tang Qingxi chuckled at this. The little ones were far more diligent than she had anticipated. While a bit of leisure was warranted, their industriousness brought her great comfort. Very well, go attend to your matters. With that, Tang Qingxi departed from Shrek Academy. She had granted Tang San and the others 3 days of respite. Yet she herself had not enjoyed a moment's rest. Arriving at her secret cave, Tang Qingxi brought Tang Hao to meet someone. Naturally, she was captivated by the blueprints she had created, which ultimately led her to the renowned Master Lu Gao in Soto City. What is this? Lu Gao, who was happily engrossed in researching the Zhuge divine crossbow, looked up in confusion upon seeing Tang Qingxi accompanied by a figure clad in a black robe. Teach him the crafting methods of these concealed weapons, she instructed, gesturing towards Tang Hao. As Tang Hao removed his hood, he greeted President Lu Gao. It has been many years. Tang Hao, Lu Gao exclaimed in astonishment, having not heard of Tang Hao's whereabouts for many years. He was further taken aback by Tang Qingxi's capabilities. While he was unclear about the events of the past, he had heard whispers suggesting a connection to the Spirit Hall. How could a disciple of the Spirit Hall's Pope bring Tang how to craft concealed weapons for her? Moreover, with two of the continent's top 3 master craftsmen at her disposal, there was little she could not create. Teach him promptly. In a while, you will remain here to oversee operations while I lead a group to the Heaven Do Imperial City. Tang Hao, you will be responsible for this group, Tang Qingxi commanded. Moreover, I will procure another batch of exceptional ores for crafting. Chapter 91. Tang Hao's past. Seeking initial subscription. Lu Gao stared at Tang Qingxi in disbelief. Then at Tang Hao, struggling to fathom how these two had come together. Moreover, the long-vanished Tang Hao was now to aid Tang Qingxi in crafting concealed weapons? To have 2 master craftsmen under one as command was an impressive feat. Lu Gao recalled the knife blank he had kept in the furnace, which, while somewhat ominous, piqued his interest. He eagerly anticipated the formidable weapon that would emerge from that blade. With both him and Tang Hao involved, it was likely they would be the ones to forge it. Furthermore, having Tang Hao on board was advantageous, as he was progressing slowly with the most complex mechanisms of concealed weapons. They could collaborate on their research. Understood? No problem, Lu Gao replied, deep in thought. Tang Hao curiously examined the various concealed weapons and components laid out on the stone table before Lu Gao. He dared not disassemble the Rainstorm Pearflower Needle, but had taken apart several others, including the Hidden Sand and Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Without specific instructions from Tang Qingxi on assembly, he was left to explore independently, as there was no urgency for production. Afterward, she summoned a group of blacksmiths in preparation for their journey, while Changzong would also set off for the Heaven Do Empire's capital, Tiando City, the following day. As for her other martial subordinates, Tang Qingxi decided against bringing too many, opting instead for the batch previously assigned to accompany Tang San and the others for training. Having made the necessary arrangements, Tang Qingxi called Tang Hao aside. I have another question for you regarding your identity and past with the Blue-Silver Emperor, as well as your enmity with the Spirit Hall. When you plan to inform Tang San? Hearing this, Tang Hao hesitated, lowering his gaze. That past is too painful. Little San is still young. I wish to wait until Ain is revived before revealing it to him. His Xuantian hammer could not remain concealed indefinitely. Once exposed, people would deduce his identity, especially since the Xuantian sect was nearly closed off, with very few members seen outside. If someone guessed, they would inevitably mention him, and he was not naive enough to overlook this. Tang Qingxi regarded him coolly. I will choose an appropriate moment to disclose this to him. It is better to clarify matters sooner rather than later. The outside world has only a vague understanding of your circumstances. I would not want him to be misled. Tang Hao appeared somewhat conflicted. Isn't this matter severe enough to betray your true feelings? Tang Qingxi asked. I need his assistance with your treatment, and he will naturally inquire. I would rather not fabricate lies to deceive him. While Tang Hao was reluctant to share the past, he understood that it was not so grave as to compel him to oppose Tang Qingxi. He remained silent. Then just listen, she concluded, stepping outside. Once you've learned enough, report back to me. Soon, the brief respite came to an end, and Tang Qingxi resumed training Tang San and the others. She also contacted the Spirit Hall, seeking another batch of medicinal herbs from BB Dawn. Tang Hao's injuries were indeed troublesome. The various plants she had prepared were mainly for poison crafting, and while some were for healing, there were few suitable for the treatment of a tidal Douluo, as those medicines had primarily been prepared for her own use. She had primarily considered preparations for ambushing and eliminating tidal Douluos, never anticipating she would need to treat one herself. As a master craftsman, Tang Hao found learning the crafting methods of concealed weapon components to be a relatively straightforward task, and he quickly became well-versed. The medicinal materials Tang Qingxi required were urgently delivered by BB Dawn, allowing her to commence Tang Hao's treatment preparations. She instructed Zhu Zhuqing to supervise the upcoming training, while she called Tang San back to her residence for a private discussion. Following Tang Qingxi to his residence, they arrived at the chamber where the Blue-Silver Emperor was cultivated. Upon seeing his father seated beside a blue-silver grass, Tang San was exceedingly astonished. Father? What brings you here? He realized someone had been omitted from the call. Tang Qingxi pointed to the Blue-Silver Emperor on the ground. This is your mother. Tang San. bewildered, gazed at the blue-silver grass adorned with faint golden veins, utterly perplexed. This is my mother? He glanced at Tang Qingxi and Tang Hao, both of whom nodded affirmatively. Although he struggled to comprehend the situation, he knew that the young lady was not one to jest, and with his father's confirmation, he knelt on one knee before the blue-silver grass and softly uttered, "Mother, please sit. Let Tang Hao explain." Tang Qingxi beckoned to a chair beside her, while the white cat leaped onto her shoulder, observing silently. Tang San, filled with inquiries, seated himself opposite Tang Hao, gazing at him with confusion. "Father, what is happening?" The blue-silver grass with its delicate golden veins swayed slightly, emanating a gentle aura, which Tang San instinctively sensed. Simultaneously, his martial spirit, the blue-silver grass, erupted uncontrollably from beneath him, swiftly enveloping the room. Tang Hao, witnessing this, refrained from rushing to explain. Watching as Tang San approached the blue-silver emperor and reached out to caress its leaves. The blue-silver emperor reciprocated by entwining its tendrils around Tang San's fingertips. Tears welled in Tang Hao's eyes, his lips quivering as he too felt an irresistible urge to draw near, with the tendril of the blue-silver emperor wrapping around his palm. In his previous life, Tang San had been an orphan raised by the Tang sect, unaware of his parents' identities. But now, he had found his parents, and from the aura emanating from the blue-silver emperor, he sensed his mother's concern for him, prompting tears to flow from his eyes. Tang Hao, too, smiled through his tears. After a considerable time, their emotions gradually settled. Tang Hao exhaled deeply. "Tang San, your mother is the blue-silver emperor, a soul beast of 100,000 years." Though incredulous, Tang San had begun to suspect this truth. Grateful for Tang Qingxi's prior explanations about soul beasts, including the notion that a soul beast could transform into human form after a century, he felt somewhat prepared for this revelation. Nevertheless, the reality remained astonishing. With a hint of nostalgia in his gaze, Tang Hao commenced recounting his past. "I am from the Xuantian sect. Your other martial spirit is known as the Xuantian hammer. In my youth, I and my elder brother were the sons of the previous sect master, distinguished among our generation's disciples, with my talent even surpassing that of my brother. However, our father, your grandfather, suffered severe injuries early on and was in poor health. To prepare us to uphold the Xuantian sect, he commanded us to venture out for training at the age of 30, coinciding with my breakthrough to 70 levels of soul power. During the 5th year of our travels, we encountered your mother, whose name was Ain, the silver of the blue silver grass.